This is Audible.
The Annals by Tacitus. Translated by John Jackson. Read by Martin Swain for Ukemi Audiobooks. Introduction by John Jackson. Generally regarded as Tacitus's greatest work, the Annals covers the history of the Roman Empire from the reign of Tiberius to the fall of Nero, spanning the years AD 14 to 68. It is an important source to the modern understanding of the history of the Roman Empire during the 1st century. Although Tacitus refers to part of his work as My Annals, the title of the work Annals used today was not assigned by Tacitus himself, but derives from its year-by-year structure. Tacitus wrote the Annals in at least 16 books, but sadly books 7 to 10 and parts of books 5, 6, 11, and 16 are now missing. Of the 18 books comprising the Annals, the reign of Tiberius takes up 6 books, of which only book 5 is missing. These books are neatly divided into 2 sets of 3, corresponding to the change in the nature of the political climate during the period. Another 6 books are devoted to the reigns of Gaius and Claudius. Of the remaining 6 books, 3.5 books pertaining to the reign of Nero are extant, and cover the period from his accession to the throne in AD 54 to the middle of the year AD 66. The last 4 extant books cover all of Nero's reign except the last 2 years. Tacitus documented a Roman imperial system of government that originated with the Battle of Actium in September 31 BC. Yet Tacitus chose not to begin then, but with the death of Augustus Caesar in AD 14, and his succession by Tiberius. As in the Histories, Tacitus maintains his thesis of the necessity of the Principate. He explains again that Augustus gave and warranted peace to the state after years of civil war, but on the other hand he shows us the dark side of life under the Caesars. The history of the empire is also the history of the sunset of the political freedom of the senatorial aristocracy, which he viewed as morally decadent, corrupt, and servile towards the emperor. During Nero's reign there had been a widespread diffusion of literary works in favour of this suicidal exitus illustrium virorum, end of the illustrious men. Again, as in his first work, the Agricola, Tacitus is opposed to those who choose useless martyrdom through vain suicides. Tacitus further improves the style of portraiture that he had developed in the Histories. One of the most accomplished portraits is that of Tiberius, portrayed in an indirect way, painted progressively during the course of a narrative with observations and commentary, with impressive and realistic details. Tacitus portrays both Tiberius and Nero as tyrants that caused fear in their subjects, but while he views Tiberius as someone that had once been a great man, Tacitus depicts Nero as simply despicable. Book 1. Rome at the outset was a city-state under the government of kings. Liberty and the consulate were institutions of Lucius Brutus. Dictatorships were always a temporary expedient. The decemviral office was dead within 2 years, nor was the consular authority of the military tribunes long-lived. Neither Cinna nor Sulla created a lasting despotism. Pompey and Crassus quickly forfeited their power to Caesar, and Lepidus and Antony their swords to Augustus, who, under the style of prince, gathered beneath his empire a world outworn by civil broils. But while the glories and disasters of the old Roman Commonwealth have been chronicled by famous pens and intellects of distinction were not lacking to tell the tale of the Augustan age until the rising tide of sycophancy deterred them, the histories of Tiberius and Caligula, of Claudius and Nero, were falsified through cowardice while they flourished and composed, when they fell under the influence of still rankling hatreds. Hence my design to treat a small part, the concluding one, of Augustus's reign, then the Principate of Tiberius and its sequel, without anger and without partiality, from the motives of which I stand sufficiently removed. When the killing of Brutus and Cassius had disarmed the Republic, when Pompey had been crushed in Sicily, and with Lepidus thrown aside and Antony slain, even the Julian party was leaderless but for the Caesar. After laying down his triumviral title and proclaiming himself a simple consul content with tribunician authority to safeguard the commons, he first conciliated the army by gratuities, the populace by cheapened corn, the world by the amenities of peace, then step by step began to make his ascent, and to unite in his own persons the functions of the Senate, the magistracy, and the legislature. Opposition there was none. The boldest spirits had succumbed on stricken fields or by proscription lists, while the rest of the nobility found a cheerful acceptance of slavery the smoothest road to wealth and office, and, as they had thriven on revolution, stood now for the new order and safety in preference to the old order and adventure. Nor was the state of affairs unpopular in the provinces, where administration by the Senate and people had been discredited by the feuds of the magnates and the greed of the officials, against which there was but frail protection in a legal system for ever deranged by force, by favoritism, or, in the last resort, by gold. Meanwhile, to consolidate his power, Augustus raised Claudius Marcellus, his sister's son and a mere stripling, to the pontificate and curial aedileship. Marcus Agrippa, no aristocrat, but a good soldier, and his partner in victory, he honoured with 2 successive consulates, and a little later, on the death of Marcellus, selected him as a son-in-law. Each of his stepchildren, Tiberius Nero and Claudius Drusus, was given the title of imperator, though his family proper was still intact, for he had admitted Agrippa's children, Gaius and Lucius, to the Caesarean hearth, and even during their minority had shown, under a veil of reluctance, a consuming desire to see them consuls designate with the title princes of the youth. When Agrippa gave up the ghost, untimely fate, or the treachery of their stepmother Livia, cut off both Lucius and Caius Caesar, Lucius on his road to the Spanish armies, Caius, wounded and sick, on his return from Armenia. Drusus had long been dead, and of the stepsons Nero survived alone. On him all centred. Adopted as son, as colleague in the empire, as consort of the tribunician power, he was paraded through all the armies, not as before by the secret diplomacy of his mother, but openly at her injunction. For so firmly had she riveted her chains upon the aged Augustus that he banished to the Isle of Planasia his one remaining grandson, Agrippa Postumus, who, though guiltless of a virtue, and confident brute-like in his physical strength, had been convicted of no open scandal. Yet, curiously enough, he placed Drusus's son Germanicus at the head of 8 legions on the Rhine, and ordered Tiberius to adopt him. It was one safeguard the more, even though Tiberius had already an adult son under his roof. War at the time was none, except an outstanding campaign against the Germans, waged more to redeem the prestige lost with Quintilius Varus and his army than from any wish to extend the empire, or with any prospect of an adequate recompense. At home all was calm. The officials carried the old names. The younger men had been born after the victory of Actium. Most even of the elder generation during the civil wars, few indeed were left who had seen the Republic. It was thus an altered world, and of the old unspoilt Roman character not a trace lingered. Equality was an outworn creed, and all eyes looked to the mandate of the sovereign, with no immediate misgiving so long as Augustus in the full vigour of his prime upheld himself, his house, and peace. But when the wearing effects of bodily sickness added themselves to advancing years, and the end was coming and new hopes dawning, a few voices began idly to discuss the blessings of freedom. More were apprehensive of war, others desired it. The great majority merely exchanged gossip derogatory to their future masters. Agrippa, fierce-tempered and hot from his humiliation, was unfitted by age and experience for so heavy a burden. Tiberius Nero was mature in years and tried in war, but had the old inbred arrogance of the Claudian family, and hints of cruelty, strive as he would to repress them, kept breaking out. He had been reared from the cradle in a regnant house. Consulates and triumphs had been heaped on his youthful head. Even during the years when he lived at Rhodes in ostensible retirement and actual exile, he had studied nothing save anger, hypocrisy, and secret lasciviousness. Add to the tale his mother with her feminine caprice. They must be slaves, it appeared, to the distaff, and to a pair of striplings as well, who in the interval would oppress the state and in the upshot render it asunder. While these topics and the like were under discussion, the malady of Augustus began to take a graver turn, and some suspected foul play on the part of his wife, For a rumor had gone the round that, a few months earlier, the emperor, confiding in a chosen few, and attended only by Fabius Maximus, had sailed for Planasia on a visit to Agrippa. There, tears and signs of affection on both sides had been plentiful enough to raise a hope that the youth might yet be restored to the house of his grandfather. Maximus had disclosed the incident to his wife Marcia, Marcia to Livia. It had come to the Caesar's knowledge, and after the death of Maximus, which followed shortly, possibly by his own hand, Marcia had been heard at the funeral sobbing and reproaching herself as the cause of her husband's destruction. Whatever the truth of the affair, Tiberius had hardly set foot in Illyricum when he was recalled by an urgent letter from his mother, and it is not certainly known whether on reaching the town of Nola he found Augustus still breathing or lifeless, for house and street were jealously guarded by Livia's ring of pickets, while sanguine notices were issued at intervals until the measures dictated by the crisis had been taken. Then one report announced simultaneously that Augustus had passed away, and that Nero was master of the empire. The opening crime of the new principate was the murder of Agrippa Posthumus, who, though off his guard and without weapons, was with difficulty dispatched by a resolute centurion. In the Senate, Tiberius made no reference to the subject. His pretence was an order from his father, instructing the tribune in charge to lose no time in making away with his prisoner, once he himself should have looked his last on the world. It was beyond question that by his frequent and bitter strictures on the youth's character, Augustus had procured the senatorial decree for his exile. On the other hand, at no time did he harden his heart to the killing of a relative, and it remained incredible that he should have sacrificed the life of a grandchild in order to diminish the anxieties of a stepson. More probably, Tiberius and Livia, actuated in the one case by fear and in the other by stepmotherly dislike, hurriedly procured the murder of a youth whom they suspected and detested. To the centurion who brought the usual military report, the emperor rejoined that he had given no instructions, and the deed would have to be accounted for in the Senate. The remark came to the ears of Sallustius Crispus, a partner in the imperial secrets. It was he who had forwarded the note to the tribune. He feared the charge might be fastened on himself, with the risks equally great whether he spoke the truth or lied. He therefore advised Livia not to publish the mysteries of the palace, the counsels of her friends, the services of the soldiery, and also to watch that Tiberius did not weaken the powers of the throne by referring everything and all things to the Senate. It was a condition of sovereignty that the account balanced only if rendered to a single auditor. At Rome, however, consuls, senators, and knights were rushing into slavery. The more exalted the personage, the grosser his hypocrisy and his haste, his lineaments adjusted so as to betray neither cheerfulness at the exit nor undue depression at the entry of a prince, his tears blent with joy, his regrets with adulation. The consuls, Sextus Pompeius and Sextus Apullius, first took the oath of allegiance to Tiberius Caesar. It was taken in their presence by Caius Strabo and Caius Tyrannius, chiefs respectively of the Praetorian cohorts and the corn department. The senators, the soldiers, and the populace followed. For in every action of Tiberius the first step had to be taken by the consuls, as though the old republic were in being, and himself undecided whether to reign or no. Even his edict convening the fathers to the Senate House was issued simply beneath the tribunician title which he had received under Augustus. It was a laconic document of very modest purport. He intended to provide for the last honours to his father, whose body he could not leave. It was with the one function of the state which he made bold to exercise. Yet, on the passing of Augustus, he had given the watchword to the Praetorian cohorts as imperator. He had the sentries, the men-at-arms, and the other appurtenances of a court. Soldiers conducted him to the forum, soldiers to the curia. He dispatched letters to the armies as if the principate was already in his grasp, and nowhere manifested the least hesitation, except when speaking in the Senate. The chief reason was his fear that Germanicus, backed by so many legions, the vast reserves of the provinces, and a wonderful popularity with the nation, might prefer the ownership to the reversion of a throne. He paid public opinion, too, the compliment of wishing to be regarded as the called and chosen of the state, rather than as the interloper who had wormed his way into power with the help of connubial intrigues and a senile act of adoption. It was realized later that his coyness had been assumed with the further object of gaining an insight into the feelings of the aristocracy, for all the while he was distorting words and looks into crimes and storing them in his memory. The only business which he allowed to be discussed at the first meeting of the Senate was the funeral of Augustus. The will, brought in by the Vestal Virgins, specified Tiberius and Livia as heirs, Livia to be adopted into the Julian family and the Augustan name. As legatees in the second degree, he mentioned his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. In the third place, the prominent nobles, an ostentatious bid for the applause of posterity, as he detested most of them. His bequests were not above the ordinary civic scale, except that he left 43,500,000 sesterces to the nation and the populace, 1,000 to every man in the Praetorian Guards, 500 to each in the urban troops, and 300 to all legionaries or members of the Roman cohorts. The question of the last honours was then debated. The two regarded as the most striking were due to Asinius Gallus and Lucius Aruntius, the former proposing that the funeral train should pass under a triumphal gateway, the latter that the dead should be preceded by the titles of all laws which he had carried, and the name of all peoples whom he had subdued. In addition, Valerius Messalla suggested that the oath of allegiance to Tiberius should be renewed annually. To a query from Tiberius whether that expression of opinion came at his dictation, he retorted, it was the one form of flattery still left, that he had spoken of his own accord, and when public interests were in question, he would, even at the risk of giving offence, use no man's judgment but his own. The Senate clamoured for the body to be carried to the pyre on the shoulders of the fathers. The Caesar, with haughty moderation, excused them from that duty, and warned the people by edict not to repeat the enthusiastic excesses which on a former day had marred the funeral of the deified Julius, by desiring Augustus to be cremated in the Forum rather than in the Field of Mars, his appointed resting place. On the day of the ceremony, the troops were drawn up as though on guard, amid the jeers of those who had seen with their eyes, or whose fathers had declared to them, that day of still novel servitude and freedom disastrously rewooed, when the killing of the dictator Caesar to some had seemed the worst, and to others the fairest of high exploits. And now an aged prince, a veteran potentate who had seen to it that not even his heirs should lack for means to coerce their country, must needs have military protection to ensure a peaceable burial. Then tongues became busy with Augustus himself. Most men were struck by trivial points, that one day should have been the first of his sovereignty and the last of his life, that he should have ended his days at Nola in the same house and room as his father Octavius. Much, too, was said of the number of his consulates, in which he had equalled the combined totals of Valerius Corvus and Caius Marius. His tribunician power unbroken for 37 years, his title of imperator 21 times earned, and his other honours multiplied or new. Among men of intelligence, however, his career was praised, or arraigned from varying points of view. According to some, filial duty and the needs of a country which at the time had no room for law had driven him to the weapons of civil strife, weapons which could not be either forged or wielded with clean hands. He had overlooked much in Antony, much in Lepidus, for the sake of bringing to book the assassins of his father. When Lepidus grew old and indolent, and Antony succumbed to his vices, the sole remedy for his distracted country was government by one man. Yet he organized the state not by instituting a monarchy or a dictatorship, but by creating the title of first citizen. The empire had been fenced by the ocean or distant rivers. The legions, the provinces, the fleets, the whole administration had been centralized. There had been law for the Roman citizen, respect for the allied communities, and the capital itself had been embellished with remarkable splendor. Very few situations had been treated by force, and then only in the interests of general tranquillity. On the other side, it was argued that filial duty and the critical position of the state had been used merely as a cloak, dome to facts, and it was from the lust of dominion that he excited the veterans by his bounties, levied an army while yet a stripling and a subject, subdued the legions of a consul, and effected a leaning to the Pompeian side. Then, following his usurpation by senatorial decree of the symbols and powers of the praetorship, had come the deaths of Hirtius and Pansa, whether they perished by the enemy's sword, or Pansa by poison sprinkled on his wound, and Hirtius by the hands of his own soldiery, with the Caesar to plan the treason. At all events he had possessed himself of both their armies, wrung a consulate from the unwilling Senate, and turned against the Commonwealth the arms which he had received for the quelling of Antony. The proscription of citizens and the assignments of land had been approved not even by those who executed them. Grant that Cassius and the Bruti were sacrificed to inherited enmities, though the moral law required that private hatreds should give way to public utility, yet Pompey was betrayed by the simulacrum of a peace, Lepidus by the shadow of a friendship. Then Antony, lured by the Tarentine and Brundisian treaties and a marriage with his sister, had paid with life the penalty of that delusive connection. After that there had been undoubtedly peace, but peace with bloodshed. The disasters of Lollius and of Varus, the execution at Rome of Varro and Ignatius and Iulus. His domestic adventures were not spared. The abduction of Nero's wife and the farcical questions to the pontiffs, whether, with a child conceived but not yet born, she could legally wed. The debaucheries of Vedius Pollio, and lastly Livia, as a mother, a curse to the realm, as a stepmother, a curse to the house of the Caesars. He had left small room for the worship of heaven when he claimed to be himself adored in temples, and in the image of Godhead by flamens and by priests. Even in the adoption of Tiberius to succeed him, his motive had been neither personal affection nor regard for the state. He had read the pride and cruelty of his heart, and had sought to heighten his own glory by the vilest of contrasts. For Augustus, a few years earlier, when requesting the fathers to renew the grant of the tribunician power to Tiberius, had, in the course of the speech, complimentary as it was, let fall a few remarks of his demeanour, dress, and habits which were offered as an apology and designed for reproaches. However, his funeral ran the ordinary course, and a decree followed endowing him a temple and divine rights. Then all prayers were directed towards Tiberius, who delivered a variety of reflections on the greatness of the empire and his own diffidence. Only the mind of the deified Augustus was equal to such a burden. He himself had found, when called by the sovereign to share his anxieties, how arduous, how dependent upon fortune, was the task of ruling a world. He thought then that, in a state which had the support of so many eminent men, they ought not to devolve the entire duties on any one person. The business of government would be more easily carried out by the joint efforts of a number. A speech in this tenor was more dignified than convincing. Besides, the diction of Tiberius, by habit or by nature, was always indirect and obscure, even when he had no wish to conceal his thought. And now, in the effort to bury every trace of his sentiments, it became more intricate, uncertain, and equivocal than ever. But the fathers, whose one dread was that they might seem to comprehend him, melted in plaints, tears, and prayers. They were stretching their hands to heaven, to the effigy of Augustus, to his own knees when he gave orders for a document to be produced and read. It contained a statement of the national resources, the strength of the burghers and allies under arms, the number of the fleets, protectorates, and provinces, the taxes, direct and indirect, the needful disbursements and customary bounties catalogued by Augustus in his own hand, with a final clause, due to fear or jealousy, advising the restriction of the empire within its present frontiers. The Senate, meanwhile, was descending to the most abject supplications, when Tiberius casually observed that, unequal as he felt himself to the whole weight of government, he would still undertake the charge of any one department that might be assigned to him. Asinius Gallus then said, "I ask you, Caesar, what department you wish to be assigned you?" This unforeseen inquiry threw him off his balance. He was silent for a few moments, then recovered himself, and answered that it would not at all become his diffidence to select or shun any part of a burden from which he would prefer to be wholly excused. Gallus, who had conjectured anger from his look, resumed, "The question had been put to him not with the hope that he would divide the inseparable, but to gain from his own lips an admission that the body politic was a single organism needing to be governed by a single intelligence." He added a panegyric on Augustus and urged Tiberius to remember his own victories and the brilliant work which he had done year after year in the garb of peace. He failed, however, to soothe the imperial anger. He had been a hated man ever since his marriage to Vipsania, daughter of Marcus Agrippa and once the wife of Tiberius, which had given the impression that he had ambitions denied to a subject and retained the temerity of his father Asinius Pollio. Lucius Arruntius, who followed in a vein not much unlike that of Gallus, gave equal offence, although Tiberius had no standing animosity against him. He was, however, rich, enterprising, greatly gifted, correspondingly popular, and so suspect. For Augustus, in his last conversations when discussing possible holders of the Principate, those who were competent and disinclined, who were inadequate and willing, or who were at once able and desirous, had described Manius Lepidus as capable but disdainful, Asinius Gallus as eager and unfit, Lucius Arruntius as not undeserving and bold enough to venture, should the opportunity arise. The first two names are not disputed. In some versions, Arruntius is replaced by Gnaeus Piso. All concerned, apart from Lepidus, were soon entrapped on one charge or another, promoted by Tiberius. Quintus Haterius and Mamercus Scaurus also jarred that suspicious breast. Haterius by the sentence, "How long, Caesar, will you permit the state to lack a head?" and Scaurus by remarking that, as he had not used his tribunician power to veto the motion of the consuls, there was room for hope that the prayers of the Senate would not be in vain. Haterius he favoured with an immediate invective. Against Scaurus his anger was less placable, and he passed him over in silence. Wearied at last by the universal outcry and by individual appeals, he gradually gave ground, up to the point not of acknowledging that he assumed the sovereignty, but of ceasing to refuse and to be entreated. Haterius, it is well known, on entering the palace to make his excuses, found Tiberius walking, threw himself down at his knees, and was all but dispatched by the guards because the prince, either from accident or through being hampered by the suppliant's hands, had fallen flat on his face. The danger of a great citizen failed, however, to soften him until Haterius appealed to Augusta and was saved by the urgency of her prayers. Augusta herself enjoyed a full share of senatorial adulation. One party proposed to give her the title Parent of her Country. Some preferred Mother of her Country. A majority thought the qualification Son of Julia ought to be appended to the name of the Caesar. Declaring that official compliments to women must be kept within bounds, and that he would use the same forbearance in the case of those paid to himself. In fact, he was fretted by jealousy and regarded the elevation of a woman as a degradation of himself. He declined to allow her even the grant of a lictor, and banned both an altar of adoption and other proposed honours of a similar nature. But he asked proconsular powers for Germanicus Caesar, and a commission was sent out to confer them, and at the same time to console his grief at the death of Augustus. That the same demand was not preferred on behalf of Drusus was due to the circumstance that he was consul designate and in presence. For the praetorship, Tiberius nominated 12 candidates, the number handed down by Augustus. The Senate, pressing for an increase, was met by a declaration on oath that he would never exceed it. The elections were now for the first time transferred from the campus to the Senate. Up to that day, while the most important were determined by the will of the sovereign, a few had still been left to the predilections of the tribes. From the people, the withdrawal of the right brought no protest beyond idle murmurs, and the Senate, relieved from the necessity of buying or begging votes, was glad enough to embrace the change. Tiberius limiting himself to the recommendation of not more than 4 candidates to be appointed without rejection or competition. At the same time, the plebeian tribunes asked leave to exhibit games at their own expense, to be called after the late emperor and added to the calendar as the Augustalia. It was decided, however, that the cost should be borne by the treasury, also that the tribunes should have the use of the triumphal robe in the circus, The chariot was not to be permissible. The whole function before long was transferred to the praetor, who happened to have the jurisdiction in suits between natives and aliens. So much for the state of affairs in the capital. Now came an outbreak of mutiny among the Pannonian legions. There were no fresh grievances. Only the change of sovereigns had excited a vision of licensed anarchy and a hope of the emoluments of civil war. 3 legions were stationed together in summer quarters under the command of Junius Blsesus. News had come of the end of Augustus and the accession of Tiberius, and Blsesus, to allow the proper interval for mourning or festivity, had suspended the normal round of duty. With this, the mischief began. The ranks grew insubordinate and quarrelsome, gave a hearing to any glib agitator, became eager, in short, for luxury and ease, disdainful of discipline and work. In the camp there was a man by the name of Pescennius, in his early days the leader of a clerk at the theatres, then a private soldier with an abusive tongue, whose experience of stage rivalries had taught him the art of inflaming an audience. Step, by conversations at night or in the gathering twilight, he began to play on those simple minds, now troubled by a doubt how the passing of Augustus would affect the conditions of service, and to collect about him the off-scourings of the army when the better elements had dispersed. At last, when they were ripe for action, some had now become his coadjutors in sedition, he put his question in something like a set speech. Why should they obey like slaves a few centurions and fewer tribunes? When would they dare to claim redress if they shrank from carrying their petitions or their swords to the still unstable throne of a new prince? Mistakes enough had been made in all the years of inaction, when white-haired men, many of whom had lost a limb by wounds, were making their 30th or 40th campaign. Even after discharge, their warfare was not accomplished. Still under canvas by the colours, they endured the old drudgeries under an altered name. And suppose that a man survived this multitude of hazards, he was dragged once more to the ends of the earth to receive under the name of a farm some swampy morass or barren mountainside. In fact, the whole trade of war was comfortless and profitless. 10 asses a day was the assessment of body and soul. With that, they had to buy clothes, weapons, and tents, bribe the bullying centurion, and purchase a respite from duty. But whip-cut and sword-cut, stern winter and harassed summer, red war or barren peace, these God knew were always with them. Alleviation there would be none till enlistment took place under a definite contract, the payment to be a denarius a day, the 16th year to end the term of service, no further period with the reserve to be required, but the gratuity to be paid in money in their old camp. Or did the praetorian cohorts who had received 2 denarii a day, who were restored to hearth and home on the expiry of 16 years, risk more danger? They did not disparage sentinel duty at Rome. Still their own lot was cast among savage clans, with the enemy visible from their very tents. The crowd shouted approval, as one point or the other told. Some angrily displayed the marks of the lash, some their grey hairs, most their threadbare garments and naked bodies. At last they came to such a pitch of frenzy that they proposed to amalgamate the 3 legions into one. Baffled in the attempt by military jealousies, since each man claimed the privilege of survival for his own legion, they fell back on the expedient of planting the 3 eagles and the standards of the cohorts side by side. At the same time, to make the sight more conspicuous, they began to collect turf and erect a platform. They were working busily when Blsesus arrived. He broke into reproaches, and in some case dragged the men back by force. "Dye your hands in my blood," he exclaimed. "It will be a slighter crime to kill your general than it is to revolt from your emperor. Alive, I will keep my legions loyal, or murdered, hasten their repentance." Nonetheless, the turf kept mounting and had risen fully breast high before his pertinacity carried the day and they abandoned the attempt. Blsesus then addressed them with great skill. Mutiny and riot, he observed, were not the best ways of conveying a soldier's aspirations to his sovereign. No such revolutionary proposals had been submitted either by their predecessors to the captains of an earlier day or by themselves to Augustus of happy memory, and it was an ill-timed proceeding to aggravate the embarrassments which confronted a prince on his accession. But if they were resolved to hazard during peace claims unasserted even by the victors of civil wars, why insult the principles of discipline and the habit of obedience by an appeal to violence? They should name deputies and give them instructions in his presence. The answer came in a shout that Blsesus's son, a tribune, should undertake the mission and ask for the discharge of all soldiers of 16 years' service and upwards. They would give him their other instructions when the first had borne fruit. The young man's departure brought comparative quiet. The troops, however, were elated, as the sight of their general's son pleading the common cause showed plainly enough that force had extracted what would never have been yielded to orderly methods. Meanwhile, there were the companies dispatched to Nauportus before the beginning of the mutiny. They had been detailed for the repair of roads and bridges, and on other service. But the moment news came of the disturbance in camp, they tore down their ensigns and looted both the neighbouring villages and Nauportus itself, which was large enough to claim the standing of a town. The centurions resisted only to be assailed with jeers and insults, and finally blows, the chief object of anger being the camp marshal, Orphidianus Rufus, who, dragged from his car, loaded with baggage, and driven at the head of the column, was plied with sarcastic inquiries whether he found it pleasant to support these huge burdens, these weary marches. For Rufus, long a private, then a centurion, and latterly a camp marshal, was seeking to reintroduce the iron discipline of the past, habituated as he was to work and toil, and all the more pitiless because he had endured. The arrival of this horde gave the mutiny a fresh lease of life, and the outlying districts began to be overrun by wandering marauders. To cow the rest, for the general was still obeyed by the centurions and the respectable members of the rank and file, Blsesus ordered a few who were especially heavy laden with booty to be lashed and thrown into the cells. As the escort dragged them away, they began to struggle, to catch at the knees of the bystanders, to call on the names of individual friends, their particular century, their cohort, their legion, clamouring that a similar fate was imminent for all. At the same time, they heaped reproaches on the general and invoked high heaven, anything and everything that could arouse odium or sympathy, alarm or indignation. The crowd flew to the rescue, forced the guardroom, unchained the prisoners, and now took into fellowship deserters and criminals condemned for capital offences. After this, the flames burned higher. Sedition found fresh leaders. A common soldier, Vibulinus by name, was hoisted on the shoulders of the bystanders in front of Blsesus's tribunal, and there addressed the turbulent and curious crowd. "You, I grant," he said, "have restored light and breath to these innocent and much wronged men. But who restores the life to my brother? Who, my brother, to me? He was sent to you by the army of Germany to debate our common interest, and yesterday night he did him to death by the hands of those gladiators whom he keeps and arms for the extermination of his soldiers. Answer me, Blsesus. Whither have you flung the body? The enemy himself does not grudge a grave. Then, when I have sated my sorrow with kisses and drowned it with tears, bid them butcher me as well. Only let our comrades here lay us in earth, for we died, not for crime, but because we sought to serve the legions." He added to the inflammatory effect of his speech by weeping and striking his face and breast. Then, dashing aside the friends on whose shoulders he was supported, he threw himself headlong, and fawned at the feet of man after man, until he excited such consternation and hatred that one party flung into irons the gladiators in Blsesus's service, another the rest of his household, while the others poured out in search of the corpse. In fact, if it had not come to light very shortly that no body was discoverable, that the slaves under torture denied the murder, and that Vibulinus had never owned a brother, they were within measurable distance of making away with the general. As it was, they ejected the tribunes and camp marshal and plundered the fugitives' baggage. The centurion Lucilius also met his end. Camp humorists had surnamed him Fetch Another, from his habit, as one cane broke over a private's back, of calling at the top of his voice for a second, and ultimately a third. His colleagues found safety in hiding. Julius Clemens alone was kept, as the mutineers considered that his quick wits might be of service in presenting their claims. The 8th and 15th legions, it should be added, were on the point of turning their swords against each other upon the question of a centurion named Serpicus, demanded for execution by the 8th and protected by the 15th, had not the men of the 9th intervened with entreaties and, in the event of their rejection, with threats. In spite of his secretiveness, always deepest when the news was blackest, Tiberius was driven by the reports from Pannonia to send out his son Drusus, with a staff of nobles and 2 praetorian cohorts. He had no instructions that could be called definite. He was to suit his measures to the emergency. Drafts of picked men raised the cohorts to abnormal strength. In addition, a large part of the praetorian horse was included, as well as the flower of the German troops, who at that time formed the imperial bodyguard. The commandant of the household troops, Aelius Sejanus, who held the office jointly with his father Strabo and exercised a remarkable influence over Tiberius, went in attendance to act as monitor to the young prince and to keep before the eyes of the rest the prospects of peril or reward. As Drusus approached, the legions met him, ostensibly to mark their loyalty, but the usual demonstrations of joy and glitter of decorations had given place to repulsive squalor and to looks that aimed at sadness and came nearer to insolence. The moment he passed the outworks, they held the gates with sentries and ordered bodies of armed men to be ready at fixed positions within the camp. The rest, in one great mass, flocked round the tribunal. Drusus stood, beckoning with his hand for silence. One moment the mutineers would glance back at their thousands, and a roar of truculent voices followed. The next they saw the Caesar, and trembled. Vague murmurings, savage yells, and sudden stillnesses marked a conflict of passions which left them alternately terrified and terrible. At last, during a lull in the storm, Drusus read over his father's letter, in which it was written that he had personally a special regard for the heroic legions in whose company he had borne so many campaigns, that as soon as his thoughts found a rest from grief, he would state their case to the conscript fathers. Meantime, he had sent his son to grant without delay any reforms that could be conceded on the spot. The others must be reserved for the Senate, a body which they would do well to reflect could be both generous and severe. The assembly replied that Clemens, the centurion, was empowered to present their demands. He began to speak of discharge at the end of 16 years, gratuities for service completed, payment on the scale of a denarius a day, no retention of time-expired men with the colours. Drusus attempted to plead the jurisdiction of the Senate and his father. He was interrupted with a shout. Why had he come, if he was neither to raise the pay of the troops nor to ease their burdens? If, in short, he had no leave to do a kindness. Yet death and the lash, heaven was their witness, were within the competence of anyone. It had been a habit of Tiberius before him to parry the requests of the legions by references to Augustus, and now Drusus had reproduced the old trick. Were they never to be visited by any but these young persons with a father? It was remarkable indeed that the emperor should refer the good of his troops, and nothing else, to the Senate. If so, he ought to consult the same Senate when executions or battles were the order of the day, or were rewards to depend on masters, punishments to be without control. At last they left the tribunal, shaking their fists at any guardsman or member of the Caesar's staff who crossed their road, in order to supply a ground of quarrel and initiate a resort to arms. They were bitterest against Cneius Lentulus, whose superior age and military fame led them to believe that he was hardening Drusus's heart, and was the foremost opponent of this degradation of the service. Before long they caught him leaving with the prince. He had foreseen the danger and was making for the winter camp. Surrounding him, they demanded whither he was going, to the emperor or to his conscript fathers, there also to work against the good of the legions. Simultaneously they closed in and began to stone him. He was bleeding already from a cut with a missile and had made up his mind that the end was come, when he was saved by the advent of Drusus's numerous escort. It was a night of menace and foreboded a day of blood, when chance turned peacemaker. For suddenly the moon was seen to be losing light in a clear sky. The soldiers, who had no inkling of the reason, took it as an omen of the present state of affairs. The labouring planet was an emblem of their own struggles, and their road would lead them to a happy goal, if her brilliance and purity could be restored to the goddess. Accordingly, the silence was broken by a boom of brazen gongs and the blended notes of trumpet and horn. The watchers rejoiced or mourned as their deity brightened or faded, until rising clouds curtained off the view and she set, as they believed, in darkness. Then, so pliable to superstitions are minds once unbalanced, they began to bewail the eternal hardships thus foreshadowed, and their crimes from which the face of heaven was averted. This turn of the scale, the Caesar reflected, must be put to use. Wisdom should reap where chance had sown. He ordered a round of the tents to be made. Clemens, the centurion, was sent for, along with any other officer whose qualities had made him popular with the ranks. These insinuated themselves everywhere, among the watches, the patrols, the sentries at the gates, suggesting hope and emphasizing fear. How long must we besiege the son of our emperor? What is to be the end of our factions? Are we to swear fealty to Pescennius and Vibulinus? Will Pescennius and Vibulinus give the soldier his pay, his grant of land at his discharge? Are they, in fine, to dispossess the stock of Nero and Drusus and take over the sovereignty of the Roman people? Why, rather, as we were the last to offend, are we not the first to repent? Reforms demanded collectively are slow in coming. Private favour is quickly earned, and as quickly paid. The leaven worked, and under the influence of their mutual suspicions, they separated once more recruit from veteran, legion from legion. Then gradually the instinct of obedience returned. They abandoned the gates and restored to their proper places the ensigns which they had grouped together at the beginning of the mutiny. At break of day, Drusus called a meeting. He was no orator, but blamed their past and commended their present attitude with native dignity. He was not to be cowed, he said, by intimidation and threats. But if he saw them returning to their duty, if he heard them speaking the language of suppliants, he would write to his father and advise him to lend an indulgent ear to the prayers of the legions. They begged him to do so, and as their deputies to Tiberius sent the younger Blsesus as before, together with Lucius Aponius, a Roman knight on Drusus's staff, and Justus Catonius, a centurion of the first order. There was now a conflict of opinions, some proposing to wait for the return of the deputies and humour the troops in the meantime by a show of leniency, while others were for sterner remedies. A crowd was nothing if not extreme. It must either bluster or cringe. Once terrified, it could be ignored with impunity. Now that it was depressed by superstition was the moment for the general to inspire fresh terror by removing the authors of the mutiny. Drusus had a natural bias towards severity. Vibulinus and Pescennius were summoned, and their execution was ordered. Most authorities state that they were buried inside the general's pavilion. According to others, the bodies were thrown outside the lines and left on view. There followed a hue and cry after every ringleader of note. Some made blindly from the camp and were cut down by the centurions or by members of the Praetorian cohorts. Others were handed over by the companies themselves as a certificate of their loyalty. The troubles of the soldiers had been increased by an early winter with incessant and pitiless rains. It was impossible to stir from the tents or to meet in common, barely possible to save the standards from being carried away by hurricane and flood. In addition, their dread of the divine anger still persisted. Not for nothing, it whispered, was their impiety visited by fading planets and rushing storms. There was no relief from their miseries but to leave this luckless, infected camp and, absolved from guilt, return every man to his winter quarters. First the 8th Legion, then the 15th, departed. The men of the 9th had insisted loudly on waiting for Tiberius's letter. Soon, isolated by the defection of the rest, they too made a virtue of what threatened to become a necessity. Drusus himself, since affairs were settled enough at present, went back to Rome without staying for the return of the deputies. During the same days almost, and from the same causes, the legions of Germany mutinied, in larger numbers and with proportionate fury. While their hopes ran high that Germanicus Caesar, unable to brook the sovereignty of another, would throw himself into the arms of his legions, whose force could sweep the world. There were two armies on the Rhine bank, the upper under the command of Gaius Silius, the lower in charge of Aulus Caecina. The supreme command rested with Germanicus, then engaged in assessing the tribute of the Gaulish provinces. But while the forces under Silius merely watched with doubtful sympathy the fortunes of a rising which was none of theirs, the lower army plunged into delirium. The beginning came from the 21st and 5th legions. Then, as they were all stationed, idle or on the lightest of duty, in one summer camp on the Euboean frontier, the 1st and 20th as well were drawn into the current. Hence, on the report of Augustus's death, the swarm of city-bred recruits swept from the capital by the recent levy, familiar with license and chafing at hardship, began to influence the simple minds of the rest. The time had come when the veteran should seek his overdue discharge, and the younger man a less niggardly pay, when all should claim relief from their miseries and take vengeance on the cruelty of their centurions. These were not the utterances of a solitary Pescennius declaiming to the Pannonian legions, nor were they addressed to the uneasy ears of soldiers who had other and more powerful armies to bear in view. It was a sedition of many tongues and voices. Theirs were the hands that held the destinies of Rome, theirs the victories by which the empire grew, theirs the name which Caesars assumed. The legate made no counter-move. Indeed, the prevalent frenzy had destroyed his nerve. In a sudden paroxysm of rage, the troops rushed with drawn swords on the centurions, the traditional objects of military hatred, and always the first victims of its fury. They threw them to the ground and applied the lash, 60 strokes to a man, one for every centurion in the legion, then tossed them with dislocated limbs, mangled, in some cases unconscious, over the wall or into the waters of the Rhine. Septimius took refuge at the tribunal and threw himself at the feet of Caecina, but was demanded with such insistence that he had to be surrendered to his fate. Cassius Chaerea, soon to win a name in history as the slayer of Caligula, then a reckless stripling, opened a way with his sword through an armed and challenging multitude. Neither tribune nor camp-marshal kept authority longer. Watches, patrols, every duty which circumstances indicated as vital, the mutineers distributed among themselves. Indeed, to a careful observer of the military temperament, the most alarming sign of acute and intractable disaffection was this: there were no spasmodic outbreaks instigated by a few firebrands, but everywhere one white heat of anger, one silence, and, withal, a steadiness and uniformity which might well have been accredited to discipline. In the meantime, Germanicus, as we have stated, was traversing the Gallic provinces and assessing their tribute, when the message came that Augustus was no more. Married to the late emperor's granddaughter Agrippina, who had borne him several children, and himself a grandchild of the dowager, he was the son of Tiberius's brother Drusus, he was tormented none the less by the secret hatred of his uncle and grandmother, hatred springing from motives the more potent because iniquitous. For Drusus was still a living memory to the nation, and it was believed that, had he succeeded, he would have restored the age of liberty, whence the same affection and hopes centred on the young Germanicus, with his unassuming disposition and his exceptional courtesy so far removed from the inscrutable arrogance of word and look which characterized Tiberius. Feminine animosities increased the tension as Livia had a stepmother's irritable dislike of Agrippina, whose own temper was not without a hint of fire, though purity of mind and wifely devotion kept her rebellious spirit on the side of righteousness. But the nearer Germanicus stood to the supreme ambition, the more energy he threw into the cause of Tiberius. He administered the oath of fealty to himself, his subordinates, and the Belgic cities. Then came the news that the legions were out of hand. He set out in hot haste, and found them drawn up to meet him outside the camp, their eyes fixed on the ground in affected penitence. As soon as he entered the lines, a jangle of complaints began to assail his ears. Some of the men kissed his hand, and with a pretence of kissing it, pushed the fingers between their lips so that he should touch their toothless gums. Others showed him limbs bent and bowed with old age. When at last they stood ready to listen, as there appeared to be no sort of order, Germanicus commanded them to divide into companies. They told him they would hear better as they were. At least, he insisted, bring the ensigns forward. There must be something to distinguish the cohorts. They obeyed, but slowly. Then, beginning with a pious tribute to the memory of Augustus, he changed to the victories and the triumphs of Tiberius, keeping his liveliest praise for the laurels he had won in the Germanies at the head of those very legions. Next, he enlarged on the unanimity of Italy and the loyalty of the Gallic provinces, the absence everywhere of turbulence or disaffection. All this was listened to in silence or with suppressed murmurs. But when he touched on the mutiny and asked where was their soldierly obedience, where the discipline, once their glory, whither had they driven their tribunes, their centurions, with one impulse they tore off their tunics and reproachfully exhibited the scars of battle and the imprints of the lash. Then, in one undistinguished uproar, they taunted him with the fees for exemption from duty, the miserly rate of pay, and the severity of the work. Parapet-making, entrenching, and the collection of forage, building material and fuel were specifically mentioned, along with the other camp drudgeries imposed sometimes from necessity, sometimes as a precaution against leisure. The most appalling outcry arose from the veterans, who, enumerating their 30 or more campaigns, begged him to give relief to outworn men, and not leave them to end their days in the old wretchedness, but fix a term to this grinding service, and allow them a little rest secured from beggary. There were some even who claimed the money bequeathed to them by the deified Augustus, with happy auguries for Germanicus, and, should he desire the throne, they made it manifest that they were ready. On this he leapt straight from the platform as if he was being infected with their guilt. They barred his way with their weapons, threatening to use them unless he returned. But he, exclaiming that he would sooner die than turn traitor, snatched the sword from his side, raised it, and would have buried it in his breast if the bystanders had not caught his arm and held it by force. The remoter and closely packed part of the assembly, and, though the statement passes belief, certain individual soldiers, advancing close to him, urged him to strike home. One private by the name of Calusidius drew his own blade and offered it with the commendation that it was sharper. Even to that crowd of madmen the act seemed brutal and ill-conditioned, and there followed a pause long enough for the Caesar's friends to hurry him into his tent. There the question of remedies was debated, for reports were coming in that a mission was being organized to bring the upper army into line, that the Euboean capital had been marked down for destruction, and that after this preliminary experiment in pillage, the mutineers proposed to break out and loot the Gallic provinces. To add to the alarm, the enemy was cognizant of the disaffection in the Roman ranks, and invasion was certain if the Rhine bank was abandoned. Yet to arm the auxiliaries, native and foreign, against the seceding legions was nothing less than an act of civil war. Severity was dangerous, indulgence criminal. To concede the soldiery all or nothing was equally to hazard the existence of the empire. Therefore, after the arguments had been revolved and balanced, it was decided to have letters written in the name of the emperor, directing that all men who had served 20 years should be finally discharged, that any who had served 16 should be released from duty and kept with the colours under no obligation beyond that of assisting to repel an enemy, and that the legacies claimed should be paid and doubled. The troops saw that all this was invented for the occasion and demanded immediate action. The discharges were expedited at once by the tribunes. The monetary grant was held back till the men should have reached their proper quarters for the winter. The 5th and 21st legions declined to move until the sum was made up and paid where they stood, in the summer camp, out of the travelling chests of the Caesar's suite and of the prince himself. The legate Caecina led the 1st and 20th legions back to the Euboean capital, a disgraceful march, with the generals' plundered coffers borne flanked by ensigns and by eagles. Germanicus set out for the upper army and induced the 2nd, 13th, and 16th legions to take the oath of fidelity without demur. The 14th had shown some little hesitation. The money and discharges, though not demanded, were voluntarily conceded. Among the Chauci, however, a detachment drawn from the disaffected legions, which was serving on garrison duty, made a fresh attempt at mutiny, and was repressed for the moment by the summary execution of a couple of soldiers. The order had been given by Manius Ennius, the camp marshal, and was more a wholesome example than a legal exercise of authority. Then, as the wave of disorder began to swell, he fled, was discovered, and, as his hiding offered no security, resolved to owe salvation to audacity. It was no camp marshal, he cried, whom they were affronting. It was Germanicus, their general, Tiberius, their emperor. At the same time, overawing resistance, he snatched up the standard, turned it towards the Rhine, and, proclaiming that anyone falling out of the ranks would be regarded as a deserter, led his men back to winter quarters, mutinous enough, but with training ventured. Meanwhile, the deputation from the Senate found Germanicus, who had returned by then at the altar of the Euboeans. 2 legions were wintering there, the 1st and 20th, also the veterans recently discharged, and now with their colours. Nervous as they were and distraught with the consciousness of guilt, the fear came over them that a senatorial commission had arrived to revoke all the concessions extorted by their rebellion. With the common propensity of crowds to find a victim, however false the charge, they accused Munatius Plancus, an ex-consul who was at the head of the deputation, of initiating the decree. Before the night was far advanced, they began to shout for the colours kept in Germanicus's quarters. There was a rush to the gate. They forced the door, and, dragging the prince from bed, compelled him on pain of death to hand over the ensign. A little later, while roving the streets, they lit on the envoys themselves, who had heard the disturbance, and were hurrying to Germanicus. They loaded them with insults, and contemplated murder, especially in the case of Plancus, whose dignity had debarred him from flight. Nor in his extremity had he any refuge but the quarters of the 1st Legion. There, clasping the standards and the eagle, he lay in sanctuary, and had not the eagle-bearer Calpurnius shielded him from the crowning violence, then, by a crime almost unknown even between enemies, an ambassador of the Roman people would, in a Roman camp, have defiled with his blood the altars of heaven. At last, when the dawn came, and officer and private and the doings of the night were recognized for what they were, Germanicus entered the camp, ordered Plancus to be brought to him, and took him on to the tribunal. Then, rebuking the fatal madness rekindled not so much by their own anger as by that of heaven, he gave the reasons for the deputy's arrival. He was plaintively eloquent upon the rights of ambassadors and the serious and undeserved outrage to Plancus, as also upon the deep disgrace contracted by the legion. Then, after reducing his hearers to stupor, if not to peace, he dismissed the deputies under a guard of auxiliary cavalry. During these alarms, Germanicus was universally blamed for not proceeding to the upper army, where he could count on obedience and on help against the rebels. Discharges, donations, and soft-hearted measures had done more than enough mischief. Or, if he held his own life cheap, why keep an infant son and a pregnant wife among madmen who trampled on all laws, human or divine? These, at any rate, he ought to restore to their grandfather and the Commonwealth. He was long undecided, and Agrippina met the proposal with disdain, protesting that she was a descendant of the deified Augustus, and danger would not find her degenerate. At last, bursting into tears, he embraced their common child, together with herself and the babe-to-be, and so induced her to depart. Feminine and pitiable, the procession began to move, the commander's wife in flight with his infant son borne on her breast, and round her the tearful wives of his friends, dragged like herself from their husbands. Nor were those who remained less woe-begone. The picture recalled less a Caesar at the zenith of force and in his own camp than a scene in a taken town. The sobbing and wailing drew the ears and eyes of the troops themselves. They began to emerge from quarters. Why, they demanded, the sound of weeping? What calamity had happened? Here were these ladies of rank, and not a centurion to guard them, not a soldier, no sign of the usual escort, or that this was the general's wife. They were bound for the Treveri, handed over to the protection of foreigners. There followed shame and pity, and memories of her father Agrippa, of Augustus, her grandfather. She was the daughter-in-law of Drusus, herself a wife of notable fruitfulness and shining chastity. There was also her little son, born in the camp and bred the playmate of the legions, whom soldier-like they had dubbed Buticins, Caligula, because, as an appeal to the fancy of the rank and file, he generally wore the footgear of that name. Nothing, however, swayed them so much as their jealousy of the Treveri. They implored, they obstructed. She must come back, she must stay, they urged, some running to intercept Agrippina, the majority hurrying back to Germanicus. Still smarting with grief and indignation, he stood in the centre of the crowd, and thus began. "Neither my wife nor my son is dearer to me than my father and my country. But his own majesty will protect my father and its other armies, the empire. My wife and children I would cheerfully devote to death in the cause of your glory. As it is, I am removing them from your madness. Whatever this impending villainy of yours may prove to be, I prefer that it should be expiated by my own blood only, and that you should not treble your guilt by butchering the great-grandson of Augustus and murdering the daughter-in-law of Tiberius. For what in these latter days have you left unventured or unviolated? What name am I to give a gathering like this? Shall I call you soldiers, who have besieged the son of your emperor with your earthworks and your arms, or citizens, who have treated the authority of the Senate as a thing so abject? You have outraged the privileges due even to an enemy, the sanctity of ambassadors, the law of nations. The deified Julius crushed the insurrection of an army by one word. They refused the soldiers' oath, and he addressed them as Quirites. A look, a glance from the deified Augustus and the legions of Actium quailed. I myself am not yet as they, but I spring of their line, and if the garrisons of Spain or Syria were to flout me, it would still be a wonder and an infamy. And is it the 1st and 20th legions, the men who took their standards from Tiberius, and you, who have shared his many fields and thriven on his many bounties, that make this generous return to their leader? Is this the news I must carry to my father, while he hears from other provinces that all is well, that his own recruits, his own veterans, are not sated yet with money and dismissals, that here only centurions are murdered, tribunes ejected, generals imprisoned, that camp and river are red with blood, while I myself linger out a precarious life among men that seek to take it away? For why, in the first day's meeting, my short-sighted friends, did you wrench away the steel I was preparing to plunge in my breast? Better and more lovingly the man who offered me his sword. At least I should have fallen with not all my army's guilt upon my soul. You would have chosen a general who, while leaving my own death unpunished, would have avenged that of Varus and his 3 legions. For though the Belgians offer their services, God forbid that theirs should be the honour and glory of vindicating the Roman name and quelling the nations of Germany. May thy spirit, Augustus, now received with thyself into heaven, may thy image, my father Drusus, and the memory of thee be with these same soldiers of yours, whose hearts are already opening to the sense of shame and of glory, to cancel this stain and convert our civil broils to the destruction of our enemies. And you yourselves, for now I am looking into changed faces and changed minds, if you are willing to restore to the Senate its deputies, to the Emperor your obedience, and to me my wife and children, then stand clear of the infection and set the malignants apart. That will be a security of repentance, that a guarantee of loyalty. His words converted them into suppliants. They owned the justice of the charges and begged him to punish the guilty, forgive the erring, and lead them against the enemy. Let him recall his wife. Let the nursling of the legions return. He must not be given in hostage to Gauls. His wife, he answered, must be excused. She could hardly return with winter and her confinement impending. His son, however, should come back to them. What was still to be done they could do themselves. They were changed men now, and, rushing in all directions, they threw the most prominent of the mutineers into chains and dragged them to Gaius Citronius, legate of the First Legion, who dealt out justice and punishment to them one by the following method. The legions were stationed in front with drawn swords. The accused was displayed on the platform by a tribune. If they cried, "Guilty," he was thrown down and hacked to death. The troops revelled in the butchery, which they took as an act of purification. Nor was Germanicus inclined to restrain them. The orders had been none of his, and the perpetrators of the cruelty would have to bear its odium. The veterans followed the example, and shortly afterwards were ordered to Rhaetia, nominally to defend the province against a threatened Suevian invasion, actually to remove them from a camp grim even yet with remembered crimes and the equal horror of their purging. Then came a revision of the list of centurions. Each, on citation by the commander-in-chief, gave his name, company, and country, the number of his campaigns, his distinctions in battle, and his military decorations, if any. If the tribunes and his legion bore testimony to his energy and integrity, he kept his post. If they agreed in charging him with rapacity or cruelty, he was dismissed from the service. This brought the immediate troubles to a standstill, but there remained an obstacle of equal difficulty in the defiant attitude of the 5th and 21st Legions, which were wintering some 60 miles away at the post known as the Old Camp. They had been the first to break into mutiny. The worst atrocities had been their handiwork, and now they persisted in their fury, undaunted by the punishment and indifferent to the repentance of their comrades. The Caesar therefore arranged for the dispatch of arms, vessels, and auxiliaries down the Rhine, determined, if his authority were rejected, to try conclusions with the sword. Before the upshot of events in Illyricum was known at Rome, word came that the German legions had broken out. The panic-stricken capital turned on Tiberius. While with his hypocritical hesitation he was befooling the Senate and Commons, two powerless and unarmed bodies, meantime the troops were rising and could not be checked by the unripe authority of a pair of boys. He ought to have gone in person and confronted the rebels with the majesty of the empire. They would have yielded at sight of a prince, old in experience and supreme at once, to punish or reward. Could Augustus, in his declining years, make so many excursions into the Germanies? And was Tiberius, in the prime of life, to sit idle in the Senate, cavilling at the conscript father's words? Ample provision had been made for the servitude of Rome. It was time to administer some sedative to the passions of the soldiers, and so reconcile them to peace. To all this criticism Tiberius opposed an immutable and rooted determination not to endanger himself and the empire by leaving the centre of affairs. He had indeed difficulties enough of one sort or another to harass him. The German army was the stronger, that of Pannonia the nearer. The one was backed by the resources of the Gallic provinces, the other threatened Italy. Which, then, should come first? And what if those postponed should take fire at the slight? But in the persons of his sons he could approach both at once, without hazarding the imperial majesty, always most venerable from a distance. Further, it was excusable in the young princes to refer certain questions to their father, and it was in his power to pacify or crush resistance offered to Germanicus or Drusus. But let the emperor be scorned, and what resource was left? However, as though any moment might see his departure, he chose his escort, provided the equipage, and fitted out vessels. Then, with a variety of pleas, based on the wintry season or the pressure of affairs, he deceived at first the shrewdest, the populace longer, the provinces longest of all. Meanwhile, Germanicus had collected his force and stood prepared to exact reckoning from the mutineers. Thinking it best, however, to allow them a further respite in case they should consult their own safety by following the late precedent, he forwarded a letter to Caecina saying that he was coming in strength, and, unless they forestalled him by executing the culprits, would put them impartially to the sword. Caecina read it privately to the eagle-bearers, the ensigns, and the most trustworthy men in the camp, urging them to save all from disgrace and themselves from death. For in peace, he said, cases are judged on their merits. When war threatens, the innocent and the guilty fall side by side. Accordingly, they tested the men whom they considered suitable, and, finding that in the main the legions were still dutiful, with the general's assent, they fixed the date for an armed attack upon the most objectionable and active of the incendiaries. Then, passing the signal to one another, they broke into the tents and struck down their unsuspecting victims, while no one, apart from those in the secret, knew how the massacre had begun or where it was to end. No civil war of any period has presented the features of this, not in battle, not from opposing camps, but comrades from the same bed, men who had eaten together by day and rested together at dark. They took their sides and hurled their missiles. The yells, the wounds, and the blood were plain enough, the cause invisible. Chance ruled supreme. A number of the loyal troops perished as well, for, once it was clear who were the objects of the attack, the malcontents also had caught up arms. No general or tribune was there to restrain. License was granted to the mob, and it might glut its vengeance to the full. Before long, Germanicus marched into the camp. "This is not a cure, but a calamity," he said, with a burst of tears, and ordered the bodies to be cremated. Even yet the temper of the soldiers remained savage, and a sudden desire came over them to advance against the enemy. It would be the expiation of their madness, nor could the ghosts of their companions be appeased till their own impious breasts had been marked with honourable wounds. Falling in with the enthusiasm of his troops, the Caesar laid a bridge over the Rhine and threw across 12,000 legionaries, with 26 cohorts of auxiliaries and 8 divisions of cavalry, whose discipline had not been affected by the late mutiny. Throughout the pause which the mourning for Augustus had begun, and our discords prolonged, the Germans had been hovering gleefully in the neighbourhood. By a forced march, however, the Roman columns cut through the Caesian forest, and the line of delimitation commenced by Tiberius. By this line they pitched the camp, with their front and rear protected by embankments, and the flanks by a barricade of felled trees. Then came a threading of gloomy forests, and a consultation which of 2 roads to follow, the one short and usual, the other more difficult and unexplored, and therefore left unguarded by the enemy. The longer route was chosen, but otherwise all speed was made. For scouts had brought in news that the night was a German festival and would be celebrated with games and a solemn banquet. Caecina was ordered to move ahead with the unencumbered cohorts and clear a passage through the woods. The legions followed at a moderate interval. The clear, starry night was in our favour. The Marsian villages were reached, and a ring of pickets was posted round the enemy, who were still lying, some in, because, others beside their tables, without misgivings and with no sentries advanced. All was disorder and improvidence. There was no apprehension of war, and even their peace was the nerveless lethargy of drunkards. To extend the scope of the raid, the Caesar divided his eager legions into 4 bodies, and, for 50 miles around, wasted the country with sword and flame. Neither age nor sex inspired pity. Places sacred and profane were razed indifferently to the ground. Among them the most noted religious centre of these tribes, known as the Temple of Tanfana. The troops escaped without a wound. They had been cutting down men half asleep, unarmed, or dispersed. The carnage brought the Bructeri, Tubantes, and Usipetes into the field, and they occupied the forest passes by which the army was bound to return. This came to the prince's ear, and he took the road prepared either to march or to fight. A detachment of cavalry and 10 auxiliary cohorts led the way. Then came the 1st Legion. The baggage train was in the centre. The 21st Legion guarded the left flank. The 5th, the right. The 20th held the rear, and the rest of the Allies followed. The enemy, however, made no move till the whole line was defiling through the wood. Then, instituting a half-serious attack on the front and flanks, they threw their full force on the rear. The light-armed cohorts were falling into disorder before the serried German masses, when the Caesar rode up to the men of the 21st, and raising his voice kept crying that now was their time to efface the stain of mutiny. Forward, and make speed to turn disgrace into glory. In a flame of enthusiasm they broke through their enemies at one charge, drove them into the open, and cut them down. Simultaneously the forces in the van emerged from the forest and fortified a camp. From this point the march was unmolested, and the soldiers, emboldened by their late performances and forgetful of the past, were stationed in winter quarters. The news both relieved and disquieted Tiberius. He was thankful that the rising had been crushed, but that Germanicus should have earned the goodwill of the troops by his grants of money and acceleration of discharges, to say nothing of his laurels in the field, there was the rub. However, in a motion before the Senate, he acknowledged his services and enlarged on his courage, but in terms too speciously florid to be taken as the expression of his inmost feelings. He expressed his satisfaction with Drusus and the conclusion of the trouble in Illyricum more briefly, but he was in earnest, and his language honest. In addition, he confirmed to the Pannonian legions all concessions granted by Germanicus to his own. This year saw the decease of Julia, whose licentiousness had long ago driven her father Augustus to confine her, first in the islet of Pandateria, and latterly in the town of Rhegium on the Sicilian Strait. Wedded to Tiberius while Gaius and Lucius Caesar were still in their heyday, she had despised him as her inferior, and this, in reality, was the inner reason for his retirement to Rhodes. Once upon the throne, he left her, exiled, disgraced, and, since the killing of Agrippa Postumus, utterly hopeless, to perish of destitution and slow decline. The length of her banishment, he calculated, would obscure the mode of her removal. A similar motive dictated his barbarous treatment of Sempronius Gracchus, a man of high birth, shrewd wit, and perverted eloquence, who had seduced the same Julia while she was still the wife of Marcus Agrippa. Nor was this the close of the intrigue, for when she was made over to Tiberius, her persevering adulterer worked her into a fever of defiance and hatred towards her husband, and her letter to her father Augustus, with its tirade against Tiberius, was believed to have been drafted by Gracchus. He was removed in consequence to Cercina, an island in African waters, where he endured his banishment for 14 years. Now the soldiers sent to dispatch him found him on a projecting strip of shore, awaiting the worst. As they landed, he asked for a few minutes' grace, so that he could write his final instructions to his wife Aliaria. This done, he offered his neck to the assassins, and met death with a firmness not unworthy of the Sempronian name, from which his life had been a degeneration. Some state that the soldiers were not sent from Rome, but from Lucius Aspranus, proconsul of Africa, a version due to Tiberius, who had hoped, though vainly, to lay the scandal of the assassination at Aspranus's door. The year also brought a novelty in religious ceremonial, which was enriched by a new college of Augustal priests, on the pattern of the old Titian brotherhood founded by Titus Tacitus to safeguard the Sabine rites. 21 members were drawn by lot from the leading Roman houses. Tiberius, Drusus, Claudius, and Germanicus were added. The Augustal games, now first instituted, were marred by a disturbance due to the rivalry of the actors. Augustus had countenanced these theatrical exhibitions in complaisance to Maecenas, who had fallen violently in love with Bathyllus. Besides, he had no personal dislike for amusements of this type, and considered it a graceful act to mix in the pleasures of the crowd. The temper of Tiberius had other tendencies, but as yet he lacked the courage to force into the ways of austerity a nation which had been for so many years pampered. Drusus Caesar and Gaius Norbanus were now consuls, and a triumph was decreed to Germanicus with the war still in progress. He was preparing to prosecute it with his utmost power in the summer, but in early spring he anticipated matters by a sudden raid against the Chatti. Hopes had arisen that the enemy was becoming divided between Arminius and Segestes, both famous names, one for perfidy towards us, the other for good faith. Arminius was the troubler of Germany. Segestes had repeatedly given warning of projected risings, especially at the last great banquet, which preceded the appeal to arms, when he urged Varus to arrest Arminius himself and the other chieftains on the ground that, with their leaders out of the way, the mass of the people would venture nothing, while he would have time enough later to discriminate between guilt and innocence. Varus, however, succumbed to his fate and the sword of Arminius. Segestes, though forced into the war by the united will of the nation, continued to disapprove, and domestic episodes embittered the feud, for Arminius, by carrying off his daughter, who was pledged to another, had made himself the hated son-in-law of a hostile father, and a relationship which cements the affection of friends now stimulated the fury of enemies. Germanicus then, after handing over to Caecina 4 legions with 5,000 auxiliaries and a few German bands drawn at summary notice from the west bank of the Rhine, took the field himself with as many legions and double the number of allies. Erecting a fort over the remains of his father's works on Mount Taunus, he swept his army at full speed against the Chatti. Lucius Apronius was left behind to construct roads and bridges. For owing to the drought, a rare event under those skies, and the consequent shallowness of the streams, Germanicus had pushed on without a check, and rains and floods were to be apprehended on the return journey. Actually, his descent was so complete a surprise to the Chatti that all who suffered from the disabilities of age or sex were immediately taken or slaughtered. The able-bodied males had swum the Eder, and, as the Romans began to bridge it, made an effort to force them back. Repelled by the engines and discharges of arrows, they tried, without effect, to negotiate terms of peace. A few then came over to Germanicus, while the rest abandoned their townships and villages and scattered through the woods. First burning the tribal headquarters at Mattium, the Caesar laid waste the open country and turned back to the Rhine, the enemy not daring to harass the rear of the withdrawing force, their favourite manoeuvre in cases where strategy rather than panic has dictated their retreat. The Cherusci had been inclined to throw in their lot with the Chatti, but were deterred by a series of rapid movements on the part of the Caecina. The Marsi, who hazarded an engagement, he checked in a successful action. It was not long before envoys arrived from Segestes with a petition for aid against the violence of his countrymen, by whom he was besieged, Arminius being now the dominant figure, since he advocated war. For with barbarians the readier a man is to take a risk, so much the more is he the man to trust, the leader to prefer when action is afoot. Segestes had included his son Segimundus in the embassy, though conscience gave the youth pause. For in the year when the Germanies revolted, priest though he was, consecrated at the altar of the Eubians, he had torn off his fillets and fled to join the rebels. Once persuaded, however, that he could still hope in Roman clemency, he brought his father's message, and, after a kind reception, was sent over with a guard to the Gallic bank. Germanicus thought it worth his while to turn back, engaged the blockading forces, and rescued Segestes with a large company of his relatives and dependents. They included some women of high birth, among them the wife of Arminius, who was at the same time the daughter of Segestes, though there was more of the husband than the father in that temper which sustained her, unconquered to a tear, without a word of entreaty, her hands clasped tightly in the folds of her robe, and her gaze fixed on her heavy womb. Trophies even of the Varian disaster were brought in, booty allotted in many cases to the very men now surrendering. Segestes himself was present, a huge figure, dauntless in the recollection of treaties honourably kept. His words were to the following effect: "This is not my first day of loyalty and constancy to the people of Rome. From the moment when the deified Augustus made me a Roman citizen, I have chosen my friends and my enemies with a view to your interests. Not from hatred of my own country, for the traitor is loathsome even to the party of his choice, but because I took the advantage of Rome and Germany to be one, and peace a better thing than war. For that reason I accused Arminius, to me the abductor of a daughter, to you the violator of a treaty, in presence of Varus, then at the head of your army. Foiled by the general's delay, and knowing how frail were the protections of the law, I begged him to lay in irons Arminius, his accomplices, and myself. That night is my witness, which I would to God had been my last. What followed may be deplored more easily than defended. Still I have thrown my chains on Arminius. I have felt his partisans throw theirs on me. And now at my first meeting with you I prefer old things to new, calm to storm. Not that I seek a reward, but I wish to free myself from the charge of broken trust, and to be at the same time a meet intercessor for the people of Germany, should it prefer repentance to destruction. For my son and the errors of his youth I ask a pardon. My daughter, I own, is here only by force. It is for you to settle which shall count the more, that she had conceived by Arminius, or that she was begotten by me. The Caesar's reply was generous. To his relatives and children he promised indemnity, to himself a residence in the old province. Then he returned with his army, and, at the instance of Tiberius, took the title of Imperator. Arminius' wife gave birth to a male child, who was brought up at Ravenna. The humiliation which he had to suffer later I reserve for the proper place. The report of Segestes' surrender and his gracious reception, once it became generally known, was heard with hope or sorrow by the advocates or opponents of war. Arminius, violent enough by nature, was driven frantic by the seizure of his wife and the subjugation to slavery of her unborn child. He flew through the Cherusci demanding war against Segestes, war against the Caesar. There was no sparing of invectives. A peerless father, a great commander, a courageous army, whose united powers had carried off one wretched woman. Before his own sword 3 legions, 3 generals had fallen. For he practiced war not by the help of treason nor against pregnant women, but in open day and against men who carried arms. In the groves of Germany were still to be seen the Roman standards, which he had hung aloft to the gods of their fathers. Let Segestes inhabit the conquered bank, and make his son once more a priest to mortal deities. One fact the Germans could never sufficiently condone, that their eyes had seen the rods, the axes, and the toga between the Elbe and the Rhine. Other nations unacquainted with the dominion of Rome had neither felt her punishments nor known her exactions. Seeing that they had rid themselves of both, and that the great Augustus, hallowed as deity, and his chosen Tiberius had departed foiled, let them never quail before a callow youth, before a disaffected army. If they love their country, their parents, their ancient ways, better than despots and new colonies, then let them follow Arminius to glory and freedom, rather than Segestes to shame and slavery. His appeal roused not the Cherusci only, but the bordering tribes as well, and it drew into the confederacy his uncle Inguiomerus, whose prestige had long stood high with the Romans. This deepened the alarm of Germanicus, and, to prevent the onslaught from breaking in one great wave, he dispatched Caecina with 40 Roman cohorts through the Bructeri to the Ems, so as to divide the enemy, while the prefect Pido led the cavalry along the Frisian frontier. He himself, with 4 legions on board, sailed through the lakes, and foot, horse, and fleet met simultaneously on the river mentioned. The Chauci promised a contingent, and were given a place in the ranks. The Bructeri began to fire their belongings, but were routed by Lucius Stertinius, who had been sent out by Germanicus with a detachment of light-armed troops, and while the killing and looting were in progress, he discovered the eagle of the 19th Legion, which had been lost with Varus. Thence the column moved on to the extremity of the Bructeran possessions, wasting the whole stretch of country between the Ems and the Lippe. They were now not far from the Teutoburgian forest, where it was said the remains of Varus and his legions lay unburied. There came upon the Caesar, therefore, a passionate desire to pay the last tribute to the fallen and their leader, while the whole army present with him was stirred to pity at thought of their kindred, of their friends, aye, and of the chances of battle, and of the lot of mankind. Sending Caecina forward to explore the secret forest passes, and to throw bridges and causeways over the flooded marshes and treacherous levels, they pursued their march over the dismal tract, hideous to sight and memory. Varus's first camp, with its broad sweep and measured spaces for officers and eagles, advertised the labours of 3 legions. Then a half-ruined wall and shallow ditch showed that there the now broken remnant had taken cover. In the plain between were bleaching bones, scattered or in little heaps, as the men had fallen, fleeing or standing fast. Hard by lay splintered spears and limbs of horses, while human skulls were nailed prominently on the tree trunks. In the neighbouring groves stood the savage altars at which they had slaughtered the tribunes and chief centurions. Survivors of the disaster who had escaped the battle or their chains told how here the legates fell, there the eagles were taken, where the first wound was dealt upon Varus, and where he found death by the suicidal stroke of his own unhappy hand. They spoke of the tribunal from which Arminius made his harangue, all the gibbets and torture pits for the prisoners, and the arrogance with which he insulted the standards and eagles. And so, 6 years after the fatal field, a Roman army, present on the ground, buried the bones of the 3 legions, and no man knew whether he consigned to earth the remains of a stranger or a kinsman. But all thought of all as friends and members of one family, and, with anger rising against the enemy, mourned at once and hated. At the erection of the funeral mound the Caesar laid the first sod, paying a dear tribute to the departed, and associating himself with the grief of those around him. But Tiberius disapproved, possibly because he put an invidious construction on all acts of Germanicus, possibly because he held that the sight of the unburied dead must have given the army less alacrity for battle and more respect for the enemy, while a commander, invested with the augurate and administering the most venerable rites of religion, ought to have avoided all contact with a funeral ceremony. Germanicus, however, followed Arminius as he fell back on the wilds, and at the earliest opportunity ordered the cavalry to ride out and clear the level ground in the occupation of the enemy. Arminius, who had directed his men to close up and retire on the woods, suddenly wheeled them round, then gave the signal for his ambush in the glades to break cover. The change of tactics threw our horse into confusion. Reserve cohorts were sent up, but, broken by the impact of the fugitive columns, they had only increased the panic, and the whole mass was being pushed towards swampy ground, familiar to the conquerors, but fatal to strangers, when the Caesar came forward with the legions and drew them up in line of battle. This demonstration overawed the enemy and emboldened the troops, and they parted with the balance even. Shortly afterwards the prince led his army back to the Ems, and withdrew the legions as he had brought them on shipboard. A section of the cavalry was ordered to make for the Rhine along the coast of the Northern Ocean. Caecina, who led his own force, was returning by a well-known route, but was nonetheless warned to cross the long bridges as rapidly as possible. These were simply a narrow causeway, running through a wilderness of marshes and thrown up years before by Lucius Domitius. The rest was a slough, foul, clinging mud, intersected by a maze of rivulets. Round about, the woods sloped gently from the plain, but now they were occupied by Arminius, whose forced march along the shorter roads had been too quick for the Roman soldier, weighted with his baggage and accoutrements. Caecina, none too certain how to relay the old broken-down bridges, and at the same time hold off the enemy, decided to mark out a camp where he stood, so that part of the men could begin work while the others accepted battle. Skirmishing, enveloping, charging, the barbarians struggled to break the line of outposts and force their way to the working parties. Labourers and combatants mingled their cries. Everything alike was to the disadvantage of the Romans. The ground, deep in slime and ooze, too unstable for standing fast and too slippery for advancing, the weight of armour on their backs, their inability amid the water to balance the pilum for a throw. The Cherusci, on the other hand, were habituated to marsh fighting, long of limb and armed with huge lances to wound from a distance. In fact, the legions were already wavering when night at last released them from the unequal struggle. Success had made the Germans indefatigable. Even now they took no rest, but proceeded to divert all streams, springing from the surrounding hills into the plain below, flooding the ground, submerging the little work accomplished, and doubling the task of the soldiery. Still, it was Caecina's 40th year of active service as commander or commanded, and he knew success and danger too well to be easily perturbed. On balancing the possibilities, he could see no other course than to hold the enemy to the woods until his wounded and the more heavily laden part of the column passed on. For extended between mountain and morass was a level patch, which would just allow an attenuated line of battle. The 5th Legion was selected for the right flank, the 21st for the left. The 1st was to lead the van, the 20th to stem the inevitable pursuit. It was a night of unrest, though in contrasted fashions. The barbarians, in high carousal, filled the low-lying valleys and echoing woods with chants of triumph or fierce vociferations. Among the Romans were languid fires, broken challenges, and groups of men stretched beside the parapet or staying amid the tents, unasleep, but something less than awake. The general's night was disturbed by a sinister and alarming dream, for he imagined that he saw Quintilius Varus risen, blood-bedraggled from the marsh, and heard him calling, though he refused to obey and pushed him back when he extended his hand. Day broke, and the legions, sent to the wings, either through fear or wilfulness, abandoned their post, hurriedly occupying a level piece of ground beyond the morass. Arminius, however, though the way was clear the attack, did not immediately deliver his onslaught. But when he saw the baggage train caught in the mire and trenches, the troops around it in confusion, the order of the standards broken, and, as may be expected in a crisis, every man quick to obey his impulse, and slow to hear the word of command, he ordered the Germans to break in. Varus and the legions, he cried, enchained once more in the old doom. And, with the word, he cut through the column at the head of a picked band, their blows being directed primarily at the horses. Slipping in their own blood and the marsh slime, the beasts threw their riders, scattered all they met, and trampled the fallen underfoot. The eagles caused the greatest difficulty of all, as it was impossible either to advance them against the storm of spears or to plant them in the waterlogged soil. Caecina, while attempting to keep the front intact, fell with his horse stabbed under him, and was being rapidly surrounded when the 1st Legion interposed. A point in our favour was the rapacity of the enemy, who left the carnage to pursue the spoils, and towards evening the legions struggled out onto open and solid ground. Nor was this the end of their miseries. A rampart had to be raised and material sought for the earthwork, and most of the tools for excavating soil or cutting turf had been lost. There were no tents for the companies, no dressings for the wounded, and as they divided their rations, foul with dirt or blood, they bewailed the death-like gloom, and that for so many thousands of men but a single day now remained. As chance would have it, a stray horse, which had broken its tethering and taken fright at the shouting, threw into confusion a number of men who ran to stop it. So great was the consequent panic, men believed the Germans had broken in, that there was a general rush to the gates, the principal objective being the decuman, which faced away from the enemy and opened the better prospects of escape. Caecina, who had satisfied himself that the fear was groundless, but found command entreaty, and even physical force, alike powerless to arrest or detain the men, threw himself flat in the gateway, and, pity in the last resort, barred a road which led over the general's body. At the same time, the tribunes and centurions explained that it was a false alarm. He now collected the troops in front of his quarters, and, first ordering them to listen in silence, warned them of the crisis and its urgency. Their one safety lay in the sword, but their resort to it should be tempered with discretion, and they must remain within the rampart till the enemy approached in the hope of carrying it by assault. Then a sally from all sides, and so to the Rhine. If they fled, they might expect more forests, deeper swamps, and a savage enemy. Win the day, and glory and honour were assured. He reminded them of all they loved at home, all the honour they had gained in camp. Of disaster, not a word. Then, with complete impartiality, he distributed the horses of the commanding officers and tribunes, he had begun with his own, to men of conspicuous gallantry, the recipients to charge first, while the infantry followed. Hope, cupidity, and the divided counsels of the chieftains kept the Germans in equal agitation. Arminius proposed to allow the Romans to march out, and, when they had done so, to entrap them once more in wet and broken country. Inguiomarus advocated the more drastic measures dear to the barbarian. Let them encircle the rampart in arms. Storming would be easy, captives more plentiful, the booty intact. So, at break of day, they began demolishing the fosses, threw in hurdles, and struggled to grasp the top of the rampart, on which were ranged a handful of soldiers apparently petrified with terror. But as they swarmed up the fortifications, the signal sounded to the cohorts, and cornets and trumpets sang to arms. Then, with a shout and a rush, the Romans poured down on the German rear. Here were no trees, they jeered, no swamps, but a fair field and an impartial heaven. Upon the enemy, whose thoughts were of a quick dispatch, and a few half-armed defenders, the blare of trumpets and the flash of weapons burst with an effect proportioned to the surprise, and they fell, as improvident in failure as they had been headstrong in success. Arminius and Inguiomarus abandoned the fray, the former unhurt, the latter after a serious wound. The rabble was slaughtered till passion and the daylight waned. It was dusk when the legions returned, weary enough, for wounds were in greater plenty than ever, and provisions in equal scarcity, but finding in victory strength, health, supplies, everything. In the meantime, a rumour had spread that the army had been trapped, and the German columns were on the march for Gaul, and had not Agrippina prevented the demolition of the Rhine bridge, there were those who, in their panic, would have braved that infamy. But it was a great-hearted woman who assumed the duties of a general throughout those days, who, if a soldier was in need, clothed him, and, if he was wounded, gave him dressings. Pliny, the historian of the German wars, asserts that she stood at the head of the bridge, offering her praises and her thanks to the returning legions. The action sank deep into the soul of Tiberius. There was something behind this officiousness, nor was it the foreigner against whom her courtship of the army was directed. Commanding officers had a sinecure nowadays when a woman visited the maniples, approached the standards, and took in hand to bestow largesses, as though it were not enough to curry favour by parading the general's son in the habit of a common soldier, with the request that he should be called Caesar Caligula. Already Agrippina counted for more with the armies than any general or generalissimo, and a woman had suppressed a mutiny which the imperial name had failed to check. Sejanus inflamed and exacerbated his jealousies, and, with his expert knowledge of the character of Tiberius, kept sowing the seed of future hatreds, grievances for the emperor to store away and produce some day with increase. Meanwhile, Germanicus, in order to lighten the fleet in case it should have to navigate shallow water or should find itself grounded at ebb tide, transferred 2 of the legions he had brought on shipboard, the 2nd and 14th, to Publius Vitellius, who was to march them back by the land route. At first Vitellius had an uneventful journey over dry ground or through gently running tides. Before long, however, a northerly gale, aggravated by the equinox, during which the ocean is always at its wildest, began to play havoc with the column. Then the whole land became a flood. Sea, shore, and plain wore a single aspect, and it was impossible to distinguish solid from fluid, deep from shallow. Men were dashed over by the billows or drawn under by the eddies. Pack-horses, their loads, lifeless bodies, came floating through or colliding with the ranks. The companies became intermingled, the men standing one moment up to the breast, another up to the chin in water. Then the ground would fail beneath them, and they were scattered or submerged. Words and mutual encouragement availed nothing against the deluge. There was no difference between bravery and cowardice, between wisdom and folly, circumspection or chance. Everything was involved in the same fury of the elements. At last Vitellius struggled out onto rising ground and led his columns after him. They spent the night without necessities, without fire, many of them naked or badly maimed, every whit as wretched as their comrades in the invested camp. For those at least had the resource of an honourable death. Here was destruction without the glory. Day brought back the land, and they pushed on to the river to which Germanicus had preceded them with the fleet. The legions then embarked. Current report proclaimed them drowned, and the doubts of their safety were soon dispelled by the sight of the Caesar returning with his army. By this time Statinius, who had been sent forward to receive the submission of Segestes' brother Segimerus, had brought him and his son through to the Euboean capital. Both were pardoned, Segimerus without any demur, his son with more hesitation, as he was said to have insulted the corpse of Quintilius Varus. For the rest, the two Gauls, the Spains, and Italy vied in making good the losses of the army with offers of weapons, horses, or gold, according to the special capacity of each province. Germanicus applauded their zeal, but took only arms and horses for the campaign. The soldiers he assisted from his private means. To soften by kindness all their recollections of the late havoc, he made a round of the wounded, praised their individual exploits, and, while inspecting their injuries, confirmed their enthusiasm for himself and battle, here by the stimulus of hope, there by that of glory, and everywhere by his consolations and solicitude. In this year triumphal distinctions were voted to Aulus Caecina, Lucius Apronius, and Caius Silius, in return for their services with Germanicus. Tiberius rejected the title Father of his country, though it had been repeatedly pressed upon him by the people, and, disregarding a vote of the Senate, refused to allow the taking of an oath to obey his enactments. All human affairs, so ran his comment, were uncertain, and the higher he climbed, the more slippery his position. Yet even so he failed to inspire the belief that his sentiments were not monarchical, for he had resuscitated the lex majestatis, a statute which, in the old jurisprudence, had carried the same name, but covered a different type of offence: betrayal of an army, seditious incitement of the populace, any act, in short, of official maladministration diminishing the majesty of the Roman nation. Deeds were challenged, words went immune. The first to take cognizance of written libel under the statute was Augustus, who was provoked to the step by the effrontery with which Cassius Severus had blackened the characters of men and women of repute in his scandalous effusions. Then Tiberius, to an inquiry put by the praetor Pompeius Mesa, whether process should still be granted on this statute, replied that the law ought to take its course. He too had been ruffled by verses of unknown authorship, satirizing his cruelty, his arrogance, and his estrangement from his mother. It will not be unremunerative to recall the first tentative charges brought in the case of Philanius and Rubrius, two Roman knights of modest position, if only to show from what beginnings, thanks to the art of Tiberius, the accursed thing crept in, and, after a temporary check at last, broke out, an all-devouring conflagration. Against Philanius, the accuser alleged that he had admitted a certain Cassius, mime and catamite, among the votaries of Augustus, who were maintained, after the fashion of fraternities, in all the great houses. Also that when selling his gardens, he had parted with a statue of Augustus as well. To Rubrius the crime imputed was violation of the deity of Augustus by perjury. When the facts came to the knowledge of Tiberius, he wrote to the consuls that place in heaven had not been decreed to his father, in order that the honour might be turned to the destruction of his countrymen. Cassius, the actor, with others of his trade, had regularly taken part in the games which his own mother had consecrated to the memory of Augustus, nor was it an act of sacrilege if the effigies of that sovereign, like other images of other gods, went with the property, whenever a house or garden was sold. As to the perjury, it was on the same footing as if the defendant had taken the name of Jupiter in vain. The gods must look to their own wrongs. Before long, Granius Marcellus, praetor of Bithynia, found himself accused of treason by his own questor, Scipio Crispinus, with Hispo Romanus to back the charge. Scipio was the pioneer in a walk of life which the miseries of the age and effronteries of men soon rendered popular. Indigent, unknown, unresting, first creeping, with his private reports, into the confidence of his pitiless sovereign, then a terror to the noblest, he acquired the favour of one man, the hatred of all, and set an example, the followers of which passed from beggary to wealth, from being despised to being feared, and crowned, at last, the ruin of others by their own. He alleged that Marcellus had retailed sinister anecdotes about Tiberius, a damning indictment when the accuser selected the foulest qualities of the imperial character and attributed their mention to the accused. For, as the facts were true, they were also believed to have been related. Hispo added that Marcellus's own statue was placed on higher ground than those of the Caesars, while in another the head of Augustus had been struck off to make room for the portrait of Tiberius. This incensed the emperor to such a degree that, breaking through his taciturnity, he exclaimed that, in this case, he too would vote openly and under oath, the object being to impose a similar obligation on the rest. There remained even yet some traces of dying liberty. Accordingly, Gnaeus Piso inquired, "In what order will you register your opinion, Caesar? If first, I shall have something to follow. If last of all, I fear I may inadvertently find myself on the other side." The words went home, and, with a meekness that showed how profoundly he rued his unwary outburst, he voted for the acquittal of the defendant on the counts of treason. The charge of peculation went before the appropriate commission. Not satiated with senatorial cases, he took to sitting in the common courts, at a corner of the tribunal, so as not to dispossess the praetor of his chair. As a result of his presence, many verdicts were recorded in defiance of intrigue and of the solicitations of the great. Still, while equity gained, liberty suffered. Among these cases, Aurelius Pius, a member of the Senate, complained that, by the construction of a public road and aqueduct, his house had been left insecure, and he asked compensation from the fathers. As the treasury officials were obdurate, Tiberius came to the rescue and paid him the value of his mansion. For, given a good cause, he was ready and eager to spend, a virtue which he long retained, even when he was denuding himself of every other. When Propertius Sylla, the ex-praetor, applied to be excused from his senatorial rank on the score of poverty, he satisfied himself that his patrimony was in fact embarrassed, and made him a gift of 1,000,000 sesterces. Others who tried a similar experiment were ordered to make out a case before the Senate. For in his passion for austerity, even where he acted justly, he contrived to be harsh. The rest, therefore, preferred silence and poverty to confession and charity. In the same year, the Tiber, rising under the incessant rains, had flooded the lower levels of the city, and its subsidence was attended by much destruction of buildings and life. Accordingly, Asinius Gallus moved for a reference to the Sibylline books. Tiberius objected, preferring secrecy as in earth, so in heaven. Still, the task of coercing the stream was entrusted to Aetius Capito and Lucius Arruntius. Since Achaia and Macedonia protested against the heavy taxation, it was decided to relieve them of their proconsular government for the time being and transfer them to the emperor. A show of gladiators, given in the name of his brother Germanicus, was presided over by Drusus, who took an extravagant pleasure in the shedding of blood, however vile, a trait so alarming to the populace that it was said to have been censured by his father. Tiberius's own absence from the exhibition was variously explained. Some ascribed it to his impatience of a crowd, others to his native morosity and his dread of comparisons. For Augustus had been a good-humoured spectator. I should be slow to believe that he deliberately furnished his son with an occasion for exposing his brutality and arousing the disgust of the nation, yet even this was suggested. The disorderliness of the stage, which had become apparent the year before, now broke out on a more serious scale. Apart from casualties among the populace, several soldiers and a centurion were killed, and an officer of the Praetorian Guards wounded, in the attempt to repress the insults levelled at the magistracy and the dissension of the crowd. The riot was discussed in the Senate, and proposals were mooted that the praetors should be empowered to use the lash on actors. Aterius Agrippa, a tribune of the people, interposed his veto, and was attacked in a speech by Asinius Gallus. Tiberius said nothing. These were the phantoms of liberty which he permitted to the Senate. Still, the veto held good, for the deified Augustus had once remarked, in answer to a question, that players were immune from the scourge, and it would be blasphemy in Tiberius to contravene his words. Measures in plenty were framed to limit the expenditure on entertainments and to curb the extravagance of the partisans. The most striking were that no senator was to enter the houses of the pantomimes, that if they came out into public, Roman knights were not to gather round, nor were their performances to be followed except in the theatre, while the praetors were to be authorized to punish by exile any disorder among the spectators. Permission to build a temple of Augustus in the colony of Turraco was granted to the Spaniards, and a precedent set for all the provinces. A popular protest against the 1% duty on auctioned goods, which had been imposed after the civil wars, brought from Tiberius a declaration that the military exchequer was dependent on that resource. Moreover, the Commonwealth was not equal to the burden, unless the veterans were discharged only at the end of 20 years' service. Thus the misconceived reforms of the late mutiny, in virtue of which the legionaries had extorted a maximum term of 16 years, were cancelled for the future. Next, a discussion was opened in the Senate by Arruntius and Aetius, whether the invasions of the Tiber should be checked by altering the course of the rivers and lakes, swelling its volume. Deputations from the municipalities and colonies were heard. The Florentines pleaded that the Clanis should not be deflected from its old bed into the Arno to bring ruin upon themselves. The Interamnates case was similar. The most generous fields of Italy were doomed if the Nar should overflow after this scheme had split it into rivulets. Nor were the Rhaetines silent. They must protest against the Veline Lake being dammed at its outlet into the Nar, as it would simply break a road into the surrounding country. Nature had made the best provision for the interests of humanity when she assigned to rivers their proper mouths, their proper courses, their limits as well as their origins. Consideration, too, should be paid to the faith of their fathers, who had hallowed rituals and groves and altars to their country streams. Besides, they were reluctant that Tiber himself, bereft of his tributary streams, should flow with diminished majesty. Whatever the deciding factor, the prayers of the colonies, the difficulty of the work, or superstition, the motion of Piso, that nothing was to be changed, was agreed to. Papias Sabinus was continued in his province of Moesia, to which Achaia and Macedonia were added. It was one of the peculiarities of Tiberius to prolong commands, and, as often as not, to retain the same man at the head of the same army or administrative district till his dying day. Various reasons are given. Some hold it was the weary dislike of recurring trouble which caused him to treat a decision once framed as eternally valid, others that he grudged to see too many men enjoying preferment. while there are those who believe that, as his intellect was shrewd, so his judgment was hesitant. For on the one hand he did not seek out preeminent virtue, and on the other he detested vice. The best he feared as a private danger, the worst as a public scandal. In the end this vacillation carried him so far that he gave provinces to men whom he was never to allow to leave Rome. As to the consular elections from this year's, the first, down to the last of the reign, I can hardly venture a single definite assertion. So conflicting is the evidence, not of the historians alone, but of the emperor's own speeches. Sometimes he withheld the candidates' names, but described the birth, career, and campaigns of each in terms that left his identity in no doubt. Sometimes even these clues were suppressed, and he urged the candidates not to vitiate the election by intrigue, and promised his own efforts to that end. Generally he declared that no one had applied to him for nomination except those whose names he had divulged to the consuls. Others might still apply, if they had confidence in their influence or their merits. In words the policy was specious. In reality it was nugatory or perfidious, and destined to issue in a servitude all the more detestable the more it was disguised under a semblance of liberty. Book 2. With the consulate of Statilius Sisenna and Lucius Libo came an upheaval among the independent kingdoms and Roman provinces of the East. The movement started with the Parthians, who despised as an alien the sovereign whom they had sought and received from Rome, member though he was of the Arsacian house. This was Vonones, once given by Phraates as a hostage to Augustus. For though he had thrown back Roman armies and commanders, to the emperor Phraates had observed every point of respect, and, to knit the friendship closer, had sent him part of his family, more from distrust of his countrymen's loyalty than from any awe of ourselves. After domestic murders had made an end of Phraates and his successors, a deputation from the Parthian nobility arrived in Rome to summon Vonones as the eldest of his children to the throne. The Caesar took this as an honour to himself and presented the youth with a considerable sum. The barbarians too accepted him with the pleasure they usually evince at a change of sovereigns. It quickly gave place to shame. The Parthians had degenerated. They had gone to another continent for a king tainted with the enemy's arts, and now the throne of the Arsacidae was held or given away as one of the provinces of Rome. Where was the glory of the men who slew Crassus and ejected Antony, if a chattel of the Caesar, who had brooked his bondage through all these years, was to govern Parthians? Their contempt was heightened by the man himself, with his remoteness from ancestral traditions, his rare appearances in the hunting field, his languid interest in horseflesh, his use of a litter when passing through the towns, and his disdain of the national banquets. Other subjects for mirth were his Greek retinue and his habit of keeping even the humblest household necessaries under seal. His easy accessibility, on the other hand, and his unreserved courtesy, virtues unknown to Parthia, were construed as exotic vices, and the good and ill in him, as they were equally strange to the national character, were impartially abhorred. Consequently, Artabanus, an Arsacian of the blood, who had grown to manhood among the Dahae, was brought into the lists, and though routed in the first engagement, rallied his forces and seized the kingdom. The defeated Vonones found shelter in Armenia, then a masterless land between the Parthian and Roman empires, a dubious neighbour to the latter owing to the criminal action of Antony, who, after entrapping the late king Artavasdes by a parade of friendship, had then thrown him into irons and finally executed him. His son Artaxius, hostile to ourselves on account of his father's memory, was able to protect himself and his crown by the arms of the Arsacidae. After his assassination by the treachery of his own relatives, the Caesar assigned Tigranes to Armenia, and he was settled in his dominions by Tiberius Nero. Tigranes' term of royalty was brief, and so was that of his children, though associated by the regular Oriental ties of marriage and joint government. In the next place, by the mandate of Augustus, Artavasdes was imposed upon his countrymen, only to be shaken off, not without a measure of discredit to our arms. Then came the appointment of Gaius Caesar to compose the affairs of Armenia. He gave the crown to Ariobarzanes, a Mede by extraction, to whose good looks and brilliant qualities the Armenians raised no objection. But when an accident carried off Ariobarzanes, their tolerance did not reach to his family, and after an experiment in female government with a queen called Erato, who was quickly expelled, the drifting, disintegrated people, ownerless rather than emancipated, welcomed the fugitive Vonones to the throne. But as Artabanus became threatening, little support could be expected from the Armenians, while the armed protection of Rome would entail a Parthian war. Creticus Silanus, governor of Syria, obtained his eviction, and placed him under a surveillance which still left him his luxuries and his title. His attempt to escape from this toy court we shall notice in its proper place. For Tiberius the disturbances in the east were a not unwelcome accident, as they supplied him with a pretext for removing Germanicus from his familiar legions and appointing him to unknown provinces, where he would be vulnerable at once to treachery and chance. But the keener the devotion of his soldiers and the deeper the aversion of his uncle, the more anxious grew the prince to accelerate his victory, and he began to consider the ways and means of battle in the light of the failures and successes which had fallen to his share during the past 2 years of campaigning. In a set engagement and on a fair field, the Germans, he reflected, were beaten. Their advantage lay in the forests and swamps, the short summer and the premature winter. His own men were not so much affected by their wounds as by the dreary marches and the loss of their weapons. The Gallic provinces were weary of furnishing horses, and a lengthy baggage train was easy to waylay and awkward to defend. But if they ventured on the sea, occupation would be easy for themselves, and undetected by the enemy, while the campaign might begin at an earlier date, and the legions and supplies be conveyed together. The cavalry and horse would be taken upstream through the river mouths and landed fresh in the centre of Germany. To this course then he bent his attention. Publius Vitellius and Gaius Antius were sent to assess the Gallic tribute. Silius and Caecina were made responsible for the construction of a fleet. 1,000 vessels were considered enough, and these were built at speed. Some were short craft with very little poop or prow, and broad-bellied, the more easily to withstand a heavy sea. Others had flat bottoms, enabling them to run aground without damage, while still more were fitted with rudders at each end, so as to head either way the moment the oarsmen reversed their stroke. Many had a deck flooring to carry the military engines, though they were equally useful for transporting horses or supplies. The whole armada, equipped at once for sailing or propulsion by the oar, was a striking and formidable spectacle, rendered still more so by the enthusiasm of the soldiers. The Isle of Batavia was fixed for the meeting place, since it afforded an easy landing and was convenient both as a rendezvous for the troops and as the base for a campaign across the water. For the Rhine, which so far has flowed in a single channel, save only where it circles some unimportant islet, branches at the Batavian frontier into what may be regarded as 2 rivers. On the German side it runs unchanged in name and vehemence till its juncture with the North Sea. The Gallic bank it washes with a wider, gentler stream, known locally as the Waal, though before long it changes its style once more and becomes the river Meuse, through whose immense estuary it discharges also into the North Sea. However, while the ships were coming in, the Caesar ordered his lieutenant Silius to take a mobile force and raid the Chattan territory. He himself, hearing that the fort on the Lippe was invested, led 6 legions to its relief. But neither could Silius, in consequence of the sudden rains, effect anything beyond carrying off a modest quantity of booty, together with the wife and daughter of the Chattan chief Arpus, nor did the besiegers allow the prince an opportunity of battle, but melted away at the rumour of his approach. Still, they had demolished the funeral mound just raised in memory of the Varian legions, as well as an old altar set up to Drusus. He restored the altar and himself headed the legions in the celebrations in honour of his father. The tumulus it was decided not to reconstruct. In addition, the whole stretch of country between Fort Aliso and the Rhine was thoroughly fortified with a fresh line of barriers and earthworks. The fleet had now arrived. Supplies were sent forward, ships assigned to the legionaries and allies, and he entered the so-called Drusian Fosse. After a prayer to his father, beseeching him of his grace and indulgence to succour by the example and memory of his wisdom and prowess a son who had ventured in his footsteps, he pursued his voyage through the lakes and the high sea, and reached the Ems without misadventure. The fleet stayed in the mouth of the river on the left side, and an error was committed in not carrying the troops further upstream or disembarking them on the right bank for which they were bound. The consequence being that several days were wasted in bridge building. The estuaries immediately adjoining were crossed intrepidly enough by the cavalry and legions before the tide had begun to flow. The auxiliaries in the extreme rear and the Batavians in the same part of the line, while dashing into the water and exhibiting their powers of swimming, were thrown into disorder, and a number of them drowned. As the Caesar was arranging his encampment, news came of an Angravarian rising in his rear. Stertinius, who was instantly dispatched with a body of horse and light-armed infantry, repaid the treachery with fire and bloodshed. The river Weser ran between the Roman and Cheruscan forces. Arminius came to the bank and halted with his fellow chieftains. Had the Caesar come? He inquired. On receiving the reply that he was in presence, he asked to be allowed to speak with his brother. That brother, Flavus by name, was serving in the army, a conspicuous figure both from his loyalty and from the loss of an eye through a wound received some few years before during Tiberius's term of command. Leave was granted, and Stertinius took him down to the river. Walking forward, he was greeted by Arminius, who, dismissing his own escort, demanded that the archers posted along our side of the stream should be also withdrawn. When these had retired, he asked his brother whence the disfigurement of his face. On being told the place and battle, he inquired what reward he had received. Flavus mentioned his increased pay, the chain, the crown, and other military decorations. Arminius scoffed at the cheap rewards of servitude. They now began to argue from their opposite points of view. Flavus insisted on Roman greatness, the power of the Caesar, the heavy penalties for the vanquished, the mercy always waiting for him who submitted himself. Even Arminius's wife and child were not treated as enemies. His brother urged the sacred call of their country, their ancestral liberty, the gods of their German hearths, and their mother, who prayed with himself that he would not choose the title of renegade and traitor to his kindred, to the kindred of his wife, to the whole of his race, in fact, before that of their liberator. From this point they drifted little by little into recriminations, and not even the intervening river would have prevented a duel, had not Stertinius run up and laid a restraining hand on Flavus, who in the fullness of his anger was calling for his weapons and his horse. On the other side Arminius was visible, shouting threats and challenging to battle, for he kept interjecting much in Latin, as he had seen service in the Roman camp as a captain of native auxiliaries. On the morrow the German line drew up beyond the Weser. The Caesar, as he held it doubtful generalship to risk the legions without providing adequately guarded bridges, sent his cavalry across by a ford. Stertinius and Aemilius, a retired centurion of the first rank, were in command, and, in order to distract the enemy, delivered the assault at widely separate points. Where the current ran fiercest, Chariovalda, the Batavian leader, dashed out. By a feigned retreat the Cherusci drew him onto a level piece of ground fringed with woods. Then, breaking cover, they streamed out from all quarters, overwhelmed the Batavians where they stood their ground, harassed them where they retired, and, when they rallied in circular formation, flung them back, partly by hand-to-hand fighting, partly by discharges of missiles. After long sustaining the fury of the enemy, Chariovalda exhorted his men to hack away in mass through the assailing bands, then threw himself into the thickest of the struggle and fell under a shower of spears, with his horse stabbed under him and many of his nobles around. The rest were extricated from danger by their own efforts, or by the mounted men who advanced to the rescue under Stertinius and Emilius. After crossing the Weser, Germanicus gathered from the indications of a deserter that Arminius had chosen his ground for battle, that other nations also had mustered at the holy forest of Hercules, and that the intention was to hazard a night attack on the camp. The informer's account carried conviction. Indeed, the German fires could be discerned, and scouts who ventured closer up came in with the news that they could hear the neigh of horses and the murmur of a vast and tumultuous array. The Caesar, who thought it desirable, with the supreme decision hard at hand, to probe the feeling of his troops, debated with himself how to ensure that the experiment should be genuine. The reports of tribunes and centurions were more often cheering than accurate. The freedman was a slave at heart. In friends there was a strain of flattery. Should he convoke an assembly, even there a few men gave the lead and the rest applauded. He must penetrate into the soldiers' thoughts while, private and unguarded, they expressed their hope or fear over their rations. At fall of night, leaving his pavilion by a secret outlet unknown to the sentries, with a single attendant, a wild beast's skin over his shoulders, he turned into the streets of the camp, stood by the tents, and tasted his own popularity, while the men, serious or jesting but unanimous, praised some the commander's lineage, others his looks, the most his patience and his courtesy, admitting that they must settle their debt of gratitude in the field, and at the same time sacrifice to glory and revenge their perfidious and treaty-breaking foe. In the midst of all this, one of the enemy, with a knowledge of Latin, galloped up to the wall, and in loud tones proffered to each deserter, in the name of Arminius, wives and lands, and a daily wage of 100 sesterces for the duration of the war. This insult fired the anger of the legions. Wait till the day broke, and they had the chance of battle. The Roman soldier would help himself to German lands, and come back dragging German wives. The omen was welcome. The enemy's women and his money were marked down for prey. Sometime about the third watch, a demonstration was made against the camp, though not a spear was thrown, when the assailants realized that the ramparts were lined with cohorts and that no precaution had been omitted. The same night brought Germanicus a reassuring vision, for he dreamed that he was offering sacrifice, and that, as his vestment was bespattered with the blood of the victim, he had received another more beautiful from the hand of his grandmother Augusta. Elated by the omen and finding the auspices favourable, he summoned a meeting of the troops and laid before them the measures his knowledge had suggested, and the points likely to be of service in the coming struggle. A plain was not the only battlefield favourable to a Roman soldier. If he used judgment, woods and glades were equally suitable. The barbarians' huge shields, their enormous spears, could not be so manageable among tree trunks, and springing brushwood as the pilum, the short sword, and close-fitting body armour. Their policy was to strike thick and fast, and to direct the point to the face. The Germans carried neither corselet nor headpiece, not even shields with a toughening of metal or hide, but targes of wickerwork or thin painted board. Their first line alone carried spears of a fashion. The remainder had only darts, fire-pointed or too short. Their bodies, again, while grim enough to the eye and powerful enough for a short-lived onset, lacked the stamina to support a wound. They were men who could turn and run without a thought for their leaders, faint-hearted in adversary, in success, regardless of divine and human law. If they were weary of road and sea and desired the end, this battle could procure it. Already the Elbe was nearer than the Rhine, and there would be no fighting further if once, treading as he was in the footsteps of his father and his uncle, they established him victorious in the same region. The commander's speech was followed by an outbreak of military ardour, and the signal was given to engage. Nor did Arminius or the other German chieftains fail to call their several clans to witness that these were the Romans of Varus's army who had been the quickest to run, men who, rather than face war, had resorted to mutiny, half of whom were again exposing their spear-scored backs, half their wave and tempest-broken limbs to a revengeful foe, under the frowns of heaven and hopeless of success. For it was to ships and pathless seas they had recourse, so that none might oppose them as they came or chase them when they fled. But if once the fray was joined, winds and oars were a vain support for beaten men. They had only to remember Roman greed, cruelty, and pride. Was there another course left for them but to hold their freedom or to die before enslavement? Thus inflamed and clamouring for battle, they followed their leaders down into a plain known as Viso. Lying between the Weser and the hills, it winds irregularly along, with here a concession from the river and there an encroachment by some mountain spur. Behind rose the forest, lifting its branches high in air, and leaving the ground clear between the trunks. The barbarian line was posted on the level, and along the skirts of the wood. The Cherusci alone were planted on the hilltops, ready to charge from the height when the Romans engaged. Our army advanced in the following order: in the van, the auxiliary Gauls and Germans with the unmounted archers behind; next, 4 legions, and the Caesar with 2 Praetorian cohorts and the flower of the cavalry; then 4 other legions, the light-armed troops with the mounted archers and the rest of the allied cohorts. The men were alert and ready, so arranged that the order of march could come to a halt in line of battle. On sighting the Cheruscan bands, whose wild hardihood had led them to dash forward, the prince ordered his best cavalry to charge the flank. Stertinius, with the remaining squadrons, was to ride round and attack the rear, while he himself would not be wanting when the time came. Meanwhile his attention was arrested by a curiously happy omen: 8 eagles seen aiming for and entering the glades. "Forward," he exclaimed, "and follow the birds of Rome, the guardian spirits of the legions." At the same moment the line of infantry charged, and the advanced cavalry broke into the rear and flanks. Thus, remarkably enough, 2 columns of the enemy were following directly opposed lines of flight: the troops who had held the forest rushing into the open, those who had been stationed in the plain diving into the forest. Midway between both, the Cherusci were being pushed from the hills, among them the unmistakable figure of Arminius, striking, shouting, bleeding in his effort to maintain the struggle. He had flung himself on the archers, and would have broken through at that point, had not the Rhaetian, Vindelian, and Gallic cohorts opposed their standards. Even so, a great physical effort, together with the impetus of his horse, carried him clear. To avoid recognition, he had stained his face with his own blood, though, according to some authorities, the Chauci serving among the Roman auxiliaries knew him and gave him passage. The like courage or the like treachery won escape for Inguiomerus. The rest were butchered in crowds. Numbers were overwhelmed in an attempt to swim the Weser, at first by the discharge of spears or the sweep of the current, later by the weight of the plunging masses and the collapse of the riverbanks. Some clambered to an ignominious refuge in the treetops, and, while seeking cover among the branches, were shot down in derision by a body of archers who had been moved up. Others were brought down by felling the trees. It was a brilliant, and to us not a bloody victory. The enemy was slaughtered from the 5th hour of daylight to nightfall, and for 10 miles the ground was littered with corpses and weapons. Among the spoils were found the chains which, without a doubt of the result, they had brought in readiness for the Romans. After proclaiming Tiberius Imperator on the field of battle, the troops raised a mound and decked it with arms in the fashion of a trophy, inscribing at the foot the names of the defeated clans. The sight affected the Germans with an anguish and a fury which wounds, distress, and ruin had been powerless to evoke. Men who a moment ago had been preparing to leave their homesteads and migrate across the Elbe were now eager for battle and flew to arms. Commons and nobles, youth and age, suddenly assailed the Roman line of march and threw it into disorder. At last they fixed on a position pent in between a stream and the forests, with a narrow waterlogged plain in the centre. The forests, too, were encircled by a deep swamp, except on one side, where the Angrivari had raised a broad earthen barrier to mark the boundary between themselves and the Cherusci. Here the infantry took up their station. The mounted men they concealed in the neighbouring groves, so as to be in the rear of the legions when they entered the forest. None of these points escaped the Caesar. He was aware of their plans, their position, their open and secret arrangements, and he proposed to turn the devices of the enemy to their own ruin. To his legate, Caius Tubero, he assigned the cavalry in the plain. The line of infantry he drew up so that one part should march by the level track to the forest, while the other sealed the obstacle presented by the barrier. The difficult part of the enterprise he reserved for himself. The rest he left to his deputies. The party to which the even ground had been allotted broke in without trouble. Their comrades, with the barrier to force, much as if they had been scaling a wall, suffered considerably from the heavy blows delivered from higher ground. Feeling that the odds were against him at close quarters, Germanicus withdrew the legionaries a short distance and ordered his slingers and marksmen to make play with their missiles and disperse the enemy. Spears were flung from the engines, and the more conspicuous the defenders, the more numerous the wounds under which they fell. On the capture of the rampart, the Caesar charged foremost into the forest with the Praetorian cohorts. There the conflict raged foot to foot. The enemy was hemmed in by the morass in his rear, the Romans by the river or the hills. The position left no choice to either. There was no hope but in courage, no salvation but from victory. In hardihood the Germans held their own, but they were handicapped by the nature of the struggle and the weapons. Their extraordinary numbers, unable in the restricted space to extend or recover their tremendous lances, or to make use of their rushing tactics and nimbleness of body, were compelled to a standing fight, while our own men, shields tight to the breast and hand on hilt, kept thrusting at the barbarians' great limbs and bare heads, and opening a bloody passage through their antagonists, Arminius being now less active, whether owing to the succession of dangers or to the hampering effects of his recent wound. Inguiomerus, moreover, as he flew over the battlefield, found himself deserted less by his courage than by fortune. Germanicus, also to make recognition the easier, had torn off his headpiece and was adjuring his men to press on with the carnage. Prisoners were needless. Nothing but the extermination of the race would end the war. At last, in the decline of day, he withdrew one legion from the front to begin work on the camp, while the others satiated themselves with the enemy's blood till night. The cavalry engagement was indecisive. First eulogizing the victors in an address, the Caesar raised a pile of weapons, with a legend boasting that the army of Tiberius Caesar, after subduing the nations between the Rhine and the Elbe, had consecrated that memorial to Mars, to Jupiter, and to Augustus. Concerning himself he added nothing, either apprehending jealousy or holding the consciousness of the exploit to be enough. Shortly afterwards he commissioned Statinius to open hostilities against the Angrivari, unless they forestalled him by surrender. And they did in fact come to their knees, refusing nothing, and were forgiven all. However, as summer was already at the full, a part of the legions were sent back to winter quarters by the land route. The majority were put on shipboard by the prince, who took them down the Ems into the North Sea. At first it was a tranquil expanse, troubled only by the sound and impulse of the sails and oars of 1,000 ships. But soon the hail poured from a black mass of clouds, and simultaneously the waves, buffeted by conflicting gales from every quarter, began to blot out the view and impede the steering. The soldiers, struck by alarm, and unfamiliar with the sea and its hazards, nullified by their obstruction or mistimed help the services of the professional sailors. Then all heaven, all ocean passed into the power of the south wind, which, drawing its strength from the sodden lands of Germany, the deep rivers, the endless train of clouds, with its grimness enhanced by the rigour of the neighbouring north, caught and scattered the vessels to the open ocean or to islands either beetling with crags or perilous from sunken shoals. These were avoided with time and difficulty, but when the tide began to change and set in the same direction as the wind, it was impossible either to hold anchor or to bail out the inrushing flood. Chargers, pack-horses, baggage, even arms were jettisoned in order to lighten the hulls. which were leaking through the sides and overtopped by the waves. Precisely as ocean is more tempestuous than the remaining sea, and Germany unequalled in the asperity of its climate, so did that calamity transcend others in extent and novelty. Around them, lying hostile shores, or a tract so vast and profound that it is believed the last and landless deep. Some of the ships went down, more were stranded on remote islands, where, in the absence of human life, the troops died of starvation, except for a few who supported themselves on the dead horses washed up on the same beach. Germanicus's galley put into the Chaucian coast alone. Throughout all those days and nights, posted on some cliff or projection of the shore, he continued to exclaim that he was guilty of the great disaster, and his friends with difficulty prevented him from finding a grave in the same waters. At length, with the turning tide and a following wind, the crippled vessels began to come in, some with a few oars left, others with clothing hoisted for canvas, and a few of the weaker in tow. They were instantly refitted and sent out to examine the islands. By that act of forethought a large number of men were gathered in, while many were restored by our new subjects the Angevarians, who had ransomed them from the interior. A few had been swept over to Britain, and were sent back by the petty kings. Not a man returned from the distance without his tale of marvels: furious whirlwinds, unheard-of birds, enigmatic shapes, half human and half bestial, things seen or things believed in a moment of terror. But though the rumoured loss of the fleet inspired the Germans to hope for war, it also inspired the Caesar to hold them in check. Gaius Silius he ordered to take the field against the Chatti with 30,000 foot and 3,000 horse. He himself with a larger force invaded the Marsi, whose chieftain, Malavendus, had lately given in his submission, and now intimated that the eagle of one of Varus's legions was buried in an adjacent grove, with only a slender detachment on guard. One company was dispatched immediately to draw the enemy by manoeuvring on his front, another to work round the rear and excavate. Both were attended by good fortune, and the Caesar pushed on to the interior with all the more energy, ravaging and destroying an enemy who either dared not engage or was immediately routed wherever he turned the bay. It was gathered from the prisoners that the Germans had never been more completely demoralized. Their cry was that the Romans were invincible, proof against every disaster. They had wrecked their fleet, lost their arms, the shores had been littered with the bodies of horses and men, yet they had broken in again with the same courage, with equal fierceness, and apparently with increased numbers. The army was then marched back to winter quarters, elated at having balanced the maritime disaster by this fortunate expedition. Moreover, there was the liberality of the Caesar, who compensated every claimant in full for the loss he professed to have sustained. Nor was any doubt felt that the enemy was wavering and discussing an application for peace, and that with another effort in the coming summer the war might see its close. But frequent letters from Tiberius counselled the prince to return, for the triumph decreed him. There had been already enough successes and enough mischances. He had fought auspicious and great fields. He should also remember the losses inflicted by wind and wave, losses not in any way due to his leadership, yet grave and deplorable. He had himself been sent 9 times into Germany by the deified Augustus, and he had effected more by policy than by force. Policy had procured the Sugambrian surrender. Policy had bound the Suebi and King Maroboduus to keep the peace. The Cherusci and the other rebel tribes, now that enough has been done for Roman vengeance, might similarly be left to their intestine strife. When Germanicus asked for 1 year more in which to finish his work, he delivered a still shrewder attack on his modesty, and offered him a second consulate, the duties of which he would assume in person. A hint was appended that, if the war must be continued, he might leave his brother Drusus the material for a reputation, since at present there was no other national enemy, and nowhere but in the Germanies could he acquire the style of imperator and a title to the triumphal bays. Germanicus hesitated no longer, though he was aware that these civilities were a fiction, and that jealousy was the motive which withdrew him from a glory already within his grasp. Nearly at the same time, a charge of revolutionary activities was laid against Libo Drusus, a member of the Scribonian family. I shall describe in some detail the origin, the progress, and the end of this affair, as it marked the discovery of the system destined for so many years to prey upon the vitals of the Commonwealth. Firmius Catus, a senator and one of Libo's closest friends, had urged that short-sighted youth who had a foible for absurdities to resort to the forecasts of astrologers, the ritual of magicians, and the society of interpreters of dreams, pointing to his great-grandfather Pompey, to his great-aunt Scribonia, at one time the consort of Augustus, to his cousinship with the Caesars, and to his mansion crowded with ancestral portraits, encouraging him in his luxuries and loans, and, to bind him in a yet stronger chain of evidence, sharing his debaucheries and his embarrassments. When he had found witnesses enough and slaves to testify in the same tenor, he asked for an interview with the sovereign, to whom the charge and the person implicated had been notified by Vescularius Flaccus, a Roman knight on familiar terms with Tiberius. The Caesar, without rejecting the information, declined a meeting, as their conversations might be carried on through the same intermediate Flaccus. In the interval he distinguished Libo with a praetorship and several invitations to dinner. There was no estrangement on his brow, no hint of asperity in his speech. He had buried his anger far too deep. He could have checked every word and action of Libo. He preferred, however, to know them. At length a certain Junius, solicited by Libo to raise departed spirits by incantations, carried his tale to Fulcinius Trio. Trio's genius, which was famous among the professional informers, hungered after notoriety. He swooped immediately on the accused, approached the consuls, and demanded a senatorial inquiry. The fathers were summoned to deliberate, it was added, on a case of equal importance and atrocity. Meanwhile Libo changed into mourning, and with an escort of ladies of quality made a circuit from house to house, pleading with his wife's relatives, and conjuring them to speak in mitigation of his danger, only to be everywhere refused on different pretexts and identical grounds of alarm. On the day the Senate met he was so exhausted by fear and distress, unless, as some accounts have it, he counterfeited illness, that he was borne to the doors of the Curia in a litter, and, leaning on his brother, extended his hands and appeals to Tiberius, by whom he was received without the least change of countenance. The emperor then read over the indictment and the names of the sponsors, with a self-restraint that avoided the appearance of either palliating or aggravating the charges. Besides Trio and Catus, Fonteius Agrippa and Gaius Vibius had associated themselves with the prosecution, and it was disputed which of the four should have the right of stating the case against the defendant. Finally, Vibius announced that, as no one would give way and Libo was appearing without legal representation, he would take the counts one by one. He produced Libo's papers, so fatuous that, according to one, he had inquired of his profits, if he would be rich enough to cover the Appian road as far as Brundisium with money. There was more in the same vein, stolid, vacuous, or, if indulgently read, pitiable. In one paper, however, the accuser argued a set of marks, sinister or at least mysterious, had been appended by Libo's hand to the names of the imperial family and a number of senators. As the defendant denied the allegation, it was resolved to question the slaves, who recognized the handwriting, under torture, and since an old decree prohibited their examination in a charge affecting the life of their master Tiberius, applying his talents to the discovery of a new jurisprudence, ordered them to be sold individually to the treasury agent, all to procure servile evidence against Libo, without overriding a senatorial decree. In view of this, the accused asked for an adjournment till the next day, and left for home, after commissioning his relative Publius Quirinius to make a final appeal to the emperor. The reply ran that he must address his petitions to the Senate. Meanwhile, his house was picketed by soldiers. They were tramping in the portico itself, within eyeshot and earshot, when Libo, thus tortured at the very feast which he had arranged to be his last delight on earth, called out for a slayer, clutched at the hands of his slaves, strove to force his sword upon them. They, as they shrank back in confusion, overturned lamp and table together, and he, in what was now for him the darkness of death, struck 2 blows into his vitals. He collapsed with a moan, and his freedmen ran up. The soldiers had witnessed the bloody scene and retired. In the Senate, however, the prosecution was carried through with unaltered gravity, and Tiberius declared on oath that, guilty as the defendant might have been, he would have interceded for his life had he not laid an over-hasty hand upon himself. His estate was parcelled out among the accusers, and extraordinary praetorships were conferred on those of senatorial status. Cotta Messallinus then moved that the effigy of Libo should not accompany the funeral processions of his descendants. Gnaeus Lentulus, that no member of the Scribonian house should adopt the surname of Drusus. Days of public thanksgiving were fixed at the instance of Pomponius Flaccus. Lucius Piso, Asinius Gallus, Papias Mutilus, and Lucius Apronius procured a decree that votive offerings should be made to Jupiter, Mars, and Concord, and that the 13th of September, the anniversary of Libo's suicide, should rank as a festival. This union of sounding names and sycophancy I have recorded as showing how long that evil has been rooted in the state. Other resolutions of the Senate ordered the expulsion of the astrologers and magic-mongers from Italy. One of their number, Lucius Pituanius, was flung from the rock. Another, Publius Marcius, was executed by the consuls outside the Esquiline Gate according to ancient usage and at sound of trumpet. At the next session, the ex-consul Quintus Haterius and Octavius Fronto, a former praetor, spoke at length against the national extravagance, and it was resolved that table plate should not be manufactured in solid gold, and that oriental silks should no longer degrade the male sex. Fronto went further, and pressed for a statutory limit to silver, furniture, and domestics, for it was still usual for a member to precede his vote by mooting any point which he considered to be in the public interest. Asinius Gallus opposed. With the expansion of the empire, private fortunes had also grown, nor was this new, but consonant with extremely ancient custom. Wealth was one thing with the Fabrici, another with the Scipios, and all was relative to the state. When the state was poor, you had frugality and cottages. When it attained a pitch of splendour such as the present, the individual also throve. In slaves or plate or anything procured for use there was neither excess nor moderation except with reference to the means of the owner. Senators and knights had a special property qualification, not because they differed in kind from their fellow men, but in order that those who enjoyed precedence in place, rank, and dignity should enjoy it also in the easements that make for mental peace and physical well-being. And justly so, unless your distinguished men, while saddled with more responsibilities and greater dangers, were to be deprived of the relaxations compensating those responsibilities and those dangers. With his virtuously phrased confession of vice, Gallus easily carried with him that audience of congenial spirits. Tiberius too had added that it was not the time for a censorship, and that if there was any loosening of the national morality, a reformer would be forthcoming. During the debate, Lucius Piso, in a diatribe against the intrigues of the forum, the corruption of the judges, and the tyranny of the advocates with their perpetual threats of prosecution, announced his retirement. He was migrating from the capital and would live his life in some sequestered, far-away country nook. At the same time, he started to leave the Curia. Tiberius was perturbed, and, not content with having mollified him by a gentle remonstrance, induced his relatives also to withhold him from departure by their influence or their prayers. It was not long before the same Piso gave an equally striking proof of the independence of his temper by obtaining a summons against Urgulania, whose friendship with the ex-empress had raised her above the law. Urgulania declined to obey, and, ignoring Piso, drove to the imperial residence. Her antagonist, likewise, stood his ground, in spite of Livia's complaint that his act was an outrage and humiliation to herself. Tiberius, who reflected that it would be no abuse of his position to indulge his mother up to the point of promising to appear at the Praetorian court, and lent his support to Urgulania, set out from the palace, ordering his guards to follow at a distance. The people, flocking to the sight, watched him while, with great composure of countenance, He protracted the time and the journey by talking on a variety of topics, until, as his relatives failed to control Piso, Livia gave orders for the sum in demand to be paid. This closed an incident of which Piso had some reason to be proud, while at the same time it added to the emperor's reputation. For the rest, the influence of Orgulania lay so heavy on the state that, in one case on trial before the Senate, she disdained to appear as a witness, and a praetor was sent to examine her at home, although the established custom has always been for the Vestal virgins, when giving evidence, to be heard in the forum and courts of justice. Of this year's adjournment I should say nothing, were it not worth while to note the divergent opinions of Gnaeus Piso and Asinius Gallus on the subject. Piso, although the emperor had intimated that he would not be present, regarded it as a further reason why public business should go forward, so that the ability of the senators and knights to carry out their proper duties in the absence of the sovereign might redound to the credit of the state. Forestalled by Piso in this show of independence, Gallus objected that business not transacted under the immediate eye of their prince lacked distinction and fell short of the dignity of the Roman people, and for that reason the concourse of Italy and the influx from the provinces ought to be reserved for his presence. The debate was conducted with much vigour on both sides, while Tiberius listened and was mute. The adjournment, however, was carried. Another passage of arms arose between Gallus and the Caesar. The former moved that the elections should determine the magistrates for the next 5 years, and that legionary commanders, serving in that capacity before holding the praetorship, should become praetors designate at once, the emperor nominating 12 candidates for each year. There was no doubt that the proposal went deeper than this, and trespassed on the arcana of sovereignty. Tiberius, however, replied by treating it as an extension of his own prerogative. To his moderate temper it was an ungrateful task to mete out so many appointments and disappointments. Even on the annual system it was difficult to avoid offences, though hope of office in the near future softened the rebuff. How much odium must he incur from those whom he threw aside for above 5 years? And how could it be foreseen what would be the frame of mind, the family, the fortune of each over so long an interval of time? Men grew arrogant enough even in the 12 months after nomination. What if they had a whole quinquennium in which to play the official? The proposal actually multiplied the number of magistrates by 5, and subverted the laws which had fixed the proper periods for exercising the industry of candidates and for soliciting or enjoying preferment. With this speech, which outwardly had a popular appearance, he kept his hold upon the essentials of sovereignty. In addition, he gave monetary help to several senators, so that it was the more surprising when he treated the application of the young noble Marcus Hortulus with a superciliousness uncalled for in view of his clearly straitened circumstances. He was a grandson of the orator Hortensius, and the late Augustus, by the grant of 1,000,000 sesterces, had induced him to marry and raise a family in order to save his famous house from extinction. With his 4 sons, then, standing before the threshold of the Curia, he awaited his turn to speak. Then, directing his gaze now to the portrait of Hortensius among the orators, the Senate was meeting in the palace, now to that of Augustus, he opened in the following manner. Conscript fathers, these children whose number and tender age you see for yourselves, became mine not from any wish of my own, but because the emperor so advised, and because at the same time my ancestors had earned the right to a posterity. For to me, who in this changed world had been able to inherit nothing and acquire nothing, not money, nor popularity, nor eloquence, that general birthright of our house, to me it seemed enough if my slender means were neither a disgrace to myself nor a burden to my neighbour. At the command of the sovereign I took a wife, and here you behold the stock of so many consuls, the offspring of so many dictators. I say it not to awaken odium, but to woo compassion. Some day, Caesar, under your happy sway, they will wear whatever honours you have chosen to bestow. In the meantime, rescue from beggary the great-grandsons of Quintus Hortensius, the fosterlings of the deified Augustus. The Senate's inclination to agree incited Tiberius to a more instant opposition. His speech in effect ran thus. If all the poor of the earth begin coming here and soliciting money for their children, we shall never satisfy individuals, but we shall exhaust the state. And certainly if our predecessors ruled that a member, in his turn to speak, might occasionally go beyond the terms of the motion and bring forward a point in the public interest, it was not in order that we should sit here to promote our private concerns and personal fortunes, while rendering the position of the Senate and its head equally invidious, whether they bestow or withhold their bounty. For this is no petition, but a demand, an unseasonable and unexpected demand, when a member rises in a session convened for other purposes, puts pressure on the kindly feeling of the Senate by a catalogue of the ages and number of his children, brings the same compulsion to bear indirectly upon myself, and, so to say, carries the treasury by storm, though, if we drain it by favoritism, we shall have to refill it by crime. The deified Augustus gave you money, Hortalus, but not under pressure, nor with the proviso that it should be given always. Otherwise, if a man is to have nothing to hope or fear from himself, industry will languish, indolence thrive, and we shall have the whole population waiting, without a care in the world, for outside relief, incompetent to help itself, and an incubus to us. These sentences and the like, though heard with approval by the habitual eulogists of all imperial actions, honourable or dishonourable, were by most received with silence or a suppressed murmur. Tiberius felt the chill, and, after a short pause, observed that Hortalus had had his answer. But if the Senate thought it proper, he would present each of his male children with 200,000 sesterces. Others expressed their thanks. Hortalus held his peace. Either his nerve failed him, or even in these straits of fortune he clung to the traditions of his race. Nor in the future did Tiberius repeat his charity, though the Hortensian house kept sinking deeper into ignominious poverty. In the same year the country, but for prompt measures, would have been plunged into faction and civil war by the hardihood of a solitary serf. Clemens by name, he was the slave of Agrippa Postumus. But there was nothing servile in the imagination which, on the news of Augustus's death, conceived the idea of making for the Isle of Planasia, rescuing Agrippa by fraud or force, and conveying him to the armies of Germany. The tardy movement of a cargo boat interfered with his venture, and, since in the meantime the execution had been carried out, he fell back on a more ambitious and precarious scheme, purloined the funeral ashes, and sailing to Cosa, a promontory on the Etruscan coast, vanished into hiding until his hair and beard should have grown, for in age and general appearance he was not unlike his master. Then, through fitting agents, partners in his secret, a report that Agrippa lived began to circulate, at first in whispered dialogues, as is the way with forbidden news, soon in a rumour which ran wherever there were fools with open ears, or malcontents with the usual taste for revolution. He himself took to visiting the provincial towns in the dusk of the day. He was never to be seen in the open, and never overlong in one neighbourhood. Rather, as truth acquires strength by publicity and delay, falsehood by haste and incertitudes, he either left his story behind him or arrived in advance of it. Meanwhile, it was rumoured through Italy that Agrippa had been saved by the special grace of heaven. At Rome the rumour was believed. Already huge crowds were greeting his arrival in Ostia. Already there were clandestine receptions in the capital itself, when the dilemma began to distract Tiberius. Should he call in the military to suppress one of his own slaves, or leave this bubble of credulity to vanish with the mere lapse of time? Tossed between shame and alarm, he reflected one moment that nothing was despicable, the next that not everything was formidable. At last he handed over the affair to Solustius Crispus, who chose 2 of his clients, soldiers according to some accounts, and instructed them to approach the pretender in the character of accomplices, offer him money, and promise fidelity whatever the perils. These orders they carried out. Then, waiting for a night when the impostor was off his guard, they took an adequate force and haled him, chained and gagged, to the palace. To the inquiry of Tiberius, how he turned himself into Agrippa, he is said to have answered, "As you turned yourself into a Caesar." He could not be forced to divulge his confederates. nor did Tiberius hazard a public execution, but gave orders for him to be killed in a secret quarter of the palace, and the body privately removed. And notwithstanding that many of the imperial household, as well as knights and senators, were said to have given him the support of their wealth and the benefit of their advice, no investigation followed. The close of the year saw dedicated an arch near the Temple of Saturn, commemorating the recovery, under the leadership of Germanicus, the auspices of Tiberius, of the eagles lost with Varus, a temple to Fors Fortuna on the Tiber bank, in the gardens which the dictator Caesar had bequeathed to the nation, a sanctuary to the Julian race, and an effigy to the deity of Augustus at Bovillae. In the consulate of Gaius Caelius and Lucius Pomponius, Germanicus Caesar, on the 26th day of May, celebrated his triumph over the Cherusci, the Chatti, the Angrivari, and the other tribes lying west of the Elbe. There was a procession of spoils and captives, of mimic mountains, rivers, and battles, and the war, since he had been forbidden to complete it, was assumed to be complete. To the spectators the effect was heightened by the noble figure of the commander himself, and by the 5 children who loaded his chariot. Yet beneath lay an unspoken fear, as men reflected that to his father Drusus the favour of the multitude had not brought happiness, that Marcellus, his uncle, had been snatched in youth from the ardent affections of the populace, that the loves of the Roman nation were fleeting and unblessed. For the rest, Tiberius, in the name of Germanicus, made a distribution to the populace of 300 sesterces a man. As his colleague in the consulship he nominated himself. All this, however, won him no credit for genuine affection, and he decided to remove the youth under a show of honour. Some of the pretexts he fabricated, others he accepted as chance offered. For 50 years King Archelaus had been in possession of Cappadocia, to Tiberius a hated man, since he had offered him none of the usual attentions during his stay in Rhodes. The omission was due not to insolence, but to advice from the intimates of Augustus, for, as Gaius Caesar was then in his heyday and had been dispatched to settle affairs in the East, the friendship of Tiberius was believed unsafe. When, through the extinction of the Caesarian line, Tiberius attained the empire, he lured Archelaus from Cappadocia by a letter of his mother, who, without dissembling the resentment of her son, offered clemency if he came to make his petition. Unsuspicious of treachery or apprehending force, should he be supposed alive to it, he hurried to the capital, was received by an unrelenting sovereign, and shortly afterwards was impeached in the Senate. Broken not by the charges, which were fictitious, but by torturing anxiety, combined with the weariness of age and the fact that to princes even equality, to say nothing of humiliation, is an unfamiliar thing, he ended his days whether deliberately or in the course of nature. His kingdom was converted into a province, and the emperor, announcing that its revenues made feasible a reduction of the 1% sale tax, fixed it for the future at 1/2 of this amount. About the same time, the death of the 2 kings Antiochus of Commagene and Philopator of Cilicia disturbed the peace of their countries, where the majority of men desired a Roman governor and the minority a monarch. The provinces too of Syria and Judea, exhausted by their burdens, were pressing for a diminution of the tribute. These circumstances, then, and the events in Armenia, which I mentioned above, were discussed by Tiberius before the Senate. The commotion in the East, he added, could only be settled by the wisdom of Germanicus, for his own years were trending to their autumn, and those of Drusus were as yet scarcely mature. There followed a decree of the Fathers, delegating to Germanicus the provinces beyond the sea, with powers overriding, in all regions he might visit, those of the local governors holding office by allotment or imperial nomination. Tiberius, however, had removed Creticus Silanus from Syria. He was a marriage connection of Germanicus, whose eldest son Nero was plighted to his daughter, and had given the appointment to Gnaeus Piso, a man of ungoverned passions and constitutional insubordinacy. For there was a strain of wild arrogance in the blood, a strain derived from his father Piso, who in the civil war lent strenuous aid against Caesar to the Republican party during its resurrection in Africa, then followed the fortunes of Brutus and Cassius, and, on the annulment of his exile, refused to become a suitor for office, until approached with a special request to accept a consulate proffered by Augustus. But apart from the paternal temper, Piso's brain was fired by the lineage and wealth of his wife Plancina. To Tiberius he accorded a grudging precedence. Upon his children he looked down as far beneath him. Nor did he entertain a doubt that he had been selected for the governorship of Syria in order to repress the ambitions of Germanicus. The belief has been held that he did in fact receive private instructions from Tiberius, and Plancina, beyond question, had advice from the ex-empress, bent with feminine jealousy upon persecuting Agrippina. For the court was split and torn by unspoken preferences for Germanicus or for Drusus. Tiberius leaned to the latter as his own issue and blood of his blood. Germanicus, owing to the estrangement of his uncle, had risen in the esteem of the world, and he had a further advantage in the distinction of his mother's family, among whom he could point to Mark Antony for a grandfather and to Augustus for a great-uncle. On the other hand, the plain Roman knight Pomponius Atticus, who was great-grandfather to Drusus, seemed to reflect no credit upon the ancestral effigies of the Claudian house, while both in fecundity and in fair fame Agrippina, the consort of Germanicus, ranked higher than Drusus's helpmeet Livia. The brothers, however, maintained a singular unanimity, unshaken by the contentions of their kith and kin. Shortly afterwards, Drusus was dispatched to Illyricum in order to serve his apprenticeship to war and acquire the favour of the army. At the same time, Tiberius believed that the young prince, who was running riot among the extravagances of the capital, was better in camp, and that he himself would be all the safer with both his sons at the head of legions. The pretext, however, was a Suabian request for help against the Cherusci, for now that the Romans had withdrawn and the foreign menace was removed, the tribes, obedient to the national custom, and embittered in this case by their rivalry and prestige, had turned their weapons against each other. The power of the clans and the prowess of their leaders were upon a level, but while his kingly title rendered Maroboduus unpopular with his countrymen, Arminius aroused enthusiasm as the champion of liberty. The result was that not only the veteran soldiery of Arminius, the Cherusci and their confederates, took up the campaign, but even from the dominions of Maroboduus, two Suabian tribes, the Semnones and Langobardi, revolted to his cause. This accession assured him the preponderance, had not Inguiomerus, with a band of his retainers, deserted to the enemy for the sole reason that, as an old man and an uncle, he scorned to obey the youthful son of his brother. Hope ran high on both sides as the lines of battle drew up, no longer to the old German accompaniment of charges either desultory or executed by scattered parties, for their long campaigns against ourselves had accustomed them to follow their standards, to secure their main body by reserves, and to give attention to their general's orders. So, in this instance, Arminius, on horseback, passed in review the whole of his forces, and, as he came to the several divisions, pointed to the liberties they had recovered, the legions they had butchered, and the spoils and spears, torn from Roman dead, which many of them carried in their hands. Maroboduus, in contrast, was described as the fugitive who, without one stricken field, had lain safe in the coverts of the Hercynian forest, and then sued for a treaty with gifts and embassies, a betrayer of his country, a satellite of the Caesar, whom it was their duty to expel with as little compunction as they felt when they slew Quintilius Varus. Let them only recall the series of their stricken fields. The issue of those, and the final ejection of the Romans, showed plainly enough with whom had rested the mastery in the war. Nor could Maroboduus refrain from a panegyric upon himself and an invective against the enemy. But, holding Inguiomerus by the hand, there was but one person, he declared, in whom resided the whole glory of the Cherusci, by whose counsels had been won whatsoever success they had achieved. Arminius was a fool, a novice in affairs, who usurped another man's fame, because by an act of perfidy he had entrapped 3 straggling legions and a commander who feared no fraud, a feat disastrous to Germany and disgraceful to its author, whose wife and child were even yet supporting their bondage. For himself, when he was attacked by 12 legions, with Tiberius at their head, he had kept the German honour unstained, and soon afterwards the combatants had parted on equal terms. Nor could he regret that it was now in their power to choose, with Rome, either a war, uncompromised, or a bloodless peace. Fired by the oratory, the armies were stimulated also by motives of their own, as the Cherusci and Langobardi were striking for ancient fame or recent liberty, their adversaries for the extension of a realm. No field ever witnessed a fiercer onset or a more ambiguous event, for on both sides the right wing was routed. A renewal of the conflict was expected when Maroboduus shifted his camp to the hills. It was the sign of a beaten man, and stripped gradually of his forces by desertions, he fell back upon the Marcomanni and sent a deputation to Tiberius asking assistance. The reply ran that to invoke the Roman arms against the Cherusci was not the part of a man who had brought no help to Rome when she was herself engaged against the same enemy. Drusus, however, as we have mentioned, was sent out to consolidate a peace. In the same year, 12 important cities of Asia collapsed in an earthquake, the time being night, so that the havoc was the less foreseen and the more devastating. Even the usual resource in these catastrophes, a rush to open ground, was unavailing, as the fugitives were swallowed up in yawning chasms. Accounts are given of huge mountains sinking, of former plains seen heaved aloft, of fires flashing out amid the ruin. As the disaster fell heaviest on the Sardians, it brought them the largest measure of sympathy, the Caesar promising 10 million sesterces, and remitting for 5 years their payments to the national and imperial exchequers. The Magnesians of Sipylus were ranked second in the extent of their losses and their indemnity. In the case of the Temnians, Philadelphines, Aegiates, Apollonidians, the so-called Mostenians and Hyrcanian Macedonians, and the cities of Hierocaesarea, Myrina, Syme, and Tmolus, it was decided to exempt them from tribute for the same term, and to send a senatorial commissioner to view the state of affairs and administer relief. Since Asia was held by a consular governor, an ex-praetor, Marcus Aetius, was selected so as to avoid the difficulties which might arise from the jealousy of two officials of similar standing. The emperor supplemented his imposing benefaction on behalf of the state by an equally popular display of private liberality. The property of Aemilia Musa, a woman of means and intestate, which had been claimed as escheating to the imperial exchequer, he transferred to Aemilius Lepidus, in whose family she apparently belonged, and the inheritance of the wealthy Roman knight, Pantuleius, though he was himself mentioned as part heir, he handed over to Marcus Servilius, on discovering that he had figured in an earlier and unsuspected testament. In both cases he remarked before doing so that high birth required the help of money. He entered upon no bequest unless he had earned it by his friendship. Strangers and persons who were at variance with others, and consequently named the sovereign as their heir, he kept at a distance. But as he relieved the honourable poverty of the innocent, so he procured the removal, or accepted the resignation, of the following senators: Vibidius Viro, Marius Nepos, Appius Appianus, Cornelius Sulla, and Quintus Vitellius, prodigals beggared by their vices. Nearly at the same time he consecrated the temples, ruined by age or fire, the restoration of which had been undertaken by Augustus. They included a temple to Liber, Libera, and Ceres, close to the Circus Maximus, and vowed by Aulus Postumius, the dictator. Another on the same site to Flora, founded by Lucius and Marcus Publicius in their aedileship, and a shrine of Janus, built in the herb market by Gaius Duilius, who first carried the Roman cause to success on sea and earned a naval triumph over the Carthaginians. The Temple of Hope, vowed by Aulus Atilius in the same war, was dedicated by Germanicus. Meanwhile, the law of treason was coming to its strength, and Apuleia Varilla, the niece of Augustus' sister, was summoned by an informer to answer a charge under the statute, on the ground that she had insulted the deified Augustus, as well as Tiberius and his mother, by her scandalous conversations, and had sullied her connection with the Caesar by the crime of adultery. The adultery, it was decided, was sufficiently covered by the Julian law, and as to the charge of treason, the emperor requested that a distinction should be drawn, conviction to follow, should she have said anything tantamount to sacrilege against Augustus. Remarks levelled at himself he did not wish to be made the subject of inquiry. To the consul's question, what was his opinion of the reprehensible statements she was alleged to have made about his mother, he gave no answer. But at the next meeting of the Senate he asked, in her name also, that no one should be held legally accountable for words uttered against her in any circumstances whatever. After freeing Apuleius from the operation of the statute, he deprecated the heavier penalty for adultery, and suggested that in accordance with the Old World precedents, she might be handed to her relatives and removed to a point beyond the 200th milestone. Her lover Manlius was banned from residence in Italy or Africa. The appointment of a praetor to replace Vipstanus Gallus, cut off by death, gave rise to dispute. Germanicus and Drusus, for they were still at Rome, supported Titurius Agrippa, a kinsman of Germanicus. On the other hand, many insisted that the deciding factor should be the number of a candidate's children, legally the correct position. Tiberius was overjoyed to see the Senate divided between his sons and the laws. The law was certainly defeated, but not immediately, and by a few votes only, the mode in which laws were defeated even in days when laws had force. In the course of the same year, war broke out in Africa, where the enemy was commanded by Tacfarinas, by nationality a Numidian who had served as an auxiliary in the Roman camp and then deserted. He began by recruiting gangs of vagrants, accustomed to robbery, for the purposes of plunder and of rapine. Then he marshalled them into a body in the military style by companies and troops. Finally, he was recognized as the head, not of a chaotic horde, but of the Musulamian people, that powerful tribe bordering on the solitudes of Africa, and even then innocent of city life, took up arms and drew the adjacent Moors into the conflict. They too had their leader, Mazippa, and the Confederate army was so divided that Tacfarinas could retain in camp a picked corps, equipped on the Roman model, and there inure it to discipline and obedience, while Mazippa, with a light-armed band, disseminated fire, slaughter, and terror. They had forced the Cinithians, by no means a negligible tribe, to join them, when Furius Camillus, proconsul of Africa, combined his legion with the whole of the auxiliaries under the standards, and led them towards the enemy. A modest array in view of the multitude of Numidians and Moors, yet the one thing he was anxious above all to avoid was that they should take fright and evade a trial of arms. The hope of victory, however, lured them into defeat. The legion then was posted in the centre, the light cohorts and 2 squadrons of horse on the wings. Nor did Tacfarinas decline the challenge. The Numidians were routed, and after many years the Furian name won martial honours. For since the days of Rome's great recoverer and his son, the laurels of high command had passed to other houses, and the Camillus, with whom we are here concerned, was not regarded as a soldier. Tiberius, therefore, was the readier to laud his exploits before the Senate, while the fathers voted him the insignia of triumph. To the unassuming Camillus an innocuous compliment. The following year found Tiberius consul for a 3rd time, Germanicus for a 2nd. The latter, however, entered upon that office in the Achaean town of Nicopolis, which he had reached by skirting the Illyrian coast after a visit to his brother Drusus, then resident in Dalmatia. The passage had been stormy both in the Adriatic and later in the Ionian Sea. He spent a few days, therefore, in refitting the fleet, while at the same time evoking the memory of his ancestors. He viewed the gulf immortalized by the victory of Actium, together with the spoils which Augustus had consecrated and the camp of Antony. For Augustus, as I have said, was his great-uncle, Antony his grandfather, and before his eyes lay the whole great picture of disaster and of triumph. He next arrived at Athens, where, in deference to our treaty with an allied and time-honoured city, he made use of 1 lictor alone. The Greeks received him with most elaborate compliments, and, in order to temper adulation with dignity, paraded the ancient doings and sayings of their countrymen. From Athens he visited Euboea and crossed over to Lesbos, where Agrippina in her last confinement gave birth to Julia. Entering the outskirts of Asia and the Thracian towns of Perinthus and Byzantium, he then struck through the straits of the Bosphorus and the mouth of the Euxine, eager to make the acquaintance of those ancient and storied regions, though simultaneously he brought relief to provinces outworn by internecine feud or official tyranny. On the return journey he made an effort to visit the Samothracian mysteries, but was met by northerly winds and failed to make the shore. So, after an excursion to Troy and those venerable remains which attest the mutability of fortune and the origin of Rome, he skirted the Asian coast once more and anchored off Colophon, in order to consult the oracle of the Clarion Apollo. Here it is not a prophetess, as at Delphi, but a male priest, chosen out of a restricted number of families, and in most cases imported from Miletus, who hears the number and names of the consultants, but no more, then descends into a cavern, swallows a draught of water from a mysterious spring, and, though ignorant generally of writing and of metre, delivers his response in set verses dealing with the subject each inquirer had in mind. Rumour said that he had predicted to Germanicus his hastening fate, though in the equivocal terms which oracles affect. Meanwhile, Gnaeus Piso, in haste to embark upon his schemes, first alarmed the community of Athens by a tempestuous entry, then assailed them in a virulent speech, which included an indirect attack on Germanicus for compromising the dignity of the Roman name by his exaggerated civilities, not to the Athenians, whose repeated disasters had extinguished the breed, but to the present cosmopolitan rabble. For these were the men who had leagued themselves with Mithridates against Sulla, with Antony against the deified Augustus. He upbraided them even with their ancient history, their ill-starred outbreaks against Macedon, and their violence towards their own countrymen. Private resentment also embittered him against the town, as the authorities refused to give up at his request a certain Theophilus, whom the verdict of the Areopagus had declared guilty of forgery. After this, quick sailing by a short route through the Cyclades brought him up with Germanicus at Rhodes. The prince was aware of the invectives with which he had been assailed, yet he behaved with such mildness that, when a rising storm swept Piso toward the rock-bound coast, and the destruction of his foe could have been referred to misadventure, he sent warships to help in extricating him from his predicament. Even so, Piso was not mollified, and after reluctantly submitting to the loss of a single day, he left Germanicus and completed the journey first. Then, the moment he reached Syria and the legions, by bounties and by bribery, by attentions to the humblest private, by dismissals of the veteran centurions and the stricter commanding officers, whom he replaced by dependents of his own, or by men of the worst character, by permitting indolence in the camp, license in the towns, and in the country a vagrant and riotous soldiery, he carried corruption to such a pitch that in the language of the rabble he was known as the father of the legions. Nor could Plancina contain herself within the limits of female decorum. She attended cavalry exercises and infantry manoeuvres. She flung her gibes at Agrippina or Germanicus, some even of the loyal troops being ready to yield her a disloyal obedience, for a whispered rumour was gaining ground that these doings were not unacceptable to the emperor. The state of affairs was known to Germanicus, but his more immediate anxiety was to reach Armenia first. That country from the earliest period has owned a national character and a geographical situation of equal ambiguity, since, with a wide extent of frontier conterminous with our own provinces, it stretches inland right up to Media, so that the Armenians lie interposed between two vast empires, with which, as they detest Rome and envy the Parthian, they are too frequently at variance. At the moment they lacked a king, owing to the removal of Vonones, but the national sentiment leaned to Zeno, a son of the Pontic sovereign Polemo. For the prince, an imitator from earliest infancy of Armenian institutions and dress, had endeared himself equally to the higher and the lower orders by his affection for the chase, the banquet, and the other favourite pastimes of barbarians. Accordingly, in the town of Artaxata, before the consenting nobles and a great concourse of the people, Germanicus placed on his head the emblem of royalty. All save the Romans did homage and acclaimed King Artaxius, an appellation suggested by the name of the city. On the other hand, Cappadocia, reduced to the rank of a province, received Quintus Veranius as governor, and to encourage hope in the mildness of Roman sway, a certain number of the royal tributes were diminished. Quintus Severus was appointed to Commagene, now for the first time transferred to Praetorian jurisdiction. Complete and happy as was his adjustment of the allies' affairs, it gave Germanicus no satisfaction in view of the insolence of Piso, who, when ordered to conduct part of the legions into Armenia either in his own person or in that of his son, had ignored both alternatives. In Cyrrhus, the winter quarters of the 10th Legion, they met at last, their features schooled to exclude in Piso's case all evidence of alarm, in the Caesars all suggestion of a threat. He was, in fact, as I have stated, indulgent to a fault, but his friends had the craft to inflame his resentments. They aggravated truths, accumulated falsehoods, levelled a miscellany of charges at Piso, Plancina, and their sons. Finally, in the presence of a few intimates, the prince opened the conversation in the key always struck by dissembled anger. Piso returned a defiant apology, and they parted in open hatred. From now onward, Piso's appearances at the tribunal of Germanicus were rare, and, on the occasions when he took his seat, it was with the sullen air of undisguised opposition. Again he was heard to remark in a banquet at the Nabatean court, when massive golden crowns were offered to Germanicus and Agrippina, and lighter specimens to Piso and the rest, that this was a dinner given to the son, not of a Parthian king, but of a Roman prince. At the same time he tossed his crown aside and added a diatribe on luxury, which Germanicus, in spite of its bitterness, contrived to tolerate. Meanwhile, deputies arrived from the Parthian king Artabanus. They had been sent to mention the friendship and the treaty between the nations, and to add that the king desired a fresh exchange of pledges, and, in compliment to Germanicus, would meet him on the bank of the Euphrates. In the interval he asked that Vonones should not be kept in Syria to lure the tribal chieftains into discord by agents from over the border. As to the alliance between Rome and Parthia, Germanicus replied in florid terms. Of the king's coming and his courtesy to himself, he spoke with dignity and modesty. Vonones was removed to Pompeiopolis, a maritime town of Cilicia. The concession was not simply a compliance with Artabanus's request, but also an affront to Piso, to whom the pretender was highly acceptable in consequence of the numerous civilities and presents for which Plancina was indebted to him. While Germanicus was passing the summer in various provinces, Drusus earned considerable credit by tempting the Germans to revive their feuds, and as the power of Maroboduus was already shattered, to press on his complete destruction. Among the Gautones was a youth of good family named Catualda, exiled some time ago by the arms of Maroboduus, and now, as his fortunes waned, emboldened to revenge. With a strong following, he entered Marcomannian territory, seduced the chieftains into complicity, and burst into the palace and adjoining fortress. There they discovered the ancient Suebian spoils, together with a number of sutlers and traders out of the Roman provinces, drawn from their respective homes and implanted on hostile soil first by the commercial privileges, then by the lure of increased profits, and finally by oblivion of their country. Forsaken on every side, Maroboduus had no other refuge than the imperial clemency. Crossing the Danube where it flows by the province of Noricum, he wrote to Tiberius, not in the tone of a landless man or a suppliant, but in one reminiscent of his earlier fortune. For, though many nations offered to welcome a king once so glorious, he had preferred the friendship of Rome. The Caesar replied that he would have a safe and honoured seat in Italy if he remained, but should his interests make a change advisable, he might depart as securely as he had come. He asserted, however, in the Senate that not Philip himself had been so grave a menace to Athens, not Pyrrhus, nor Antiochus to the Roman people. The speech is still extant in which he emphasized the greatness of the man, the violence of the peoples beneath his rule, the nearness of the enemy to Italy, and the measures he had himself taken to destroy him. Maroboduus, in fact, was detained at Ravenna, where the possibility of his restoration was held out to the Suabians whenever they became unruly. But for 18 years he never set foot out of Italy and grew into an old man, his fame much tarnished by too great love of life. An identical disaster and a similar haven awaited Catualda. A short while afterwards, broken by the power of the Hermundari and the generalship of Vibilius, he received asylum and was sent to Forum Julium, a colony of Narbonensian Gaul. Since the barbarian retainers of the two princes might, if intermingled with the native population, have disturbed the peace of the provinces, they were assigned a king in the person of Vannius from the Quadian tribe, and settled on the further bank of the Danube, between the rivers Marus and Cussus. As news had come at the same time that Germanicus had presented the throne of Armenia to Artaxius, the Senate resolved that he and Drusus should receive an ovation upon entering the capital. In addition, arches bearing the effigy of the two Caesars were erected on each side of the temple of Mars the Avenger, while Tiberius showed more pleasure at having kept the peace by diplomacy than if he had concluded a war by a series of stricken fields. Accordingly, he now brought his cunning to bear against Rescuporis, the king of Thrace. The whole of that country had been subject to Rumetalces, after whose death Augustus conferred one half on his brother Rescuporis, the other on his son Cotys. By this partition the agricultural lands, the town and the districts adjoining the Greek cities, fell to Cotys. The remainder, a sterile soil, a wild population with enemies at the very door, to Rescuporis. So too with the character of the kings. One was gentle and genial, the other sullen, grasping, and intolerant of partnership. At the first, however, they acted with a deceptive show of concord. Then Rescuporis began to overstep his frontiers, to appropriate districts allotted to Cotys, and to meet opposition with force. Hesitantly during the lifetime of Augustus, whom he feared as the creator of both kingdoms, and, if slighted, their avenger. The moment, however, that he heard of the change of sovereigns, he began to throw predatory bands across the border, to demolish fortresses, and to sow the seeds of war. Nothing gave Tiberius so much anxiety as that settlements once made should not be disturbed. He chose a centurion to notify the kings that there must be no appeal to arms, and Cotys at once disbanded the auxiliaries he had collected. Rescuporis, with assumed moderation, asked for a personal meeting. Their differences, he said, could be adjusted verbally. Small difficulty was made about the time, the place, and finally the conditions, when one party through good nature and the other through duplicity conceded and accepted everything. To ratify the treaty, as he said, Rescuporis added a banquet. When the merriment had been prolonged far into the night with the help of good cheer and wine, he laid in irons the unsuspecting Cotys, who, on discovering the treachery, appealed in vain to the sanctities of kingship, the deities of their common house, and the immunities of the hospitable board. Master of the whole of Thrace, he wrote to Tiberius that a plot had been laid for him, but he had forestalled the plotter. At the same time, under the pretext of a campaign against the Bastarnae and Scythians, he sustained himself by fresh levies of infantry and cavalry. A smooth letter came back. If his conscience was clear, he might trust to his innocence. But neither the emperor nor the Senate would discriminate between the rights and wrongs of the case unless they heard it. He had better, then, surrender Cotys, come to Rome, and shift the odium of the charge from his own shoulders. The letter was dispatched into Thrace by Latinius Pandusa, the propraetor of Moesia, together with a company of soldiers who were to take over Cotys. After some fluctuation between fear and anger, Rescuporis, deciding to stand his trial for the commission, not the inception of a crime, ordered the execution of Cotys, and promulgated a lie that his death had been self-inflicted, Still, the Caesar made no change in the methods he had once resolved upon, but, on the death of Pandusa, whom Rescuporis accused of animus against himself, appointed Pomponius Flaccus to the government of Moesia, chiefly because that veteran campaigner was a close friend of the king, and as such, the better adapted to deceive him. Flaccus crossed into Thrace and, by unstinted promises, induced Rescuporis to enter the Roman lines, though he felt some hesitation as he reflected on his guilt. He was then surrounded by a strong bodyguard, ostensibly out of respect for his royalty, and by advice, suasion, and a surveillance which grew more obvious at each remove, till at last he realized the inevitable, the tribunes and centurions hailed him to Rome. He was accused in the Senate by Cotys's wife, and condemned to detention at a distance from his kingdom. Thrace was divided between his son Rumetalces, who was known to have opposed his father's designs, and the children of Cotys. As these were not of mature age, they were put under the charge of Treballinus Rufus, an ex-praetor, who was to manage the kingdom in the interregnum. A parallel from an earlier generation being the dispatch of Marcus Lepidus to Egypt, as the guardian of Ptolemy's children. Rescuporis was deported to Alexandria, and perished in a genuine, or imputed, attempt at escape. In the consulate of Marcus Silanus and Lucius Norbanus, Germanicus set out for Egypt to view its antiquities, though the reason given was solicitude for the province. He did in fact lower the price of corn by opening the state granaries, and adopted many practices popular with the multitude, walking without his guards, his feet sandaled and his dress identical with that of the Greeks, an imitation of Publius Scipio, who is recorded to have done the like in Sicily, although the Carthaginian War was still raging. Tiberius passed a leniently worded criticism on his dress and bearing, but rebuked him with extreme sharpness for overstepping the prescription of Augustus by entering Alexandria without the imperial consent. For Augustus, among the other secrets of absolutism, by prohibiting all senators or Roman knights of the higher rank from entering the country without permission, kept Egypt isolated, in order that Italy might not be subjected to starvation by anyone who contrived, with however slight a garrison against armies however formidable, to occupy the province and the key positions by land and sea. Not yet aware, however, that his itinerary was disapproved, Germanicus sailed up the Nile, starting from the town of Canopus, founded by the Spartans in memory of the helmsman so named, who was buried there in the days when Menelaus, homeward bound for Greece, was blown to a distant sea and the Libyan coast. From Canopus he visited the next of the river mouths, which is sacred to Hercules, an Egyptian born, according to the local account, and the eldest of the name, the others of later date and equal virtue being adopted into the title. Then the vast remains of ancient Thebes. On piles of masonry Egyptian letters still remained, embracing the tale of old magnificence, and one of the senior priests, ordered to interpret his native tongue, related that once the city contained 700,000 men of military age, and with that army King Ramses, after conquering Libya and Ethiopia, the Medes and the Persians, the Bactrian and the Scyth, and the lands where the Syrians and Armenians and neighbouring Cappadocians dwell, had ruled over all that lies between the Bithynian Sea on the one hand and the Lycian on the other. The tribute lists of the subject nations were still legible, the weight of silver and gold, the number of weapons and horses, the temple gifts of ivory and spices, together with the quantities of grain and other necessaries of life to be paid by the separate countries, revenues no less imposing than those which are now exacted by the might of Parthia or by Roman power. But other marvels too arrested the attention of Germanicus, in especial the stone colossus of Memnon, which emits a vocal sound when touched by the rays of the sun, the pyramids reared mountain high by the wealth of emulous kings among wind-swept and all but impassable sands, the excavated lake which receives the overflow of Nile, and elsewhere narrow gorges and deeps impervious to the plummet of the explorer. Then he proceeded to Elephantine and Syene, once the limits of the Roman Empire, which now stretches to the Persian Gulf. About this time, Vonones, whose sequestration in Cilicia I have mentioned, attempted by bribing his warders to escape into Armenia, then to the Albani, the Heniochi, and his relative the king of Scythia. Leaving the coast under the pretext of a hunting excursion, he made for the trackless forest country, and, availing himself of the speed of his horse, hurried to the river Pyramus, where, on the news of his escape, the bridges had been demolished by the people of the district. The stream itself was not fordable. He was arrested, therefore, on the river bank by the cavalry prefect, Vibius Fronto, and a little later Remius, a time-expired veteran who had been in command of his former guards, ran him through with his sword, as though in an outburst of anger, a fact which makes it the more credible that conscious guilt and a fear of disclosures dictated the murder. On the way from Egypt, Germanicus learned that all orders issued by him to the legions or the cities had been rescinded or reversed. Hence galling references to Piso, nor were the retorts directed by him against the prince less bitter. Then Piso determined to leave Syria. Checked almost immediately by the ill health of Germanicus, then, hearing that he had rallied, and that the vows made for his recovery were already being paid, he took his lictors and swept the streets clear of the victims at the altars, the apparatus of sacrifice, and the festive populace of Antioch. After this he left for Seleucia, awaiting the outcome of the malady which had again attacked Germanicus. The cruel virulence of the disease was intensified by the patient's belief that Piso had given him poison, and it is a fact that explorations in the floor and walls brought to light the remains of human bodies, spells, curses, leaden tablets engraved with the name Germanicus, charred and blood-smeared ashes, and others of the implements of witchcraft by which it is believed the living soul can be devoted to the powers of the grave. At the same time, emissaries from Piso were accused of keeping a too inquisitive watch upon the ravages of the disease. Of all this Germanicus heard with at least as much anger as alarm. If his threshold was besieged, if he must surrender his breath under the eye of his enemies, what must the future hold in store for his unhappy wife, for his infant children? Poison was considered too dilatory. Piso was growing urgent, imperative to be left alone with his province and his legions. But Germanicus had not fallen from himself so far, nor should the price of blood remain with the slayer. He composed a letter renouncing his friendship. The general account adds that he ordered him to leave the province. Delaying no longer, Piso weighed anchor and regulated his speed so that the return journey should be the shorter, if Germanicus's death opened the door in Syria. For a moment the Caesar revived to hope. Then his powers flagged, and with the end near, he addressed his friends at the bedside to the following effect: "If I were dying by the course of nature, I should have a justified grievance against heaven itself for snatching me from parents, children, and country by a premature end in the prime of life. Now, cut off as I am by the villainy of Piso and Plancina, I leave my last prayers in the keeping of your breasts. Report to my father and brother the agonies that rent me, the treasons that encompassed me, before I finished the most pitiable of lives by the vilest of deaths. If any were ever stirred by the hopes I inspired, by kindred blood, even by envy of me while I lived, they must shed a tear to think that the once happy survivor of so many wars has fallen by female treachery. You will have your opportunity to complain before the Senate and to invoke the law. The prime duty of friends is not to follow their dead with passive laments, but to remember his wishes and carry out his commands. Strangers themselves will bewail Germanicus. You will avenge him, if you loved me and not my fortune. Show to the Roman people the granddaughter of their deified Augustus, who was also my wife. Number her 6 children. Pity will side with the accusers, and if the murderers allege some infamous warrant, they will find no credence in men, or no forgiveness." His friends touched the dying hand and swore to forego life sooner than revenge. Then he turned to his wife and implored her, by the memory of himself and for the sake of their common children, to strip herself of pride, to stoop her spirit before the rage of fortune, and never, if she returned to the capital, to irritate those stronger than herself by a competition for power. These words in public. In private there were others in which he was believed to hint at danger from the side of Tiberius. Soon afterwards he passed away, to the boundless grief of the province and the adjacent peoples. Foreign nations and princes felt the pang, so great had been his courtesy to allies, his humanity to enemies. In aspect and address alike, venerable, while he maintained the magnificence and dignity of exalted fortune, he had escaped envy and avoided arrogance. His funeral, devoid of ancestral effigies or procession, was distinguished by eulogies and recollections of his virtues. There were those who, considering his personal appearance, his early age, and the circumstances of his death, to which they added the proximity of the region where he perished, compared his decease with that of Alexander the Great, each eminently handsome, of famous lineage, and in years not much exceeding 30, had fallen among alien races by the treason of their countrymen. But the Roman had borne himself as one gentle to his friends, moderate in his pleasures, content with a single wife, and the children of lawful wedlock. Nor was he less a man of the sword, though he lacked the other's temerity, and, when his numerous victories had beaten down the Germanies, was prohibited from making fast their bondage. But had he been the sole arbiter of affairs, of kingly authority and title, he would have overthrown the Greek in military fame with an ease proportioned to his superiority in clemency, self-command, and all other good qualities. The body before cremation was exposed in the Forum of Antioch, the place destined for the final rites. Whether it bore marks of poisoning was disputable, for the indications were variously read, as pity and preconceived suspicion swayed the spectator to the side of Germanicus, or his predilections to that of Piso. A consultation followed between the legates and other senators present to determine the new governor of Syria. When the rest had made a half-hearted effort, the claims of Vibius Marsus and Gnaeus Sentius were canvassed at length. Then Marsus gave way to the superior age and greater keenness of his competitor. And he, on the demand of Vitellius, Veranius, and the others, who were drawing up the articles of indictment as though the case had already been entered, dispatched to Rome a woman by the name of Martina, infamous in the province for her poisonings and beloved of Plancina. Agrippina herself, worn out with grief and physically ill, yet intolerant of every obstacle to revenge, went on board the fleet with her children and the ashes of Germanicus. Amid universal pity for this woman of sovereign lineage, her wedded glory, wont but yesterday to attract the gaze of awed and gratulatory crowds, now carrying in her bosom the relics of the dead, uncertain of her vengeance, apprehensive for herself, cursed in that fruitfulness which had borne but hostages to fortune. Piso, in the meantime, was overtaken at the Isle of Cos by a message that Germanicus was sped. He received it with transport. Victims were immolated, temples visited, and, while his own joy knew no bounds, it was overshadowed by the insolence of Plancina, who had been in mourning for the loss of a sister, and now changed for the first time into the garb of joy. Centurions came streaming in with their advice. The legions were eager to declare for him. He must return to the province illegally wrested from him, and now masterless. At a council then to decide what action should be taken, his son Marcus Piso held that he must hurry to the capital. So far he had been guilty of nothing that was past expiation, nor were feeble suspicions or unsubstantial rumours a matter for alarm. His difference with Germanicus might perhaps earn him a measure of unpopularity, but not punishment, while the forfeiture of his province had satisfied his private enemies. To go back was to embark on a civil war, if Sentius resisted, nor would the centurions and private soldiers stand fast in his cause, since with them the yet recent memory of their commander and their deep-seated affection for the Caesars outweighed all else. Domitius Sila, one of his most intimate associates, argued upon the other side. He had better profit by the occasion. Not Sentius, but Piso had been created governor of Syria. To him had been entrusted the symbols of magistracy, the praetorian jurisdiction, aye, and the legions. If hostilities threatened, who could more justly take the field than a man who had received the powers of a legate, in addition to private instructions? Besides, rumours ought to be allowed an interval in which to grow stale. Innocence too often was unable to face the first blast of unpopularity. But if he kept the army and augmented his powers, chance would give a favourable turn to much that could not at present be foreseen. Or, he continued, are we racing to make the harbour at the same moment as the ashes of Germanicus, so that with the first breath of scandal you may be swept to your doom, unheard and undefended, by a sobbing wife and a fatuous crowd? You have the complicity of Augusta, the favour of the Caesar, but only in private, and none more ostentatiously bewail the fate of Germanicus than they who most rejoice at it. There was no great difficulty in converting Piso with his taste for audacity to this opinion, and in a letter forwarded to Tiberius he accused Germanicus of luxury and arrogance. As for himself, he had been expelled so as to leave scope for a revolution, but had now gone to resume charge of the army with the same loyalty as he had shown when he was at its head. At the same time he placed Domitius on a warship with orders to avoid the coasting route and to make straight for Syria, past the islands and through the high seas. As deserters flocked in, he organized them by maniples, armed the camp followers, then, crossing with his fleet to the mainland, intercepted a body of recruits bound for Syria, and wrote to the Cilician kinglets to support him with auxiliaries, the young Piso assisting actively in the preparations for war, though he had protested against engaging in it. As they were skirting then the coast of Lycia and Pamphylia, they were met by the squadron convoying Agrippina. On each side the hostility was such that at first they prepared for action. Then, owing to their mutual fears, the affair went no further than high words, in the course of which Vibius Marsus summoned Piso to return to Rome and enter his defence. He gave a sarcastic answer that he would be there when the praetor, with cognizance of poisoning cases, had notified a date to the accusers and accused. Meanwhile, Domitius had landed at the Syrian town of Laodicea. He was making for the winter quarters of the 6th Legion, which he thought the best adapted for his revolutionary designs, when he was forestalled by the commanding officer Pasuvius. Sentius notified Piso of the incident by letter, and warned him to make no attempt upon the camp by his agents or upon the province by his arms. He then collected the men whom he knew to be attached to the memory of Germanicus, or at least opposed to his enemies, impressed upon them the greatness of the emperor and the fact that this was an armed attack on the state, then took the field at the head of a powerful force ready for battle. Piso, too, though his enterprise was developing awkwardly, adopted the safest course in the circumstances by seizing an extremely strong post in Cilicia, named Cilenderis, for, by an admixture of the deserters, the recently intercepted recruits, and his own and Plancina's slaves, he had arranged the Cilician auxiliaries, sent by the petty kings, in what was numerically a legion. He called them to witness that he, the representative of the Caesar, was being excluded from the province which the Caesar had given not by the legions, it was at their invitation he came, but by Sentius, who was veiling his private hatred under a tissue of calumnies. They must take their stand in line of battle. The soldiers would never strike when they had seen Piso, whom once they called father, who, if the verdict went by justice, was the superior, and if by arms, not wholly powerless. He then deployed his maniples in front of the fortress lines on a high and precipitous hill. The rest of the position is secured by the sea. Confronting them stood the veterans, drawn up in centuries and with reserves. On the one side was a grim soldiery, on the other a position not less grim, but no courage, no hope, not even weapons, apart from rustic spears or makeshifts improvised to meet the sudden demand. When the collision came, doubt only lasted until the Roman cohorts scrambled up to level ground. The Cilicians took to their heels and barricaded themselves in the fortress. In the meantime, Piso attempted without effect to attack the fleet, which was waiting at some little distance. On his return he took his station on the walls, and now, beating his breast, now summoning particular soldiers by name, and waiting the call with a bribe, endeavoured to create a mutiny. He had indeed produced enough impression for one ensign of the 6th Legion to come over with his standard, when Sentius ordered the cornets and trumpets to sound, the materials for a mound to be collected, ladders raised, the readiest to go forward to the escalade, others to discharge spears, stones, and firebrands from the military engines. At last, Piso's obstinacy was broken, and he applied for permission to hand over his arms and remain in the fort while the Caesar's award of the Syrian governorship was being ascertained. The terms were not accepted, and the only concessions made were a grant of ships and a safe conduct to the capital. But at Rome, when the failure of Germanicus's health became current knowledge, and every circumstance was reported with the aggravations usual in news that has travelled far, all was grief and indignation. A storm of complaints burst out. So for this he had been relegated to the ends of earth. For this Piso had received a province, and this had been the drift of Augusta's colloquies with Plancina. It was the mere truth, as the elder men said of Drusus, that sons with democratic tempers were not pleasing to fathers on a throne, and both had been cut off for no other reason than because they designed to restore the age of freedom and take the Roman people into a partnership of equal rights. The announcement of his death inflamed this popular gossip to such a degree that before any edict of the magistrates, before any resolution of the Senate, civic life was suspended, the courts deserted, houses closed. It was a town of sighs and silences, with none of the studied advertisements of sorrow, and, while there was no abstention from the ordinary tokens of bereavement, the deeper mourning was carried at the heart. Accidentally, a party of merchants who had left Syria while Germanicus was yet alive brought a more cheerful account of his condition. It was instantly believed, and instantly disseminated. No man met another without proclaiming his unauthenticated news, and by him it was passed to more, with supplements dictated by joy. Crowds were running in the streets and forcing temple doors. Credulity throve. It was night, and affirmation is boldest in the dark. Nor did Tiberius check the fictions, but left them to die out with the passage of time, and the people added bitterness for what seemed a second bereavement. Affection and ingenuity vied in discovering and decreeing honours to Germanicus. His name was to be chanted in the Salia hymn. Curial chairs surmounted by oaken crowns were to be set for him wherever the Augustal priests had right of place. His effigy in ivory was to lead the procession at the circus games, and no flamen or augur, unless of the Julian house, was to be created in his room. Arches were added at Rome on the Rhine bank and on the Syrian mountain of Armanus, with an inscription recording his achievements and the fact that he had died for his country. There was to be a sepulchre in Antioch, where he had been cremated, a funeral monument in Epidaphne, the suburb in which he had breathed his last. His statues and the localities in which his cult was to be practiced it would be difficult to enumerate. When it was proposed to give him a gold medallion, as remarkable for the size as for the material, among the portraits of the classic orators, Tiberius declared that he would dedicate one himself of the customary type, and in keeping with the rest, for eloquence was not measured by fortune, and its distinction enough if he ranked with the old masters. The equestrian order renamed the so-called junior section in their part of the theatre after Germanicus, and ruled that on the 15th of July the cavalcade should ride behind his portrait. Many of these compliments remain. Others were discontinued immediately, or have lapsed with the years. While the public mourning was still fresh, Germanicus's sister Livia, who had married Drusus, was delivered of twin sons. The event, a rare felicity even in modest households, affected the emperor with so much pleasure that he could not refrain from boasting to the fathers that never before had twins been born to a Roman of the same eminence, for he converted everything, accidents included, into material for self-praise. To the people, however, coming when it did, even this incident was a regret, as though the increase in Drusus's family was a further misfortune for the house of Germanicus. In the same year, bounds were set to female profligacy by stringent resolutions of the Senate, and it was laid down that no woman should trade in her body if her father, grandfather, or husband had been a Roman knight. For Vistilia, the daughter of a Praetorian family, had advertised her venality on the aediles list, the normal procedure among our ancestors, who imagined the unchaste to be sufficiently punished by the avowal of their infamy. Her husband, Tacitus Labeo, was also required to explain why, in view of his wife's manifest guilt, he had not invoked the penalty of the law. As he pleaded that 60 days, not yet elapsed, were allowed for deliberation, it was thought enough to pass sentence on Vistilia, who was removed to the island of Seriphos. Another debate dealt with the proscription of the Egyptian and Jewish rites, and a senatorial edict directed that 4,000 descendants of enfranchised slaves, tainted with that superstition and suitable in point of age, were to be shipped to Sardinia, and there employed in suppressing brigandage. If they succumbed to the pestilential climate, it was a cheap loss. The rest had orders to leave Italy, unless they had renounced their impious ceremonial by a given date. The emperor then moved for the appointment of a virgin to replace Occia, who for 57 years had presided over the rites of Vesta with unblemished purity. Fonteius Agrippa and Domitius Pollio he thanked for the public-spirited rivalry which had led them to proffer their own daughters. Pollio's child was preferred, for no reason save that her mother was still living with the same husband, while Agrippa's divorce had impaired the credit of his house. As a solatium to the rejected candidate, the Caesar presented her with a dowry of 1,000,000 sesterces. As the commons protested against the appalling dearness of corn, he fixed a definite price to be paid by the buyer, and himself guaranteed the seller a subsidy of 2 sesterces the peck. Yet he would not, on that score, accept the title Father of his country, which had indeed been offered previously, and he administered a severe reprimand to those who had termed his occupations divine and himself Lord. The speaker consequently had to walk a straight and slippery road under a prince who feared liberty and detested flattery. I find from contemporary authors who were members of the Senate that a letter was read in the Curia from the Chatan chief Adgandestrius, promising the death of Arminius, if poison was sent to do the work, to which the reply went back that it was not by treason, nor in the dark, but openly and in arms, that the Roman people took vengeance on their foes, a high saying intended to place Tiberius on a level with the old commanders, who prohibited and disclosed the offer to poison King Pyrrhus. Arminius himself, encouraged by the gradual retirement of the Romans and the expulsion of Maroboduus, began to aim at kingship, and found himself in conflict with the independent temper of his countrymen. He was attacked by arms, and, while defending himself with checkered results, fell by the treachery of his relatives. Undoubtedly the liberator of Germany, a man who, not in its infancy as captains and kings before him, but in the high noon of its sovereignty, threw down the challenge to the Roman nation, in battle with ambiguous results, in war without defeat. He completed 37 years of life, 12 of power, and to this day is sung in tribal lays, though he is an unknown being to Greek historians, who admire only the history of Greece, and receives less than his due from us of Rome, who glorify the ancient days and show little concern for our own. Book 3. Without once pausing in her navigation of the wintry sea, Agrippina reached the island of Corcyra, opposite the Calabrian coast. There, frantic with grief and unschooled to suffering, she spent a few days in regaining her composure. Meanwhile, at news of her advent, there was a rush of people to Brundisium, as the nearest and safest landing place for the voyager. Every intimate friend was present. Numbers of military men, each with his record of service under Germanicus, even many strangers from the local towns, some thinking it respectful to the emperor, the majority following their example. The moment her squadron was sighted in the offing, not only the harbour and the points nearest the sea, but the city walls and house roofs, all posts indeed, commanding a wide enough prospect, were thronged by a crowd of mourners, who asked each other if they ought to receive her landing in silence or with some audible expression of feeling. It was not yet clear to them what the occasion required, when little by little the flotilla drew to shore, not with the accustomed eager oarsmanship, but all with an ordered melancholy, when, clasping the fatal urn, she left the ship with her 2 children, and fixed her eyes on the ground, a single groan arose from the whole multitude, nor could a distinction be traced between the relative and the stranger, the wailings of women or of men. Only the attendants of Agrippina, exhausted by long-drawn sorrow, were less demonstrative than the more recent mourners by whom they were met. The Caesar had sent 2 cohorts of his guard, with further orders that the magistrates of Calabria, Apulia, and Campania should render the last offices to the memory of his son. And so his ashes were borne on the shoulders of tribunes and centurions. Before him the standards went unadorned, the axes reversed, while at every colony they passed, the commons in black, and the knights in official purple-burned raiment, perfumes and other of the customary funeral tributes in proportion to the resources of the district. Even the inhabitants of outlying towns met the procession, devoted their victims and altars to the departed spirit, and attested their grief with tears and cries. Drusus came up to Tarracina with Germanicus's brother Claudius and the children who had been left in the capital. The consuls Marcus Valerius and Marcus Aurelius, who had already begun their magistracy, the Senate and a considerable part of the people filled the road, standing in scattered parties and weeping as they pleased. For of adulation there was none, since all men knew that Tiberius was with difficulty dissembling his joy at the death of Germanicus. He and Augusta abstained from any appearance in public, either holding it below their majesty to sorrow in the sight of men, or apprehending that, if all eyes perused their looks, they might find hypocrisy legible. I fail to discover, either in the historians or in the government journals, that the prince's mother, Antonia, bore any striking part in the ceremonies, although in addition to Agrippina and Drusus and Claudius, his other blood relations are recorded by name. Ill health may have been the obstacle, or a spirit broken with grief may have shrunk from facing the visible evidence of its great affliction. But I find it more credible that Tiberius and Augusta, who did not quit the palace, kept her there in order to give the impression of a parity of sorrow, of a grandmother and uncle detained at home in loyalty to the example of a mother. The day on which the remains were consigned to the mausoleum of Augustus was alternately a desolation of silence and a turmoil of laments. The city streets were full, the Campus Martius alight with torches. There the soldier in harness, the magistrate lacking his insignia, the burgher in his tribe, iterated the cry that the Commonwealth had fallen and hope was dead, too freely and too openly for it to be credible that they remembered their governors. Nothing, however, sank deeper into Tiberius's breast than the kindling of men's enthusiasm for Agrippina. The glory of her country, the last scion of Augustus, the peerless pattern of ancient virtue. So they styled her, and, turning to heaven and the gods, prayed for the continuance of her issue, and, might they survive, their persecutors. There were those who missed the pageantry of a state funeral, and compared the elaborate tributes rendered by Augustus to Germanicus' father Drusus. In the bitterest of the winter the sovereign had gone in person as far as Ticinum, and, never stirring from the corpse, had entered the capital along with it. The bier had been surrounded with the family effigies of the Claudian and Livian houses. The dead had been mourned in the Forum, eulogized upon the rostra. Every distinction which our ancestors had discovered, or their posterity invented, was showered upon him. But to Germanicus had fallen not even the honours due to every and any noble. Granted that the length of the journey was a reason for cremating his body, no matter how, on foreign soil, it would only have been justice that he should have been accorded all the more distinctions later, because chance had denied them at the outset. His brother had gone no more than 1 day's journey to meet him, his uncle not even to the gate. Where were those usages of the ancients, the image placed at the head of the couch, the set poems to the memory of departed virtue, the panegyrics, the tears, the imitations, if no more, of sorrow? All this Tiberius knew, and to repress the comments of the crowd, he reminded them in a manifesto that many illustrious Romans had died for their country, but none had been honoured with such a fervour of regret, a compliment highly valued by himself and by all if only moderation were observed. For the same conduct was not becoming to ordinary families or communities, and to leaders of the state, and to an imperial people. Mourning and the solace of tears had suited the first throes of their affliction, but now they must recall their minds to fortitude. As once the deified Julius at the loss of his only daughter, and the deified Augustus at the taking of his grandchildren, had thrust aside their anguish. There was no need to show by earlier instances how often the Roman people had borne unshaken the slaughter of armies, the death of generals, the complete annihilation of historic houses. Statesmen were mortal, the state eternal. Let them return, therefore, to their usual occupations, and, as the Megalesian Games would soon be exhibited, resume even their pleasures. The period of mourning now closed, men went back to their avocations, and Drusus left for the armies of Illyricum. All minds were elated at the prospect of calling Piso to account, and complaints were frequent that, during the interval, he should be roaming amid the landscapes of Asia and Achaia, destroying the evidences of his guilt by presumptuous and fraudulent delays. For news had spread that Martina, the notorious poisoner, dispatched to Rome, as I have said, by Gnaeus Sentius, had suddenly yielded up the ghost at Brundisium. That poison had been concealed in a knot of her hair, and that no indications of self-murder had been found on the body. Meanwhile, Piso, sending his son in advance to the capital with a message designed to pacify the emperor, bent his way to Drusus, whom he hoped to find not so much angered at a brother's death as reconciled to himself by the suppression of a rival. To make a display of impartiality, Tiberius gave the young envoy a civil reception, and treated him with the liberality he was in the habit of showing to the cadets of noble families. To the father, Drusus's answer was that, if the current imputations were true, his own resentment must rank foremost of all. But he preferred to believe they were false and unfounded, and that Germanicus's death involved the doom of no one. The reply was given in public, all secrecy having been avoided, and no doubts were felt that the phrasing was dictated by Tiberius, when a youth who had otherwise the simple and pliant character of his years resorted for the nonce to the disingenuities of age. After crossing the Sea of Dalmatia, Piso left his vessels at Ancona, and, travelling through Picenum, then by the Flaminian road, came up with a legion marching from Pannonia to Rome, to join later on the garrison in Africa, an incident which led to much gossip and discussion as to the manner in which he had kept showing himself to the soldiers on the march and by the wayside. From Narnia, either to avoid suspicion or because the plans of a frightened man are apt to be inconsistent, he sailed down the Nar, then down the Tiber, and added to the exasperation of the populace by bringing his vessel to shore at the mausoleum of the Caesars. It was a busy part of the day, and of the riverside, yet he, with a marching column of retainers, and Plancina with her escort of women, proceeded beaming on their way. There were other irritants also, among them festal decorations upon his mansion looming above the forum, guests and a dinner, and in that crowded quarter full publicity for everything. Next day Fulcinius' trio applied to the consuls for authority to prosecute Piso. He was opposed by Vitellius, Veranius, and the other members of Germanicus's suite. Trio, they argued, had no standing in the case, nor were they themselves acting as accusers, but as deponents, and witnesses to the facts, carrying out the instructions of the prince. Waiving the indictment on this head, Trio secured the right of arraigning Piso's previous career, and the emperor was asked to take over the trial. To this even the defendant made no demur, as he distrusted the prepossessions of the people and Senate, while Tiberius, he knew, had the strength of mind to despise scandal and was involved in his mother's accession to the plot. Besides, truth was more easily distinguished from accepted calumny by one judge. Where there were more, odium and malevolence carried weight. The difficulties of the inquiry, and the rumours, busy with his own character, were not lost upon Tiberius. Therefore, with a few intimate friends for assessor, he heard the threats of the accusers, the prayers of the accused, and remitted the case in its integrity to the Senate. In the interval, Drusus returned from Illyricum. The fathers had decreed him an ovation at his entry, in return for the submission of Maroboduus and his achievements of the preceding summer, but he postponed the honour and made his way into the capital privately. As his advocates, the defendant now specified Lucius Arruntius, Publius Vinicius, Asinius Gallus, Marcellus Isaninus, and Sextus Pompeius. They declined on various pretexts, and Manius Lepidus, Lucius Piso, and Livinius Regulus came to his support. The whole nation was eagerly speculating upon the loyalty of Germanicus's friends, the criminal's grounds for confidence, the chances that Tiberius would be able to keep his sentiments effectively under lock and key. Never had the populace been more keenly on the alert. Never had it shown more freedom of whispered criticism and suspicious silence towards the emperor. On the day the Senate met, the Caesar spoke with calculated moderation. Piso, he said, had been his father's lieutenant and friend, and he himself, at the instance of the Senate, had assigned him to Germanicus as his coadjutor in the administration of the East. Whether in that position he had merely exasperated the youthful prince by perversity and contentiousness, and then betrayed pleasure at his death, or whether he had actually cut short his days by crime, was a question they must determine with open minds. For, he proceeded, if the case is one of a subordinate who, after ignoring the limits of his commission and the deference owed to his superior, has exulted over that superior's death and my own sorrow, I shall renounce his friendship, banish him from my house, and redress my grievances as a man, without invoking my powers as a sovereign. But if murder comes to light, and it would call for vengeance, were the victim the meanest of mankind, then do you see to it that proper requital is made to the children of Germanicus and to us his parents. At the same time consider the following points. Did Piso's treatment of the armies make for disorder and sedition? Did he employ corrupt means to win the favour of the private soldiers? Did he levy war in order to repossess himself of the province? Or are these charges falsehoods, published with enlargements by the accusers, at whose zealous indiscretions I myself feel some justifiable anger? For what was the object in stripping the corpse naked and exposing it to the degrading contact of the vulgar gaze, or in diffusing the report and among foreigners that he fell a victim to poison, if that is an issue still uncertain and in need of scrutiny? True, I lament my son, and shall lament him always. But far from hampering the defendant in adducing every circumstance which may tend to relieve his innocence, or to convict Germanicus of injustice, if injustice there was, I beseech you that, even though the case is bound up with a personal sorrow of my own, you will not therefore receive the assertion of guilt as a proof of guilt. If kinship or a sense of loyalty has made some of you his advocates, then let each, with all the eloquence and devotion he can command, aid him in his hour of danger. To the accusers I commend a similar industry, a similar constancy. The only extra-legal concession we shall be found to have made to Germanicus is this, that the inquiry into his death is being held not in the forum, but in the curia, not before a bench of judges, but the Senate. Let the rest of the proceedings show the like restraint. Let none regard the tears of Drusus, none my own sadness, nor yet any fictions invented to our discredit. It was then resolved to allow 2 days for the formulation of the charges. After an interval of 6 days, the case for the defence would occupy another 3. Fulcinius opened with an old and futile tale of intrigue and cupidity during Piso's administration of Spain. The allegations, if established, could do the defendant no harm, should he dispel the more recent charge. If they were rebutted, there was still no acquittal if he was found guilty of the graver delinquencies. Serveus Veranius and Vitellius followed, with equal fervour, and Vitellius with considerable eloquence. Through his hatred of Germanicus and his zeal for anarchy, so ran the indictment, Piso had, by relaxing discipline and permitting the maltreatment of the provincials, so far corrupted the common soldiers that among the vilest of them he was known as the father of the legions. On the other hand, he had been ruthless to the best men, especially the companions and friends of Germanicus, and at last, with the help of poison and the black arts, had destroyed the prince himself. Then had come the blasphemous rites and sacrifices of Plancina and himself, an armed assault on the Commonwealth, and, in order that he might be put on his trial, defeat upon a stricken field. On all counts but one the defence wavered. There was no denying that he had tampered with the soldiery, that he had abandoned the provinces to the mercies of every villain, that he had even insulted the commander-in-chief. The single charge which he seemed to have dissipated was that of poisoning. It was, indeed, none too plausibly sustained by the accusers, who argued that, at a dinner given by Germanicus, Piso, who was seated above him, introduced the dose into his food. Certainly it seemed folly to assume that he could have ventured the act among strange servants, under the eyes of so many bystanders, and in the presence of the victim himself. Also he offered his own slaves for torture, and insisted on its application to the attendants at the meal. For one reason or other, however, the judges were inexorable. The Caesar, because war had been levied on a province; the Senate, because it could never quite believe that Germanicus had perished without foul play. A demand for the correspondence was rejected as firmly by Tiberius as by Piso. At the same time, shouts were heard. It was the people at the Senate doors, crying that, if he escaped the suffrages of the fathers, they would take the law into their own hands. They had, in fact, dragged his effigies to the Gemonian stairs, and were engaged in dismembering them, when they were rescued and replaced at the imperial command. He was therefore put in a litter and accompanied home by an officer of one of the Praetorian cohorts, while rumour debated whether the escort was there for the preservation of his life or the enforcement of his death. Plancina, equally hated, had more than equal influence, so that it was considered doubtful how far the sovereign would be allowed to proceed against her. She herself, so long as hope remained for Piso, protested that she would share his fortune for good or ill, or, if the need arose, would meet destruction in his company. But once her pardon had been procured by the private intercessions of Livia, she began step by step to dissociate herself from her husband, and to treat her own defence as a distinct issue. It was a fatal symptom, and the defendant knew it. He was doubtful whether to make another effort or not, but, as his sons pressed him, he hardened his heart and entered the Senate once more. He faced the repetition of the charges, the hostile cries of the fathers, the fierce opposition evident in every quarter. But nothing daunted him more than the sight of Tiberius, pitiless and angerless, barred and bolted against the ingress of any human emotion. After being carried home, he wrote a little, apparently notes for his defence for the next day, sealed the paper, and handed it to a freedman. Then he gave the usual attention to his person, and finally, late at night, when his wife had left the bedroom, he ordered the door to be closed, and was found at daybreak with his throat cut and a sword lying on the floor. I remember hearing my elders speak of a document seen more than once in Piso's hands. The purport he himself never disclosed, but his friends always asserted that it contained a letter from Tiberius with his instructions in reference to Germanicus, and that, if he had not been tricked by the empty promises of Sejanus, he was resolved to produce it before the Senate and to put the emperor upon his defence. His death, they believed, was not self-inflicted. An assassin had been let loose to do the work. I should hesitate to endorse either theory. At the same time, it was my duty not to suppress a version given by contemporaries who were still living in my early years. With his lineaments composed to melancholy, the Caesar expressed to his regret to the Senate that Piso should have chosen a form of death reflecting upon his sovereign, and cross-examined him at length on the manner in which his father had spent his last day and night. Though there were one or two indiscretions, the answers were in general adroit enough, and he now read a note drawn up by Piso in nearly the following words: "Broken by a confederacy of my enemies, and the hatred inspired by their lying accusation, since the world has no room for my truth and innocence, I declare before heaven, Caesar, that I have lived your loyal subject and your mother's no less dutiful servant. I beg you both to protect the interests of my children. Gnaeus has no connection with my affairs, good or ill, since he spent the whole period in the capital, while Marcus advised me against returning to Syria. And I can only wish that I had given way to my youthful son, rather than he to his aged father. I pray, therefore, with added earnestness that the punishment of my perversity may not fall on his guiltless head. By my 45 years of obedience, by the consulate we held in common, as the man who once earned the confidence of your father, the deified Augustus, as the friend who will never ask favour more, I appeal for the life of my unfortunate son. Of Plancina, not a word." Tiberius followed by absolving the younger Piso from the charge of civil war. For the orders came from a father, and a son could not have disobeyed, and at the same time expressed his sorrow for a noble house and the tragic fate of its representative, whatever his merits or demerits. In offering a shamefaced and ignominious apology for Plancina, he pleaded the entreaties of his mother, who in private was being more and more hotly criticized by every person of decency. So it was allowable in a grandmother to admit her husband's murderers to sight and speech, and to rescue her from the Senate? The redress which the laws guaranteed to all citizens had been denied to Germanicus alone. The voice of Vitellius and Veranius had bewailed the Caesar. The Emperor and Augusta had defended Plancina. It remained to turn those drugs and arts, now tested with such happy results, against Agrippina and her children, and so to satiate this admirable grandmother and uncle with the blood of the whole calamitous house. 2 days were expended on this phantom of a trial, with Tiberius pressing Piso's sons to defend their mother, and as the accusers and witnesses delivered their competing invectives, without a voice to answer, pity rather than anger began to deepen. The question was put in the first instance to Aurelius Cotta, the consul, for if the reference came from the sovereign, even the magistrates went through the process of registering their opinion. Cotta proposed that the name of Piso should be erased from the records, one half of his property confiscated and the other made over to his son Gnaeus, who should change his first name, that Marcus Piso should be stripped of his senatorial rank and relegated for a period of 10 years with a gratuity of 5 million sesterces. Plancina, in view of the empress's intercession, might be granted immunity. Much in these suggestions was mitigated by the emperor. He would not have Piso's name cancelled from the records when the names of Mark Antony, who had levied war on his fatherland, and of Iulus Antonius, who had dishonoured the hearth of Augustus, still remained. He exempted Marcus Piso from official degradation and granted him his patrimony. For, as I have often said, he was firm enough against pecuniary temptations, and in the present case his shame at the acquittal of Plancina made him exceptionally lenient. So again, when Valerius Messallinus proposed to erect a golden statue in the temple of Mars the Avenger, and Cecina Severus an altar of vengeance, he vetoed the scheme, remarking that these memorials were consecrated after victories abroad. domestic calamities called for sorrow and concealment. Messallinus had added that Tiberius, Augusta, Antonia, Agrippina, and Drusus ought to be officially thanked for their services in avenging Germanicus. Claudius he had neglected to mention. Indeed, it was only when Lucius Asprenas demanded point-blank in the Senate if the omission was deliberate that the name was appended. For myself, the more I reflect on events, recent or remote, the more I am haunted by the sense of a mockery in human affairs. For by repute, by expectancy, and by veneration, all men were sooner marked out for sovereignty than that future emperor whom destiny was holding in the background. A few days later, the Caesar recommended the Senate to confer priesthoods on Vitellius, Veranius, and Servius. To Fulcidius he promised his support, should he become a candidate for preferment, but warned him not to let impetuosity become the downfall of eloquence. This closed the punitive measures demanded by Germanicus's death, an affair which, not only to the generation which witnessed it, but in the succeeding years was a battleground of opposing rumours. So true it is that the great event is an obscure event. One school admits all hearsay evidence, whatever its character, as indisputable. Another perverts the truth into its contrary, and in each case, posterity magnifies the error. Drusus, who had left the capital in order to regularize his command, entered it shortly afterwards with an ovation. A few days later his mother Vipsania died, the only one of all Agrippa's children whose end was peace. The rest perished, part, it is known, by the sword, part, it was believed, by poison or starvation. In the same year, Tacfarinas, whose defeat by Camillus in the previous summer I have already mentioned, resumed hostilities in Africa, at first by desultory raids, too speedy for reprisals, then by the destruction of villages and by plunder on a larger scale. Finally, he invested a Roman cohort not far from the river Pagida. The position was commanded by Decrius, who, quick in action and experienced in war, regarded the siege as a disgrace. After an address to the men, he drew up his lines in front of the encampment so as to offer battle in the open. As the cohort broke at the first onset, he darted eagerly among the missiles to intercept the fugitives, cursing the standard-bearers who could see Roman soldiers turn their backs to a horde of undrilled men or deserters. At the same time he turned his wounded breast and his face, with one eye pierced, to confront the enemy, and continued to fight until he dropped forsaken by his troop. When the news reached Lucius Apronius, the successor of Camillus, perturbed more by the disgrace of his own troops than by the success of the enemy, he resorted to a measure rare in that period and reminiscent of an older world, drawing by lot and flogging to death every 10th man in the dishonoured cohort. And so effective was the severity that when the same forces of Tacfarinas assaulted a stronghold named Thala, they were routed by a company of veterans not more than 500 in number. During the engagement, a private soldier, Helvius Rufus, earned the distinction of saving a Roman life, and was presented by Apronius with the collar and spear. The civic crown was added by the emperor, who regretted more in sorrow than in anger that the proconsul had not exercised his power to award this further honour. As the Numidians had both lost heart and disdained sieges, Tacfarinas fell back on guerrilla warfare, yielding ground when the enemy became pressing, and then returning to harass the rear. Indeed, so long as the African adhered to this strategy, he befooled with impunity the ineffective and footsore Roman. But when he deviated to the coastal district and encumbered himself with a train of booty which kept him near a fixed encampment, Apronius Caesianus, marching at his father's order with the cavalry and auxiliary cohorts, reinforced by the most mobile of the legionaries, fought a successful engagement and chased the Numidians into the desert. At Rome, in the meantime, Lepida, who, over and above the distinction of the Aemilian family, owned Sulla and Pompey for great-grandsires, was accused of feigning to be a mother by Publius Quirinius, a rich man and childless. There were complementary charges of adulteries, of poisonings, and of inquiries made through the astrologers with reference to the Caesarean house. The defence was in the hands of her brother, Manius Lepidus. Despite her infamy and her guilt, Quirinius, by persisting in his malignity after divorcing her, had gained her a measure of sympathy. It is not easy to penetrate the emperor's sentiments during this trial. So adroitly did he invert and confuse the symptoms of anger and of mercy. He began by requesting the Senate not to deal with the charges of treason. Then he lured the former consul, Marcus Servilius, with a number of other witnesses, into stating the very facts he had apparently wished to have suppressed. Lepidus' slaves again were being held in military custody. He transferred them to the consuls, and would not allow them to be questioned under torture upon the issues concerning his own family. Similarly, he exempted Drusus, who was consul designate, from speaking first to the question. By some this was read as a concession, relieving the rest of the members from the need of assenting. Others took it to mark a sinister purpose on the ground that he would have ceded nothing save the duty of condemning. In the course of the games which had interrupted the trial, Lepida entered the theatre with a number of women of rank, and there, weeping, wailing, invoking her ancestors and Pompey himself, whom that edifice commemorated, whose statues were standing before their eyes, she excited so much sympathy that the crowd burst into tears with a fierce and ominous outcry against Quirinius, to whose doting years, barren bed, and petty family they were betraying a woman once destined for the bride of Lucius Caesar and the daughter-in-law of the deified Augustus. Then, with the torture of her slaves, came the revelation of her crimes, and the motion of rebellious Blandus, who pressed for her formal outlawry, was carried. Drusus sided with him, though others had proposed more lenient measures. Later, as a concession to Scaurus, who had a son by her, it was decided not to confiscate her property. And now at last Tiberius disclosed that he had ascertained from Quirinius's own slaves that Lepida had attempted their master's life by poison. For the disasters of the great houses, for at no great distance of time Piso had been lost to the Calpurni and Lepida to the Aemilii, there was some consolation in the return of Decimus Silanus to the Junian family. His mischance deserves a brief retrospect. Fortune, staunch to the deified Augustus in his public life, was less propitious to him at home, owing to the incontinence of his daughter and granddaughter, whom he expelled from the capital while penalizing their adulterers by death or banishment. For, designating as he did the besetting sin of both the sexes by the harsh appellations of sacrilege and treason, he overstepped both the mild penalties of an earlier day and those of his own laws. But the fate of other delinquents I shall record together with the general history of that age, should I achieve the task I have set before me and be spared for yet other themes. Decimus Silanus, the lawless lover of Augustus's granddaughter, though subjected to no harsher penalty than forfeiture of the imperial friendship, realized that the implication was exile. Nor was it until the accession of Tiberius that he ventured to appeal to the Senate and sovereign through his influential brother Marcus Silanus, whose high descent and eloquence gave him a commanding position. Even so, while Silanus was expressing his gratitude before the Senate, Tiberius replied that he also was glad that his brother had returned from his distant pilgrimage. He had an indefeasible right to do so, as he had been exiled neither by resolution of the Senate nor by form of law. At the same time, he retained his father's objection to him intact, and the repatriation of Silanus had not cancelled the wishes of Augustus. Accordingly, he resided for the future in Rome, but without holding office. A motion was then introduced to qualify the terms of the Lex Papia Poppaea. This law, complementary to the Julian rogations, had been passed by Augustus in his later years in order to sharpen the penalties of celibacy and to increase the resources of the exchequer. It failed, however, to make marriage and the family popular. Childlessness remained the vogue. On the other hand, there was an ever-increasing multitude of persons liable to prosecution, since every household was threatened with subversion by the arts of the informers. And where the country once suffered from its vices, it was now in peril from its laws, This circumstance suggests that I should discuss more deeply the origin of legislation and the processes which have resulted in the countless and complex statutes of today. Primeval man, untouched as yet by criminal passion, lived his life without reproach or guilt, and consequently without penalty or coercion. Rewards were needless when good was sought instinctively, and he who coveted nothing unsanctioned by custom had to be withheld from nothing by a threat. But when equality began to be outworn, and ambition and violence gained ground in place of modesty and self-effacement, there came a crop of despotisms, which with many nations has remained perennial. A few communities, either from the outset or after a surfeit of kings, decided for government by laws. The earliest specimens were the artless creations of simple minds, the most famous being those drawn up in Crete by Minos, in Sparta by Lycurgus, and in Athens by Solon, the last already more recondite and more numerous. In our own case, after the absolute sway of Romulus, Numa imposed on his people the bonds of religion and a code dictated by heaven. Other discoveries were due to Tullus and Ancus, but foremost of all, Servius Tullius became an ordainer of laws, to which kings themselves were to owe obedience. Upon the expulsion of Tarquin, the commons, to check senatorial factions, framed a large number of regulations for the protection of their liberties or the establishment of concord. The decemvirs came into being, and, by incorporating the best features of the foreign constitutions, the 12 tables were assembled, the final instance of equitable legislation. For succeeding laws, though occasionally suggested by a crime and aimed at the criminal, were more often carried by brute force in consequence of class dissension, to open the way to an unconceded office, to banish a patriot, or to consummate some other perverted end. Hence our demagogues, our Gracchi and Saturnini, and on the other side a Drusus bidding as high in the Senate's name, while the provincials were alternately bribed with hopes and cheated with tribunician vetoes. Not even the Italian War, soon replaced by the Civil War, could interrupt the flow of self-contradictory legislation, until Sulla, in his dictatorship, by abolishing or inverting the older statutes and adding more of his own, brought the process to a standstill, but not for long. The calm was immediately broken by the rogations of Lepidus, and shortly afterwards the tribunes were repossessed of their license to disturb the nation as they pleased. And now bills began to pass, not only of national but of purely individual application, and when the state was most corrupt, laws were most abundant. Then came Pompey's third consulate. But this chosen reformer of society, operating with remedies more disastrous than the abuses, this maker and breaker of his own enactments, lost by the sword what he was holding by the sword. There followed 20 crowded years of discord, during which law and custom ceased to exist. Villainy was immune, decency not rarely a sentence of death. At last, in his 6th consulate, Augustus Caesar, feeling his power secure, cancelled the behests of his triumvirate, and presented us with laws to serve our needs in peace and under a prince. Thenceforward the fetters were tightened. Sentries were set over us, and under the Papio-Papaean law, lured on by rewards, so that if a man shirked the privileges of paternity, the state, as universal parent, might step into the vacant inheritance. But they pressed their activities too far. The capital, Italy, every corner of the Roman world, had suffered from their attacks, and the positions of many had been wholly ruined. Indeed, a reign of terror was threatened when Tiberius, for the fixing of a remedy, chose by lot 5 former consuls, 5 former praetors, and an equal number of ordinary senators, a body which, by untying many of the legal knots, gave for the time a measure of relief. About the same date he commended Germanicus' son Nero, who had now entered on man's estate to the good offices of the fathers, and taxed the gravity of his audience by asking them to relieve him from the duty of serving on the Vigintivirate, and to allow his candidature for the quaestorship 5 years before the legal age. His plea was that the same concessions had been voted to himself and his brother at the instance of Augustus. But even then, I should imagine there must have been some who secretly scoffed at these princely petitions. And yet those were the early days of the Caesarian domination. Early custom was more in the eyes of men, and the relationship of a stepfather and his stepsons is a slighter thing than that of a grandfather and a grandchild. Nero was granted a pontificate in addition, and on the day of his first entry into the Forum, a largesse was distributed to the lower orders, who were overjoyed to see a scion of Germanicus arrived early at maturity. Their delight was soon increased by his marriage with Drusus's daughter Julia, but the satisfaction expressed at these events was balanced by a dislike for the choice of Sejanus as the future father-in-law of the son of Claudius. The impression was that the emperor had sullied the dignity of his house, while needlessly exalting Sejanus, who even then was suspected of more than legitimate ambitions. At the close of the year, two famous Romans gave up the ghost, Lucius Volusius and Sallustius Crispus. Volusius belonged to an old family which, nonetheless, had never advanced beyond the praetorship. He himself enriched it with the consulate, and besides discharging the duties of the censorship in the selection of the equestrian decuries, became the first accumulator of the wealth which raised the family fortunes to such unmeasured heights. Crispus, a knight by extraction, was the grandson of a sister of Gaius Sallustius, the brilliant Roman historian, who adopted him into his family and name. Thus for him the avenue to the great offices lay clear, but choosing to emulate Maecenas, without holding senatorial rank, he outstripped in influence many who had won a triumph or the consulate, while by his elegancy and refinements he was sundered from the old Roman school, and, in the ample and generous scale of his establishment, approached extravagance. Yet under it all lay a mental energy equal to gigantic tasks, and all the more active from the display he made of somnolence and apathy. Hence, next to Maecenas, while Maecenas lived, and later next to none, he it was who sustained the burden of the secrets of emperors. He was privy to the killing of Agrippa Postumus, but with advancing years he retained more the semblance than the reality of his sovereign's friendship. The same lot had fallen to Maecenas also, whether influence, rarely perpetual, dies a natural death, or there comes a satiety, sometimes to the monarch who had no more to give, sometimes to the favourite with no more to crave. Now came the fourth consulate of Tiberius and the second of Drusus, a noticeable association of father and son. For 3 years earlier, the same official partnership of Germanicus and Tiberius had been neither grateful to the uncle nor knit so closely by the ties of blood. In the beginning of the year, Tiberius, with the professed object of restoring his health, withdrew to Campania, either to train himself step by step for a protracted and continuous absence, or to cause Drusus, through the retirement of his father, to fulfill his consular duties alone. It chanced, indeed, that a trivial affair, which developed into a serious conflict, supplied the prince with the material of popularity. Domitius Corbulo, who had held the praetorship, complained to the Senate that the young aristocrat Lucius Sulla had not given up his seat to him at a gladiatorial exhibition. On Corbulo's side were his age, national custom, and the partialities of the older men. Mamercus Scaurus, Lucius Aruntius, and other of Sulla's connections were active in the opposite cause. There was a sharp exchange of speeches, with reference to the example of our ancestors, who had censured youthful irreverence in grave decrees, until Drusus made a speech calculated to ease the tension, and Corbulo was accorded satisfaction by Mamercus, who was at once the uncle of Sulla, his stepfather, and the most fluent orator of that generation. It was Corbulo again who raised the outcry that numbers of roads throughout Italy were broken and impracticable owing to the rascality of the contractors and the remissness of the magistrates. He readily undertook to carry out the prosecution, but the results were considered to be less a benefit to the community than a catastrophe to the many whose property and repute suffered from the ruthless condemnations and forced sales. Not long afterwards, a letter from Tiberius apprised the Senate that Africa had been disturbed once more by an inroad of Tacfarinas, and that the fathers were to use their judgment in choosing a proconsul with military experience and of a physique adequate to the campaign. Sextus Pompeius improved the occasion by airing his hatred of Marcus Lepidus, whom he attacked as a spiritless and poverty-stricken degenerate, who should consequently be debarred from the Asiatic province as well. The Senate disapproved. Lepidus, it held, was gentle rather than cowardly, and, as his patrimony was embarrassed, an honoured name carried without reproach was a title of honour, not of disgrace. To Asia accordingly he went, and as for Africa, it was decided to leave the emperor to choose a man for the post. In the course of the debate, Caesenus Severus moved that no magistrate who had been allotted a province should be accompanied by his wife. He explained beforehand at some length that he had a consort after his own heart who had borne him 6 children. Yet he had conformed in private to the rule he was proposing for the public, and although he had served his 40 campaigns in one province or other, she had always been kept within the boundaries of Italy. There was point in the old regulation which prohibited the dragging of women to the provinces or foreign countries. In a retinue of ladies there were elements apt, by luxury or timidity, to retard the business of peace or war, and to transmute a Roman march into something resembling an Eastern procession. Weakness and a lack of endurance were not the only failings of the sex. Give them scope, and they turned hard, intriguing, ambitious. They paraded among the soldiers. They had the centurions at beck and call. Recently a woman had presided at the exercises of the cohorts and the manoeuvres of the legions. Let his audience reflect that whenever a magistrate was on trial for malversation, the majority of the charges were levelled against his wife. It was to the wife that the basest of the provincials at once attached themselves. It was the wife who took in hand and transacted business. There were 2 potentates to salute in the streets, 2 government houses, and the more headstrong and autocratic orders came from the women, who once held in curb by the Oppian and other laws, had now cast their chains and ruled supreme in the home, the courts, and by now the army itself. A few members listened to the speech with approval. Most interrupted with protests that neither was their emotion on the subject, nor was Caecina a competent censor in a question of such importance. He was presently answered by Valerius Messallinus, a son of Messala, in whom there resided some echo of his father's eloquence. Much of the old world harshness had been improved and softened, for Rome was no longer environed with wars, nor were the provinces hostile. A few allowances were now made to the needs of women, but not such as to embarrass even the establishment of their consorts, far less our allies. Everything else the wife shared with her husband, and in peace the arrangement created no difficulties. Certainly he who set about a war must gird up his loins, but when he returned after his labour, what consolations more legitimate than those of his helpmeet? But a few women had lapsed into intrigue or avarice. Well, were not too many of the magistrates themselves vulnerable to temptation in more shapes than one? Yet governors still went out to governorships. Husbands had often been corrupted by the depravity of their wives, and was every single man then incorruptible? The Oppian laws in an earlier day were sanctioned because the circumstances of the Commonwealth so demanded. Later remissions and mitigations were due to expediency. It was vain to label our own inertness with another title. If the woman broke bounds, the fault lay with the husband. Moreover, it was unjust that through the weakness of one or two, married men in general should be torn from their partners in weal and woe, while at the same time a sex frail by nature was left alone, exposed to its own voluptuousness and the appetites of others. Hardly by surveillance on the spot could the marriage tie be kept undamaged. What would be the case if, for a term of years, it were dissolved as completely as by divorce? While they were taking steps to meet abuses elsewhere, it would be well to remember the scandals of the capital. Drusus added a few sentences upon his own married life. Princes, not infrequently, had to visit the remote parts of the empire. How often had the deified Augustus travelled to west and east with Livia for his companion? He had himself made an excursion to Illyricum, and if there was a purpose to serve, he was prepared to go to other countries, but not always without a pang. If he was severed from the well-beloved wife who was the mother of their many common children. Caecina's motion was thus evaded. At the next meeting of the Senate there was a letter from Tiberius, in which, after an indirect stricture upon the fathers, who transferred the whole of their responsibilities to the sovereign, he nominated Manius Lepidus and Junius Blsesus, either of whom was to be chosen for the proconsulate of Africa. The two were then heard. Lepidus, excusing himself with particular earnestness, pleaded the state of his health, the age of his children, and his now marriageable daughter, while it was also understood, though not said, that Blsesus was Sejanus's uncle, and therefore too powerful a competitor. The answer of Blsesus was in form a refusal, but it was a refusal less uncompromising, and unanimous flattery assisted him to change his mind. Now came the disclosure of a practice whispered in the private complaints of many. There was a growing tendency of the rabble to cast insult and odium on citizens of repute, and to evade the penalty by grasping some object portraying the Caesar. The freedmen and slaves even were genuinely feared by the patron or the owner against whom they lifted their voices or their hands. Hence a speech of the senator Gaius Cestius: princes, he admitted, were equivalent to deities, but Godhead itself listened only to the just petitions of the suppliant, and no man fled to the Capitol or other sanctuary of the city to make it a refuge subserving his crimes. The laws had been abolished, overturned from the foundations, when Annia Rufilla, whom he had proved guilty of fraud in a court of justice, could insult and threaten him in the forum, upon the threshold of the curia, while he himself dared not try the legal remedy because of the portrait of the sovereign with which he confronted him. Similar, and in some cases more serious experiences were described by a din of voices around him, and appeals to Drusus to set the example of punishment lasted till he gave orders for her to be summoned and imprisoned after conviction in the public cells. In addition, Considius Equus and Caelius Cursor, Roman knights, who had laid fictitious charges of treason against the praetor Magius Sicilianus, were at the emperor's instance punished by decree of the Senate. Both incidents were laid to the credit of Drusus, for it was believed that, moving in the capital among the gatherings and conversations of his fellow men, he had a softening influence on the inscrutable designs of his father. In view of his youth, not even his laxities were too unpopular. Better he should follow the bent he did, play the architect by day, the epicure by night, than live in solitude, deaf to the voice of pleasure, and immersed in sullen vigilance and sinister meditations. For Tiberius and the informers showed no fatigue. Ancarius Priscus had accused Caesius Cordus, proconsul of Crete, of malversation. A charge of treason, the complement now of all arraignments, was appended. Antistius Vetus, a grandee of Macedonia, had been acquitted of adultery. The Caesar reprimanded the judges and recalled him to stand his trial for treason, as a disaffected person involved in the schemes of Rescuporis during that period after the murder of Cotys, when he had meditated war against ourselves. The defendant was condemned accordingly to interdiction from fire and water, with a proviso that his place of detention should be an island not too conveniently situated either for Macedonia or for Thrace. For since the partition of the monarchy between Rhoetalces and the children of Cotys, who during their minority were under the tutelage of Trebellinus Rufus, Thrace, unaccustomed to Roman methods, was divided against herself, and the accusations against Trebellinus were no more violent than those against Rhoetalces, for leaving the injuries of his countrymen unavenged. 3 powerful tribes, the Coelalatai, Odrisae, and Dii, took up arms, but under separate leaders of precisely equal obscurity, a fact which saved us from a coalition involving a serious war. One division embroiled the districts at hand, another crossed the Haemus range to bring out the remote clans. The most numerous and least disorderly besieged the king in Philippopolis, a city founded by Philip of Macedon. On receipt of the news, Publius Vallius, who was at the head of the nearest army, sent the auxiliary horse and light cohorts to deal with the roving bands who were in quest of plunder or recruits. He himself led the flower of the infantry to raise the siege. Success came everywhere at once. The marauders were put to the sword. Differences broke out in the besieging force. The king made an opportune sally, and the legion arrived. Neither battle nor engagement is a term applicable to an affair in which half-armed men and fugitives were butchered with no effusion of Roman blood. The same year saw an incipient rebellion among the heavily indebted communities of the Gallic provinces. The most active promoters were Julius Florus among the Treviri and Julius Sacrovir among the Aedui. Each was a man of birth, with ancestors whose services had been rewarded by Roman citizenship in years when Roman citizenship was rare and bestowed upon merit only. At secret conferences, taking into their councils every desperado or any wretch whose beggary and guilty fears made crime a necessity, they arranged that Florus should raise the Belgae and Sacrovir the less distant Gauls. And so in assemblies and conventicles they made their seditious pronouncements on the continuous tributes, the grinding rates of interest, the cruelty and pride of the governors. The legions were mutinous since the news of Germanicus's murder, and it was an unequalled opportunity for regaining their independence. They had only to look from their own resources to the poverty of Italy, the unwarlike city population, the feebleness of the armies, except for the leavening of foreigners. There was hardly a community in which the seeds of the movement had not fallen. But the first outbreak came from the Andicavi and Turoni. The former were quelled by the legate Acilius Aviola, who called out a cohort on garrison duty at Lugdunum. The Turoni were crushed by a body of legionaries sent by Vitellius Varro, the legate of Lower Germany. The commander was again Aviola, supported by several Gaulish chieftains, who brought up auxiliaries with the intention of screening their defection for the moment and unmasking it at a more favourable juncture. Sacrovir himself was there, a conspicuous figure, urging his men to strike for Rome, and bareheaded. To let his courage be seen, he explained. The prisoners, however, charged him with making his identity clear so as to avoid becoming a target for missiles. Tiberius, consulted on the point, rejected the information and fostered the war by his indecision. Meanwhile, Florus pressed on with his designs and endeavoured to induce a troop of horse, enrolled in the neighbourhood of Treves, but kept in our service and under our discipline, to open hostilities by a massacre of Roman financiers. A few men were actually won over, but the greater number remained loyal. Apart from these, a rabble of debtors and dependents took up arms, and were making for the forest country known as the Ardennes, when they were debarred by the legions which Vitellius and Gaius Silius had detached from their two armies by opposite roads to intercept their march. Julius Indus, a countryman of the insurgents, at feud with Florus and hence the more eager to be of service, was sent ahead with a body of picked men and dispersed the still orderless multitude. Florus eluded the conquerors in unknown coverts, to fall at last by his own hand, on descrying the soldiers who had occupied every egress. So ended the rising, as far as the Treviri were concerned. Among the Aedui, trouble came in the graver form to be expected from the superior wealth of the community and the remoteness of the suppressing force. The tribal capital, Augusta Dunum, had been seized by armed cohorts of Sacrovir, whose intention was to enlist those cadets of the great Gallic families who were receiving a liberal education at the city schools, and to use them as pledges for the adhesion of their parents and relatives. Simultaneously he distributed weapons, secretly manufactured, among the younger men. His followers amounted to 40,000, 1/5 armed on the legionary model, the rest with boar spears, hangers, and other implements of the hunting field. To these he added a contingent of slaves, destined for the gladiatorial ring, and encased in the continuous shell of iron usual in the country, the so-called crupularians, who, if too weighty to inflict wounds, are impregnably fortified against receiving them. These forces were steadily increased. The neighbouring districts had not as yet openly committed themselves, but private enthusiasm ran high, and relations were strained between the Roman generals, then at issue over the conduct of the campaign, which was claimed by each as his own prerogative. Finally, Varro, now old and weakly, withdrew in favour of Silius, who was still in the prime of life. At Rome, however, the tale ran that not the Treveri and Aedui only were in revolt, but the 64 tribes of Gaul. The Germans had joined the League. The Spains were wavering, and, as in all rumours, every statement was amplified and credited. The patriot, anxious for the Commonwealth, grieved, but in many hatred of the existing order and a craving for change were such that they exulted even in their own perils, and lavished reproaches on Tiberius, who in this convulsion of affairs could centre his attention on the memoranda of the informers. Was Sacrovir also to stand his trial for treason before the Senate? At last, men had arisen to check these murderous epistles by the sword. War itself was a welcome exchange for the horrors of peace. All the more resolute was his studied unconcern. He made no change of place, none of looks, but maintained his wonted behaviour through all those days, whether from deep reserve or because he had information that the disturbances were of moderate extent and slighter than reported. In the meantime, Silius, marching with 2 legions, had sent forward an auxiliary troop, and was devastating the villages of the Sequani, who lay on the extreme frontier, adjoining the Aedui and their allies under arms. Then he moved at full speed upon Augustodunum. The march was a race between the standard-bearers, and even the private soldiers protested angrily against pausing for the usual rest or the long nightly bivouac. Let them only see the rebels in front, and be seen. It was enough for victory. At the 12th milestone, Sacrovir and his powers came into view on an open piece of ground. He had stationed his iron-clad men in the van, his cohorts on the wings, his half-armed followers in the rear. He himself, splendidly mounted amid a group of chieftains, rode up to his troops, reminding them of the ancient laurels of the Gauls, and the reverses they had inflicted upon the Romans, how glorious their freedom, if they conquered, how much more insufferable their bondage, should they be vanquished once again. His words were few and to a cheerless audience, for the embattled legions were drawing on, and the undrilled townsmen, new to the trade of war, had little control over their eyes and ears. On the other side, though anticipated hope had removed the need for exhortation, Silius exclaimed that it was an insult to the conquerors of the Germanies to be led as though to meet an enemy, and to be confronted with Gauls. But recently one cohort shattered the rebel Tironi, one troop of horse, the Treveri, a few squadrons of this very army, the Sequani. The richer the Aedui, the more extravagant in their pleasures, the more unwarlike are they. Put them to the rout, and have mercy on them when they flee. The answer was returned in a great shout. The cavalry enveloped the flanks, and the infantry attacked the van. On the wings there was no delay. In front the iron-clad men offered a brief impediment, as their plating was proof against javelin and sword. But the legionaries caught up their axes and picks, and hacked at armour and flesh as if demolishing a wall. Others overturned the inert masses with poles or forks, and left them lying like the dead without an effort to rise again. Sacrovir, with his staunchest adherents, made his way first to Augustodunum, then, apprehending his surrender, to an adjacent villa. Here he fell by his own hand, the rest by mutually inflicted wounds. The bodies were burnt by the house being fired over them. And now, at last, a letter from Tiberius informed the Senate of the outbreak and completion of a war. He neither understated nor overstated the facts, but remarked that the fidelity and courage of his generals and his own policy had gained the day. At the same time, he added the reasons why neither Drusus nor himself had left for the campaign, insisting on the extent of the empire and on the loss of prestige to the sovereign if the disaffection of 1 or 2 communities could make him abandon the capital, which was the centre of government for the whole. However, now that fear was not the motive force, he would go, view matters on the spot, and arrange a settlement. the fathers decreed vows for his return, supplications, and other compliments. Cornelius Dolabella alone, intent upon distancing his competitors, carried sycophancy to the absurd point of proposing that he should enter the city from Campania with an ovation. The sequel was a missive from Caesar, who asserted, with a touch of pride, that after subduing some of the fiercest of nations and receiving or rejecting so many triumphs in his youth, he was not so bankrupt in fame as to court in his age a futile honour conferred for an excursion in the suburbs. About the same time he asked the Senate to allow the death of Sulpicius Quirinius to be solemnized by a public funeral. With the old patrician family of the Sulpici Quirinius, who sprang from the municipality of Lanuvium, had no connection. But as an intrepid soldier and an active servant he won a consulate under the deified Augustus, and a little later, by capturing the Homonadensian strongholds beyond the Cilician frontier, earned the insignia of triumph. After his appointment again as adviser to Gaius Caesar during his command in Armenia, he had shown himself no less attentive to Tiberius, who was then residing in Rhodes. This circumstance the emperor now disclosed in the Senate, coupling a panegyric on his good offices to himself with a condemnation of Marcus Lollius, whom he accused of instigating the cross-grained and provocative attitude of Gaius Caesar. In the rest of men, however, the memory of Quirinius awoke no enthusiasm, in view of his attempt, already noticed, to ruin Lepida, and the combination of meanness with exorbitant power which had marked his later days. At the end of the year, Clutorius Priscus, a Roman knight who had been presented by the emperor with a sum of money in return for a widely circulated poem deploring the death of Germanicus, was attacked by an informer, the charge being that during an illness of Drusus he had composed another set of verses to be published in the event of his death with a yet more lucrative result. Clutorius, with foolish loquacity, had boasted of his performance in the house of Publius Petronius before his host's mother-in-law Vitellia, and many women of rank. When the informer appeared, the rest were terrified into giving evidence. Vitellia alone insisted that she had heard nothing. However, the witnesses who supported the fatal charge were considered the more credible, and, on the motion of the consul-designate, Haterius Agrippa, the last penalty was invoked against the culprit. Opposition came from Manius Lepidus, whose speech ran thus: "If, conscript fathers, we regard one point only, the enormity of the utterance by which Clutorius Priscus has defiled his own soul and the ears of men, neither the cell, nor the noose, nor even the torments reserved for slaves are adequate to his punishment. But if, while vice and crime are limitless, the penalties and remedies of both are tempered by the sovereign's moderation, and by the example of your ancestors and yourselves, if there is a difference between fatuity and villainy, between evil speaking and evil doing, then there is room for a proposal which neither leaves the defendant's guilt unpunished, nor gives us cause to rue either our softness or our hardness of heart. Time and again I have heard our prince express his regret when anyone, by taking his own life, had forestalled his clemency. Clutorius's life is still intact. He is a man whom to spare can involve no public menace, whom to slay can create no public deterrent. His occupations are as futile and erratic as they are charged with folly. Nor can any grave and considerable danger be expected from a person who, by betraying his own infamy, insinuates himself into the favour not of men, but of silly women. Expel him, however, from Rome, confiscate his property, ban him from fire and water. This is my proposal, and I make it precisely as though he were guilty under the law of treason." A single ex-consul, Rubellius Blandus, concurred with Lepidus. The remainder followed Agrippa's motion, and Priscus was led to the cells and immediately executed. This promptitude drew a typically ambiguous reprimand from Tiberius in the Senate. He commended the loyalty of members who avenged so sharply insults, however slight, to the head of the state, but deprecated such a hurried punishment of a verbal offence. Lepidus he praised, Agrippa he did not blame. It was therefore resolved that no senatorial decree should be entered in the treasury before the lapse of 9 full days, all prisoners under sentence of death to be reprieved for that period. But the Senate had not liberty to repent, nor was Tiberius usually softened by the interval. The consulate of Gaius Sulpicius and Decimus Satirius followed, a year of quiet abroad, though at home there was uneasiness against the luxury which had broken all bounds and extended to every object on which money can be squandered. But other extravagances, though actually more serious, could as a rule be kept private by concealing the prices paid. It was the apparatus of gluttony and intemperance which had become the eternal theme of gossip, and had awakened anxiety lest a prince of old-world thriftiness might adopt too harsh measures. For when the point was mooted by Gaius Bibulus, it had been maintained by his fellow aediles also that the sumptuary law was a dead letter, that the prohibited prices for articles of food were rising daily, and that the advance could not be checked by moderate methods. The Senate, too, when consulted, had referred the question without any discussion to the emperor. But Tiberius, after debating with himself repeatedly whether it was possible to arrest these uncurbed passions, whether such an arrest might not prove an even greater national evil, and what would be the loss of dignity should he attempt a reform which could not be enforced, or, if enforced, would demand the degradation and disgrace of his most illustrious subjects, finally composed a letter to the Senate, the drift of which was as follows. On other occasions, conscript fathers, it is perhaps preferable that, if my opinion is needed on a matter of public policy, the question should be put and answered when I am present. But in this debate it was better that my eyes should be withdrawn. Otherwise, through your indicating the anxious features of members who might be charged with indecent luxury, I too might see and, so to speak, detect them. If our active aediles had taken me into their counsels beforehand, I am not sure but that I should have advised them to leave vigorous and full-blown vices alone, rather than force matters to an issue which might only inform the world with what abuses we were powerless to cope. Still, they have done their duty, and I could wish to see every other magistrate as thorough in the discharge of his office. But for myself it is neither honourable to be silent, nor easy to be outspoken, because it is not the part of aedile or praetor or consul that I act. Something greater and more exalted is demanded from a prince, and while the credit of his successes is arrogated by every man to himself, when all err, it is one alone who bears the odium. For on what am I to make my first effort at prohibition and retrenchment to the ancient standard? On the infinite expanse of our villas, the numbers, the nations of our slaves, the weight of our silver and gold, the miracles of bronze and canvas, the promiscuous dress of male and female, and the specially female extravagance by which, for the sake of jewels, our wealth is transported to alien or hostile countries. I am aware that at dinner parties and social gatherings these things are condemned, and the call is for restriction. But let any one pass a law and prescribe a penalty, and the same voices will be uplifted against this subversion of the state, this death blow to all magnificence, this charge of which not a man is guiltless. And yet even bodily ailments, if they are old and inveterate, can be checked only by severe and harsh remedies, and corrupted alike and corrupting, a sick and fevered soul needs for its relief remedies not less sharp than the passions which inflame it. All the laws our ancestors discovered, all which the deified Augustus enacted, are now buried, those in oblivion, these, to our yet greater shame, in contempt. And this it is that has given luxury its greater boldness. For if you covet something which is not yet prohibited, there is always a fear that prohibition may come. But once you have crossed forbidden ground with impunity, you have left your tremors and blushes behind. Then why was frugality once the rule? Because every man controlled himself, because we were burghers of a single town. Nor were there even the same temptations while our empire was confined to Italy. By victories abroad we learned to waste the substance of others, by victories at home, our own. How little a thing it is to which the aediles call attention, how trivial if you cast your eyes around. But heaven knows not a man points out in emotion that Italy depends on external supplies, and that the life of the Roman nation is tossed day after day at the uncertain mercy of wave and wind. And if the harvests of the provinces ever fail to come to the rescue of master and slave and farm, our parks and villas will presumably have to support us. That, conscript fathers, is a charge which rests upon the shoulders of the prince. That charge neglected will involve the state in utter ruin. For other ills the remedy must be within our own breasts. Let improvement come to you and me from self-respect, to the poor from necessity, to the rich from satiety. Or if there is a magistrate who can promise the requisite energy and severity, I give him my praises and confess my responsibilities lightened. But if it is the way of reformers to be zealous in denouncing corruption, and later, after reaping the credit of their denunciation, to create enmities and bequeath them to myself, then believe me, conscript fathers, I too am not eager to incur animosities. True, while they are serious, and often iniquitous, I face them for the sake of the state. But when they are idle, unmeaning, and unlikely to profit myself or you, I beg with justice to be excused. When the Caesar's epistle had been read, the aediles were exempted from such a task, and spendthrift Epicureanism, after being practised with extravagant prodigality throughout the century between the close of the Actian War and the struggle which placed Servius Galba on the throne, went gradually out of vogue. The causes of that change may well be investigated. Formerly aristocratic families of wealth or outstanding distinction were apt to be led to their downfall by a passion for magnificence, for it was still legitimate to court or to be courted by the populace, by the provincials, by dependent princes, and the more handsome the fortune, the palace, the establishment of a man, the more imposing his reputation and his clientele. After the merciless executions, when greatness of fame was death, the survivors turned to wiser paths. At the same time, the self-made men, repeatedly drafted into the Senate from the municipalities and the colonies, and even from the provinces, introduced the plain living habits of their own hearths. And although by good fortune or industry very many arrived at an old age of affluence, yet their prepossessions persisted to the end. But the main promoter of the stricter code was Vespasian, himself of the old school in his person and table. Thenceforward deference to the sovereign and the love of emulating him proved more powerful than legal sanctions and deterrents. Or should we rather say there is a kind of cycle in all things, moral as well as seasonal revolutions? Nor indeed were all things better in the old time before us, but our own age too has produced much in the sphere of true nobility, and much in that of art, which posterity well may imitate. In any case, may the honourable competition of our present with our past long remain. Tiberius, now that his check to the onrush of informers had earned him a character for moderation, sent a letter to the Senate desiring the tribunician power for Drusus. This phrase for the supreme dignity was discovered by Augustus, who was reluctant to take the style of king or dictator, yet desirous of some title indicating his preeminence over all other authorities. Later he selected Marcus Agrippa as his partner in that power, then, on Agrippa's decease, Tiberius Nero, his object being to leave the succession in no doubt. In this way he considered he would stifle the misconceived hopes of other aspirants, while at the same time he had faith in Nero's self-restraint and in his own greatness. In accordance with this precedent, Tiberius then placed Drusus on the threshold of the empire, although in Germanicus's lifetime he had held his judgment suspended between the pair. Now, however, after opening his letter, with a prayer that heaven would prospect his counsels to the good of the realm, he devoted a few sentences, free from false embellishments, to the character of the youth. He had a wife and 3 children, and he had reached the age at which formerly he himself had been called by the deified Augustus to undertake the same charge. Nor was it in haste, but only after 8 years of trial, after mutinies repressed, wars composed, 1 triumph and 2 consulates, that he was now admitted to share a task already familiar. The members had foreseen this pronouncement, and their flatteries were therefore well prepared. Invention, however, went no further than to decree effigies of the princes, altars to the gods, temples, arches, and other time-worn honours. An exception was when Marcus Silanus sought a compliment to the principate in a slight to the consulship, and proposed that, on public and private monuments, the inscription recording the date should bear the names, not of the consuls of the year, but of the persons exercising the tribunician power. Quintus Haterius, who moved that the day's resolutions should be set up in the Senate House in letters of gold, was derided as an old man who could reap nothing from his repulsive adulation, save its infamy. Meanwhile, after the governorship of Junius Plusus in Africa had been extended, the Flamen Dialis, Servius Maluginensis, demanded the allotment of Asia to himself. It was a common fallacy, he insisted, that the Flamens of Jove were not allowed to leave Italy. Nor was his own legal status different from that of the Flamens of Mars and Quirinus. If, then, they had provinces allotted them, why was the right withheld from the priests of Jove? There was no national decree to be found on the point, nothing in the books of ceremonies. The pontiffs had often performed the rites of Jove if the Flamen was prevented by sickness or public business. For 75 years after the self-murder of Cornelius Merilla, no one had been appointed in his room, yet the rites had not been interrupted. But if so many years could elapse without a new creation, and without detriment to the cult, how much more easily could he absent himself for 12 months of proconsular authority? Personal rivalries had no doubt in former times led the pontiffs to prohibit his order from visiting the provinces. Today, by the grace of heaven, the chief pontiff was also the chief of men, beyond the reach of jealousy, rancour, or private inclinations. Since various objections to the argument were raised by the Augur Lentulus and others, it was determined in the upshot to wait for the verdict of the supreme pontiff himself. Tiberius postponed his inquiry into the legal standing of the Flamen, but modified the ceremonies with which it had been resolved to celebrate the tribunician power of Drusus, criticizing specifically the unprecedented motion of Haterius and the gold lettering so repugnant to Roman custom. A letter too from Drusus was read, which, though tuned to a modest key, left an impression of extreme arrogance. So the world, men said, had come to this, that even a mere boy, invested with such an honour, would not approach the divinities of Rome, set foot within the Senate, or at the least take the auspices on his native soil. War, they must assume, or some remote quarter of the world detained him, though at that instant he was perambulating the lakes and beaches of Campania. Such was the initiation of the governor of the human race, these the first lessons derived from the paternal instruction. A grey-haired emperor might, if he pleased, recoil from the view of his fellow citizens, and plead the fatigue of age and the labours he had accomplished. But in the case of Drusus, what impediment could there be, save pride? Tiberius, however, while tightening his grasp on the solid power of the Principate, vouchsafed to the Senate a shadow of the past by submitting the claims of the provinces to the discussion of its members. For throughout the Greek cities there was a growing laxity and impunity in the creation of rights of asylum. The temples were filled with the dregs of the slave population. The same shelter was extended to the debtor against his creditor, and to the man suspected of a capital offence. Nor was any authority powerful enough to quell the factions of a race which protected human felony equally with divine worship. It was resolved, therefore, that the communities in question should send their charters and deputies to Rome. A few abandoned without a struggle the claims they had asserted without a title. Many relied on hoary superstitions or on their services to the Roman nation. It was an impressive spectacle which that day afforded, when the Senate scrutinized the benefactions of its predecessors, the constitutions of the provinces, even the decrees of kings, whose powers antedated the arms of Rome, and the rights of the deities themselves, with full liberty as of old to confirm or change. The Ephesians were the first to appear. Apollo and Diana, they stated, were not, as commonly supposed, born at Delos. In Ephesus there was a river Centrius with a grove Ortygia, where Latona, heavy-wombed and supporting herself by an olive tree, which remained to that day, gave birth to the heavenly twins. The grove had been hallowed by divine injunction, and there Apollo himself, after slaying the Cyclops, had evaded the anger of Jove. Afterwards, Father Liber, victor in the war, had pardoned the suppliant Amazons who had seated themselves at the altar. Then the sanctity of the temple had been enhanced with the permission of Hercules, while he held the crown of Lydia. Its privileges had not been diminished under the Persian Empire. Later they had been preserved by the Macedonians, last by ourselves. The Magnesians who followed rested their case on the rulings of Lucius Scipio and Lucius Sulla, who, after their defeats of Antiochus and Mithridates respectively, had honoured the loyalty and courage of Magnesia by making the shrine of Leucophryne Diana an inviolable refuge. Next, Aphrodisias and Stratonicia adduced a decree of the dictator Julius in return for their early services to his cause, together with a modern rescript of the deified Augustus, who praised the unchanging fidelity to the Roman nation with which they had sustained the Parthian inroad. Aphrodisias, however, was championing the cult of Venus, Stratonicia that of Jove, and Diana of the Crossways. The statement of Hiera Caesarea went deeper into the past. The community owned a Persian Diana, with a temple dedicated in the reign of Cyrus, and there were references to Perpenna, Isauricus, and many other commanders who had allowed the same sanctity not only to the temple but to the neighbourhood for 2 miles round. The Cypriots followed with an appeal for 3 shrines, the oldest erected by their founder Arius to the Paphian Venus, the second by his son Amathus to the Amathusian Venus, and a third by Teucer, exiled by the anger of his father Telamon, to Jove of Salamis. Deputations from other states were heard as well, till the fathers, weary of the details, and disliking the acrimony of the discussion, empowered the consuls to investigate the titles, in search of any latent flaw, and to refer the entire question back to the Senate. Their report was that, apart from the communities I have already named, they were satisfied there was a genuine sanctuary of Aesculapius at Pergamum. Other claimants relied on pedigrees too ancient to be clear. For Smyrna cited an oracle of Apollo, at whose command the town had dedicated a temple to Venus Stratonicis. Tinos, a prophecy from the same source, ordering the consecration of a statue and shrine to Neptune. Sardis touched more familiar ground with a grant from the victorious Alexander. Miletus had equal confidence in King Darius. With these 2, however, the divine object of adoration was Diana in the one case, Apollo in the other. The Cretans again were claiming for an effigy of the deified Augustus. The Senate accordingly passed a number of resolutions, scrupulously complimentary, but still imposing a limit, and the applicants were ordered to fix the brass records actually inside the temples, both as a solemn memorial and as a warning not to lapse into secular intrigue under the cloak of religion. About the same time, a serious illness of Julia Augusta made it necessary for the emperor to hasten his return to the capital, the harmony between mother and son being still genuine, or their hatred concealed. For a little earlier, Julia, in dedicating an effigy to the deified Augustus not far from the theatre of Marcellus, had placed Tiberius's name after her own in the inscription, and it was believed that, taking the act as a derogation from the imperial dignity, he had locked it in his breast with grave and veiled displeasure. Now, however, the Senate gave orders for a solemn intercession and the celebration of the great games, the latter to be exhibited by the pontiffs, the augurs, and the 15, assisted by the 7 and by the Augustal fraternities. Lucius Apronius had moved that the Fetials should also preside at the games. The Caesar opposed, drawing a distinction between the prerogatives of the various priesthoods, adducing precedents, and pointing out that the Fetials had never had that degree of dignity, while the Augustals had only been admitted among the others because theirs was a special priesthood of the house for which the intercession was being offered. It is not my intention to dwell upon any senatorial motions, save those either remarkable for their nobility or of memorable turpitude, in which case they fall within my conception of the first duty of history, to ensure that merit shall not lack its record, and to hold before the vicious word and deed the terrors of posterity and infamy. But so tainted was that age, so mean its sycophancy, that not only the great personages of the state, who had to shield their magnificence by their servility, but all senators of consular rank, a large proportion of the ex-praetors, many ordinary members even, vied with one another in rising to move the most repulsive and extravagant resolutions. The tradition runs that Tiberius, on leaving the Curia, had a habit of ejaculating in Greek, "These men! How ready they are for slavery." Even he, it was manifest, objecting though he did to public liberty, was growing weary of such grovelling patience in his slaves. Then, step by step, they passed from the degrading to the brutal. Gaius Silanus, the proconsul of Asia, accused of extortion by the provincials, was attacked simultaneously by the ex-consul Mamercus Scaurus, the praetor Junius Otto, and the aedile Brutidius Niger, who flung at him the charge of violating the godhead of Augustus, and spurning the majesty of Tiberius, while Mamercus made play with the precedents of antiquity, the indictment of Lucius Cotta by Scipio Africanus, of Servius Galba by Cato the censor, of Publius Rutilius by Marcus Scaurus. Such, as all men know, were the crimes avenged by Scipio and Cato, or the famous Scaurus, the great-grandsire of Mamercus, whom that reproach to his ancestors dishonoured by his infamous activity. Junius Otto's old profession had been to keep a school, afterwards created as senator by the influence of Sejanus. By his effrontery and audacity he brought further ignominy, if possible, upon the meanness of his beginnings. Brutedius, amply provided with liberal accomplishments and bound, if he kept the straight road, to attain all distinctions, was goaded by a spirit of haste, which impelled him to outpace first his equals, then his superiors, and finally his own ambitions. An infirmity fatal to many, even of the good, who, disdaining the sure and slow, force a premature success, though destruction may accompany the prize. The number of the accusers was swelled by Gellius Publicola and Marcus Paconius, the former the questor of Silanus, the latter his legate. No doubt was felt that the defendant was guilty on the counts of cruelty and malversation, but there were many additional circumstances which would have imperilled even the innocent. Over and above the array of hostile senators were the most fluent advocates of all Asia, selected, as such, to press the charge, and to these was replying a solitary man, devoid of forensic knowledge and beset by that personal fear which enfeebles even professional eloquence. For Tiberius did not scruple to injure his case by word, by look, by the fact that he himself was most assiduous in his questions, which it was permissible neither to refute nor to elude, while often an admission had to be made, lest the sovereign should have asked in vain. Further, to allow the examination of his slaves under torture, they had been formerly sold to the treasury agent, and, lest a single friend should come to his help in the hour of peril, charges of treason were subjoined, a binding and inevitable argument for silence. He requested, therefore, an interval of a few days, and threw up his defence, first hazarding a note to the Caesar in which he had mingled reproaches with petitions. Tiberius, in order that the measures he was preparing against Silanus might come with the better grace through being supported by a precedent, ordered the bill in which the deified Augustus had indicted Valisus Messala, another proconsul of Asia, to be read aloud, together with the decree registered against him by the Senate. He then asked Lucius Piso for his opinion. After a long preface devoted to the sovereign's clemency, he declared for the outlawry of Silanus from fire and water, and his relegation to the Isle of Gyarus. So, too, the others, with the exception of Cneius Lentulus, who moved that, so far as the property of Silanus had been derived from his mother, it should, as she came of the Aetian house, be treated as distinct from the rest and restored to his son. Tiberius approved, but Cornelius Dolabella, to pursue the sycophancy further, proposed, after an attack on Silanus's character, that no man of scandalous life and bankrupt reputation should be eligible for a province, the decision in such cases to rest with the emperor. For delinquencies were punished by the law, but how much more merciful to the delinquent, how much better for the provincial, to provide against all irregularities beforehand. The Caesar spoke in opposition. True, the reports with regard to Silanus were not unknown to him, but judgments could not be based on rumour. Many a man by his conduct in his province had reversed the hopes or fears entertained concerning him. Some natures were roused to better things by great position, others became sluggish. It was neither possible for a prince to comprehend everything within his own knowledge, nor desirable that he should be influenced by the intrigues of others. The reason why laws were made retrospective towards the thing done was that things to be were indeterminable. It was on this principle their forefathers had ruled that, if an offence had proceeded, punishment should follow, and they must not now overturn a system wisely invented and always observed. Princes had enough of burdens, enough even of power. The rights of the subject shrank as autocracy grew, and where it was possible to proceed by form of law, it was a mistake to employ the fiat of the sovereign. Thus democratic doctrines were hailed with a pleasure answering to their rarity on the lips of Tiberius. He himself, tactful and moderate when not swayed by personal anger, added that Gyarus was a bleak and uninhabited island. Out of consideration for the Junian house, and for a man once their peer, they might allow him to retire to Cythnus instead. This was also the desire of Silanus's sister Torquata, a vestal of old-world saintliness. The proposal was adopted without discussion. Later an audience was given to the Cyrenaeans, and Caesius Cordus was convicted of extortion on the arraignment of Ancharius Priscus. Lucius Ennius, a Roman knight, found himself indicted for treason, on the ground that he had turned a statuette of the emperor to the promiscuous uses of household silver. The Caesar forbade the entry of the case for trial, though Attius Capito protested openly and with a display of freedom, for the right of decision ought not to be snatched from the Senate, nor should so grave an offence pass without punishment. By all means let the sovereign be easy-tempered in a grievance of his own, but injuries to the state he must not condone. Tiberius understood this for what it was, rather than for what it purported to be, and persisted in his veto. The degradation of Capito was unusually marked, since, authority as he was on secular and religious law, he was held to have dishonoured not only the fair fame of the state, but his personal good qualities. A problem in religion now presented itself. In what temple were the knights to lodge the offering vowed in connection with Augusta's illness to equestrian fortune? For though shrines to fortune were plentiful in the city, none carried the epithet in question. It was found that there was a temple of the name at Antium, and that all sacred rites in the country towns of Italy, with all places of worship and divine images, were subject to the jurisdiction and authority of Rome. At Antium, accordingly, the gift was placed. And since points of religion were under consideration, the Caesar produced his recently deferred answer to the Flamen Dialis, Servius Maluginensis, and read a pontifical decree, according to which the Flamen, whenever attacked by illness, might, at the discretion of the Supreme Pontiff, absent himself for more than 2 nights, so long as it was not on days of public sacrifice, nor oftener than twice in 1 year. The ruling thus laid down in the Principate of Augustus showed that a year's absence and a provincial governorship were not for the Flamens of Jupiter. Attention was also called to a precedent set by the Supreme Pontiff, Lucius Metellus, who had vetoed the departure of the Flamen, Aulus Postumius. Asia, therefore, was allotted to the consular next in seniority to Maluginensis. Nearly at the same time, Marcus Lepidus asked permission from the Senate to strengthen and decorate the Basilica of Paulus, a monument of the Aemilian house, at his own expense. Public munificence was a custom still, nor had Augustus debarred a Taurus, a Philippus, or a Balbus from devoting the trophies of his arms or the overflow of his wealth to the greater splendour of the capital and the glory of posterity. And now Lepidus, a man of but moderate fortune, followed in their steps by renovating the famous edifice of his fathers. On the other hand, the rebuilding of the theatre of Pompey, destroyed by a casual fire, was undertaken by Caesar, on the ground that no member of the family was equal to the task of restoration. The name of Pompey was, however, to remain. At the same time, he gave high praise to Sejanus, through whose energy and watchfulness so grave an outbreak had stopped at one catastrophe. The fathers voted a statue to Sejanus to be placed in the theatre of Pompey. Again, a short time afterwards, when he was honouring Junius Blsesus, proconsul of Africa, with the triumphal insignia, he explained that he did so as a compliment to Sejanus, of whom Blsesus was uncle. Nonetheless, the exploits of Blsesus deserved such a distinction. For Tacfarinas, in spite of many repulses, having first recruited his forces in the heart of Africa, had reached such a pitch of insolence as to send an embassy to Tiberius, demanding nothing less than a territorial settlement for himself and his army, and threatening in the alternative a war from which there was no extrication. By all accounts, no insult to himself and the nation ever stung the emperor more than this spectacle of a deserter and bandit aping the procedure of an unfriendly power. Even Spartacus, after the annihilation of so many consular armies, when his fires were blazing through an Italy unavenged, while the Commonwealth reeled in the gigantic conflicts with Sertorius and Mithridates, even Spartacus was not accorded a capitulation upon terms. And now, at the glorious zenith of the Roman nation, was this brigand Tacfarinas to be bought off by a peace and a cession of lands. He handed over the affair to Blsesus, who, while inducing the other rebels to believe they might sheathe the sword with impunity, was to capture the leader by any means whatsoever. Large numbers came in under the amnesty. Then the arts of Tacfarinas were met by a mode of warfare akin to his own. Since it was noticed that the African, overmatched in solid fighting strength but more expert in the petty knaveries of war, operated with a number of bands, first attacking, then vanishing, and always manoeuvring for an ambuscade, arrangements were made for 3 forward movements and 3 columns to execute them. One, in charge of the legate Cornelius Scipio, held the road by which the enemy raided the Leptitanians, and then fell back upon the Garamantians. On another side, the younger Blsesus marched with his own division to prevent the hamlets of Cirta from being ravaged with impunity. In the centre, with the flower of the troops, was the commander himself, who, by securing the appropriate positions with fortresses or entrenchments, had rendered the whole district cramped and dangerous for his enemies. Turn where they would, they found some part of the Roman forces, on the front, on the flank, often in the rear, and numbers were destroyed or entrapped by these methods. Next he subdivided his tripartite army into yet more numerous detachments, headed by centurions of tested courage. Not even when summer was spent would he fall in with custom by withdrawing his men and quartering them for a winter's rest in the old province. Precisely as though he stood on the threshold of a campaign, he arranged his chain of forts, and with flying columns of men familiar with the deserts, kept hounding Tacfarinas from one desert camp to another, until, at last, after capturing the renegade's brother, he returned, too hastily, however, for the interests of the province, since he left those behind him who were capable of resuscitating the war. Tiberius, however, chose to treat it as ended, and even conferred on Blsesus the privilege of being saluted imperator by his legions, a time-honoured tribute to generals who, after a successful campaign, were acclaimed by the joyful and spontaneous voice of a conquering army. Several might hold the title simultaneously, nor did it raise them above an equality with their colleagues. It was awarded in a few cases even by Augustus, and now for the last time Tiberius assigned it to Blsesus. This year saw the passing of two famous men. One, Asinius Saturninus, distinguished as the grandson of Marcus Agrippa, and Asinius Pollio, as the brother of Drusus, and as the destined consort of the Caesar's grandchild. The other, Aetius Capito, on whom I have touched already. By his eminence as a jurist he had won the first position in the state, but his grandfather had been one of Sulla's centurions, nor had his father risen above a praetorship. His consulate had been accelerated by Augustus, so that the prestige of that office should give him an advantage over Antistius Labeo, a commanding figure in the same profession. For that age produced together two of the glories of peace, but while Labeo's uncompromising independence assured him the higher reputation with the public, the pliancy of Capito was more to the taste of princes, the one because he halted at the praetorship, won respect by his ill-treatment, the other because he climbed to the consulate, reaped hatred from a begrudged success. Junia, too, born niece to Cato, wife of Caius Cassius, sister of Marcus Brutus, looked her last on life, 63 full years after the field of Philippi. Her will was busily discussed by the crowd, because in disposing of her great wealth she mentioned nearly every patrician of note in complimentary terms, but omitted the Caesar. The slur was taken in good part, and he offered no objection to the celebration of her funeral with a panegyric at the rostra, and the rest of the customary ceremonies. The effigies of 20 great houses preceded her to the tomb, members of the Mandian and Quinctian families, and names of equal splendour. But Brutus and Cassius shone brighter than all, by the very fact that their portraits were unseen. Book 4. The consulate of Gaius Asinius and Gaius Antistius was, to Tiberius, the 9th year of public order and domestic felicity, for he counted the death of Germanicus among his blessings, when suddenly fortune disturbed the peace and he became either a tyrant himself or the source of power to the tyrannous. The starting point and the cause were to be found in Aelius Sejanus, prefect of the Praetorian cohorts. Of his influence I spoke above. Now I shall unfold his origin, his character, and the crime by which he strove to seize on empire. Born at Volsinii to the Roman knight Caius Strabo, he became in early youth a follower of Gaius Caesar, grandson of the deified Augustus, not without a rumour that he had disposed of his virtue at a price to Apicius, a rich man and a prodigal. Before long, by his multifarious arts, he bound Tiberius fast, so much so that a man inscrutable to others became to Sejanus alone, unguarded, and unreserved, and the less by subtlety, in fact he was beaten in the end by the selfsame arts, than by the anger of heaven against that Roman realm for whose equal damnation he flourished and fell. He was a man hardy by constitution, fearless by temperament, skilled to conceal himself and to incriminate his neighbour, cringing at once and insolent, orderly and modest to outward view, at heart possessed by a towering ambition which impelled him at whiles to lavishness and luxury, but oftener to industry and vigilance, qualities not less noxious when assumed for the winning of a throne. The power of the prefectship, which had hitherto been moderate, he increased by massing the cohorts, dispersed through the capital, in one camp, in order that commands should reach them simultaneously, and that their numbers, their strength, and the sight of one another might in themselves breed confidence and in others awe. His pretext was that scattered troops became unruly, that, when a sudden emergency called, help was more effective if the helpers were compact, and that there would be less laxity of conduct if an encampment was created at a distance from the attractions of the city. Their quarters finished, he began little by little to insinuate himself into the affections of the private soldiers, approaching them and addressing them by name, while at the same time he selected personally their centurions and tribunes. Nor did he fail to hold before the Senate the temptation of those offices and governorships with which he invested his satellites. For Tiberius, far from demurring, was complaisant enough to celebrate the partner of his toils, not only in conversation, but before the fathers and the people, and to allow his effigies to be honoured in theatre, in forum, and amid the eagles and altars of the legions. Still, the imperial house, with its plenitude of Caesars, a son arrived at manhood, grandchildren at the years of discretion, gave his ambition pause. For to attack all at once by violence was hazardous, while treachery demanded an interval between crime and crime. He resolved, however, to take the more secret way, and to begin with Drusus, against whom he felt the stimulus of a recent anger. For Drusus, impatient of a rival, and quick-tempered to a fault, had, in a casual altercation, raised his hand against the favourite, and, upon a counter-demonstration, had struck him in the face. On exploring the possibilities, then, it appeared simplest to turn to the prince's wife Livia, sister of Germanicus, in her early days a harsh-favoured girl, later a sovereign beauty. In the part of a fiery lover he seduced her to adultery. Then, when the first infamy had been achieved, and a woman who has parted with her virtue will not refuse other demands, he moved her to dream of marriage, a partnership in the empire, and the murder of her husband. And she, the grandniece of Augustus, the daughter-in-law of Tiberius, the mother of Drusus's children, defiled herself, her ancestry, and her posterity with a market-town adulterer, in order to change an honoured estate in the present for the expectation of a criminal and doubtful future. Eudemus, doctor and friend of Livia, was made privy to the danger, his profession supplying a pretext for repeated interviews. Sejanus, to forestall the suspicions of his mistress, closed his doors on Apicata, the wife who had borne him 3 children. Still, the dimensions of the crime brought tremors, adjournments, and, occasionally, a division of councils. Meanwhile, in the beginning of the year, Drusus, one of Germanicus's children, assumed the garb of manhood, and the Senate repeated the compliments which it had decreed to his brother Nero. The Caesar followed with a speech, comprising a large encomium on his own son, who showed a fatherly benevolence towards the family of his brother. For Drusus, difficult as it is for power and concord to dwell together, had the reputation of being well-disposed, or at least not inimical, to the youths. Next, the old, oft-simulated project of an excursion to the provinces came up for discussion. The emperor alleged the multitude of time-expired troops and the need of fresh conscriptions to maintain the armies at strength, for there was a dearth, he said, of volunteers, and even when forthcoming they failed to show the old courage and discipline, since it was too often the destitute and the vagrant who enlisted of their own accord. He ran rapidly over the number of the legions and the provinces beneath their guardianship, a theme which I hold it in my own duty to pursue, in order that it may appear what were the Roman forces then under arms, who the kings in federation with the empire, and how narrow, comparatively, the limits of our dominion. Italy, on either seaboard, was protected by fleets at Misenum and Ravenna, the adjacent coast of Gaul by a squadron of fighting ships, captured by Augustus at the victory of Actium, and sent with strong crews to the town of Forum Julium. Our main strength, however, lay on the Rhine, 8 legions ready to cope indifferently with the German or the Gaul. The Spains, finally subdued not long before, were kept by 3. Mauritania, by the national gift, had been transferred to King Juba. 2 legions held down the remainder of Africa, a similar number Egypt. Then, from the Syrian marches right up to the Euphrates, 4 sufficed for the territories enclosed in that enormous reach of ground. While on the borders the Iberian, the Albanian, and other monarchs were secured against alien power by the might of Rome. Thrace was held by Rumetalces and the sons of Cotys, the Danube bank by the 2 legions in Pannonia and 2 in Moesia, 2 more being posted in Dalmatia, geographically to the rear of the other 4, and within easy call, should Italy claim sudden assistance. Though in any case the capital possessed a standing army of its own. 3 urban and 9 Praetorian cohorts, recruited in the main from Etruria and Umbria, or Old Latium, and the earlier Roman colonies. Again, at suitable points of the provinces there were the federate warships, cavalry divisions, and auxiliary cohorts, in not much inferior strength. But to trace them was dubious, as they shifted from station to station, and, according to the exigency of the moment, increased in number, or were occasionally diminished. It will be opportune, I take it, as this year brought the opening stages of deterioration in the Principate of Tiberius, to review, in addition, the other departments of state and the methods by which they were administered up to that period. First, then, public affairs, together with private affairs of exceptional moment, were treated in the Senate, and discussion was free to the leading members, their lapses into subserviency being checked by the sovereign himself. In conferring offices, he took into view the nobility of a candidate's ancestry, the distinction of his military service, or the brilliance of his civil attainments, and left it sufficiently clear that no better choice had been available. The consulate had its old prestige, so had the praetorship. The powers even of the minor magistracies were exercised, and the laws, apart from the process in cases of treason, were in proper force. On the other hand, the corn tribute, the moneys from indirect taxation, and other public revenues, were handled by companies of Roman knights. The imperial property was entrusted by Caesar to men of tested merit, at times to a personal stranger on the strength of his reputation, and his agents, once installed, were retained quite indefinitely, many growing grey in the service originally entered. The populace, it is true, was harassed by exorbitant food prices, but in that point no blame attached to the emperor. He spared, indeed, neither expense nor pains in order to neutralize the effects of unfruitful soils or boisterous seas. He saw to it that the provinces were not disturbed by fresh impositions, and that the incidence of the old was not aggravated by magisterial avarice or cruelty. Corporal punishment and the forfeiture of estates were not in vogue. His demesnes in Italy were few, his establishment of slaves unassuming, his household limited to a small number of freedmen, and in the event of a dispute between himself and a private citizen, the decision rested with a court of justice. All of this not gracefully indeed, but in his grim and often dreaded fashion, he nevertheless observed until by the death of Drusus the whole was overthrown. For while the prince survived, the old order remained, because Sejanus, yet in the infancy of his power, desired to win a name by good advice, and had still an avenger to dread, an avenger careless to conceal his hatred, and complaining perpetually that, in the lifetime of the son, a stranger was styled coadjutor in the empire, and how short a step till the coadjutor was termed a colleague. The first designs upon a throne were beset with difficulty, but the first step made, a faction and helpers were not far to seek. Already an encampment had risen at the fiat of the prefect, and the guards were delivered into his hand. His effigy was visible in the monuments of Gnaeus Pompeius. His grandsons would mingle the blood of the Drusi with his own. Henceforward they could only pray that he might be endowed with moderation and rest content. Views such as these he proclaimed neither on rare occasions nor to a few auditors, and since the seduction of his wife, his very confidences were betrayed. Sejanus therefore decided to lose no time, and choose a poison so gradual in its inroads as to counterfeit the progress of a natural ailment. It was administered to Drusus by help of the eunuch Lygdus, a fact brought to light 8 years later. Tiberius, however, through all the days of his son's illness, either unalarmed or to advertise his firmness of mind, continued to visit the Senate, doing so even after his death, while he was still unburied. The consuls were seated on the ordinary benches as a sign of mourning. He reminded them of their dignity and their place. The members broke into tears. He repressed their lamentation, and at the same time revived their spirits in a formal speech. He was not, indeed, unaware that he might be criticized for appearing before the eyes of the Senate while his grief was still fresh. Mourners in general could hardly support the condolences of their own kindred, hardly tolerate the light of day. Nor were they to be condemned as weaklings, but personally he had sought a manlier consolation by taking the Commonwealth to his heart. After deploring the extreme old age of his august mother, the still tender years of his grandsons, and his own declining days, he asked for Germanicus's sons, their sole comfort in the present affliction, to be introduced. The consuls went out, and, after reassuring the boys, brought them in and set them before the emperor. "Conscript fathers," he said, "when these children lost their parent, I gave them to their uncle, and begged him, though he had issue of his own, to use them as if they were blood of his blood, to cherish them, build up their fortunes, form them after his own image and for the welfare of posterity. With Drusus gone, I turn my prayers to you. I conjure you in the sight of heaven and of your country. These are the great-grandchildren of Augustus, scions of a glorious ancestry. Adopt them, train them, do your part, and do mine. Nero and Drusus, these shall be your father and your mother. It is the penalty of your birth that your good and your evil are the good and the evil of the Commonwealth." All this was listened to amid general tears, then with prayers for a happy issue. And had he only set a limit to his speech, he must have left the minds of his hearers full of compassion for himself and of pride. Instead, by reverting to those vain and oft-derided themes, the restoration of the public and his wish that the consuls or others would take the reins of government, he destroyed the credibility even of the true and honourable part of his statement. The memorials decreed to Germanicus were repeated for Drusus, with large additions, which, as sycophancy commonly favours, at a second essay. The most arresting feature of the funeral was the parade of ancestral images, while Aeneas, author of the Julian line, with the whole dynasty of Alban kings, and Romulus, the founder of the city, followed by the Sabine nobles, by Attus Clausus, and by the rest of the Claudian effigies, filed in long procession past the spectator. In recording the death of Drusus, I have given the version of the most numerous and trustworthy authorities. But I am reluctant to omit a contemporary rumour so strong that it persists today. It asserts that after seducing Livia to crime, Sejanus, by an indecent connection, also attached to himself the eunuch Lygdus, whose years and looks had won him the affection of his master, and a prominent place among his attendants. That later, when the conspirators had agreed upon a place and time for the mortal dose, he carried audacity to the point of altering the arrangements, and giving private warning to Tiberius that Drusus meditated the poisoning of his father, counselled him to avoid the first draught offered to him when he dined with his son. That, falling into the trap, the old emperor, on taking his place at the banquet, accepted the cup and passed it to Drusus, and that when Drusus, in complete ignorance, drained it as a young man would, suspicion only grew the darker, the assumption being that, out of fear and shame, he was inflicting upon himself the doom invented for his father. This commonly repeated account, apart from the fact that it is supported by no definite authority, may be summarily refuted. For what man of ordinary prudence, to say nothing of Tiberius, with his training in great affairs, would force death upon a son whose defence was unheard, and force it by his own hand, with the door closed against any change of purpose? Why not, rather, torture the giver of the poison, search out the prompter behind him, proceed in short against an only son, never as yet found guilty of a crime, with that inveterate and scrupulous deliberation which he manifested even to strangers? But Sejanus was held the inventor of all villainies. Therefore, as the Caesar loved him over well, and the rest of the world hated both, the most fabulous horrors found credence, rumour being never so lurid as when princes quit the scene. Moreover, the sequence of the crime was betrayed by Sejanus's wife Apicata, and disclosed in detail by Eudemus and Lygdus under torture, nor was there found one historian malevolent enough to lay it to the charge of Tiberius, at a time when historians were collecting and aggravating all other circumstances. My own motive in chronicling and refuting the scandal has been to discredit, by one striking instance, the falsities of oral tradition, and to request those into whose hands my work may have fallen not too eagerly to accept a widely circulated and incredible tale in place of truth, not corrupted into romance. However, while Tiberius on the rostra was pronouncing the panegyric upon his son, the Senate and people, from hypocrisy more than impulse, assumed the attitude and accents of mourning, and exulted in secret that the house of Germanicus was beginning again to flourish. This incipient popularity, together with Agrippina's failure to hide her maternal hopes, hastened its destruction. For Sejanus, when he saw the death of Drusus passing unrevenged upon the murders, unlamented by the nation, grew bolder in crime, and, since his first venture had prospered, began to revolve ways and means of eliminating the children of Germanicus, whose succession was a thing undoubted. To distribute poison among the three was impossible, for their custodians were patterns of fidelity, Agrippina's chastity impenetrable. He proceeded, therefore, to declaim against her contumacy, and, by playing upon Augusta's old animosity and Livia's recent sense of guilt, induced them to carry information to the Caesar that, proud of her fruitfulness and confident in the favour of the populace, she was turning a covetous eye to the throne. In addition, Livia, with the help of skilled calumniators, one of the chosen being Julius Posthumus, intimate with her grandmother, owing to his adulterous connection with Mutilia Prisca, and admirably suited to her own designs through Prisca's influence over Augusta, kept working for the total estrangement from her grandson's wife of an old woman, by nature anxious to maintain her power. Even Agrippina's nearest friends were suborned to infuriate her haughty temper by their pernicious gossip. Meanwhile, Tiberius had in no way relaxed his attention to public business, but, accepting work as a consolation, was dealing with judicial cases at Rome and petitions from the provinces. On his proposal, senatorial resolutions were passed to relieve the towns of Sibera in Asia and Aegium in Achaia, both damaged by earthquake, by remitting their tribute for 3 years. Vibius Serenus, too, the proconsul of Further Spain, was condemned on a charge of public violence and deported, as the result of his savage character, to the island of Amorgus. Carcidius Sacerdos, accused of supplying grain to a public enemy in the person of Tacfarinas, was acquitted, and the same charge failed against Gaius Gracchus. Gracchus had been taken in earliest infancy by his father Sempronius to share his banishment in the company of landless men, destitute of all liberal achievements. Later he eked out a livelihood by mean trading transactions in Africa and Sicily. Yet even so he failed to escape the hazards reserved for rank and fortune. Indeed, had not Aelius Lamia and Lucius Apronius, former governors of Africa, come to the rescue of his innocence, he would have been swept to ruin by the fame of his calamitous house and the disasters of his father. This year also brought delegations from 2 Greek communities, the Samians and Coans, desiring the confirmation of an old right of asylum to the temples of Juno and Aesculapius respectively. The Samians appealed to a decree of the Amphictyonic Council, the principal tribunal for all questions in the period when the Greeks had already founded their city-states in Asia and were dominant upon the sea coast. The Coans had equal antiquity on their side, and, in addition, a claim associated with the place itself, for they had sheltered Roman citizens in the temple of Aesculapius at a time when, by order of King Mithridates, they were being butchered in every island and town of Asia. Next, after various and generally ineffective complaints from the praetors, the Caesar at last brought up the question of the effrontery of the players. They were frequently the fomenters of sedition against the state, and of debauchery in private houses. The old Oscan farce, the trivial delight of the crowd, had come to such a pitch of indecency and power that it needed the authority of the Senate to check it. The players were then expelled from Italy. The same year brought still another bereavement to the emperor, by removing one of the twin children of Drusus, and an equal affliction in the death of a friend. This was Lucilius Longus, his comrade in evil days and good, and the one member of the Senate to share his isolation at Rhodes. Hence, in spite of his modest antecedents, a censorian funeral and statue erected in the form of Augustus at the public expense were decreed to him by the fathers, before whom, at that time, all questions were still dealt with. So much so that Lucilius Capito, the procurator of Asia, was obliged, at the indictment of the province, to plead his cause before them, the emperor asserting forcibly that any powers he had given to him extended merely to the slaves and revenues of the imperial domains. If he had usurped the governor's authority and used military force, it was a flouting of his orders. The provincials must be heard. The case was accordingly tried, and the defendant condemned. In return for this act of retribution, as well as for the punishment meted out to Gaius Silanus the year before, the Asiatic cities decreed a temple to Tiberius, his mother, and the Senate. Leave to build was granted, and Nero returned thanks on that score to the Senate and his grandfather, a pleasing sensation to his listeners, whose memory of Germanicus was fresh enough to permit the fancy that his were the features they saw, and the accents to which they listened. The youth had, in fact, a modesty and beauty worthy of a prince, endowments the more attractive from the peril of their owner, since the hatred of Sejanus for him was notorious. Nearly at the same date, the Caesar spoke on the need of choosing a flamen of Jupiter to replace the late Servius Maluginensis, and of also passing new legislation. 3 patricians, he pointed out, children of parents wedded by cake and spelt, were nominated simultaneously, and on one of them the selection fell. The system was old-fashioned, nor was there now, as formerly, the requisite supply of candidates, since the habit of marrying by the ancient ritual had been dropped, or was retained in few families. Here he offered several explanations of the fact, the principal one being the indifference of both sexes, though there was also a deliberate avoidance of the difficulties of the ceremony itself. And since both the man obtaining this priesthood and the woman passing into the marital control of a flamen were automatically withdrawn from paternal jurisdiction. Consequently, a remedy must be applied either by a senatorial resolution or by special law, precisely as Augustus had modified several relics of the rough old world to suit the needs of the present. It was decided then, after a discussion of the religious points, that no change should be made in the constitution of the flamenship. But a law was carried that the flamen's wife, though under her husband's tutelage in respect of her sacred duties, should otherwise stand upon the same legal footing as any ordinary woman. Maluginensis's son was elected in the room of his father, and to enhance the dignity of the priests and increase their readiness to perform the ritual of the various cults, 2 million sesterces were voted to the Virgin Cornelia, who was being appointed to succeed Scantia, while Augusta, whenever she entered the theatre, was to take her place among the seats reserved for the Vestals. In the consulate of Cornelius Cethegus and Vitellius Varro, the pontiffs and, after their example, the other priests, while offering the vows for the life of the emperor, went further and commended Nero and Drusus to the same divinities, not so much from affection for the princes as in that spirit of sycophancy of which the absence or the excess is, in a corrupt society, equally hazardous. For Tiberius, never indulgent to the family of Germanicus, was now stung beyond endurance to find a pair of striplings placed on a level with his own declining years. He summoned the pontiffs and asked if they had made this concession to the entreaties, or should he say, the threats, of Agrippina. The pontiffs, in spite of their denial, received only a slight reprimand, for a large number were either relatives of his own or prominent figures in the state. But in the Senate he gave warning that for the future no one was to excite to arrogance the impressionable minds of the youths by such precocious distinctions. The truth was that Sejanus was pressing him hard. The state, so ran his indictment, was split into two halves, as if by civil war. There were men who proclaimed themselves of Agrippina's party. Unless a stand was taken, there would be more, and the only cure for the growing disunion was to strike down one or two of the most active malcontents. On this pretext he attacked Gaius Silius and Titius Sabinus. The friendship of Germanicus was fatal to both. But in the case of Silius there was the further point that, as he had commanded a great army for 7 years, had earned the emblems of triumph in Germany, and was the victor of the war with Sacrovir, the greater ruin of his fall must spread a wider alarm among others. Many considered his offence to have been aggravated by his own indiscretion. He boasted too loudly that his troops had stood loyal, while others were rushing into mutiny. Nor could Tiberius have retained the throne if those legions too had caught the passion for revolution. Such claims the Caesar thought were destructive of his position, and left it inadequate to cope with such high deserts. For services are welcome exactly so long as it seems possible to requite them. When that stage is left far behind, the return is hatred instead of gratitude. Silius had a wife, Socia Galla, who by her affection for Agrippina had incurred the detestation of the emperor. On these two it was decided the blow should fall. Sabinus could be postponed a while. Varro, the consul, was unleashed, and, under the pretext of continuing his father's feud, gratified the animosities of Sejanus at the price of his own degradation. The defendant asked a short adjournment till the prosecutor could lay down his consulate, but the Caesar opposed. It was quite usual for magistrates to take legal action against private citizens, nor must there be any infraction of the prerogatives of the consul, on whose vigilance it depended that the Commonwealth should take no harm. It was a characteristic of Tiberius to shroud his latest discoveries in crime under the phrases of an older world. With scrupulous gravity, therefore, as though Silius were on trial before the law, as though Varro were a consul, or that state of things a commonwealth, the fathers were convened, with the defendant either holding his peace, or, if he essayed a defence, making no secret of the person under whose resentment he was sinking. The indictment was presented. Sacrovir long screened through complicity in his revolt, a victory besmirched by rapine, a wife the partner of his sins. Nor was there any doubt that, on the charges of extortion, the pair were inextricably involved. But the entire case was handled as an impeachment for treason, and Silius anticipated the impending condemnation by a voluntary end. Nevertheless, no mercy was shown to his estate. Not that any sums were to be refunded to the provincial tribute-payers, none of whom lodged a claim, but the bounty of Augustus was summarily deducted, and the claims of the imperial exchequer calculated item by item. The first instance in which Tiberius had given so sharp an eye to property other than his own. Socia was driven into exile on the motion of Asinius Gallus, who had proposed to confiscate 1/2 of her estate, while leaving the other to her children. A countermotion by Manius Lepidus assigned 1/4, which was legally necessary, to the accusers, and the residue to the family. This Lepidus, I gather, was for his period a man of principle and intelligence, for the number of motions to which he gave a more equitable turn, in opposition to the cringing brutality of others, is very considerable. Nor yet did he lack discretion, since with Tiberius he stood uniformly high in influence and in favour, a circumstance which compels me to doubt whether, like all things else, the sympathies and antipathies of princes are governed in their incidents by fate and the star of our nativity. or whether our purposes count and we are free between the extremes of bluff contumacy and repellent civility to walk a straight road clear of intrigues and perils. On the other side, Messalina's Cotta, with an equally distinguished lineage but a contrasted character, pressed for a senatorial decree ruling that magistrates, even if personally innocent and not aware of guilt in others, should be penalized for the misdeeds of their wives in the provinces precisely as for their own. Next there was treated the case of Calpurnius Piso, a man of birth and courage. It was he who, as I have stated already, had exclaimed to the Senate that he would retire from the capital as a protest against the cabals of the informers, and, contemptuous of the influence of Augusta, had dared to bring Orgelania before a court and to summon her from under the imperial roof. For the moment Tiberius took the incidents in good part, but in his heart, brooding over its grounds for wrath, though the first transport of resentment might have died down, memory lived. It was Quintus Granius who charged Piso with holding private conversations derogatory to majesty, and added that he kept poison at his house and wore a sword when entering the curia. The last count was allowed to drop as too atrocious to be true. On the others, which were freely accumulated, he was entered for trial, and was only saved from undergoing it by a well-timed death. The case, also, of the exiled Cassius Severus was brought up in the Senate. Of sordid origin and mischievous life, but a powerful orator, he had made enemies on such a scale that by a verdict of the Senate under oath he was relegated to Crete. There, by continuing his methods, he drew upon himself so many animosities, new or old, that he was now stripped of his estate, interdicted from fire and water, and sent to linger out his days on the rock of Seriphos. About this time the praetor Plautius Silvanus, for reasons not ascertained, flung his wife Apronia out of the window, and, when brought before the emperor by his father-in-law, Lucius Apronius, gave an incoherent reply to the effect that he had himself been fast asleep, and was therefore ignorant of the facts. His wife, he thought, must have committed suicide. Without any hesitation, Tiberius went straight to the house and examined the bedroom, in which traces were visible of resistance offered and force employed. He referred the case to the Senate, and a judicial committee had been formed when Silvanus's grandmother Orgelania sent her descendant a dagger. In view of Augusta's friendship with Orgelania, the action was considered as equivalent to a hint from the emperor. The accused, after a fruitless attempt with the weapon, arranged for his arteries to be opened. Shortly afterwards his first wife, Numantina, charged with procuring the insanity of her husband by spells and philters, was adjudged innocent. This year at last freed the Roman nation from the long-drawn war with the Numidian Tacfarinas. For earlier commanders, once they considered their exploits sufficient for a grant of triumphal decorations, usually left the enemy in peace, and already 3 laurelled statues adorned the capital, while Tacfarinas was still harrying Africa, reinforced by contingents of Moors, who during the heedless youth of Juba's son Ptolemy had sought in war a change from royal freedmen and servile despotism. The Gramantian king acted as the receiver of his booty and the partner of his forays, not to the extent of taking the field with an army, but by dispatching light-armed troops, whose numbers report magnified in proportion to the distance. And from the province itself every man of broken fortunes or turbulent character rushed to his standard with an alacrity all the greater, because after the successes of Blsesus, the Caesar, as though no enemies were left in Africa, had ordered the 9th Legion back, nor had Publius Dolabella, proconsul for the year and more apprehensive of the emperor's orders than of the chances of war, ventured to detain it. Accordingly, after launching a report that other nations as well were engaged on the dismemberment of the Roman Empire, which on that account was step by step evacuating Africa, while the garrison remaining might be cut off by the combined onslaught of all who preferred liberty to bondage, Tacfarinas increased his strength, established a camp, and invested the town of Thebuscum. Dolabella, on the other hand, mustered every available man, and through the terrors of the Roman name and the inability of the Numidians to face embattled infantry, raised the siege at his first advance and fortified the various strategic points, At the same time, he brought to the block the Muslimian chieftains who were contemplating rebellion. Then, as several expeditions against Tacfarinas had shown that a nomadic enemy was not to be brought to bay by a single incursion carried out by heavy armed troops, he summoned King Ptolemy with his countrymen and arranged 4 columns under the command of legates or tribunes. Companies of raiders were led by picked Moors. He himself was present as advisor to all the divisions. Before long, word came in that the Numidians had pitched their tents and were lying close by a half-ruined fort called Orzea, to which they had themselves set fire some time ago. They felt confident of their ground, as it was encircled by enormous woods. On this, the light cohorts and mounted squadrons, without being informed of their destination, were hurried off at full speed. Day was just breaking when, with a fierce yell and a blast of trumpets, they came on the half-awakened barbarians, while the Numidian horses were still shackled or straying through distant pasture grounds. On the Roman side, the infantry were in massed formation, the cavalry disposed in troops, every provision made for battle. The enemy, in contrast, were aware of nothing, without weapons, without order, without a plan, dragged to slaughter or to captivity like cattle. The soldiers, embittered by the memory of hardships undergone and of battles so often hoped for against this elusive foe, took every man his fill of revenge and blood. Word has passed round the maniples that all were to make for Tacfarinas, a familiar figure after so many engagements. There would be no rest from war till the arch-rebel was slain. He, with his guards, cut down around him, his son already in chains, and Romans streaming up on all hands, rushed on the spears and escaped captivity by a death which was not unavenged. This marked the close of hostilities. The request of Dolabella for triumphal distinctions was rejected by Tiberius. A tribute to Sejanus, whose uncle Blsesus might otherwise have found his glories growing dim. But the step brought no added fame to Blsesus, and the denial of the honour heightened the reputation of Dolabella, who with a weaker army had credited himself with prisoners of note, a general slain, and a war concluded. He was attended also, a rare spectacle in the capital, by a number of Garamantian deputies, whom the tribesmen, awed by the fate of Tacfarinas, and conscious of their delinquencies, had sent to offer satisfaction to the Roman people. Then, as the campaign had demonstrated Ptolemy's goodwill, an old-fashioned distinction was revived, and a member of the Senate was dispatched to present him with the traditional bounty of the fathers, an ivory sceptre with the embroidered robe, and to greet him by the style of king, ally, and friend. During the same summer, the seeds of a slave war which had begun to stir in Italy were rendered harmless by an accident. The instigator of revolt was Titus Caticius, a former private in the Praetorian cohort. First at clandestine meetings in the neighbourhood of Brundisium and the adjacent towns, then by openly posted manifestos, he kept summoning the fierce country slaves of the outlying ranches to strike for freedom, when, almost providentially, 3 biremes for the production of seaborne traffic put into port. As, in addition, the questor Cucius Lupus, who, in accordance with an old custom, had been assigned the grazing tracts for his province, happened to be in the district, he drew up a force of marines and shattered the conspiracy at the very outset. The tribune Stius, hurriedly sent by Caesar with a strong force, dragged the leader and the bolder of his subordinates to Rome, where tremors were already felt at the size of the slave establishments, which were assuming huge dimensions, while the freeborn populace dwindled day by day. In the same consulate, as an appalling example of the miseries and heartlessness of the age, there appeared before the Senate a father as defendant and a son as prosecutor, each bearing the name of Vibius Serenus. The father, hailed back from exile, a mass of filth and rags, and now in irons, stood pitted against the invective of his son. The youth, a highly elegant figure with a cheerful countenance, informer at once and witness, told his tale of treason plotted against the sovereign and missionaries of rebellion sent over to Gaul, adding that the funds had been supplied by the ex-praetor, Caecilius Cornutus. Cornutus, as he was weary of his anxieties, and risk was considered tantamount to ruin, lost no time in making away with himself. The prisoner, on the other hand, with a spirit totally unbroken, faced his son, clanked his chains, and called upon the avenging gods. For himself, let them give him back his exile, where he could live remote from these fashions. As for his son, let retribution attend him in its own time. He insisted that Cornutus was guiltless, the victim of an unfounded panic, and that the fact would be patent if other names were divulged, for certainly he himself had not contemplated murder of the emperor and revolution with a solitary ally. The accuser then named Gnaeus Lentulus and Caius Tubero, greatly to the discomfiture of the Caesar, who found two most prominent nobles, close friends of his own, the former far advanced in years, the latter in failing health, charged with armed rebellion and conspiracy against the peace of the realm. These, however, were at once exempted. Against the father, resort was had to examination of his slaves under torture, an examination which proved adverse to the prosecutor, who, maddened by his crime and terrified also by the comments of the multitude, threatening him with the dungeon and the rock or the penalties of parricide, left Rome. He was dragged back from Ravenna and forced to proceed with his accusation, Tiberius making no effort to disguise his old rancour against the exile. For after the condemnation of Libo, Serenus had written to the emperor, complaining that his zeal alone had gone without reward, and concluding with certain expressions too defiant to be safely addressed to that proud and lightly offended ear. To this grievance the Caesar harked back after 8 years, finding in the interval materials for a variety of charges, even though, through the obduracy of the slaves, the torture had disappointed expectations. When members then expressed the view that Serenus should be punished according to ancestral custom, he sought to mitigate the odium by interposing his veto. A motion of Asinius Gallus, that the prisoner should be confined in Giaris or Donusa, he also negatived. Both islands, he reminded him, were waterless, and if you granted a man his life, you must also allow him the means of living. Serenus was therefore shipped back to Amorgus, and since Cornutus had fallen by his own hand, a proposal was discussed that the accuser's reward should be forfeited whenever the defendant in a charge of treason had resorted to suicide before the completion of the trial. The resolution was on the point of being adopted when the Caesar, with considerable asperity and unusual frankness, took the side of the accusers, complaining that the laws would be inoperative, the country on the edge of an abyss. They had better demolish the constitution than remove its custodians. Thus the informers, a breed invented for the national ruin and never adequately curbed, even by penalties, were now lured into the field with rewards. The round of tragedies was broken by a relatively cheerful interlude when the emperor spared Gaius Cominius, a Roman knight convicted of a poetical lampoon upon himself, as a concession to the prayers of his brother, a member of the Senate. The fact heightened the general wonder that, cognizant as he was of better things and of the fame that attended mercy, he should still prefer the darker road, for neither did he err by thoughtlessness, nor indeed is it difficult to divine when the acts of emperors are applauded with sincerity and when with feigned enthusiasm. Moreover, he himself, otherwise an artificial speaker whose every word had apparently to struggle for utterance, spoke out with more fluency and promptness whenever he spoke in charity. On the other hand, when Publius Suilius, an old questor of Germanicus, was about to escape with banishment from Italy, after being convicted of judicial corruption, he moved for his deportation to an island with so much earnestness as to make a declaration on oath that the change was demanded by national interests. His intervention, severely criticized at the time, redounded before long to his credit. For Suilius returned, and the succeeding generation viewed him in the plenitude of power, the venal favourite of Claudius, exploiting the imperial friendship long profitably, never well. The same penalty was invoked upon Firmius Catus, a member of the Senate, for laying a false charge of treason against his sister. Catus, as I have said, had laid the trap for Libo, and afterwards destroyed him by his evidence. In the recollection of that service, Tiberius, though producing other reasons, now procured a remission of his banishment. To his ejection from the Senate he raised no hindrance. I am not unaware that very many of the events I have described and shall describe may perhaps seem little things, trifles too slight for record. But no parallel can be drawn between these chronicles of mine and the work of the men who compose the ancient history of the Roman people. Gigantic wars, cities stormed, routed and captive kings, or when they turned by choice to domestic affairs, the feuds of consul and tribune, land laws and corn laws, the duel of nobles and commons. Such were the themes on which they dwelt or digressed at will. Mine is an inglorious labour in a narrow field, but this was an age of peace unbroken or half-heartedly challenged, of tragedy in the capital, of a prince careless to extend the empire. Yet it may be not unprofitable to look beneath the surface of those incidents, trivial at the first inspection, which so often set in motion the great events of history. For every nation or city is governed by the people, or by the nobility, or by individuals. A constitution selected and blended from these types is easier to commend than to create, or if created, its tenure of life is brief. Accordingly, as in the period of alternate plebeian dominance and patrician ascendancy, it was imperative in one case to study the character of the masses and the methods of controlling them, while in the other those who had acquired the most exact knowledge of the temper of the Senate and the aristocracy were accounted shrewd in their generation and wise. So today, when the situation has been transformed, and the Roman world is little else than a monarchy, the collection and the chronicling of these details may yet serve an end. For few men distinguish right and wrong, the expedient and the disastrous, by native intelligence. The majority are schooled by the experience of others, but while my themes have their utility, they offer the minimum of pleasure. Descriptions of countries, the vicissitudes of battles, commanders dying on the field of honour, such are the episodes that arrest and renew the interest of the reader. For myself, I present a series of savage mandates, of perpetual accusations, of traitorous friendships, of ruined innocence, of various causes and identical results. Everywhere, monotony of subject and satiety. Again, the ancient author has few detractors, and it matters to none whether you praise the Carthaginian or the Roman arms with the livelier enthusiasm. But of many who underwent either the legal penalty or a form of degradation in the Principate of Tiberius, the descendants remain, and, assuming the actual families to be now extinct, you will still find those who, from a likeness of character, read the ill deeds of others as an innuendo against themselves. Even glory and virtue create their enemies. They arraign their opposites by too close a contrast. But I return to my subject. The consulate of Cornelius Cossus and Asinius Agrippa opened with the prosecution of Cremutius Cordus, upon the novel and still then unheard-of charge of publishing a history, eulogizing Brutus and styling Cassius the last of the Romans. The accusers were Sutrius Secundus and Pinarius Natter, clients of Sejanus. That circumstance sealed the defendant's fate. That and the lowering brows of the Caesar as he bent his attention to the defence, which Cremutius, resolved to take his leave of life, began as follows. Conscript fathers, my words are brought to judgment. So guiltless am I of deeds, nor are they even words against the sole persons embraced by the law of treason, the sovereign or the parent of the sovereign. I am said to have praised Brutus and Cassius, whose acts so many pens have recorded, whom not one has mentioned save with honour. Livy, with a fame for eloquence and candour second to none, lavished such eulogies on Pompey that Augustus styled him the Pompeian, yet it was without prejudice to their friendship. Scipio, Afranius, this very Cassius, this Brutus, not once does he describe them by the now fashionable titles of brigand and parricide, but time and again in such terms as he might apply to any distinguished patriots. The works of Asinius Pollio transmit their character in noble colours. Messala Corvinus gloried to have served under Cassius. and Pollio and Corvinus lived and died in the fullness of wealth and honour. When Cicero's book praised Cato to the skies, what did it elicit from the dictator Caesar but a written oration, as though at the bar of public opinion? The letters of Antony, the speeches of Brutus, contain invectives against Augustus, false, undoubtedly, yet bitter in the extreme. The poems, still read, of Bibaculus and Catullus, are packed with scurrilities upon the Caesars. Yet even the deified Julius, the divine Augustus himself, tolerated them and left them in peace. And I hesitate whether to ascribe their action to forbearance or to wisdom. For things contemned are soon things forgotten. Anger is read as recognition. I leave untouched the Greeks. With them not liberty only, but license itself went unchastised. Or, if a man retaliated, he avenged words by words. But what, above all else, was absolutely free and immune from censure was the expression of an opinion on those whom death had removed beyond the range of rancour or of partiality. Are Brutus and Cassius under arms on the plains of Philippi, and I upon the platform, firing the nation to civil war? Or is it the case that, 70 years since their taking off, as they are known by their effigies which the conqueror himself did not abolish, so a portion of their memory is enshrined likewise in history? To every man posterity renders his wage of honour, nor will there lack, if my condemnation is at hand, those who shall remember not Brutus and Cassius alone, but me also. He then left the Senate, and closed his life by self-starvation. The fathers ordered his books to be burned by the aediles, but copies remained, hidden and afterwards published, a fact which moves us the more to deride the folly of those who believe that, by an act of despotism in the present, there can be extinguished also the memory of a succeeding age. On the contrary, genius, chastised, grows in authority, nor have alien kings, or the imitators of their cruelty, effected more than to crown themselves with ignominy, and their victims with renown. For the rest, the year was so continuous a chain of impeachments that in the days of the Latin festival, when Drusus, as urban prefect, mounted the tribunal to inaugurate his office, he was approached by Calpurnius Salvianus with a suit against Sextus Marius, an action which drew a public reprimand from the Caesar and occasioned the banishment of Salvianus. The community of Cyzicus were charged with neglecting the cult of the deified Augustus. Allegations were added of violence to Roman citizens, and they forfeited the freedom earned during the Mithridatic War, when the town was invested, and they beat off the king as much by their own firmness as by the protection of Lucullus. On the other hand, Fonteius Capito, who had administered Asia as proconsul, was acquitted upon proof that the accusations against him were the invention of Vibius Serenus. The reverse, however, did no harm to Serenus, who was rendered doubly secure by the public hatred. For the informer whose weapon never rested became quasi-sacrosanct. It was on the insignificant and unknown that punishments descended. About the same time, further Spain sent a deputation to the Senate, asking leave to follow the example of Asia by erecting a shrine to Tiberius and his mother. On this occasion, the Caesar, sturdily disdainful of compliments at any time, and now convinced that an answer was due to the gossip charging him with a declension into vanity, began his speech in the following vein. I know, conscript fathers, that many deplored by want of consistency because, when a little while ago the cities of Asia made this identical request, I offered no opposition. I shall therefore state both the case for my previous silence and the rule I have settled upon for the future. Since the deified Augustus had not forbidden the construction of a temple at Pergamum to himself and the city of Rome, observing as I do his every action and word as law, I followed the precedent already sealed by his approval, with all the more readiness that with worship of myself was associated veneration of the Senate. But, though once to have accepted may be pardonable, yet to be consecrated in the image of deity through all the provinces would be vanity and arrogance, and the honour paid to Augustus will soon be a mockery, if it is vulgarized, by promiscuous experiments in flattery. As for myself, conscript fathers, that I am mortal, that my functions are the functions of men, and that I hold it enough if I fill the foremost place among them, this I call upon you to witness, and I desire those who shall follow us to bear it in mind. For they will do justice, and more, to my memory, if they pronounce me worthy of my ancestry, provident of your interests, firm in dangers, not fearful of offences, in the cause of the national welfare. These are my temples in your breasts, these my fairest and abiding effigies, for those that are reared of stone, should the judgment of the future turn to hatred, are scorned as sepulchres. And so my prayer to allies and citizens and to heaven itself is this: to heaven, that to the end of my life it may endow me with a quiet mind, gifted with understanding of law, human and divine, and to my fellow men, that whenever I shall depart, their praise and kindly thoughts may still attend my deeds and the memories attached to my name. And in fact, from now onward, even in his private conversations, he persisted in a contemptuous rejection of these divine honours to himself, an attitude by some interpreted as modesty, by many as self-distrust, by a few as degeneracy of soul. The best of men, they argued, desired the greatest heights. So Hercules and Liber among the Greeks, and among ourselves Quirinus, had been added to the number of the gods. The better way had been that of Augustus, who hoped. To princes all other gratifications came instantly. For one they must toil, and never know satiety, the favourable opinion of the future. For in the scorn of fame was implied the scorn of virtue. Meanwhile Sejanus, blinded by over-great good fortune and fired to action by feminine passion as well, Livia was demanding the promised marriage, drafted a memorial to the Caesar. It was a convention of the period to address him in writing, even when he was in the capital. The gist of the document was that, owing to the benevolence of the prince's father Augustus, followed by so many expressions of approval from Tiberius, he had formed the habit of carrying his hopes and his vows to the imperial ears as readily as to the gods. He had never asked for the baubles of office. He would rather stand sentry and work like the humblest soldier for the security of the emperor. And yet he had reached the supreme goal. He had been counted worthy of an alliance with the Caesar. This had taught him to hope, and since he had heard that Augustus, when settling his daughter, had to some extent considered the claims even of Roman knights, so if a husband should be required for Livia, he begged that Tiberius would bear in mind a friend who would derive nothing from the connection but its glory. For he did not seek to divest himself of the duties laid on him. It was enough, in his estimation, if his family was strengthened against the unfounded animosities of Agrippina, and that simply for the sake of his children. As to himself, whatever the term of years he might complete under such a sovereign, it would be life enough and to spare. In reply, Tiberius praised Sejanus's devotion, touched not too heavily on his own services to him, and asked for time, in order, he said, to consider the matter fully and freely. Then he wrote again. With other men, the standpoint for their decisions was what was in their own interests. The lot of princes was very different, as their weightiest affairs had to be regulated with an eye upon public opinion. Therefore he did not take refuge in the answer which came most readily to the pen, that Livia could determine for herself whether she ought to marry after Drusus, or rest content with her old home, and that she had a mother and grandmother who were more natural advisers. He would deal more openly, and first with regard to Agrippina's enmity, which would blaze out far more fiercely if Livia's marriage divided, as it were, the Caesarian house into two camps. Even as matters stood, there were outbreaks of feminine jealousy, and the feud was unsettling his grandchildren. What then, if the strife was accentuated by the proposed union? For Sejanus, he continued, you delude yourself if you imagine that you can keep your present rank, or that the Livia, who has been wedded successfully to Gaius Caesar and to Drusus, will be complaisant enough to grow old at the side of a Roman knight. Assuming that I myself consent, Do you suppose the position will be tolerated by those who have seen her brother, her father, and our ancestors in the supreme offices of state? You wish, for your own part, to stop short of the station you hold. But those magistrates and men of distinction who take you by storm, and who consult you on any and every subject, make no secret of their opinion that you have long since transcended the heights of the equestrian order and left the friendships of my father far behind, and in their envy of you they censure myself as well. You make the point that Augustus considered the possibility of bestowing his daughter on a Roman knight. Astonishing, certainly, that, tugged at by every sort of anxiety and foreseeing an immense succession of dignity to the man whom he should have raised above his peers by such an alliance, his conversation ran on Gaius Proculeius and a few others, remarkable for their quietude of life, and implicated in none of the business of the state. But if we are to be moved by the hesitancy of Augustus, how much more cogent the fact that he affianced her to Marcus Agrippa, and later to myself. I have spoken openly, as was due to our friendship, but I shall oppose neither your decisions nor those of Livia. Of the result of my own reflections and the further ties by which I propose to cement our union, I shall at present forbear to speak. One point only I shall make clear. No station, however exalted, would be unearned by your qualities and your devotion to myself. And when the occasion comes, either in the Senate or before the public, I shall not be silent. In rejoinder, Sejanus, now alarmed not for his marriage but on deeper grounds, urged him to disregard the voice of suspicion, the babble of the multitude, the attacks of his maligners. At the same time, unwilling either to enfeeble his influence by prohibiting the throngs which besieged his doors, or to give a handle to his detractors by receiving them, he turned to the idea of inducing Tiberius to spend his days in some pleasant retreat at a distance from Rome. The advantages he foresaw were numerous. Interviews would lie in his own bestowal. Letters he could largely supervise, as they were transmitted by soldiers. Before long, the Caesar, who was already in the decline of life and would be rendered laxer by seclusion, would be ready to transfer the functions of sovereignty, while his own unpopularity would diminish with the abolition of great levees, and the realities of his power be increased by the removal of its vanities. Little by little, therefore, he began to denounce the drudgeries of the capital, its jostling crowds, the endless stream of suitors, and to give his eulogies to quiet and solitude, where tedium and bickering were unknown, and a man's chief attention could be centred on affairs of first importance. As chance would have it, the trial at this juncture of the popular and talented Votianus Montanus forced Tiberius, who was already wavering, to the conviction that he must avoid the meetings of the Senate and the remarks, often equally true and mordant, which were there repeated to his face. For during the indictment of Votianus for the use of language offensive to the emperor, the witness Emilius, a military man, in his anxiety to prove the case, reported the expressions in full, and, disregarding the cries of protest, struggled on with his tale with great earnestness. Tiberius thus heard the scurrilities with which he was attacked in private, and such was the shock that he kept crying out he would refute them, either on the spot or in charge of the trial, his equanimity being restored with difficulty by the entreaties of his friends and the adulation of all. Votianus himself suffered the penalties of treason. The Caesar, as he had been reproached with recklessness to defendants, adhered to his methods with all the more tenacity. Punishing Aquilia by exile, on the charge of adultery with Varius Ligus, though Lentulus Gaetulicus, the consul designate, had pressed only for conviction under the Julian law, and expunging Appidius Merula from the senatorial register because he had not sworn allegiance to the acts of the deified Augustus. A hearing was now given to embassies from Lacedaemon and Messene upon the legal ownership of the temple of Diana Limnatis. That it had been consecrated by their own ancestors and on their own ground, the Lacedaemonians sought to establish by the records of history and the hymns of the poets. It had been wrested from them, however, by the Macedonian arms during their war with Philip, and had been returned later by the decision of Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. In reply, the Messenians brought forward the old partition of the Peloponnese between the descendants of Hercules. the denthaliate district in which the shrine stood had been assigned to their king, and memorials of the fact, engraved on rock and ancient bronze, were still extant. But if they were challenged to adduce the evidences of poetry and history, the more numerous and competent witnesses were on their side, nor had Philip decided by arbitrary power, but on the merits of the case. The same had been the judgment of King Antigonus and the Roman commander Mummius, and a similar verdict was pronounced both by Miletus, when that state was commissioned to arbitrate, and last of all by Attidius Geminus, the governor of Achaia. The point was accordingly decided in favour of Messene. The Segestans also demanded the restoration of the age-worn temple of Venus on Mount Eryx, and told the familiar tale of its foundation, much to the pleasure of Tiberius, who as a relative willingly undertook the task. At this time a petition from Massilia was considered, and sanction was given to the precedent set by Publius Rutilius. For after his banishment by form of law, Rutilius had been presented with the citizenship of Smyrna, on the strength of which the exile Vulcatius Moschus had naturalized himself at Massilia, and bequeathed his estate to the community as his fatherland. This year saw the end of the great nobles, Gnaeus Lentulus and Lucius Domitius. Lentulus, over and above his consulate and the triumphal distinctions he had won against the Getae, could claim the glories first of honest poverty gallantly carried, then of a great fortune innocently acquired and temperately employed. Domitius derived distinction from a father who had held the command of the sea during the Civil War, until he attached himself to the cause of Antony and later to that of the Caesar. His grandfather had fallen on the aristocratic side, upon the field of Pharsalia. Himself chosen to receive the hand of Octavia's daughter, the younger Antonia, he crossed the Elbe with an army, penetrating deeper into Germany than any of his predecessors, and was rewarded for his exploit by the emblems of triumph. Lucius Antonius also passed away, the bearer of a great but luckless name, for little more than a boy when his father Iulus paid the extreme penalty for his adultery with Julia. He had been relegated by Augustus to the city of Massilia, where the name of exile could be veiled under the pretext of study. His funeral, however, was celebrated with honour, and by a senatorial decree his bones were laid in the family tomb of the Octavi. Under the same consuls an audacious crime was committed in Hither Spain by a rustic of the Termestine tribe. Making a surprise attack on the governor of the province, Lucius Piso, who was travelling with a carelessness due to the peaceful conditions, he struck him dead with one blow. Carried clear by the speed of his horse, he turned it loose on reaching wooded country, and eluded the hue and cry in the rugged and trackless wilds. But detection was not long deferred. The horse was caught and led round the villages in the neighbourhood till the ownership was ascertained. After discovery, when the torture was applied in order to force him to disclose his confederates, he cried aloud in his native tongue that questions were useless. His partners might stand by and watch, for pain would have no terrors capable of extracting the truth. Next day, as he was being dragged again to the torture, he threw himself clear of the warders and dashed his head against a rock, with such an exertion of strength that he expired on the spot. It is believed, nevertheless, that Piso fell a victim to a Termestine conspiracy, for public moneys had gone astray, and he was exacting restitution with a vigour too much for barbarian patience. In the consulate of Lentulus Geticulus and Gaius Calvisius, triumphal decorations were voted to Papias Sabinus for crushing the Thracian tribesmen, who on their mountain peaks lived uncivilized and proportionately bold. The cause of the insurrection, apart from the temper of the insurgents, was that they refused to tolerate the military levies, and to devote the whole of their able-bodied manhood to the Roman service. Their obedience, indeed, even to their kings, was usually a matter of caprice, and the occasional contingents they sent were led by their own chiefs and acted only against neighbouring clans. In this case, too, a rumour was current that the clans were to be broken up and incorporated with other stocks, then dragged into distant countries. Still, before appealing to arms, they sent a deputation to insist on their former friendship and loyalty. Both, they said, would be continued if they were not tried by fresh impositions. But if they were sentenced to slavery as a vanquished race, They had steel and young men, and souls resolute for freedom or for death. At the same time they pointed to their strongholds perched upon the crags, and to the parents and wives placed in them for refuge, and threatened a war, intricate, arduous, and bloody. Sabinus, till he could muster his forces, returned soft answers. But when Pomponius Labeo arrived from Moesia with a legion, and King Rumetalces with a body of native auxiliaries who had not renounced their allegiance, he added his own available troops and moved against the enemy, by now concentrated in the wooded gorges. A few, more daring, showed themselves on the open hills, but were driven from them without difficulty. When the Roman commander advanced in battle order, though cover was so near that little barbarian blood was spilt. Then, after fortifying a camp on the spot, Sabinus, with a strong detachment, made himself master of a narrow mountain ridge, running without a break to the nearest tribal fortress, which was held by a considerable force of armed men and irregulars. Simultaneously he sent a picked body of archers to deal with the bolder spirits, who, true to the national custom, were gambolling with songs and war dances in front of the rampart. The bowmen, so long as they operated at long range, inflicted many wounds with impunity. On advancing closer, they were thrown into disorder by an unlooked-for sally, and fell back on the support of a Sugambrian cohort, drawn up a short distance away by the Roman general, since the men were prompt in danger, and, as regards the din produced by their songs and weapons, not less awe-inspiring than the enemy. The camp was then moved a stage nearer the adversary, and the Thracians, whom I mentioned as having joined us, were left in charge of the earlier lines. They had license to ravage, burn, and plunder, so long as their depredations were limited to the daylight, and the night spent safely and wakefully behind entrenchments. At first the rule was kept. Then, turning to luxury and enriched by their booty, they began to leave their posts for some wild orgy, or lay tumbled in drunken slumber. The enemy, therefore, who had information of their laxity, arranged 2 columns, by one of which the raiders were to be attacked, while another band demonstrated against the Roman encampment, not with any hope of capture, but in order that, amid the shouting and the missiles, every man engrossed by his own danger might be deaf to echoes of the other conflict. Darkness, moreover, was chosen for the blow, so as to intensify the panic. The attempt on the earthworks of the legions was, however, easily repelled. The Thracian auxiliaries, a few of whom were lying along their lines, while the majority were straggling outside, lost their nerve at the sudden onset, and were cut down all the more ruthlessly because they were branded as renegades and traitors, carrying arms for the enslavement of themselves and their fatherland. On the following day Sabinus paraded his army in the plain, in the hope that the barbarians, elated by the night's success, might venture battle. As they showed no signs of descending from their stronghold or from the adjacent hills, he began their investment, with the help of the fortified posts which, opportunely enough, he was already constructing, then drew a continuous fosse and breastwork with a circumference of 4 miles, and lastly, step by step, contracted and tightened his lines of circumvallation, so as to cut off the supplies of water and forage, while an embankment began to rise, from which stones, spears, and firebrands could be showered on the no longer distant enemy. But nothing told on the defence so much as thirst, since the one spring remaining had to serve the whole great multitude of combatants and non-combatants. At the same time, horses and cattle, penned up with their owners in the barbarian style, were dying for lack of fodder. Side by side with them lay the bodies of men, victims of wounds or thirst, and the whole place was an abomination of rotting blood, stench, and infection. To the confusion was added the last calamity, discord, some proposing surrender, some to fall on each other and die, while there were those again who commended, not unavenged destruction, but a last sortie. Others, and not the multitude only, dissented from each of these views. One of the leaders, Dinis, now advanced in years, and familiar through long experience with the power and the clemency of Rome, urged them to lay down their arms. It was the one resource in their extremity, and took the initiative by placing himself, his wife, and his children at the disposal of the victor. He was followed by those who laboured under the disabilities of age or sex, or who were more passionately attached to life than to glory. On the other hand, the younger fighting men were divided between Tarsa and Turesis. Both were resolute not to outlive their freedom, but Tarsa, crying out for a quick dispatch, a quietus to hope and fear alike, gave the example by plunging his weapon into his breast. Nor were others lacking to choose the same mode of death. Turesis and his followers waited for the night, a fact of which the Roman commander was not ignorant. The outposts accordingly were secured by denser masses of men. Night was falling, with a storm of rain, and the wild shouting on the enemy's side, alternating as it did with deathly stillnesses, had begun to perplex the besiegers, when Sabinus made a tour of his lines and urged the men to be misled neither by ambiguous sound nor by simulated quiet into giving the ambuscaded foe his opening. Every man should attend to his duties without budging from his post or expending javelins on an illusory mark. Meanwhile the barbarians, speeding down in their bands, now battered the palisade with hand-flung stones, stakes pointed in the fire, and oak boughs hewn from the tree, now filled the moats with brushwood, hurdles, and lifeless bodies, while a few with bridges and ladders fabricated beforehand advanced against the turrets, clutching them, tearing them down, and struggling hand to hand with the defenders. The troops, in return, struck them down with spears, dashed them back with their shield bosses, hurled on them siege javelins and piles of massive stone. On each side were incentives enough to courage. On ours, hope that victory was won, and the more flagrant ignominy which would attend a defeat. On theirs, the fact that they were striking the last blow for deliverance, many with their wives and mothers close at hand, and their lamentations sounding in their ears. Night, screening the audacity of some, the panic of others, blows dealt at random, wounds unforeseen, the impossibility of distinguishing friend from foe, cries echoed back from the mountain ravines, and so coming apparently from the rear, all this had produced such general confusion that the Romans abandoned some of their positions as forced. Yet actually none but a handful of the enemy made their way through, while the remainder, with their bravest either dead or disabled, were at the approach of daylight pushed back to their stronghold on the height, where surrender at last became compulsory. The districts adjoining were taken over with the concurrence of the inhabitants. The rest were saved from reduction, whether by assault or investment, by the premature and stern winter of the Haemus range. But in Rome the imperial house was already shaken. And now to open the train of events leading to the destruction of Agrippina, her second cousin Claudia Pulchra was put on trial, with Domitius Afer as accuser. Fresh from a praetorship, but with a modest standing in the world, and hurrying towards a reputation by way of any crime, he indicted her for unchastity, for adultery with Furnius, for practices by poison and spell against the life of the sovereign. Agrippina, fierce-tempered always and now inflamed by the danger of her kinswoman, flew to Tiberius, and, as chance would have it, found him sacrificing to his father. This gave the occasion for a reproachful outburst. It was not, she said, for the same man to offer victims to the deified Augustus and to persecute his posterity. Not into speechless stone had that divine spirit been transfused. She, his authentic effigy, the issue of his celestial blood, was aware of her peril and assumed the garb of mourning. It was idle to make a pretext of Pulchra, the only cause of whose destruction was that in utter folly she had chosen Agrippina as the object of her affection, forgetful of Socia, who was struck down for the same offence. Her words elicited one of the rare deliverances of that impenetrable breast. He seized her, and admonished her in a line of Greek that she was not necessarily a woman injured if she lacked a throne. Pulchra and Furnius were condemned. Afer took rank with the great advocates. His genius had found publicity, and there had followed a pronouncement from the Caesar styling him an orator by natural right. Later, whether as conductor of the prosecution or as mainstay of the defence, he enjoyed a fame which stood higher for eloquence than for virtue. Yet even of that eloquence age took heavy toll. sapping as it did his mental power and leaving his incapacity for silence. Meanwhile, Agrippina, obstinately nursing her anger and attacked by physical illness, was visited by the emperor. For long her tears fell in silence. Then she began with reproaches and entreaties. He must aid her loneliness and give her a husband. She had still the requisite youth, and the virtuous had no consolation but in marriage. The state had citizens who would stoop to receive the wife of Germanicus and his children. The Caesar, however, though he saw all that was implied in the request, was reluctant to betray either fear or resentment, and therefore, in spite of her insistence, left her without an answer. This incident, not noticed by the professed historians, I found in the memoirs of her daughter Agrippina, mother of the Emperor Nero, who recorded for the afterworld her life and the vicissitudes of her house. Sejanus, however, struck a deeper dismay into her harassed and improvident breast by sending agents to warn her, under the colour of friendship, that poison was ready for her. She would do well to avoid the dinners of her father-in-law, and she, a stranger to all pretence, as she reclined next to him at table, relaxed neither her features nor her silence, and refused to touch her food, until at last, either by accident or from information received, Tiberius's attention was arrested, and, to apply a more searching test, he took some fruit, as it had been set before him, and, with his own hand, passed it to his daughter-in-law, with a word of praise. The act increased Agrippina's suspicions, and without tasting the dish, she passed it over to the slaves. Even so, no overt remark followed from Tiberius. He turned, however, to his mother and observed that it was not strange, if he had resolved on slightly rigorous measures against a lady who accused him of murder by poison. Hence a rumour that her destruction was in preparation, and that the emperor lacked courage to do the deed openly. A quiet setting for the crime was being considered. To divert criticism, the Caesar attended the Senate with frequency, and for several days listened to the deputies from Asia, debating which of their communities was to erect his temple. 11 cities competed, with equal ambition but disparate resources. With no great variety, each pleaded national antiquity and zeal for the Roman cause in the wars with Perseus, Aristonicus, and other kings. But Hippia and Tralles, together with Laodicea and Magnesia, were passed over as inadequate to the task. Even Ilium, though it appealed to Troy as the parent of Rome, had no significance apart from the glory of its past. Some little hesitation was caused by the statement of the Halicarnassians that for 1200 years no tremors of earthquake had disturbed their town, and the temple foundations would rest on the living rock. The Pergamenes were refuted by their main argument. They had already a sanctuary of Augustus, and the distinction was thought ample. The state worship in Ephesus and Miletus was considered to be already centered on the cults of Diana and Apollo, respectively. The deliberations turned, therefore, on Sardis and Smyrna. The Sardians read a decree of their kindred country, of Etruria. Owing to its numbers, they explained, Tyrrhenus and Lydus, son of King Attis, had divided the nation. Lydus had remained in the territory of his fathers. Tyrrhenus had been allotted the task of creating a new settlement, and the Asiatic and Italian branches of the people had received distinctive titles from the names of the two leaders, while a further advance in the Lydian power had come with the dispatch of colonists to the peninsula, which afterwards took its name from Pelops. At the same time, they recalled the letters from Roman commanders, the treaties concluded with us in the Macedonian War, their ample rivers, tempered climate, and the richness of the surrounding country. The deputies from Smyrna, on the other hand, after retracing the antiquity of their town, whether founded by Tantalus, the seed of Jove, by Theseus, also of celestial stock, or by one of the Amazons, passed on to the arguments in which they rested most confidence. Their good offices towards the Roman people, to whom they had sent their naval force to aid not merely in foreign wars, but in those with which we had to cope in Italy, while they had also been the first to erect a temple to the city of Rome, at a period, the consulate of Marcus Porcius, when the Roman fortunes stood high indeed, but had not yet mounted to their zenith, as the Punic capital was yet standing, and the kings were still powerful in Asia. At the same time, Sulla was called to witness that, with his army in a most critical position, through the inclement winter and scarcity of clothing, the news had only to be announced at a public meeting in Smyrna, and the whole of the bystanders stripped the garments from their bodies and sent them to our legions. The fathers accordingly, when their opinion was taken, gave Smyrna the preference. Vibius Marsus proposed that a supernumerary legate, to take responsibility for the temple, should be assigned to Manius Lepidus, to whom the province of Asia had fallen. And since Lepidus modestly declined to make the selection himself, Valerius Naso was chosen by lot among the ex-praetors and sent out. Meanwhile, after long meditating and often deferring his plan, the Caesar at length departed for Campania, ostensibly to consecrate one temple to Jupiter at Capua and one to Augustus at Nola, but in the settled resolve to fix his abode far from Rome. As to the motive for his withdrawal, though I have followed the majority of historians in referring it to the intrigues of Sejanus, yet in view of the fact that his isolation remained equally complete for 6 consecutive years after Sejanus's execution, I am often tempted to doubt whether it could not with greater truth be ascribed to an impulse of his own to find an inconspicuous home for the cruelty and lust which his acts proclaimed to the world. There were those who believed that in his old age he had become sensitive also to his outward appearances, for he possessed a tall, round-shouldered, and abnormally slender figure, a head without a trace of hair, and an ulcerous face generally variegated with plasters, while in the seclusion of Rhodes he had acquired the habit of avoiding company and taking his pleasures by stealth. The statement is also made that he was driven into exile by the imperious temper of his mother, whose partnership in his power he could not tolerate, while it was impossible to cut adrift one from whom he held that power in fee. For Augustus had hesitated whether to place Germanicus, his sister's grandson, and the theme of all men's praise, at the head of the Roman realm, but overborne by the entreaties of his wife, had introduced Germanicus into the family of Tiberius, and Tiberius into his own, a benefit which the old empress kept recalling and reclaiming. His exit was made with a slender retinue. One senator who had held a consulship, the jurist Caecus Nerva, and, in addition to Sejanus, one Roman knight of the higher rank, Curtius Atticus, the rest being men of letters, principally Greeks, in whose conversation he was to find amusement. The astrologers declared that he had left Rome under a conjunction of planets excluding the possibility of return, a fatal assertion to the many who concluded that the end was at hand and gave publicity to their views, for they failed to foresee the incredible event, that through 11 years he would persist self-exiled from his fatherland. It was soon to be revealed how close are the confines of science and imposture, how dark the veil that covers truth. That he would never return to Rome was not said at venture. Of all else the seers were ignorant. For in the adjacent country, on neighbouring beaches, often hard under the city walls, he reached the utmost limit of old age. It chanced in those days that a serious accident which occurred to the Caesar encouraged these idle speculations and gave the prince himself a reason for greater faith in the friendship and firmness of Sejanus. They were at table in a villa known as the Grotto, built in a natural cavern between the Gulf of Amyclae and the mountains of Fundi. A sudden fall of rock at the mouth buried a number of servants, the consequence being a general panic and the flight of the guests present. Sejanus alone hung over the Caesar with knee, face, and hands, and opposed himself to the falling stones, an attitude in which he was found by the soldiers who had come to their assistance. This brought an accession of greatness, and, fatal though his advice might be, yet, as a man whose thoughts were not for himself, he found a confiding listener. Towards the family of Germanicus he began to assume the pose of judge, suborning agents to support the character of accusers, their main attack to be delivered on Nero, who stood next in the line of succession, and, in spite of the modesty of his youth, too often forgot what the times demanded, while his freedmen and clients, bent on the rapid acquisition of power, urged him to a display of spirit and confidence. It was this the nation desired and the armies yearned for. And Sejanus, who now trampled alike on the patience of an old man and the tameness of a young one, would not risk a counterstroke. To all this and the like he listened with no malice in his mind. But at intervals there fell from him defiant and unconsidered phrases, and as these were seized upon and reported with enlargements by the watchers posted round his person, no chance of refutation being allowed him, other forms of anxiety began in addition to make their appearance. One man would avoid meeting him. Some went through the formality of salutation, then promptly turned away. Many broke off any attempt at conversation, while in contrast any adherents of Sejanus who happened to be present stood their ground and jeered. As to the Tiberius, he met him either with gloomy brows or with a hypocritical smile on his countenance. Whether the boy spoke or held his peace, there was guilt in silence, guilt in speech. Even night itself was not secure, since his wakeful hours, his slumbers, his sighs, were communicated by his wife to her mother Livia, and by Livia to Sejanus, who had actually made a convert of his brother Drusus by holding before his eyes the prospect of supremacy, once he should have ousted his senior from his already precarious position. Over and above the lust of power and the hatred habitual to brothers, the savage temper of Drusus was inflamed by envy, as the preferences of his mother Agrippina were for Nero. Nonetheless, Sejanus's solicitude for Drusus was not so great but that, even against him, he was pondering the measures which should ripen to his destruction, for he knew the rash hardihood which laid him peculiarly open to treachery. At the close of the year 2 distinguished men passed away, Asinius Agrippa, of an ancestry more honourable than old, from which his life had not degenerated, and Quintus Atterius, a member of a senatorial family, and master of an eloquence famous in his lifetime, though the extant memorials of his talent are not retained in equal esteem. The truth is that his strength lay more in vigour than in care, and as the study and labour of others take an added value with time, so the melody and fluency of Atterius were extinguished with himself. In the consulate of Marcus Licinius and Lucius Calpurnius, the casualties of some great wars were equalled by an unexpected disaster. It began and ended in a moment. A certain Attilius, of the freedman class, who had begun an amphitheatre at Fidena, in order to give a gladiatorial show, failed both to lay the foundation in solid ground and to secure the fastenings of the wooden structure above, the reason being that he had embarked on the enterprise not from a superabundance of wealth, nor to court the favours of his townsmen, but with an eye to sordid gain. The amateurs of such amusements, debarred from their pleasures under the reign of Tiberius, poured to the place, men and women, old and young, the stream swollen because the town lay near. This increased the gravity of the catastrophe, as the unwieldy fabric was packed when it collapsed, breaking inward or sagging outward, and precipitating and burying a vast crowd of human beings intent on the spectacle or standing around. Those indeed whom the first moment of havoc had dashed to death escaped torture, so far as was possible in such a fate. More to be pitied were those whose mutilated bodies life had not yet abandoned, who by day recognized their wives or their children by sight, and at night by their shrieks and moans. The news brought the absent to the scene, one lamenting a brother, one a kinsman, another his parents. Even those whose friends or relatives had left home for a different reason still felt the alarm, and, as it was not yet known whom the catastrophe had destroyed, the uncertainty gave wider range for fear. When the fallen materials came to be removed, the watchers rushed to their dead, embracing them, kissing them, not rarely quarrelling over them in cases where the features had been obliterated, but a parity of form or age had led to mistaken identification. 50,000 persons were maimed or crushed to death in the disaster, and for the future it was provided by a decree of the Senate that no one with a fortune less than 400,000 sesterces should present a gladiatorial display, and that no amphitheatre was to be built except on ground of tried solidity. Attilius was driven into banishment, It remains to be said that, on the morrow of the accident, the great houses were thrown open, dressings and doctors were supplied to all comers, and Rome throughout those days, however tragic her aspect, yet offered a parallel to the practice of the ancients, who were accustomed, after a stricken field, to relieve the wounded by their liberality and their care. The disaster had not yet faded from memory when a fierce outbreak of fire affected the city to an unusual degree by burning down the Cillian hill. It was a fatal year, and the sovereign's decision to absent himself had been adopted under an evil star. So men began to remark, converting, as is the habit of the crowd, the fortuitous into the culpable, when the Caesar checked the critics by a distribution of money in proportion to loss sustained. Thanks were returned to him, in the Senate by the noble, in the streets by the voice of the people, for without respect of persons and without the intercession of relatives, he had aided with his liberality even unknown sufferers, whom he had himself encouraged to apply. Proposals were added that the Cillian hill should for the future be known as the Augustan, since, with all around on fire, the one thing to remain unscathed had been a bust of Tiberius in the house of the Senator Junius. The same, it was said, had happened formerly to Claudia Quinta, whose statue twice escaped from the fury of the flames our ancestors had dedicated in the temple of the Mother of the Gods. The Claudian race was sacrosanct and acceptable to heaven, and additional solemnity should be given to the ground on which the gods had shown so notable an honour to the sovereign. It may not be out of place to state that the hill was originally named the Querque Tullanus, from the abundance of oak produced on it, and only later took the title of Celius, from Celes Vibenna, an Etruscan chief, who for marching to the aid of Rome had received the district as a settlement either from Tarquinius Priscus or by the gift of another of our kings. On that point the authors disagree. The rest is not in doubt, that Vibenna's numerous forces established themselves on the level also, and in the neighbourhood of the Forum, with the result that the Tuscan street has taken its name from the immigrants. But while the goodwill of the nobles and the liberality of the emperor had been able to mitigate accidents, the violence of the informers, more pronounced and more venomous every day, ran riot without a palliative. Quintilius Varus, a rich man and a relation of the Caesar, had been attacked by the same Domitius Afer who procured the condemnation of his mother Claudia Pulchra. No surprise was felt that Afer, who after years of indigence had now made a scandalous use of his recently earned reward, should be girding himself to fresh enormities. The astonishing point was that Publius Dolabella should have come forward as his partner in the accusation, for, with his high descent and his family connection with Varus, he was now setting out to destroy his own nobility and his own blood. The Senate, however, stood its ground, and decided to await the emperor, the only course offering a momentary respite from the imminent horrors. Meanwhile, the Caesar, after dedicating the temples in Campania, though he had warned the public by edict not to invade his privacy, and the crowds from the country towns were being kept at distance by troops appropriately disposed, yet conceived so intense a loathing for the municipalities, the colonies, and all things situated on the mainland, that he vanished into the Isle of Capreae, which 3 miles of strait divide from the extreme point of the Serentine promontory. The solitude of the place I should suppose to have been its principal commendation, as it is surrounded by a harbourless sea, with a few makeshift roadsteads hardly adequate for small-sized vessels, while it is impossible to land unobserved by a sentry. In winter the climate is gentle, owing to the mountain barrier which intercepts the cold sweep of the winds. Its summers catch the western breeze and are made a delight by the circling expanse of open sea, while it overlooked the most beautiful of bays, until the activity of Vesuvius began to change the face of the landscape. The tradition goes that Campania was held by Greek settlers, Capreae being inhabited by Teleboans. At this time, however, the islet was occupied by the imposing fabric of the 12 villas, with their 12 names, of Tiberius, who once absorbed in the cares of the state, was now unbending with equal zest in hidden vice and flagitious leisure. For his rashness of suspicion and belief remained, and Sejanus, who even in the capital had habitually encouraged it, was now more actively unsettling his mind, for there was no longer any concealment of his plots against Agrippina and Nero. Soldiers dogged their steps and recorded their messages, their interviews, their doings, open and secret, with the exactitude of annalists, while agents were even set at work to advise the pair to take refuge with the armies of Germany, or, at the most crowded hour of the Forum, to clasp the effigy of the deified Augustus and call the Senate and people to aid. And, since they rejected any such action, it was imputed to them as in contemplation. With the consulate of Junius Silanus and Silius Nerva, the opening year came charged with disgrace, and the great Roman knight, Titius Sabinus, was dragged to the dungeon to expiate his friendship with Germanicus, for he had abated nothing of his scrupulous attentions to the widow and children of the dead, but remained their visitor at home, their companion in public, the one survivor of that multitude of clients, and rewarded as such by the admiration of the good and the hatred of the malevolent. He was singled out for attack by Latinius Latiaris, Porcius Cato, Petilius Rufus, and Marcus Opsius, ex-praetors enamoured of the consulate, an office to which there was no avenue but through Sejanus, while the complaisance of Sejanus was only to be purchased by crime. The arrangement among the four was that Latiaris, who was connected with Sabinus by some little intimacy, should lay the trap, that the rest should be present as witnesses, and that only then should the accusation be set on foot. Latiaris therefore began with casual remarks in conversation, then passed to eulogies on the constancy of Sabinus, who, unlike the rest, had not abandoned in its affliction the house to which he had been attached in its prosperity. At the same time he referred to Germanicus in terms of honour, and to Agrippina in a strain of pity. Then, as Sabinus, with the usual weakness of the human heart in sorrow, broke into tears coupled with complaints, he grew bolder and showered reproaches on Sejanus, his cruelty, his arrogance, his ambition. Even Tiberius was not spared, and these conversations, regarded as an exchange of forbidden sentiments, gave the appearance of intimate friendship. And now Sabinus began himself to seek the company of Latiaris, to frequent his house, and to convey his griefs to that seemingly faithful breast. The partners whom I have mentioned now discuss the means of ensuring that these conversations should have a wider audience, for the trysting place had necessarily to retain an air of solitude, and if they stood behind the doors there was a risk of detection by sight, by sound, or by a casually roused suspicion. Between roof and ceiling, an ambuscade as humiliating as the ruse was detestable, 3 senators inserted themselves and applied their ears to chinks and openings. Meanwhile, Latiaris had discovered Sabinus in the streets, and, on the pretext of communicating news just received, dragged him home and into the bedroom, where he rehearsed a list of troubles past and present. There was no paucity of material, accompanied by newly arisen motives of terror. Sabinus replied in the same vein, but at greater length, for grief, when once it has overflowed, becomes more difficult to repress. The accusation was now hurried forward, and in a letter to the Caesar the associates exposed the sequence of the plot together with their own degradation. In Rome the anxiety and panic, the reticences of men towards their nearest and dearest, had never been greater. Meetings and conversations, the ears of friend and stranger, were alike avoided. Even things mute and inanimate, the very walls and roofs, were eyed with circumspection. However, in a letter read on the 1st of January, the Caesar, after the orthodox prayers for the new year, turned to Sabinus, charging him with the corruption of several of his freedmen, and with designs against himself, and demanded vengeance in terms impossible to misread. Vengeance was decreed without loss of time, and the doomed man was dragged to his death, crying with all the vigour allowed by the cloak muffling his head and the noose around his neck, that these were the ceremonies that inaugurated the year, these the victims that bled to propitiate Sejanus. In whatever direction he turned his eyes, wherever his words reached an ear, the result was flight and desolation, an exodus from street and forum. Here and there a man retraced his steps and showed himself again, pale at the very thought that he had manifested alarm. For what day would find the killers idle when, amid sacrifices and prayers, at a season when custom prohibited so much as an ominous word, chains and the halter come upon the scene? Not from want of thought had odium such as this been incurred by Tiberius. It was a premeditated and deliberate act, that none might think that the new magistrates were precluded from inaugurating the dungeon as they did the temples and the altars. A supplementary letter followed. The sovereign was grateful that they had punished a man who was a danger to his country. He added that his own life was full of alarms, and that he suspected treachery from his enemies. He mentioned none by name, but no doubt was felt that the words were levelled at Agrippina and Nero. If it were not my purpose to enter each event under its ear, I should be tempted to anticipate and to record at once the endings made by Latinius and Opsius, and the remaining inventors of this atrocity, not only after the accession of Gaius Caesar, but in the lifetime of Tiberius, who, disinclined though he was to see the ministers of his villainy destroyed by others, yet often wearied of their ministrations, and, when fresh workers in the same field presented themselves, struck down the old and burdensome. However, these and other punishments of the guilty I shall chronicle at their proper time. Now Asinius Gallus, of whose children Agrippina was the aunt, proposed that the emperor should be requested to disclose his fears to the Senate and permit their removal. Of all his virtues, as he regarded them, there was none which Tiberius held in such esteem as his power of dissimulation. Whence the chagrin with which he received this attempt to reveal what he chose to suppress. Sejanus, however, mollified him, not from love of Gallus, but in order to await the issue of the emperor's hesitations. For he knew that, leisurely as he was in deliberation, once he had broken out, he left little interval between ominous words and reckless deeds. About this time Julia breathed her last. Convicted of adultery, she had been sentenced by her grandfather Augustus, and summarily deported to the island of Trimerus, a little way from the Apulian coast. There she supported her exile for 20 years, sustained by the charity of Augusta, who had laboured in the dark to destroy her stepchildren while they flourished, and advertised to the world her compassion when they fell. In the same year, the Frisians, a tribe on the further bank of the Rhine, violated the peace, more from our cupidity than from their own impatience of subjection. In view of their narrow resources, Drusus had imposed on them a moderate tribute, consisting in a payment of ox hides for military purposes. No one had given particular attention to their firmness or size until Olennius, a leading centurion appointed to the Frisian governorship, selected the hides of the aurochs as the standard for the contributions. The demand, onerous enough to any people, was the less endurable in Germany, where the forests teem with huge animals. But the domesticated herds are of moderate size. First their cattle only, next their lands, finally the persons of their wives or children were handed over to servitude. Hence indignation and complaints, then, as relief was not accorded, an appeal to arms. The soldiers stationed to supervise the tribute were seized and nailed to the gibbet. Olennius forestalled the rage of his victims by flight, finding shelter in a fort by the name of Flavum, where a respectable force of Romans and provincials was mounting guard on the coast of the North Sea. As soon as the intelligence reached Lucius Apronius, the governor of Lower Germany, he summoned detachments of legionaries from the upper province, with picked bodies of auxiliary foot and horse, and conveyed both armies simultaneously down the Rhine into Frisian territory, where the siege of that fortress had already been raised, and the insurgents had left for the defence of their own possessions. He therefore provided a solid road of causeways and bridges through the neighbouring estuaries to facilitate the transit of his heavy columns. In the meantime, as a ford had been discovered, he gave orders for the Cannonfate cavalry, with the whole of the German foot serving in our ranks, to work round the rear of the enemy, who now, drawn up in order of battle, forced back the auxiliary squadrons and the legionary horse dispatched to their help. Next, 3 light-armed cohorts, then 2 more, and finally, after some time had intervened, the whole of the mounted auxiliaries were thrown into the struggle. The forces were powerful enough if they had been launched on the enemy simultaneously, but arriving as they did at intervals, so far from communicating steadiness to the broken troops, they were on the point of being carried away by the panic of the fugitives, when Apronius put the last of the auxiliaries under the command of Cethegus Labeo, the legate of the 5th Legion. Labeo, whom the critical position of his side involved in serious danger, sent off messengers with an urgent request for the full strength of the legions. The men of the 5th dashed forward in advance of the others, drove back the enemy in a sharp engagement, and brought off the cohorts and cavalry squadrons in a state of exhaustion from their wounds. The Roman general made no attempt at revenge, nor did he bury his dead, though a considerable number of tribunes, prefects, and centurions of mark had fallen. Shortly afterwards it was ascertained from deserters that 900 Romans, who had prolonged the struggle till next day, had been dispatched in the so-called Grove of Baduhenna, while another detachment of 400, after occupying the villa of Cryptorix, formerly a soldier in our pay, had been driven by fears of treachery to die on each other's swords. Thus the Frisian name won celebrity in Germany, while Tiberius, rather than entrust anyone with the conduct of the war, suppressed our losses. The Senate, too, had other anxieties than a question of national dishonour on the confines of the empire. An internal panic had preoccupied all minds, and the antidote was being sought in sycophancy. Thus, although their opinion was being taken on totally unrelated subjects, they voted an altar of mercy and an altar of friendship, with statues of the Caesar and Sejanus on either hand, and, with reiterated petitions, conjured the pair to vouchsafe themselves to sight. Neither of them, however, came down so far as Rome or the neighbourhood of Rome. It was deemed enough to emerge from their isle and present themselves to view on the nearest shore of Campania. To Campania went senators and knights, with a large part of the populace. Their anxieties centred round Sejanus, access to whom had grown harder, and had therefore to be procured by interest and by a partnership in his designs. It was evident enough that his arrogance was increased by the sight of this repulsive servility so openly exhibited. At Rome, movement is the rule, and the extent of the city leaves it uncertain upon what errand the passer-by is bent. There, littering without distinction the plain or the beach, they suffered day and night alike the patronage or the insolence of his janitors, until that privilege, too, was vetoed, and they retraced their steps to the Capitol. Those whom he had honoured, neither by word nor by look, in fear and trembling. A few over whom hung the fatal issue of that infelicitous friendship, with misplaced cheerfulness of heart. For the rest, Tiberius, after personally conferring on Gnaeus Domitius the hand of his grandchild Agrippina, ordered the marriage to be celebrated in Rome. In Domitius, to say nothing of the antiquity of his family, he had chosen a blood connection of the Caesars, for he could boast Octavia as his grandmother, and through Octavia, Augustus as his great-uncle. Book 5. In the consulate of Rubellius and Fufius, both surnamed Geminus, Julia Augusta departed this life in extreme old age. By membership of the Claudian family and by adoption into the Livian and Julian houses, associated with the proudest nobility of Rome. Her first marriage and only children were to Tiberius Nero, who, exiled in the Perusian War, returned to the capital on the conclusion of peace between Sextus Pompeius and the Triumvirate. In the sequel, Augustus, smitten by her beauty, took her from her husband. Her regrets are doubtful, and his haste was such that, without even allowing an interval for her confinement, he introduced her to his hearth while pregnant. After this she had no issue. But the union of Agrippina and Germanicus created a blood connection between herself and Augustus, so that her great-grandchildren were shared with the prince. In domestic virtue she was of the old school, though her affability went further than was approved by women of the elder world. An imperious mother, she was an accommodating wife, and an excellent match for the subtleties of her husband and the insincerity of her son. Her funeral was plain, her will long unexecuted. Her eulogy was delivered at the rostra by her great-grandson, Gaius Caesar, soon to occupy the throne. Tiberius, however, without altering the amenities of his life, excused himself by letter, on the score of important affairs, for neglecting to pay the last respects to his mother, and, with a semblance of modesty, curtailed the lavish tributes decreed to her memory by the Senate. Extremely few passed muster, and he added a stipulation that divine honours were not to be voted. Such, he observed, had been her own wish. More than this, in a part of the same missive he attacked feminine friendships, an indirect stricture upon the consul Fufius, who had risen by the favour of Augusta, and besides his aptitude for attracting the fancy of the sex, had a turn for wit and a habit of ridiculing Tiberius with those bitter pleasantries which linger long in the memory of potentates. In any case, there followed from now onward a sheer and grinding despotism. For with Augusta still alive, there had remained a refuge, since deference to his mother was ingrained in Tiberius, nor did Sejanus venture to claim precedence over the authority of a parent. But now, as though freed from the curb, they broke out unrestrained, and a letter denouncing Agrippina and Nero was forwarded to Rome, the popular impression being that it was delivered much earlier and suppressed by the old empress, since it was publicly read not long after her death. Its wording was of studied asperity, but the offences imputed by the sovereign to his grandson were not rebellion under arms, not meditated revolution, but unnatural love and moral depravity. Against his daughter-in-law he dared not fabricate even such a charge, but arraigned her haughty language and refractory spirit. The Senate listening in profound alarm and silence, until a few who had nothing to hope from honesty, and public misfortunes are always turned by individuals into stepping stones to favour, demanded that a motion be put, Cotta Messallinus being foremost with a drastic resolution. But among other leading members, and especially the magistrates, alarm prevailed, for Tiberius, bitter though his invective had been, had left all else in doubt. There was in the Senate a certain Julius Rusticus, chosen by the Caesar to compile the official journal of its proceedings, and therefore credited with some insight into his thoughts. Under some fatal impulse, for he had never before given an indication of courage, or possibly through a misapplied acuteness which made him blind to dangers imminent and terrified of dangers uncertain, Rusticus insinuated himself among the doubters, and warned the consuls not to introduce the question. A touch, he insisted, could turn the scale in the gravest of matters. It was possible that some day the extinction of the house of Germanicus might move the old man's penitence. At the same time, the people, carrying effigies of Agrippina and Nero, surrounded the Curia, and, cheering for the Caesar, clamoured that the letter was spurious, and that it was contrary to the emperor's wish that destruction was plotted against his house. On that day, therefore, no tragedy was perpetrated. There were circulated also under consular names fictitious attacks upon Sejanus, for authors in plenty exercised their capricious imagination with all the petulance of anonymity. The result was to fan his anger and to supply him with the material for fresh charges. The Senate had spurned the sorrow of its emperor, the people had forsworn its allegiance. Already disloyal harangues, disloyal decrees of the fathers were listened to and perused. What remained but to take the sword, and, in the persons whose effigies they had followed as their ensigns, to choose their generals and their princes? The Caesar, therefore, after repeating the scandalous allegations against his grandson and daughter-in-law, and rebuking the populace by edict, expressed his regret to the Senate that, by the dishonesty of a single member, the imperial majesty should have been publicly turned to scorn, but demanded that the entire affair should be left in his own hands. Further deliberation was needless, and they proceeded, not indeed to decree the last penalties, that course was forbidden, but to assert their readiness for vengeance from which they were debarred by compulsion of the sovereign. Book 6. 44 speeches were delivered on the subject, a few dictated by alarm, the majority by the habit of adulation. I considered likely to result in my own disgrace or the odium of Sejanus. The tide has turned, and while he who designated the fallen as colleague and son-in-law pronounces his own exculpation, the rest who fawned upon him in their degradation now persecute him in their villainy. Which is the more pitiful thing, to be arraigned for a friendship or to arraign the friend, I do not seek to determine. I shall experiment with the cruelty of none, the mercy of none. A free man, approved by my own conscience, I shall anticipate my danger. I conjure you to preserve my memory not more with sorrow than in joy, and to add me, one name more, to the roll of those who by a notable ending found an escape from public calamity. He now spent part of the day in detaining or dismissing his visitors, as each was inclined to take his leave or to speak with him, and while the gathering was still thronged, while all eyes were fixed on his intrepid countenance, and the belief prevailed that some time remained before the last act, he fell on a sword which he had concealed in the fold of his dress. No accusation or calumny from the Caesar, who had laid many revolting charges against Blsesus, followed him to the grave. Next, Publius Vitellius and Pomponius Secundus came under discussion. The first named was accused by the informers of offering the keys of the treasury, of which he was prefect, together with the army fund, to the cause of revolution. Against the latter, the offence alleged by the ex-praetor Considius was his friendship with Aelius Gallus, who after the execution of Sejanus had taken shelter in Pomponius's garden as his surest resource. Their only help in the hour of danger was the firmness of their brothers, who came forward as securities. Later, as adjournment followed adjournment, Vitellius, anxious to be rid alike of hope and fear, asked for a penknife on the ground that he wished to write, slightly incised an artery, and in the sickness of his heart made an end of life. On the other hand, Pomponius, a man of great refinement of character and shining talents, bore the reverses of fortune with equanimity and outlived Tiberius. It was then determined that the surviving children of Sejanus should pay the penalty, though the anger of the populace was nearly spent, and the majority of men had been placated by their earlier executions. They were therefore carried to the dungeon, the boy conscious of the fate in store for him, the girl so completely ignorant that she asked repeatedly what her offence had been and to what place they were dragging her. She would do wrong no more, and she could be cautioned with the usual childish beating. It is recorded by authors of the period that, as it was considered an unheard-of thing for capital punishment to be inflicted on a virgin, she was violated by the executioner with the halter beside her. They were then strangled, and their young bodies thrown onto the Gemonian stairs. Towards the same time, Asia and Achaia were thrown into panic by a rumour, more vigorous than durable, that Drusus, the son of Germanicus, had been seen in the Cyclades, and not long afterwards on the continent. There was, in fact, a youth of not dissimilar age whom a few of the emperor's freedmen had pretended to recognize. In pursuance of the plot, they acted as his escort, and ignorant recruits began to be drawn in, allured by the prestige of his name, aided by Greek avidity for the new and strange. For the tale they no sooner coined than credited was that he had escaped from watch and ward, and was making for his father's armies, with the intention of invading Egypt or Syria. Already a rallying point for youthful volunteers and popular enthusiasm, he was flushed with actual success and groundless hope when the affair came to the ear of Papias Sabinus. He was now occupied in Macedonia, but responsible also for Achaia. Determined, therefore, to take the story, true or false, in time, he hastened past the bays of Torone and Thermae, left behind him the Aegean island of Euboea, Piraeus on the Attic seaboard, then the Corinthian coast and the narrow neck of the Isthmus, and made his way by the Ionian Sea into the Roman colony of Nicopolis. There at last he discovered that the adventurer, when questioned more skilfully as to his identity, had declared himself the son of Marcus Silanus, and that, as many of his adherents had slipped away, he had boarded a ship bound ostensibly for Italy. Sabinus sent a written report to Tiberius, nor have I further information as to the origin or end of the incident. At the close of the year, the chronic disagreement between the consuls came to a head. For Trio, always ready to enter upon a quarrel and versed in the methods of the courts, had indirectly censured Regulus for slowness in crushing the creatures of Sejanus. Regulus, tenacious of his self-control except under deliberate provocation, not merely parried his colleague's attack but proposed to call him to account for criminal complicity in the plot. And, in spite of entreaties from many members of the Senate that they would lay aside an enmity bound to have a fatal issue, they maintained their hostile and threatening attitude till they went out of office. Gnaeus Domitius and Camillus Scribonianus had entered on their consulate, when the Caesar crossed the channel that flows between Capreae and Surrentum, and skirted the shores of Campania, in doubt whether to enter the capital or not, or possibly affecting the intention of arrival because he had decided not to arrive. After landing frequently at neighbouring points and visiting the gardens by the Tiber, he resorted once more to the rocks and the solitude of the sea, in shame at the sins and lusts whose uncontrollable fires had so inflamed him that, in the kingly style, he polluted with his lecheries the children of free-born parents. Nor were beauty and physical charm his only incitements to lasciviousness, but sometimes a boyish modesty and sometimes a noble lineage. And now were coined the names hitherto unknown of Silarii and Spintrii, one drawn from the obscenity of a place, one from the versatility of the Pathic, while slaves commissioned to seek and fetch plied the willing with gratuities, the reluctant with threats, and, if a kinsman or parent refused compliance, resorted to force, abduction, and the slaking of their own desires, as if in a captured city. But in Rome, at the opening of the year, as though the offences of Livia were crimes but recently detected, not crimes actually punished long before, stern measures were advocated even against her statues and her memory, while the estate of Sejanus was to be withdrawn from the treasury and confiscated to the imperial exchequer, as though a difference existed. The proposals were being supported with great earnestness in identical or slightly varied terms by men of the rank of Scipio, Cassius, and Silanus, when suddenly Tegonius Gallus thrust his insignificance into the series of great names and was heard with derision, for he begged the emperor to choose a number of senators, 20 of whom, drawn by lot and carrying weapons, were to protect his safety whenever he had entered the curia. He had believed, forsooth, the Caesar's letter when he demanded the support of one of the consuls, in order that he might make the journey from Capreae to Rome in safety. Nonetheless, Tiberius, with his habit of blending jest and earnest, expressed his thanks for the good will of the fathers. But who could be passed over? Who chosen? Were the chosen to be always the same, or, with now and then, a change? Men with their career behind them, or youths? Private individuals, or officials? Finally, what sort of figure would his protectors make when assuming their swords on the threshold of the curia? Nor indeed did he hold his life to be worth the price if it had to be shielded by arms. This answer was studiously moderate in its references to Tegonius, and avoided any suggestion beyond the deletion of the proposal. On the other hand, Junius Gallio, who had moved that the Praetorians, on finishing their service, should acquire the right to a seat in the 14 rows, drew down a fierce rebuke. What, demanded Tiberius, as if addressing him to his face, had he to do with the soldiers, who had no right to take any but their master's orders or any but their master's rewards? He had certainly hit upon something not taken into consideration by the deified Augustus, or was it a minion of Sejanus, fostering disaffection and sedition in order by a nominal compliment to drive simple souls into a breach of discipline? Such was the reward of Gallio's studied adulation. He was ejected at once from the Senate, later from Italy, and, as the charge was made that he would carry his exile lightly, since he had chosen the famous and pleasant island of Lesbos, he was dragged back to the capital and detained under the roof of various magistrates. In the same letter, the Caesar, to the intense pleasure of the Senate, struck at the former praetor Sextius Paconianus, fearless, mischievous, a searcher into all men's secrets, and the chosen helper of Sejanus in the laying of his plot against Gaius Caesar. On the announcement followed an explosion of long-cherished hatreds, and the last penalty was all but decreed when he offered to turn informer. However, when he began upon Latinius Latiaris, accuser and accused, impartially detested as they were, furnished the most grateful of spectacles. Latiaris, as I have recorded, had formerly been the chief agent in entrapping Titius Sabinus, and he was now the first to make atonement. In the midst of all this, Haterius Agrippa attacked the consuls of the year before. Why, he demanded, after preferring their charges and countercharges, were they silent now? The truth was that they were treating their fears and their consciousness of guilt as a bond of alliance. But the Senate could not keep silence upon the statements to which it had listened. Regulus answered that he was awaiting the proper time for his vengeance, and would pursue his case in the presence of the emperor. Trio, that this rivalry between colleagues, together with any words they might have let fall during the feud, would be better blotted from memory. As Agrippa urged the point, the consular Sanguinius Maximus begged the members not to augment the cares of the emperor by raking up fresh vexations. He was competent to prescribe a remedy by himself. To Regulus this brought salvation, to Trio a respite from doom. Haterius was detested all the more because, enervated by sleep or wakeful hours of lust, and so lethargic as to have no fear of the emperor, however great his cruelty, he yet, amid his gluttony and lecheries, could plot the ruin of the famous. Next, Cotta Messallinus, father of every barbarous proposal, and therefore the object of inveterate dislike, found himself on the first available occasion indicted for hinting repeatedly that the sex of Gaius Caesar was an open question, for dining with the priests on Augustus' birthday, and describing the function as a wake, for adding, when he was complaining of the influence of Manius Lepidus and Lucius Arruntius, his opponents in a money dispute, "The Senate will side with them, but my pretty little Tiberius with me." The whole of the charges were proved against him by men of the highest position, and, as they pressed their case, he appealed to the emperor. Before long came a letter in which Tiberius, by way of defence, harked back to the origin of the friendship between himself and Cotta, commemorated his many services, and desired that mischievously perverted phrases and the frankness of table talk should not be turned into evidence of guilt. The beginning of this letter from the Caesar was considered notable, for he opened with the following words: "If I know what to write to you, conscript fathers, or how to write it, or what not to write at all at this time, may gods and goddesses destroy me more wretchedly than I feel myself to be perishing every day." So surely had his crimes and his infamies turned to the torment even of himself, nor was it in vain that the first of sages was accustomed to affirm that, could the souls of tyrants be laid open, lacerations and wounds would meet the view, since, as the body is torn by the lash, so is the spirit of man by cruelty and lust and evil purposes. For not his station nor his solitudes could save Tiberius from himself confessing the rack within his breast and his own punishments. The fathers were then empowered to decide upon the case of Gaius Caecilianus, a senator who had produced most of the evidence against Cotta, and it was agreed that the same penalty should be inflicted as on Arisaeus and Sanguinius, the accusers of Lucius Arruntius. It was the most signal compliment that ever fell to the share of Cotta, who, noble undoubtedly, but beggared by his prodigality and degraded by his vices, was now honoured with a vengeance that placed him on a level with the spotless character of Arruntius. Next, Quintus Servius and Minucius Thermus were brought to judgment. Servius, an ex-praetor formerly included in Germanicus's suite, Minucius of equestrian rank. Each had refrained from abusing his friendship with Sejanus, a fact which gained them peculiar sympathy. Tiberius, on the other hand, denouncing them as ringleaders in crime, instructed the elder Gaius Cestius to repeat to the Senate what he had written to himself, and Cestius duly undertook the prosecution. It was indeed the most deadly blight of the age that prominent senators practised even the basest forms of delation, some with perfect openness and many in private. Nor could any distinction be traced between alien and relative, between friend and stranger, between the events of today and those of the dim past. Alike in the forum or at a dinner party, to speak of any subject was to be accused, for every man was hastening to be first in the field and to mark down his victim, occasionally in self-defense, generally through infection with what seemed a contagious disease. However, Minucius and Severus, on being found guilty, joined the informers, and the same ruin involved Julius Africanus from the Gallic community of the Santones, and Caius Quadratus, whose antecedents I have not discovered. Nor am I unaware that the perils and penalties of many are passed over by a number of historians, who either lose heart from the abundance of their materials, or apprehend that a list which they themselves found long and depressing may produce equal disgust in their readers. For my own part, much has come my way that deserves a record, even though unchronicled by others. For instance, at the very period when all others had falsely disclaimed the friendship of Sejanus, the Roman knight Marcus Terentius, accused on that score, dared to embrace the accusation. In my plight, so ran his exordium in the Senate, it may perhaps be less profitable to avow than to deny the charge. But however the event is to fall, I shall confess that not only was I the friend of Sejanus, but that I strove for his friendship, and that when I attained it, I rejoiced. I had seen him the colleague of his father in command of the Praetorian cohorts, and later discharging civil duties as well as military. His relatives by blood and marriage were honoured with offices. The closer a man's intimacy with Sejanus, the stronger his claim to the emperor's friendship, while in contrast, danger and the garb of supplication were the troubled lot of his enemies. I take no man for my text. All who, like myself, were without part in his ultimate design, I shall defend at my own risk only. For we courted, not Sejanus of Volsini, but the member of those Claudian and Julian houses into which his alliances had won him entry, your son-in-law Caesar, the partner of your consulate, the agent who discharged your functions in the state. It is not ours to ask whom you exalt above his fellow, or why. You, the gods, have made the sovereign arbiter of things. To us has been left the glory of obedience. Moreover, we see only what is laid before our eyes. The person who holds the wealth and dignities from you, those who have the greatest power to help or to injure, and that Sejanus had all, no man will deny. To search out the hidden thoughts of the emperor and the designs he may shape in secret is unlawful and is dangerous. Nor would the searcher necessarily find. Conscript fathers think not of the last day of Sejanus, but of the 16 years of Sejanus. We venerated even Satrius and Pomponius. It was accounted nobly done if we grew known to his very freedmen and his janitors. What then? Is this defence to be allowed without discrimination to all and sundry? Not so. Let the dividing line be drawn true. Let treason against the realm, projected assassination of the sovereign, meet their punishment. But when friendship and its duties are in question, if we terminate them at the same moment as you, we are vindicated, Caesar, along with yourself. The firmness of this speech and the fact that a man had been discovered to utter what the world was thinking made so powerful an impression that his accusers, whose former delinquencies were added to the reckoning, were penalized by banishment or death. Now followed a letter from Tiberius directed against the former praetor Sextus Vistilius, whom, as the close friend of his brother Drusus, he had transferred to his own retinue. The ground of displeasure against Vistilius was either his authorship of certain attacks on the morals of Gaius Caesar, or a false statement credited by the emperor. Excluded on this score from the emperor's society after first making trial of the dagger with a senile hand, he bound up his veins, then sent a written plea for pardon, and, on receiving a pitiless reply, opened them again. Next, in one group, Annius Pollio and Appius Silanus were indicted for treason side by side with Mamercus Scaurus and Calvisius Sabinus, while Vinicianus was coupled with his father Pollio. All were of distinguished family, some of the highest official standing, and the fathers had begun to tremble, for how few were clear of a connection by marriage or by friendship with so many famous men, when Celsus, tribune of an urban cohort, and now among the prosecutors, freed Appius and Calvisius from danger. The cases of Pollio, Vinicianus, and Scaurus were adjourned by the emperor for his personal decision in company with the Senate, though there were certain ominous indications attached to his mention of Scaurus. Even women were not exempt from peril. As they could not be accused of grasping at sovereignty, they were indicted for their tears, and the aged Vitia, mother of Fufius Geminus, was put to death because she had wept at the killing of her son. This in the Senate. Similarly, at the emperor's tribunal, Vescularius Flaccus and Julius Marinus were hurried to their death. Two of his ancient friends, who had followed him to Rhodes and at Capreae, were not divided from him. Vescularius, his intermediary in the plot against Libo, Marinus the partner of Sejanus in the destruction of Curtius Atticus, whence the greater joy when it was learned that the precedents had recoiled upon their contrivers. About the same time the pontiff Lucius Piso, rare accident in one of his great fame, died in the course of nature, never the willing author of any slavish proposal. If ever necessity pressed too hard, he was still a discreet and restraining influence. His father, as I have mentioned, had held the censorship. His life was prolonged to the 80th year, and he had earned in Thrace the honour of a triumph. But his main distinction was the remarkable judgment with which, as urban prefect, he exercised an authority only of late continuous, and disliked the more because the habit of obedience was lacking. For previously, to avoid leaving the capital without a compet authority, when the kings, or later the magistrates, had to absent themselves from home, it was usual to choose a temporary official to preside in the courts and deal with emergencies, and the tradition runs that Denta Romulius was appointed by Romulus, and subsequently Numa Marcius by Tullius Hostilius, and Spurius Lucretius by Tarquinius Superbus. Then the right of delegation passed to the consuls, and a shade of the old order lingers whenever, on account of the Latin festival, a prefect is commissioned to discharge the consular functions. Again, in the civil wars, Augustus placed Silnius Maecenas of the equestrian order at the head of all affairs in Rome and Italy. Then, upon his advent to power, as the population was large and legal remedies dilatory, he took from the body of ex-consuls an official to coerce the slaves, as well as that class of the freeborn community whose boldness renders it turbulent, unless it is overawed by force. Messala Corvinus was the first to receive those powers, only to forfeit them within a few days on the ground of his incapacity to exercise them. Next, Statilius Taurus upheld the position admirably in spite of his advanced age, and finally Piso, after acquitting himself with equal credit for 20 years, was honoured by decree of the Senate with a public funeral. A proposal was now put to the fathers by the plebeian tribune Quintilianus with regard to a Sibylline book, Caninius Gallus of the 15 demanding its admission among the other verses of the same prophetess, and a senatorial decree on the point. This had been accorded without discussion, when the emperor forwarded a letter in which he passed a lenient criticism on the tribune, whose youth accounted for his ignorance of old custom. To Gallus he expressed his displeasure that he, long familiar with religious theory and ritual, had on dubious authority forestalled the decision of his college, and, before the poem had, as usual, been read and considered by the masters, had brought up the question in a thinly attended senate. He reminded him at the same time that because of the many apocryphal works circulated under the famous name, Augustus had fixed a day within which they were to be delivered to the urban praetor, private ownership becoming illegal. A similar decision had been taken even at an earlier period, after the burning of the Capitol during the Social War, when the verses of the Sibyl, or Sibyls, as the case may be, were collected from Samos, Ilium, and Erythrae, and even in Africa, Sicily, and the Greco-Italian colonies, the priests being entrusted with the task of sifting out the genuine specimens, so far as should have been possible by human means. Hence, in this case, also, the book in question was submitted to the examination of the Quindecimvirate. Under the same consuls, the excessive price of corn all but ended in rioting, and large demands were for several days made in the theatre with a freedom not usually employed towards the sovereign. Aroused by this, he upbraided the magistrates and the Senate for having failed to restrain the populace by the authority of the state, and in addition pointed to the provinces from which he imported the corn supply and to the fact that he did so on a far greater scale than Augustus. In the hope, then, of reducing the commons to order, the Senate framed a resolution of old-fashioned severity, while an edict not less drastic was issued by the consuls. The silence of Tiberius himself was not, as he had thought, taken for democratic forbearance, but for pride. At the end of the year, the Roman knights Geminius, Celsus, and Pompeius succumbed to the charge of conspiracy. One of them, Geminius, through his prodigal expenditure and effeminacy of life, was certainly a friend of Sejanus, but to no serious purpose. The tribune Julius Celsus, again, when imprisoned, slackened his chain, and by slipping it over his head and pulling at the two ends, broke his neck. On the other hand, Rubrius Fabatus was placed under surveillance on the ground that, in despair at the state of Rome, he was contemplating flight to the mercy of the Parthians. Certainly he was discovered in the neighbourhood of the Sicilian Strait, and when hailed back by a centurion, could give no plausible reasons for his distant pilgrimage. He kept his life, however, more through forgetfulness than through clemency. In the consulate of Servius Galba and Lucius Sulla, the Caesar, after long debating whom to appoint as husbands for his granddaughters, found the age of the girls advancing, and selected Lucius Cassius and Marcus Vinicius. Vinicius came of country stock, born at Cales, with a father and grandfather of consular rank, but of equestrian family otherwise. He was gentle in disposition and the master of a polished eloquence. Cassius, of a plebeian but old and honoured house at Rome, and trained under strict paternal discipline, recommended himself more often by an accommodating temper than by energy. To him and to Vinicius Tiberius plighted respectively Drusilla and Julia, the daughters of Germanicus, and wrote to the Senate on the subject with a perfunctory eulogy of the young men. Then, after giving a number of extremely indelicate reasons for his absence, he turned to the graver subject of enmities incurred for his country's good, and asked that the prefect Macro and a few tribunes and centurions should be admitted with himself as often as he entered the curia. Yet, notwithstanding that the Senate passed a comprehensive decree without any proviso as to the composition or numbers of his escort, not once did he even approach the roofs of Rome, far less the deliberative assembly of the state, but time and again, by devious roads, encircled and avoided his native city. Meanwhile, an army of accusers broke loose on the persons who habitually increased their riches by usury, in contravention of a law of the dictator Caesar, regulating the conditions of lending money and holding property within the boundaries of Italy, a measure dropped long ago since the public good ranks second to private utility. The curse of usury, it must be owned, is inveterate in Rome, a constant source of sedition and discord, and attempts were accordingly made to repress it even in an older and less corrupt society. First came a provision of the 12 tables that the rate of interest, previously governed by the fancy of the rich, should not exceed 1/12% for the month. Later, a tribunician rogation lowered it to 1/2 of that amount, and at length usufruct was unconditionally banned. While a series of plebiscites strove to meet the frauds, which were perpetually repressed only by extraordinary evasions, to make their appearance once more. In the present instance, however, the praetor Gracchus, to whose jurisdiction the case had fallen, was forced by the numbers implicated to refer it to the Senate, and the fathers, in trepidation, for not one member was clear from such a charge, asked an indulgence from the prince. It was granted, and the next 18 months were assigned as a term of grace, within which all accounts were to be adjusted in accordance with the prescriptions of the law. The result was a dearth of money, for not only were all debts called in simultaneously, but after so many convictions and sales of forfeited estates, the cash which had been realized was locked in the treasury or the imperial exchequer. To meet this difficulty, the Senate had prescribed that every creditor was to invest 2/3 of his capital, now lying at interest, in landed property in Italy, the debtor to discharge immediately an equivalent proportion of his liability. The lenders, however, called in the full amounts, and the borrowers could not in honour refuse to answer the call. Thus at first there were hurryings to and fro and appeals for mercy. Then a hum of activity in the praetor's court, and the very scheme which had been devised as a remedy, the sale and purchase of estates, began to operate with the contrary effect. Since the usurers had withdrawn their capital from circulation in order to buy land. As the glutting of the market was followed by a fall in prices, the men with the heaviest debts experienced the greatest difficulty in selling, and numbers were ejected from their properties. Financial ruin brought down in its train both rank and reputation, till the Caesar came to the rescue by distributing 100 million sesterces among various counting houses, and facilities were provided for borrowing free of interest for 3 years, if the borrower had given security to the state to double the value in landed property. Credit was thus revived, and by degrees private lenders also began to be found. Nor was the purchase of estates practiced in accordance with the terms of the senatorial decree, a vigorous beginning lapsing, as usual, into a careless end. Old fears now returned with the indictment for treason of Considius Proculus, who, while celebrating his birthday without a qualm, was swept off to the Senate House and in the same moment condemned and executed. His sister Sancia was banned from fire and water, the accuser being Quintus Pomponius, a restless character who pleaded that the object of his activity in this and similar cases was, by acquiring favour with the emperor, to palliate the dangers of his brother Pomponius Secundus. Exile was also the sentence of Pompeia Macrina, whose husband Argolicus and father-in-law Laco, 2 of the most prominent men in Achaia, had been struck down by the Caesar. Her father, too, a Roman knight of the highest rank, and her brother, a former praetor, finding their condemnation at hand, committed suicide. The crime laid to their account was that Theophanes of Mytilene, great-grandfather of Pompeia and her brother, had been numbered with the intimates of Pompey, and that, after his death, Greek sycophancy had paid him the honour of deification. After these, Sextus Marius, the richest man of Spain, was arraigned for incest with his daughter and flung from the Tarpeian rock, while, to leave no doubt that it was the greatness of his wealth which had redounded to his ruin, his copper mines and gold mines, though forfeit to the state, were reserved by Tiberius for himself, and as executions had whetted his appetite, he gave orders for all persons in custody on the charge of complicity with Sejanus to be killed. On the ground lay the huge hecatomb of victims, either sex, every age, the famous, the obscure, scattered or piled in mounds. Nor was it permitted to relatives or friends to stand near, to weep over them, or even to view them too long. But a cordon of sentries, with eyes for each beholder's sorrow, escorted the rotting carcasses as they were dragged to the Tiber, there to float with the current or drift to the banks, with none to commit them to the flames or touch them. The ties of our common humanity had been dissolved by the force of terror, and before each advance of cruelty, compassion receded. About the same time, Gaius Caesar, who had accompanied his grandfather on the departure to Capreae, received in marriage Claudia, the daughter of Marcus Silanus. His monstrous character was masked by a hypocritical modesty. Not a word escaped him at the sentencing of his mother or the destruction of his brethren. Whatever the mood assumed for the day by Tiberius, the attitude of his grandson was the same, and his words not greatly different. Hence, a little later, the epigram of the orator Passienus, that the world never knew a better slave, nor a worse master. I cannot omit the prophecy of Tiberius with regard to Servius Galba, then consul. He sent for him, sounded him in conversations on a variety of subjects, and finally addressed him in a Greek sentence, the purport of which was, "Thou, too, Galba, shalt one day have thy taste of empire," a hint of belated and short-lived power, based on knowledge of the Chaldean art, the acquirement of which he owed to the leisure of Rhodes and the instructions of Thrasyllus. His tutor's capacity he had tested as follows. For all consultations on such business he used the highest part of his villa and the confidential services of one freedman. Along the pathless and broken heights, for the house overlooks a cliff, this illiterate and robust guide led the way in front of the astrologer, whose art Tiberius had resolved to investigate. And on his return, had any suspicion arisen of incompetence or of fraud, hurled him into the sea below, lest he should turn betrayer of the secret. Thrasyllus then, introduced by the same rocky path, after he had impressed his questioner by adroit revelations of his empire to be, and of course of the future, was asked if he had ascertained his own horoscope, what was the character of that year, what the complexion of that day. A diagram which he drew up of the positions and distances of the stars at first gave him pause. Then he showed signs of fear. The more careful his scrutiny, the greater his trepidation, between surprise and alarm, and at last he exclaimed that a doubtful, almost a final, crisis was hard upon him. He was promptly embraced by Tiberius, who, congratulating him on the fact that he had divined, and was about to escape his perils, accepted as oracular truth the predictions he had made, and retained him among his closest friends. For myself, when I listen to this and similar narratives, my judgment wavers. Is the revolution of human things governed by fate and changeless necessity, or by accident? You will find the wisest of the ancients, and the disciplines attached to their tenets, at complete variance. In many of them a fixed belief that heaven concerns itself neither with our origins, nor with our ending, nor, in fine, with mankind, and that so adversity continually assails the good, while prosperity dwells among the evil. Others hold, on the contrary, that, though there is certainly a fate in harmony with events, it does not emanate from wandering stars, but must be sought in the principles and processes of natural causation. Still, they leave us free to choose our life. That choice made, however, the order of the future is certain. Nor they maintain our evil and good what the crowd imagines. Many who appear to be the sport of adverse circumstances are happy. Numbers are wholly wretched, though in the midst of great possessions, provided only that the former endure the strokes of fortune with firmness, while the latter employ her favours with unwisdom. With most men, however, the faith is ineradicable, that the future of an individual is ordained at the moment of his entry into life. But at times a prophecy is falsified by the event, through the dishonesty of the prophet who speaks he knows not what, and thus is debased the credit of an art of which the most striking evidences have been furnished both in the ancient world and in our own. For the forecast of Nero's reign, made by the son of this very Thrasyllus, shall be related at its fitting place. At present I do not care to stray too far from my theme. Under the same consulate, the death of Asinius Gallus became common knowledge. That he died from starvation was not in doubt, but whether of free will or by compulsion was held uncertain. The Caesar, when asked if he allowed him burial, did not blush to accord permission, and to go out of his way to deplore the accidents which had carried off the accused before he could be convicted in his own presence. In a 3 years' interval, that is to say, time had been lacking for this aged consular, father of so many consular sons, to be brought to judgment. Next, Drusus passed away, after sustaining life through 8 full days by the pitiable resource of chewing the stuffing of his mattress. The statement has been made that Marco's orders were, if Sejanus appealed to arms, to withdraw the youth from custody. He was confined in the palace, and to place him at the head of the people. Then, as a rumour gained ground that the Caesar was about to be reconciled with his daughter-in-law and grandson, he preferred cruelty to repentance. More than this, he inveighed against the dead, reproaching him with unnatural vice, and with sentiments pernicious to his family, and dangerous to the state, and ordered the reading of the daily register of his doings and sayings. This was regarded as the crowning atrocity, that for so many years the watchers should have been at his side to catch his looks, his sighs, even his half-articulated murmurs, and that his grandfather should have endured to hear all, read all, and divulge it to the public, might have passed belief but for the fact that the reports of the centurion Attius and the freedman Didymus paraded the names of this or the other slave who had struck or terrorized the prince whenever he attempted to leave his room. The centurion had even added his own brutal remarks as a point to his credit. along with the dying words of his prisoner, who had begun by cursing Tiberius in apparent delirium, and then, when all hope of life was gone, had denounced him with a meditated and formal imprecation, that, as he had done to death his daughter-in-law, his brother's son, his grandchildren, and had filled his whole house with blood, so he might pay the penalty due to the name and line of his ancestors and to his posterity. The fathers interrupted, indeed, with a pretence of horror. In reality, they were penetrated with terror and astonishment that, once so astute, so impenetrable in the concealment of his crimes, he had attained such a pitch of confidence that he could, as it were, raise his palace walls and exhibit his grandson under the scourge of a centurion, among the blows of slaves, imploring in vain the humblest necessaries of life. This tragedy had not yet faded from memory, when news came of Agrippina, who after the death of Sejanus had continued, I take it, to live, because sustained by hope, and then, as there was no abatement of cruelty, had perished by her own will, unless food was withheld, so that her death should present features which might be taken for those of suicide. The point certain is that Tiberius broke out in abominable calumnies, accusing her of unchastity and adultery with Asinius Gallus, by whose death she had been driven to tire of life. Yet Agrippina, impatient of equality and athirst for power, had sunk female frailty in masculine ambition. She had died, the Caesar pursued, on the very day on which 2 years earlier Sejanus had expiated his crimes, a fact which ought to be transmitted to memory, and he mentioned with pride that she had not been strangled or thrown onto the Gemonian stairs. Thanks were returned for the mercy, and it was decreed that, on the 18th of October, the day of both the killings, an offering should be consecrated to Jupiter for all years to come. A little later, Caius Nerva, the inseparable friend of the emperor, versed in all law, divine or secular, his position intact, his health unimpaired, adopted the resolution of dying. Tiberius, on discovering the fact, sat down by his side, inquired his reasons, proceeded to entreaties, and in the last resort confessed that it would be a serious matter for his conscience, and a serious matter for his reputation, if the nearest of his friends were to flee from life with no motive for dying. Declining all conversation, Nerva continued his abstention from food till the end. It was stated by those acquainted with his thoughts that, moved by his closer view of the calamities of his country, he had, in indignation and fear, whilst yet unscathed, yet unassailed, decided for an honourable end. To proceed, the destruction of Agrippina, scarcely credible though it seems, brought down Plancina. Once wedded to Cneius Piso, and openly exulting in the death of Germanicus, upon her husband's fall she had been saved by the intercessions of Augusta, and not less so by the enmity of Agrippina. When both hatred and favour ceased, justice prevailed. She was arraigned on charges notorious to the world, and paid by her own hand a penalty more overdue than undeserved. Among all the griefs of a melancholy realm, it was a contributory regret that Julia, daughter of Drusus and formerly wife of Nero, now married into the family of Rubellius Blandus, whose grandfather was remembered by many as a Roman knight from Tibur. At the very close of the year, the death of Aelius Lamia, whose belated release from his phantom administration of Syria had been followed by the urban prefectship, was celebrated by a censorian funeral. His birth was noble, his age vigorous, and he had derived from the withholding of his province an added dignity. Then, on the decease of Pomponius Flaccus, propraetor of Syria, a letter was read from the emperor, who complained that every outstanding man, capable of commanding armies, refused that duty, and such was his need that he was reduced to entreaties, in the hope that here and there a former consul might be driven to undertake a governorship, while he failed to recollect that for the 10th successive year Aruntius was being kept at home for fear that he should start for Spain. Still in the same year died Manius Lepidus, to whose moderation and wisdom I have given space enough in the previous books. Nor does his nobility call for long demonstration. The Aemilian race has been prolific of patriots, and those of the family who have borne degenerate characters have yet played their part with the brilliance of their high fortunes. In the consulate of Paulus Fabius and Lucius Vitellius, after a long period of ages, the bird known as the phoenix visited Egypt and supplied the learned of that country and of Greece with the material for long disquisitions on the miracle. I propose to state the points on which they coincide, together with the larger number that are dubious, yet not too absurd for notice. That the creature is sacred to the sun and distinguished from other birds by its head and the variegation of its plumage is agreed by those who have depicted its form. As to its term of years, the tradition varies. The generally received number is 500, but there are some who assert that its visits fall at intervals of 1461 years, and that it was in the reigns first of Sesostris, then of Amasis, and finally of Ptolemy, third of the Macedonian dynasty, that the 3 earlier phoenixes flew to the city called Heliopolis, with a great escort of common birds, amazed at the novelty of their appearance. But while antiquity is obscure, between Ptolemy and Tiberius there were less than 250 years, whence the belief has been held that this was a spurious phoenix, not originating on the soil of Arabia, and following none of the practices affirmed by ancient tradition. For, so the tale is told, when its sum of years is complete and death is drawing on, it builds a nest in its own country and sheds on it a procreative influence, from which springs a young one, whose first care on reaching maturity is to bury his sire. Nor is that task performed at random, but, after raising a weight of myrrh and proving it by a far flight, so soon as he is a match for his burden and the course before him, he lifts up his father's corpse, conveys him to the altar of the sun, and consigns him to the flames. The details are uncertain and heightened by fable, but that the bird occasionally appears in Egypt is unquestioned. But at Rome the carnage proceeded without a break, and Pomponius Labeo, whose governorship of Moesia I mentioned earlier, opened his veins and bled to death, his example being emulated by his wife Paxia. For these modes of dying were rendered popular by fear of the executioner and by the fact that a man legally condemned forfeited his estate and was debarred from burial, while he who passed sentence upon himself had his celerity so far rewarded that his body was interred and his will respected. The Caesar, however, in a letter addressed to the Senate, explained that it had been the custom of our ancestors, as often as they broke off a friendship, to interdict their house to the offender, and to make this the close of amicable relations. To that method he had himself reverted in the case of Labeo, but Labeo, arraigned for maladministration of his province as well as on other counts, had veiled his guilt by casting a slur upon his sovereign, while inspiring a baseless terror in his wife, who, though guilty, had still stood in no danger. Then came the second impeachment of Mamercus Scaurus, distinguished by birth and by his talent as an advocate, but in life a reprobate. His fall was brought about not by the friendship of Sejanus, but by something equally potent for destruction, the hatred of Macro, who practiced the same arts with superior secrecy, and had laid an information turning on the plot of a tragedy written by Scaurus, from which he appended a number of verses capable of being referred to Tiberius. The charges, however, brought by the actual accusers, Servilius and Cornelius, were adultery with Livia and addiction to magic rites. Scaurus, adopting the course worthy of the old Aemilii, forestalled his condemnation, encouraged by his wife Sextia, who was the abettor and sharer of his death. And yet his accusers, if opportunity arose, experienced the pains of the law. Thus Servilius and Cornelius, notorious for the ruin of Scaurus, were banned from fire and water and sequestrated in the islands for accepting the money of Varius Ligus as the price of dropping a delation. So too Abudius Russo, a former aedile, while threatening a prosecution of Lentulus Gatulicus, under whom he had commanded a legion, on the ground that he had destined his daughter's hand for a son of Sejanus, was actually condemned himself and expelled from Rome. Gatulicus at the time was in charge of the legions of Upper Germany, and had gained an extraordinary hold on their affections as an officer of large clemency, chary of severity, and thanks to his father-in-law Lucius Apronius, not unacceptable even to the next army. Hence the steady tradition that he ventured to send a letter to the Caesar, pointing out that his connection with Sejanus was begun not by his own will, but upon the advice of Tiberius. It had been as easy for himself to be deceived as for Tiberius, and the same error should not be treated as harmless in one case and fatal in others. His loyalty was inviolate, and if he was not treacherously attacked, would so remain. A successor he would not take otherwise than as indicative of his doom. Best would be to ratify a kind of treaty by which the emperor would be supreme elsewhere, while he himself kept his province. The tale, though remarkable, drew credibility from the fact that, alone of all the family connections of Sejanus, Gatulicus remained unscathed and high in favour. Tiberius reflecting that he was the object of public hatred, that his days were numbered, and that his fortune stood more by prestige than by real strength. In the consulate of Gaius Cestius and Marcus Civilius, a number of Parthian nobles made their way to the capital without the knowledge of King Artabanus. That prince, loyal to Rome and temperate towards his subjects, while he had Germanicus to fear, soon adopted an attitude of arrogance to ourselves and of cruelty to his countrymen, for he was emboldened by the campaigns he had successfully prosecuted against the surrounding nations. He disdained the old age of Tiberius as no longer fit for arms, and he coveted Armenia, on the throne of which, after the death of Artaxius, he installed his eldest son Arsaces, adding insult to injury by sending envoys to reclaim the treasure left by Vonones in Syria and Cilicia. At the same time he referred in boastful and menacing terms to the old boundaries of the Persian and Macedonian empires, and to his intention of seizing the territories held first by Cyrus and afterwards by Alexander. The most influential advocate, however, for the dispatch of the secret legation by the Parthians was Cyneses, a man of noted family and corresponding wealth, and next to him the eunuch Abdus, for among barbarians that condition brings with it not contempt but actual power. Other magnates also were admitted into their councils. Then, as they were unable to bestow the crown on a scion of the Arsacidae, many of whom had been killed by Artabanus, while others were under age, they demanded from Rome Phraates, the son of King Phraates. Only a name and a warrant were necessary, only that, with the Caesar's permission, a descendant of Arsaces should be seen upon the bank of Euphrates. This was what Tiberius had desired, and, faithful to his rule of manipulating foreign affairs by policy and craft without a resort to arms, he gave Phraates the means and equipment for mounting his father's throne. Meanwhile, the conspiracy had come to the knowledge of Artabanus, who was alternately checked by his fears and inflamed by the lust of revenge. To barbarians, hesitancy is the vice of a slave, immediate action the quality of a king. Yet expediency so far prevailed that Abdus, under the cloak of friendship, was invited to a banquet and incapacitated by a slow poison, while Cyneses was delayed by pretexts, by presents, and at the same time by continuous employment. In Syria too, Phraates, who had discarded the Roman style of life, to which he had been habituated for years, in order to conform to Parthian usage, proved unequal to the customs of his fatherland, and was taken off by disease. Still, Tiberius declined to renounce his plans. In Tiridates, a member of the same family, he found a competitor for Artabanus. As the recoverer of Armenia, he selected the Iberian Mithridates, and reconciled him to his brother Pharasmanes, who held the crown of their native country, and as director of the whole of his eastern projects he appointed Lucius Vitellius. The man, I am aware, bore a sinister reputation at Rome, and is the subject of many a disgraceful tale, yet as a governor of provinces he acted with a primitive integrity. Then came his return, and, through dread of Caligula and intimacy with Claudius, he declined into repulsive civility, and is regarded today as a type of obsequious ignominy. His beginnings have been forgotten in his end. The virtues of his youth have been obliterated by the scandals of his age. Of the chieftains, Mithridates was the first to induce Pharasmanes to support his attempts by fraud and by force, and bribery agents were discovered who, at a heavy price in gold, tempted the attendants of Arsaces to murder. Simultaneously, the Iberians in great strength broke into Armenia and gained possession of the town of Artaxata. As soon as the news reached Artabanus, he prepared his son Orodes for the part of avenger, gave him the Parthian forces, and sent men to hire auxiliary troops. Pharasmanes replied by forming a league with the Albanians and calling up the Sarmatians, whose wand-bearers, true to the national custom, accepted the gifts of both parties and enlisted in opposite camps. The Iberians, however, who controlled the important positions, hastily poured their own Sarmatians into Armenia by the Caspian Way. Those advancing to the support of the Parthians were held back without difficulty, for other passes had been closed by the enemy, and the one remaining between the sea and the extremity of the Albanian mountains was impracticable in summer, as the shallows are flooded by the Etesian gales. In winter the waves are rolled back by southerly winds, and the recoil of the water inward leaves the beach uncovered. Meanwhile Orodes was devoid of allies, and Pharasmanes, strong in his reinforcements, began to challenge him to engage, and to harass him as he drew off, to ride up to his encampments, and to ravage the foraging grounds. Frequently he encircled him with outposts, almost in the manner of a formal siege, till the Parthians, unaccustomed to these insolences, surrounded the king and demanded battle. Their one strength lay in the cavalry. Pharasmanes was formidable also in infantry, for life in a highland district has trained the Iberians and Albanians to superior hardiness and endurance. They claim to have originated from Thessaly, at the time when Jason, after the departure of Medea with the children she had borne him, retraced his steps, a little later, to the empty palace of Aeetes and the kingless realm of Colchis. His name survives in many of their institutions, which include an oracle of Phrixus, and, as the belief is held that Phrixus was carried by a ram, whether the word denotes the animal or the figurehead of a ship, it is inadmissible to offer one in sacrifice. However, when the line of battle had been drawn up on either side, the Parthian dilated on the empire of the East and the lustre of the Arsatian house, as contrasted with the obscure Iberian and his hired soldiery. Pharasmanes called on his troops to remember that they had never felt the Parthian yoke, that the higher their emprise, the greater the honour they would reap from victory, the greater their disgrace and danger if they turned their backs. At the same time he pointed to his own grim host, and to the Median columns in their embroidery of gold, men on the one hand, booty on the other. In the Sarmatian ranks, however, speech was not limited to a leader. Man encouraged man not to permit a battle of archers, better to anticipate matters by a charge and a hand-to-hand struggle. The encounter, in consequence, wore a variety of aspects, for the Parthians, habituated to pursue or flee with equal art, spread out their squadrons and manoeuvred for room for their flights of missiles. The Sarmatians, ignoring their shorter-ranged bows, rushed on with pike and sword. At times, advance and retreat alternated in the traditional style of a cavalry engagement. Then, as though in a locked line of battle, the combatants struggled breast to breast, with a clash of steel, repulsing and repulsed. Then came the Albanians and Iberians, gripping the enemy, unsaddling him and placing him in double jeopardy between the horsemen striking from above and the infantry dealing closer wounds below. In the meantime, Pharasmanes and Orodes were carrying support to the resolute, or succour to the wavering. Conspicuous figures, they recognized each other, a shout and challenge of javelins, and they spurred to the charge. Pharasmanes with the greater fury, as he wounded his opponent through the helmet. He failed to repeat the blow, his horse carrying him too far past, while the bravest of his guards interposed to protect the wounded prince. Still, a falsely credited report of his death demoralized the Parthians, and they conceded the victory. It was not before Artabanus sought his revenge with the full powers of his empire. The Iberians, with their knowledge of the country, had the better of the campaign. But in spite of that fact, he showed no signs of withdrawal, had not Vitellius, by assembling the legions and circulating a report that he was on the point of invading Armenia, inspired him with the fears of a Roman war. There followed the evacuation of Armenia and the collapse of Artabanus's fortunes, Vitellius tempting his subjects to abandon a king merciless in peace and fatally unfortunate in the field. Cynesis, therefore, whose hostility, as I have mentioned, was of earlier date, induced his father Abdageses to revolt, along with others accessory to the project, and now the readier for action owing to the series of reverses, and these were joined by a gradual stream of recruits, whose submission had been due more to fear than to goodwill, and whose spirit had risen with the discovery of responsible leaders. Nothing now remained to Artabanus but the few foreigners acting as his bodyguard, homeless and landless men, members of a class neither comprehending good nor regarding evil, but feed and fed as the agents of crime. Taking these with him, he hurriedly fled to the remote districts adjoining Scythia, where he hoped that his marriage connections with the Hessanians and Carmanians would find him allies. In the interval, the Parthians, tolerant of princes when absent and fickle to them when present, might turn to the ways of penitence. But Vitellius, now that Artabanus was in flight and the sentiments of his countrymen were inclining to a change of sovereigns, advised Tiridates to embrace the opportunity presented, and marched the flower of his legions and auxiliaries to the bank of the Euphrates. During the sacrifice, while the Roman was paying the national offering to Mars, and the Parthian had prepared a horse to placate the river, word was brought by the people of the neighborhood that, without any downpour of rain, the Euphrates was rising spontaneously and to a remarkable height. At the same time, the whitening foam was wreathing itself into circles after the fashion of a diadem, an omen of a happy crossing. Others gave a more skilled interpretation. The first results of the venture would be favorable, but fleeting, for the presages given by the earth or the sky had a surer warranty. But rivers, unstable by nature, exhibited an omen and in the same instant swept it away. However, when a bridge of boats had been constructed and the army taken over, the first man to appear in the camp was Ornospides at the head of several thousand cavalry. Once an exile and not inglorious coadjutor of Tiberius when he was stamping out the Dalmatic War, he had been rewarded by a grant of Roman citizenship. Later he had regained the friendship of the king, stood high in his favour, and held the governorship of the plains, which, encircled by the famous streams of Tigris and Euphrates, have received the name of Mesopotamia. Before long, Tiridates' forces were augmented by Cynesis, and Abdageses, the pillar of his cause, added the treasure and appurtenances of the crown. Vitellius, persuaded that to have displayed the Roman arms was enough, bestowed his advice on Tiridates and the nobles. The former was to remember his grandfather Phraates, his foster-father the Caesar, and the great qualities of both. The latter to retain their obedience to the king, their respect to ourselves, their personal honour and good faith. He then returned with the legions to Syria. I have conjoined the events of 2 summers in order to allow the mind some respite from domestic horrors. For notwithstanding the 3 years elapsed since the execution of Sejanus, not time nor prayers nor satiety, influences that soften other breasts, could mollify Tiberius or arrest his policy of avenging half-proved or forgotten delinquencies as heinous and freshly committed crimes. This alarmed Fulcinius' trio, and instead of awaiting passively the imminent assault of the accusers, he drew up in his last will a long and appalling indictment of Macro and the chief imperial freedmen, and taunted their master with the mental decrepitude of age and the virtual exile of his continuous absence. The heirs would have suppressed the passage. Tiberius commanded to be read, in token of his tolerance of freedom in others and in contempt of his own ill fame, unless possibly he had so long been unaware of the crimes of Sejanus that he now preferred to have publicity given to attacks, however worded, and by insult, if not otherwise, to become acquainted with that truth which adulation stifles. In these same days the senator Granius Marcianus, accused of treason by Gaius Gracchus, took his own life, and Tarius Gracianus, who had held the praetorship, was sentenced under the same law to the final penalty. Trebillinus Rufus and Sextius Paconianus made not dissimilar endings, for Trebillinus fell by his own hand. Paconianus was strangled in prison for verses which he had there indited against the sovereign. These tidings Tiberius now received not as formerly across the dividing sea, nor by messengers from afar, but hard under the walls of Rome, where on the same day, or with the interval of a night, he could pen his answer to the consular reports and all but rest his eyes upon the blood that streamed in the houses of his victims, or upon the handiwork of his executioners. At the close of the year, Papias Sabinus breathed his last. Of modest origin, he had, by the friendship of emperors, attained a consulate and triumphal honours, and for 24 years had governed the great provinces, thanks to no shining ability, but to the fact that he was adequate to his business, and no more. There followed the consulate of Quintus Plautius and Sextus Papinius. In this year the horrors had become too familiar for either the pardon of Lucius Arisaeus or the infliction of the death penalty on and to be noticed as an atrocity. But there was a moment of terror when, in the Senate house itself, the Roman knight Bibilinus Agrippa, after his accusers had closed their case, drew poison from the folds of his robe, swallowed it, and, as he fell dying, was rushed to the dungeon by quick-handed lictors, and his throat, though he had now ceased to breathe, tormented by a halter. Not even Tigranes, once monarch of Armenia and now a defendant, was preserved by his royal title from the doom of Roman citizens. On the other hand, the consular Gaius Galba, with the 2 Blisi, perished by self-slaughter. Galba had been excluded from the allotment of a province by an ominous epistle from the Caesar. In the case of the Blisi, the priesthoods destined for them before the family lost its head had been deferred by Tiberius after the blow fell. He now treated them as vacant and assigned them to others, an intimation of death which was understood and acted upon. So also with Aemilia Lepida, whose marriage to the young Drusus I have already recorded. After persecuting her husband with a succession of calumnies, she lived detested but unpunished, while her father Lepidus survived. Then the informers attacked her on the ground of adultery with a slave. Of her guilt no doubt was entertained. She therefore waived her defence and put an end to her life. About this date the Sietae, a tribe subject to Archelaus of Cappadocia, pressed to conform with Roman usage by making a return of their property and submitting to a tribute, migrated to the heights of the Tauric range, and, favoured by the nature of the country, held their own against the unwarlike forces of the king, until the legate Marcus Trebellius, dispatched by Vitellius from his province of Syria with 4,000 legionaries and a picked force of auxiliaries, drew his lines round the 2 hills which the barbarians had occupied. The smaller is known as Cadra, the other as Devara, and reduced them to surrender, those who ventured to make a sally by the sword, the others by thirst. Meanwhile, with the acquiescence of the Parthians, Tiridates took over Nicephorium, and Thamusius and the other cities of Macedonian foundation, carrying Greek names, together with the Parthic towns of Halys and Artemita. Enthusiasm running high, as Artabanus, with his Scythian training, had been execrated for his cruelty, and it was hoped that Roman culture had mellowed the character of Tiridates. The extreme of adulation was shown by the powerful community of Seleucia, a walled town which, faithful to the memory of its founder Seleucus, has not degenerated into barbarism. 300 members chosen for wealth or wisdom form a senate. The people has its own prerogatives. So long as the 2 orders are in unison, the Parthian is ignored. If they clash, each calls in aid against its rival, and the alien, summoned to rescue a part, overpowers the whole. This had happened lately in the reign of Artabanus, who consulted his own ends by sacrificing the populace to the aristocrats, for supremacy of the people is akin to freedom. Between the domination of a minority and the whim of a monarch, the distance is small. They now celebrated the arrival of Tiridates with the honours paid to the ancient kings, along with the innovations of which a later age has been more lavish. At the same time, they poured abuse on Artabanus as an Arsacid on the mother's side, but otherwise of ignoble blood. Tiridates handed over the government of Seleucia to the democracy. Then, as he was debating what day to fix for his formal assumption of sovereignty, he received letters from Phraates and Hiero, holders of the two most important satrapies, asking for a short postponement. It was decided to wait for men of their high importance, and in the interval a move was made to the seat of government at Ctesiphon. However, as day after day found them still procrastinating, the Surena, before an applauding multitude, fastened in the traditional style the royal diadem upon the brows of Tiridates. And, had he marched at once upon the interior and the remaining tribes, he must have overborne the doubts of the hesitant, and the nation would have been his own. But by investing the fortress in which Artabanus had bestowed his money and his harem, he allowed a breathing space in which agreements could be repudiated. For Phraates and Hiero, with others who had taken no share in the solemnities of the day fixed for the assumption of the diadem, some in fear, a few in jealousy of Abdageses, now master of the court and the newly crowned king, passed over to Artabanus, who was discovered in Hyrcania, a filth-covered figure, procuring his daily bread by his bow. His first terrified expectation of treachery gave way to relief on a solemn assurance that they had come to restore him to his throne, and he inquired the reason for the sudden change. Hiero then inveighed against the boyish years of Tiridates. It was no Arsacid that held sway. The unsubstantial title was borne by a weakling, whose foreign effeminacy unfitted him for the sword. The power was vested in the house of Abdageses. The veteran monarch realized that, if they were false in love, they were not hypocritical in their hatreds. Waiting only to collect auxiliaries in Scythia, he took the field with a speed that baffled the machinations of his foes and the vacillation of his friends. His squalor he retained as likely to attract the multitude through their sympathies. Neither fraud nor entreaty, nothing that could entice the doubtful or confirm the resolute, was neglected. He was already nearing the outskirts of Seleucia at the head of a numerous force when Tiridates, unnerved at once by news of Artabanus and by Artabanus in person, began to waver between the two plans of a counter-advance or a strategy of delay. The partisans of battle and a quick decision of their fate argued that not even in thought had those scattered and wayworn bands coalesced into a loyal whole, betrayers and enemies as they had been but yesterday of the very prince whose cause they were again espousing. Abdageses, however, advised a return to Mesopotamia, where behind the barrier of their river they might in the interval raise the Armenians, Elymians, and other nations in their rear. Then, reinforced by the contingents of their allies, and by any which the Roman commander might have dispatched, submit their fortunes to the test. This view prevailed, as the dominant influence was that of Abdageses, and Tiridates had little appetite for danger. But the withdrawal was effected in the style of a flight, and, with the Arabian tribesmen setting the example, the rest left for their homes or the camp of Artabanus, till at last Tiridates, with a few attendants, retraced his way to Syria and freed all from the disgrace of desertion. The same year saw the capital visited by a serious fire, the part of the circus adjoining the Aventine being burnt down along with the Aventine itself, a disaster which the Caesar converted to his own glory by paying the full value of the mansions and tenement blocks destroyed. 100 million sesterces were invested in this act of munificence, which came the more acceptably to the multitude that he was far from extravagant in building on his own behalf, whilst even on the public account the only two works he erected were the Temple of Augustus and the stage of Pompey's theatre, and in each case he was either too scornful of popularity or too old to dedicate them after completion. To estimate the losses of the various claimants, 4 husbands of the Caesar's granddaughters were appointed: Gnaeus Domitius, Cassius Longinus, Marcus Vinicius and Rubellius Blandus. Publius Petronius was added by nomination of the consuls. Honours varying with the ingenuity of their authors were invented and voted to the sovereign. Which of these he rejected or accepted remained unknown, since the end of his days was at hand. For shortly afterwards the last consuls of Tiberius, Gnaeus Acerronius, and Gaius Petronius inaugurated their term of office. By this time the influence of Macro exceeded all bounds. Never careless of the good graces of Gaius Caesar, he was now courting them with daily increasing energy, and, after the death of Claudia, whose espousal to the prince has been mentioned earlier, he had induced his wife Ennia to captivate the youth by a mockery of love and to bind him by a promise of marriage. Caligula objected to no conditions, provided that he could reach the throne, for, wild though his temper was, he had nonetheless, at his grandfather's knee, mastered in full the arts of hypocrisy. This the emperor knew, and he hesitated therefore with regard to the succession, first between his grandchildren. Of these the issue of Drusus was the nearer to him in blood and by affection, but had not yet entered the years of puberty. The son of Germanicus possessed the vigour of early manhood, but also the affections of the multitude, and that, with his grandsire, was a ground of hatred. Even Claudius, with his settled years and aspirations to culture, came under consideration. The obstacle was his mental instability. Yet if a successor was sought outside the imperial family, he dreaded that the memory of Augustus, the name of the Caesars, might be turned to derision and to contempt. For the care of Tiberius was not so much to enjoy popularity in the present as to court the approval of posterity. Soon, mentally irresolute, physically outworn, he left to fate a decision beyond his competence, though remarks escaped him which implied a foreknowledge of the future. For, with an allusion not difficult to read, he upbraided Macro with forsaking the setting and looking to the rising sun, and to Caligula, who in some casual conversation was deriding Lucius Sulla, he made the prophecy that he would have all the vices of Sulla with none of the Sullan virtues. At the same time, with a burst of tears, he embraced the younger of his grandsons. Then, at the lowering looks of the other, "Thou wilt slay him," he said, "and another thee." Yet, in defiance of his failing health, he relinquished no detail of his libertinism. He was striving to make endurance pass for strength, and he had always had a sneer for the arts of the physicians, and for men who, after 30 years of life, needed the counsel of a stranger in order to distinguish things salutary to their system from things deleterious. Meanwhile, at Rome, the seeds were being sown of bloodshed destined to outlast Tiberius. Laelius Balbus had brought a charge of treason against Acutia, formerly the wife of Publius Vitellius. After her condemnation, a reward was on the point of being decreed to the accuser when Junius Otto, the plebeian tribune, opposed his veto, whence a feud between the pair, terminated later by the destruction of Otto. Next, Albusilla, made notorious by a multitude of lovers, and at one time married to Satrius Secundus, the divulger of the plot, was arraigned for a breach of piety towards the sovereign. Associated in the indictment as her accomplices and adulterers were Gnaeus Domitius, Vibius Marsus, Lucius Arruntius. On the nobility of Domitius I have touched above. Marsus also could claim ancestral honours as well as some distinction in letters. But the documents forwarded to the Senate stated that Macro had presided at the examination of witnesses and the torture of the slaves, and the absence of the emperor's usual letter against the accused gave rise to a suspicion that much of the evidence had been fabricated during his illness, and possibly without his knowledge, on account of the prefect's well-known hostility to Arruntius. Domitius and Marsus therefore continued to live, the former studying his defence, the latter ostensibly bent on self-starvation. Arruntius, whose friends advised procrastination and delays, replied that not the same things were becoming to all men. For himself he had lived long enough, and it was his one regret that he had borne with an old age of anxieties amid flouts and perils, long detested by Sejanus, now by Macro, always by one or other of the mighty, not through his fault, but because he was impatient of villainies. True, he might steer through the few days before the passing of the sovereign, but how to escape the youth of the sovereign who loomed ahead? Or, if absolute sway had power to convulse and transform the character of Tiberius after his vast experience of affairs, should Gaius Caesar, barely out of his boyhood, ignorant of all things or nurtured amid the worst, apply himself to better ways under the tutelage of Macro, who had been chosen as the worse villain of the pair to crush Sejanus, and had tormented the state by crimes more numerous than his. Even now he foresaw a yet harder servitude, and for that reason he was fleeing at once from the past and from the future. So, speaking with something of a prophetic accent, he opened his veins. That Orontius did well to die, the sequel will demonstrate. Albacilla, after dealing herself an ineffective wound, was borne to the dungeon by order of the Senate. Of those who had subserved her amours, Carcidius Sacerdos, an ex-praetor, was condemned to deportation to an island, Pontius Fregelanus to forfeiture of his senatorial rank, and the same penalties were decreed against Laelius Balbus. One verdict at least, which was pronounced with joy, since he was regarded as the master of a truculent eloquence, the ever-ready foe of innocence. During these days Sextus Papinius, member of a consular family, chose an abrupt and indecent end by throwing himself from a window. The motive was referred to his mother, long ago divorced, who, by flattering his taste for dissipation, was supposed to have driven the youth to extremities from which he could find no issue except by death. Arraigned accordingly in the Senate, though she threw herself at the knees of the fathers and pleaded at length the common heritage of grief, and the greater weakness of the female heart under such a blow, with much else in the same harrowing strain, she was nevertheless forbidden the capital for 10 years, till her younger son should leave behind him the slippery period of youth. By now his constitution and his strength were failing Tiberius, but not yet his powers of dissimulation. The unbending mind remained. Still energetic in word and look, he strove, every now and then, to cover the manifest breaking up by a forced sociability. After repeated changes of residence, he came to rest at last on the promontory of Misenum, in a villa which once had Lucius Lucullus for its master. There it was discovered, by the following means, that he was nearing the end. There was a doctor of repute in his calling by the name of Charicles, who had been accustomed not to treat the illnesses of the emperor, but to offer him opportunities for consulting him. While taking his departure on the plea of private business, he clasped the Caesar's hand, apparently as an act of respect, and felt the pulse. The device was detected. Tiberius, possibly offended and therefore making a special effort to conceal his anger, ordered the dinner to proceed, and, ostensibly out of compliment to a departing friend, remained at table until after his usual hour. Still, Charicles assured Macro that the respiration was failing, and that he would not last above a couple of days. Immediately all arrangements were hurried through. At interviews, if the parties were present, by couriers in the case of the generals in the armies. On the 16th of March, owing to a stoppage in his breathing, it was believed that he had paid the debt of nature. And Gaius Caesar, in the midst of a gratulatory crowd, was leaving the villa to enter on the preliminaries of empire, when suddenly word came that Tiberius was recovering his speech and sight, and calling for someone to bring him food as a restorative after his swoon. A general panic followed. The others began to scatter in all directions, each face counterfeiting grief or ignorance. Only the Caesar, frozen into silence, stood dashed from the height of hope and expecting the worst. Macro, undaunted, ordered the old man to be suffocated under a pile of bedclothes, while all left the threshold. Thus Tiberius made an end in the 78th year of his age. The son of Nero, on both sides he traced his origin to the Claudian house, though his mother by successive acts of adoption had passed into the Livian and later the Julian families. From earliest infancy he experienced the hazards of fortune. At first the exiled attendant of a proscribed father, he entered the house of Augustus in the quality of stepson. only to struggle against numerous rivals during the heyday of Marcellus and Agrippa, and later of Gaius and Lucius Caesar, while even his brother Drusus was happier in the love of his countrymen. But his position was the most precarious after his preferment to the hand of Julia, when he had to tolerate or to elude the infidelities of his wife. Then came the return from Rhodes, and he was master of the heirless imperial house for 12 years, and later arbiter of the Roman world for virtually 23. His character, again, has its separate epochs. There was a noble season in his life and fame while he lived a private citizen or a great official under Augustus, an inscrutable and disingenuous period of hypocritical virtues while Germanicus and Drusus remained. With his mother alive, he was still an amalgam of good and evil. So long as he loved or feared Sejanus, he was loathed for his cruelty, but his lust was veiled. Finally, when the restraints of shame and fear were gone, and nothing remained but to follow his own bent, he plunged impartially into crime and into ignominy. Book 11. For she believed that Valerius Asiaticus, twice a consul, had formerly been her paramour, and as she coveted equally the gardens which Lucullus had laid down and Asiaticus was embellishing with conspicuous splendour, she unleashed Suilius to indict the pair. With him was associated Britannicus's tutor Sosibius, who ostensibly out of goodwill was to warn Claudius to be on his guard against a power and a purse which boded no good to emperors. The prime mover in the killing of Gaius Caesar, Asiaticus had not trembled to avow his complicity in a gathering of the Roman people, and even to arrogate the glory of the assassination. Famous in consequence at Rome, with a reputation that pervaded the provinces, he was preparing an excursion to the armies of Germanicus, for the reason that, born as he was at Vienne, and backed by a multitude of powerful connections, he had every facility for creating trouble among the peoples of his native land. Claudius made no further scrutiny, but, as though to quell an incipient war, dispatched at full speed a body of soldiers under the Praetorian prefect Crispinus, who found Asiaticus at Baiae, threw him into irons, and haled him to the capital. Nor was access to the Senate allowed. He was heard inside a bedroom, with Messalina looking on and Suilius formulating the charges. Corruption of the military, who he alleged were bound in return for money, and worse, to every form of infamy, adultery with Poppaea, and finally, sexual effeminacy. The last imputation was too much for the defendant's taciturnity. "Question thy sons, Suilius," he broke out. "They will confess me man." And entering on his defence, he moved Claudius deeply, and even elicited tears from Messalina, who, on quitting the room to wash them away, cautioned Vitellius not to let the prisoners slip through their fingers. She herself set hurriedly about the destruction of Poppaea, and suborned agents to drive her to a voluntary death by menace of the dungeon, the ignorance of the Caesar being so complete that, when her husband Scipio dined with him a few days later, he inquired why he had taken his place without his wife, and received the answer that she had gone the way of all flesh. When, however, Claudius requested his advice as to the acquittal of Asiaticus, Vitellius tearfully recalled their long-standing friendship and the equal devotion they had shown to the sovereign's mother Antonia. Then, running over the services of Asiaticus to the state, his recent work in the field against the Britons, and all else that seemed calculated to inspire compassion, he proposed that he should be allowed a free choice as to the form of his death, and a pronouncement from Claudius followed in the same spirit of clemency. When some of his friends then recommended the gradual exit by starvation, Asiaticus remarked that he was declining that boon, went through the gymnastic exercises which had become habitual with him, bathed, dined in good spirits, and, after observing that it would have been more respectable to perish by the subtlety of Tiberius, or the onslaught of Gaius Caesar, than to fall by female fraud and the lecherous tongue of Vitellius, opened his arteries. But not before he had visited his pyre and given orders for it to be moved to another site, so that his trees with their shady leafage might not be affected by the heat. So complete was his composure to the end. The fathers were then convened, and Suilius proceeded to add to the list of accused 2 Roman knights of the highest rank, surnamed Petra. The cause of death lay in the allegation that they had lent their house as a trysting place for Mnester and Poppaea. It was, however, for a vision during his night's sleep that one of them was indicted, the charge being that he had seen Claudius crowned with a wheaten diadem, the ears inverted, and, on the strength of his vision, had predicted a shortage in the corn supply. It has been stated by some that the thing seen was a vine wreath with whitening leaves, which he read as an indication of the emperor's decease at the wane of autumn. The point not disputed was that it was a dream, whatever its character, which brought ruin to himself and to his brother. 1.5 million sesterces, with the decorations for the praetorship, were voted to Crispinus. Vitellius proposed 1 million more for Caecibius, for assisting Britannicus by his instructions and Claudius by his counsels. Scipio, who was also asked for his view, replied, "As I think what all think of Poppaea's offences, take me as saying what all say, an elegant compromise between conjugal love and senatorial obligation." And now Suilius, steady and pitiless, continued his prosecutions, his boldness finding a multitude of imitators, for the concentration of all legal and magisterial functions in the person of the sovereign had opened a wide field to the plunderer. Nor was any public ware so frankly on sale as the treachery of advocates, so much so that Sammius, a Roman knight of distinction, after paying Suilius 400,000 sesterces and finding him in collusion with the opponents, fell on his sword in the house of his council. Hence, following the lead of the consul designate, Gaius Silius, whose power and whose ruin I shall describe in their place, the fathers rose in a body, demanding the Cincian law with its ancient stipulation that no person shall accept either money or gift for pleading a cause. Then, as the members for whom the stigma was designed began to protest, Silius, who was at variance with Suilius, delivered a bitter attack and appealed to the example of the old orators, who had regarded fame and the future as the only wages of eloquence. What would otherwise be the fairest and foremost of the liberal arts was degraded by mercenary service. Even good faith could not remain unaffected, when the size of the fees was the point regarded. If lawsuits were so conducted that no one profited by them, lawsuits would be fewer. As matters stood, enmities and accusations, ill blood and injustice, were being fostered in order that, as the prevalence of disease brought rewards to the physician, so the corruption of the courts should bring money to the advocate. Let them remember Asinius, Messala, and of the moderns Aruntius and Iserninus. They had reached the summits of their profession without a stain upon their life or their eloquence. With the consul designate speaking in this strain and others indicating assent, steps were taken to draft a resolution making offenders liable under the law of extortion, when Suilius, Cossutianus, and the rest, who saw that to them the vote implied not trial, their guilt was too manifest for that, but punishment, surrounded the emperor, imploring an amnesty for the past. At his signal of consent they began to state their case. Where was the man whose presumption was such that he could anticipate in hope an eternity of fame? It was a boon to defendants themselves that help should be made available, so that no one need be left at the mercy of the strong through the lack of an advocate. But eloquence was not a happy accident costing nothing. Private business was neglected in proportion as a man applied himself to the affairs of others. Many supported themselves by military service, not a few by the cultivation of their estates. No man embraced any avocation unless he had made sure that it would yield him a return. It was easy for Asinius and Messala, glutted with the prizes of the duel between Antony and Augustus, or for the heirs of wealthy houses, Iserninus, Aruntius, and their like, to assume a pose of magnanimity. They had themselves obvious precedents in the rewards for which Publius Clodius or Gaius Curio were in the habit of delivering their harangues. Personally, they were senators of modest means, who, in a tranquil state, sought none but the emoluments of peace. Let him consider also the common people who won distinction by the gown. If the rewards of the art they studied were annulled, the art too would perish. The emperor, who considered that these arguments, if less high-minded, were still not pointless, fixed 10,000 sesterces as the maximum fee to be accepted, those exceeding it to be liable on the count of extortion. Nearly at the same time, Mithridates, whose tenure of the Armenian crown and arrest by order of Caligula I have already mentioned, followed the advice of Claudius and returned to his kingdom, in reliance on the powers of Pharasmanes. That prince, king of Iberia and also brother of Mithridates, kept announcing that the Parthians were divided among themselves. The crown was in question, minor matters unregarded. For Gotarzes, among his numerous cruelties, had procured the murder of his brother Artabanus and his wife and son, with the result that the rest took alarm and called in Vardanes. He, with his usual alacrity for great adventures, covered 3,000 stadia in 2 days, drove the unsuspecting and terrified Gotarzes into flight, and without hesitation seized the nearest satrapies, Seleucia alone refusing to acknowledge his supremacy. Less from considerations of his immediate interest than from anger at a community which had also deserted his father, he hampered himself with the siege of a powerful city, secured by the barrier of an intervening river, fortified and provisioned. Meanwhile, Gotarzes, strengthened by the forces of the Dahae and Hyrcanians, renewed hostilities, and Vardanes, compelled to abandon Seleucia, pitched his court opposite to him on the plains of Bactria. This juncture, when the powers of the East were divided and it was still uncertain which way the scales would fall, gave Mithridates his opportunity of seizing Armenia, thanks to the energy of the Roman troops in demolishing the hill fortresses, while the Iberian army overran the plains. For the natives offered no resistance after the rout of the prefect Demonax, who had risked a battle. Some little delay was occasioned by Cotys, the king of Lesser Armenia, to whom a section of the nobles had turned. Then he was repressed by a dispatch from the Caesar, and the current set full towards Mithridates, who showed more severity than was conducive to the stability of his new throne. Meanwhile, as the Parthian commanders were preparing for battle, they suddenly concluded an agreement on their discovery of a national conspiracy, disclosed by Gotarzes to his brother. They met, hesitantly at first, then, with right hands clasped, they pledged themselves before the altars of the gods to avenge the treachery of their enemies, and each to make concessions to the other. Vardanes was considered the better fitted to retain the crown. Gotarzes, to avoid all chance of rivalry, withdrew into the depths of Hyrcania. On the return of Vardanes, Seleucia capitulated in the 7th year after its revolt, not without some dishonour to the Parthians, whom a single town had so long defied. Vardanes then visited the principal satrapies and was burning to recover Armenia, when he was checked by a threat of war from Vibius Marsus, the legate of Syria. In the meantime, Gotarzes, repenting of his cession of the throne, and invited by the grandees, whose vassalage is always more irksome in peace, gathered an army. On the other side, a counter-advance brought Vardanes to the river Erindes. A severe struggle at the crossing ended in his complete victory, and in successful actions he reduced the intervening tribes up to the Sindes, which forms the boundary line between the Dahae and Aryans. There his triumphs came to a close, as the Parthians, though victorious, were in no mood for a distant campaign. Consequently, after raising a number of monuments recording his power, and the fact that no Arsacid before him had levied tribute from those nations, he returned full of glory and therefore more arrogant and more arbitrary towards his subjects, who by a prearranged act of treachery assassinated him while off his guard and absorbed in his hunting. A prince still in his earliest manhood, but in renown, had he sought the love of his people as he sought the fear of his enemies, unequalled but by a few of veteran kings. By the murder of Vardanes, Parthian affairs were thrown into confusion, as there was no unanimity with regard to his successor. Many leaned to Gotarzes, some to Phraates' descendant Meredates, who had been given in hostage to ourselves. Then Gatases carried the day, made himself master of the palace, and by dint of cruelty and debauchery drove the Parthians to send a secret petition to the Roman emperor, pleading that Meredates might be set free to ascend the throne of his fathers. Under the same consulate, 800 years from the foundation of Rome, 64 from their presentation by Augustus, came a performance of the secular games. The calculations employed by the two princes I omit, as they have been sufficiently explained in the books which I have devoted to the reign of Domitian. For he too exhibited secular games, and, as the holder of a quindecimviral priesthood and as praetor at the time, I followed them with more than usual care, a fact which I recall not in vanity, but because from of old this responsibility has rested with the 15, and because it was to magistrates in especial that the task fell of discharging the duties connected with the religious ceremonies. During the presence of Claudius at the Circensian Games, when a cavalcade of boys from the great families opened the mimic battle of Troy, among them being the emperor's son Britannicus and Lucius Domitius, soon to be adopted as heir to the throne and to the designation of Nero, the livelier applause given by the populace to Domitius was accepted as prophetic. Also there was a common tale that serpents had watched over his infancy like warders, a fable retouched to resemble foreign miracles, since Nero, certainly not given to self-depreciation, used to say that only a single snake had been noticed in his bedroom. However, the memory of Germanicus left him with a residue of popularity as the one male offshoot left of the family, and growing pity was felt for his mother Agrippina in view of her persecution by Messalina, who, always her enemy and now more than usually excited, was only withheld from marshalling accusations and accusers by a fresh amour verging upon insanity, for her passion for Gaius Silius, most handsome of Roman youths, had burned so high that she drove his distinguished wife, Junia Silana, from under her husband's roof, and entered upon the possession of a now unfettered adulterer. Silius was blind neither to the scandal nor to the danger, but since refusal was certain death, since there was some little hope of avoiding exposure, and since the rewards were high, he consoled himself by closing his eyes to the future and enjoying the present. Messalina, with no attempt at concealment, went incessantly to the house with a crowd of retainers. Abroad, she clung to his side. Wealth and honours were showered upon him. Finally, as though the transference of sovereignty was complete, slaves, freedmen, and furnishings of the palace were to be seen in the house of an adulterer. Claudius, meanwhile, ignorant of his own matrimonial fortune and engrossed by his censorial functions, reprimanded in austere edicts the license shown in theatres by the populace, which had directed its ribaldry upon the consular Publius Pomponius, he composed pieces for the stage, and upon several of rank. He checked by legislation extortion on the part of creditors, prohibiting loans to a minor, repayable at the father's death. He brought the spring water down from the Cimbruine hills and introduced it to the capital, and after making the discovery that not even the Greek alphabet was begun and completed in the same instant, he invented and gave to the world some additional Latin characters. The Egyptians, in their animal pictures, were the first people to represent thought by symbols. These, the earliest documents of human history, are visible today, impressed upon stone. They describe themselves also as the inventors of the alphabet. From Egypt, they consider, the Phoenicians, who were predominant at sea, imported the knowledge into Greece, and gained the credit of discovering what they had borrowed. For the tradition runs that it was Cadmus, arriving with a Phoenician fleet, who taught the art to the still uncivilized Greek peoples. Others relate that Cecrops of Athens, or Linus of Thebes, and in the Trojan era Palamedes of Argos, invented 16 letters, the rest being added later by different authors, particularly Simonides. In Italy, the Etruscans learned the lesson from the Corinthian Demaratus, the Aborigines from Evander the Arcadian, and in form the Latin characters are identical with those of the earliest Greeks, but in our case too the original number was small, and additions were made subsequently, a precedent for Claudius, who appended 3 more letters which had their vogue during his reign, then fell into desuetude, but still meet the eye on the official bronzes fixed in the forums and temples. He next consulted the Senate on the question of founding a college of diviners, so that the oldest art of Italy should not become extinct through their indolence. Often in periods of public adversity they had called in diviners, on whose advice religious ceremonies had been renewed and, for the future, observed with greater correctness, while the Etruscan nobles, voluntarily or at the instance of the Roman Senate, had kept up the art and propagated it in certain families. Now that work was done more negligently through the public indifference to all liberal accomplishments, combined with the progress of alien superstitions. For the moment, indeed, all was flourishing, but they must show their gratitude to the favour of heaven by making sure that the sacred rituals observed in the time of hazard were not forgotten in the day of prosperity. A senatorial decree was accordingly passed, instructing the pontiffs to consider what points in the discipline of the haruspices needed to be maintained or strengthened. In the same year, the tribe of the Cherusci applied to Rome for a king, as intestine strife had exterminated their nobility, and of the royal house there survived one member who was kept at Rome and bore the name of Italicus. On the father's side he sprang from Arminius's brother Flavus, his mother being the daughter of the Chatan chieftain Actumerus. He himself was a handsome figure, trained to arms and horsemanship on both the German and the Roman systems. The Caesar therefore made him a grant of money, added an escort, and encouraged him to enter on his family honours with a high heart. He was the first man born at Rome, and not a hostage but a citizen, to leave for a foreign throne. At the outset, indeed, his arrival was greeted by the Germans with enthusiasm, and, as he was imbued with no party animosities, and showed himself equally anxious to oblige all men, admirers flocked round a prince who practised occasionally the inoffensive foibles of courtesy and restraint, but more frequently the drunkenness and incontinence dear to barbarians. His fame was already beginning to reach and to transcend the neighbouring states, when, in jealousy of his power, the men who had flourished upon faction made their way to the adjacent tribes and there took up their testimony. The ancient freedom of Germany was being filched away, and Roman power was mounting. Was it so indisputable that there was not a man born upon the same soil as themselves who was competent to fill the princely station, without this offspring of the scout Flavus being exalted above them all? It was idle to invoke the name of Arminius. Had a son of Arminius returned to govern them after being reared in the enemy's country, they might well have dreaded a youth infected by foreign nurture, servitude, and dress, in a word, by all things foreign. As for Italicus, if he had the family disposition, no man had waged a more implacable war against country and home than had his father. With these and similar appeals they collected a large force, nor was Italicus's following inferior. He had not, he reminded them, taken an unwilling people by storm, but had been summoned because, in nobility, he stood higher than his rivals. As to his courage, let them test it and see if he proved himself worthy of his uncle Arminius, his grandsire Actumerus. Nor did he blush for his father, that he had never renounced the obligations to Rome which he contracted with German assent. The name of liberty was being used as a dishonest pretext by men who, base-born themselves and a curse to the realm, had no hope but in civil dissensions. The crowd shouted applause, and in a battle great as barbarian battles go, victory rested with the king. Then, flushed by success, he lapsed into arrogance, was expelled, was restored a second time by the Langobard arms, and in his prosperity and in his adversity remained the scourge of the Cheruscan nation. During the same period the Chauci, untroubled by domestic strife and elated by the death of Sanguinius, forestalled the arrival of Corbulo by raiding Lower Germany under the leadership of Ganascus, a canonfate by extraction, once an auxiliary in the Roman service, then a deserter, and now, with a piratical fleet of light vessels engaged in ravaging principally the coast of Gaul, with the wealth of whose peaceful communities he was well acquainted. On his entry into the province, however, Corbulo, showing extreme care, and soon acquiring that great reputation which dates from this campaign, brought up his triremes by the Rhine Channel and the rest of his vessels, according to their drafts, by the estuaries and canals. Sinking the hostile boats, he ejected Ganascus, and, after adequately settling affairs on the spot, recalled the legions, as lethargic in their toils and duties as they were ardent in pillage, to the old code with its prohibitions against falling out on march or beginning an action without orders. Outpost and sentry work, duties of the day and the night, were carried out under arms, and it is on record that 2 soldiers were punished by death, one for digging soil for the rampart without side arms, the other for doing so with none but his dagger. Exaggerated and possibly false as the tales may be, their starting point is still the severity of the commander, and the man may safely be taken as strict and, to grave offences, inexorable, who is credited with such rigour in regard to trifles. However, the terror he inspired had opposite effects on the soldiers and on the enemy. To us it meant a revival of courage, to the barbarians a weakening of confidence. So the Frisian clan, hostile or disaffected since the rebellion inaugurated by the defeat of Lucius Apronius, gave hostages and settled in the reservation marked out by Corbulo, who also imposed on them a senate, a magistracy, and laws. To guard against neglect of his orders, he built a fortified post in the district, while dispatching agents to persuade the greater Chauci to surrender and to attempt the life of Ganascus by ruse. The trap was neither ineffective nor, against a deserter and a violator of his faith, dishonourable. Yet the killing of Ganascus unsettled the temper of the Chauci, and Corbulo was sowing the seeds of rebellion. Hence the news, though acceptable to many, was by some regarded as sinister. Why was he raising up an enemy? Any losses would fall upon the state. If success attended him, then a distinguished soldier, intolerable as such to a nervous emperor, constituted a threat to peace. Claudius, therefore, so firmly prohibited fresh aggression against Germany that he ordered our garrisons to be withdrawn to the west bank of the Rhine. Corbulo was already arranging for his encampment on hostile ground when the dispatch was delivered. He was taken by surprise, but although a multitude of consequences poured upon his mind, danger from the emperor, contempt from the barbarians, ridicule on the side of the provincials, he made no remark except, "Happy the Roman generals before my time," and gave the signal for retreat. To give the troops occupation, however, he ran a canal 23 miles in length between the Meuse and Rhine, thus making it possible to evade the hazards of the North Sea. The Caesar, though refusing him a war, conceded him nonetheless the insignia of a triumph. Nor was it long before the same distinction was gained by Curtius Rufus, who had opened a mine in search of silver lodes in the district of Mattium. The profits were slender and short-lived, but the legions lost heavily in the work of digging out watercourses and constructing underground workings which would have been difficult enough in the open, worn out by the strain, and also because similar hardships were being endured in a number of provinces. The men drew up a private letter in the name of the armies, begging the emperor, when he thought of entrusting an army to a general, to assign him triumphal honours in advance. As to the origin of Curtius Rufus, whom some have described as the son of a gladiator, I would not promulgate a falsehood, and I am ashamed to investigate the truth. On reaching maturity, he joined the train of a questor to whom Africa had been allotted, and, in the town of Adrumetum, was loitering by himself in an arcade, deserted during the midday heat, when a female form of superhuman size rose before him, and a voice was heard to say, "Thou, Rufus, art he that shall come into this province as proconsul." With such an omen to raise his hopes, he left for the capital, and, thanks to the bounty of his friends, backed by his own energy of character, attained the quaestorship, followed, in spite of patrician competitors, by a praetorship, due to the imperial recommendation. For Tiberius had covered the disgrace of his birth by the remark, "Curtius Rufus I regard as the creation of himself." Afterwards, long of life and sullenly cringing to his betters, arrogant to his inferiors, and accommodating among his equals, he held consular office, the insignia of triumph, and, finally, Africa, and by dying there fulfilled the destiny foreshadowed. At Rome, in the meantime, for no reason then evident or afterwards ascertained, the Roman knight Gnaeus Nonius was discovered with a sword at his side amid the throng at the emperor's levee. Lacerated by the torturer, he admitted his own guilt, but divulged no accomplices. Whether he concealed any is uncertain. Under the same consuls, Publius Dolabella proposed that an exhibition of gladiators should be given yearly at the expense of the men who obtained a quaestorship. With our ancestors, office had been the prize of merit, and all citizens who had confidence in their qualities could legitimately seek a magistracy, nor was there even a distinction of age to preclude entrance upon a consulate or dictatorship in early youth. The quaestorship itself was instituted while the kings still reigned, as shown by the renewal of the Curiate law by Lucius Brutus, and the power of selection remained with the consuls, until this office, with the rest, passed into the bestowal of the people. The first election, 63 years after the expulsion of the Tarquins, was that of Valerius Potitus and Aemilius Mamercus, as finance officials attached to the army and the field. Then, as their responsibilities grew, two were added to take duty at Rome, and before long, with Italy now contributory and revenues accruing from the provinces, the number was again doubled. Later still, by a law of Sulla, 20 were appointed with a view to supplementing the Senate, to the members of which he had transferred the jurisdiction in the criminal courts. And even when that jurisdiction had been reassumed by the knights, the quaestorship was still granted without fee, in accordance with the dignity of the candidates, or by the indulgence of the electors, until by the proposition of Dolabella it was virtually put up to auction. In the consulate of Aulus Vitellius and Lucius Vipsanius, the question of completing the numbers of the Senate was under consideration, and the leading citizens of Gallia Comata, as it is termed, who had long before obtained federate rights and Roman citizenship, were claiming the privilege of holding magistracies in the capital. Comments on the subject were numerous and diverse, and in the imperial council the debate was conducted with animation on both sides. Italy, it was asserted, was not yet so moribund that she was unable to supply a deliberative body to her own capital. The time had been when a Roman-born Senate was enough for nations whose blood was akin to their own, and they were not ashamed of the old republic. Why, even today men quoted the patterns of virtue and of glory which, under the old system, the Roman character had been given to the world. Was it too little that Venetians and Insubrians had taken the Curia by storm, unless they brought in an army of aliens to give it the look of a taken town? What honours would be left to the relics of their nobility or the poor senator who came from Latium? All would be submerged by those opulent persons whose grandfathers and great-grandfathers, in command of hostile tribes, had smitten our armies by steel and the strong hand, and had besieged the deified Julius at Alesia. But those were recent events. What if there should arise the memory of the men who essayed to pluck down the spoils, sanctified to heaven, from the capital and citadel of Rome? Leave them by all means to enjoy the title of citizens, but the insignia of the fathers, the glories of the magistracies, these they must not vulgarize. Unconvinced by these and similar arguments, the emperor not only stated his objections there and then, but, after convening the Senate, addressed it as follows: In my own ancestors, the eldest of whom, Clausus, a Sabine by extraction, was made simultaneously a citizen and the head of a patrician house, I find encouragement to employ the same policy in my administration, by transferring hither all true excellence, let it be found where it will. For I am not unaware that the Julii came to us from Alba, the Coruncani from Camerium, the Porci from Tusculum; that, not to scrutinize antiquity, members were drafted into the Senate from Etruria, from Lucania, from the whole of Italy, and that finally Italy itself was extended to the Alps, in order that not individuals merely, but countries and nationalities should form one body under the name of Romans. The day of stable peace at home and victory abroad came when the districts beyond the Po were admitted to citizenship, and, availing ourselves of the fact that our legions were settled throughout the globe, we added to them the stoutest of the provincials, and succoured a weary empire. Is it regretted that the Balbi crossed over from Spain, and families equally distinguished from Narbonese Gaul? their descendants remain. Nor do they yield to ourselves in love for this native land of theirs. What else proved fatal to Lacedaemon and Athens in spite of their power in arms, but their policy of holding the conquered aloof as alien-born? But the sagacity of our own founder Romulus was such that several times he fought and naturalized a people in the course of the same day. Strangers have been kings over us. The conferment of magistracies on the sons of freedmen is not the novelty which it is commonly and mistakenly thought, but a frequent practice of the old commonwealth. But we fought with the Senones. Then presumably the Volscians and Equians never drew up a line of battle against us. We were taken by the Gauls, but we also gave hostages to the Tuscans and underwent the yoke of the Samnites. And yet, if you survey the whole of our wars, not one was finished within a shorter period than that against the Gauls. Thenceforward there has been a continuous and loyal peace. Now that customs, culture, and the ties of marriage have blended them with ourselves, let them bring among us their gold and their riches, instead of retaining them beyond the pale. All, conscript fathers, that is now believed supremely old has been new. Plebeian magistrates, followed the patrician. Latin, the plebeian. Magistrates from the other races of Italy, the Latin. Our innovation, too, will be parcel of the past, and what today we defend by precedents will rank among precedents. The emperor's speech was followed by a resolution of the fathers, and the Aedui became the first to acquire senatorial rights in the capital, a concession to a long-standing treaty and to their position as the only Gallic community enjoying the title of brothers to the Roman people. Much at the same time, the Caesar adopted into the body of patricians all senators of exceptionally long-standing or of distinguished parentage, for by now few families remained of the greater and lesser houses, as they were styled by Romulus and Lucius Brutus. And even those selected to fill the void under the Cassian and Senian laws by the dictator Caesar and the Emperor Augustus were exhausted. Here the censor had a popular task, and he embarked upon it with delight. How to remove members of flagrantly scandalous character, he hesitated, but adopted a lenient method, recently introduced in preference to one in the spirit of old-world severity, advising each offender to consider his case himself and to apply for the privilege of renouncing his rank. That leave would be readily granted, and he would publish the names of the expelled and the excused together, so that the disgrace should be softened by the absence of anything to distinguish between censorial condemnation and the modesty of voluntary resignation. In return, the consul Vipstanus proposed that Claudius should be called Father of the Senate. The title Father of this country he would have to share with others. New services to the state ought to be honoured by unusual phrases, but he personally checked the consul as carrying flattery to excess. He also closed the lustrum, the census showing 5,984,072 citizens. And now came the end of his domestic blindness. Before long he was driven to note and to avenge the excesses of his wife, only to burn afterwards for an incestuous union. By now the ease of adultery had cloyed on Messalina, and she was drifting towards untried debaucheries, when Silius himself, blinded by his fate, or convinced perhaps that the antidote to impending danger was actual danger, began to press for the mask to be dropped. They were not reduced to waiting upon the emperor's old age. Deliberation was innocuous only to the innocent. Detected guilt must borrow help from hardihood. They had associates with the same motives for fear. He himself was celibate, childless, prepared for wedlock, and to adopt Britannicus. Messalina would retain her power unaltered, with the addition of a mind at ease, could they but forestall Claudius, who, if slow to guard against treachery, was prompt to anger. She took his phrases with a coolness due not to any tenderness for her husband, but to a misgiving that Silius, with no heights left to scale, might spurn his paramour and come to appreciate at its just value a crime sanctioned in the hour of danger. Yet, for the sake of that transcendent infamy which constitutes the last delight of the profligate, she coveted the name of wife, and, waiting only till Claudius left for Ostia to hold a sacrifice, she celebrated the full solemnities of marriage. It will seem, I am aware, fabulous that, in a city cognizant of all things and reticent of none, any human beings could have felt so much security. Far more so that on a specified day, with witnesses to seal the contract, a consul designate and the emperor's wife should have met for the avowed purposes of legitimate marriage, that the woman should have listened to the words of the auspices, have assumed the veil, have sacrificed in the face of heaven, that both should have dined with the guests, have kissed and embraced, and finally have spent the night in the license of wedlock. But I have added no touch of the marvellous. All that I record shall be the oral or written evidence of my seniors. A shudder, then, had passed through the imperial household. In particular, the holders of power, with all to fear from a reversal of the established order, gave voice to their indignation, no longer in private colloquies, but without disguise. Whilst an actor profaned the imperial bedchamber, humiliation might have been inflicted, but destruction had still been in the far distance. Now, with his stately presence, his vigour of mind, and his impending consulate, a youthful noble was girding himself to a greater ambition, for the sequel of such a marriage was no mystery. Fear beyond doubt came over them when they considered the hebetude of Claudius, his bondage to his wife, and the many murders perpetrated at the fiat of Messalina. Yet again, the very pliancy of the emperor gave ground for confidence that, if they carried the day thanks to the atrocity of the charge, they might crush her by making her condemnation precede her trial. But the critical question, they realized, was whether Claudius would give a hearing to her defense, and whether they would be able to close his ears even to her confession. At the outset, Callistus, whom I have already noticed in connection with the killing of Gaius Caesar, together with Narcissus, the contriver of the Appian murder, and Pallas, then in the high noon of his favour, discussed the chances of diverting Messalina from her amour with Silius by private threats, while suppressing their knowledge of all other circumstances. Then, lest failure should involve their own destruction, Pallas and Callistus desisted. Pallas, through cowardice,